Hey everyone, and welcome to the best horror stories of October 2025. We have 31 stories, one for every day of the month. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's see if we can reach 1,000 likes on this one. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I do post content just like this all of the time. We are very close to hitting 128,000 subscribers, so if you do enjoy horror stories narrated by a real person, written by real people, with no mid-roll ads in between or during the stories, I'd really appreciate a sub. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax. I hope you all have a wonderful Halloween. Enjoy the horror stories with no mid-roll ads right after the ad break after this intro. There won't be any more ad breaks after that one. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. Every year, in the weeks leading up to Halloween, my mom used to take my sister and I to the pumpkin patch at Walbach Farm. It was a popular seasonal attraction, a family-owned vegetable farm about a half-hour's drive from the suburbs where I grew up in Missouri. Many locals remember it fondly, but I recently learned that I am the reason it was shut down for good. One of the biggest attractions at Walbach Farm was the Haystack Maze. They had a haunted hayride and pumpkin carving and corn mazes too. Every upstanding pumpkin patch does. But only Walbach touted a pair of monumental, sprawling haystack mazes as the main event. Most haystack mazes are nothing to write home about. The walls are usually only a few feet high, so short that most kids are able to peer over the top of them. But the haystack mazes at Walbach were different. These were massive, fully enclosed structures. Skeletons made of wooden pallets and chicken wire with bales of hay stacked all around to form a series of branching tunnels on the inside. Giant straw pyramids, a bona fide feat of farmhand engineering. There were two mazes, a smaller one for younger kids, and a bigger, more complicated one for the teenagers. Of course I wanted to go in the bigger one, but anyone younger than 13 had to be accompanied by somebody older. My big sister clearly thought she was too grown up for the whole pumpkin patch thing, opting to sit on one of the swing sets and pick away at her Game Boy, while my mom joined me on an exhibition of the kids' maze. She held my hand as we ducked through the main entrance of the maze. The opening led straight into a central area with the first tunnel attached to it. It was much bigger than any other space inside the pyramid, with enough headroom that even an adult could stand straight up. Since the haystack maze had a roof made of wooden pallets and hay, it was pitch black inside. I was 10 at the time, and a bit of a scaredy cat, 4 years younger than my sister, and deeply afraid of the dark. As scared as I was at the darkness of the haystack maze, I was excited for the opportunity to try out my new flashlight. It was just a small plastic piece of crap that they gave to all of the kids at my dad's company barbecue, but I was absolutely blown away by it. The flashlight was hand-powered. A small crank protruded from the back end that you had to turn to charge up the battery. This was well before smartphones came around, so it was the perfect breed of gimmicky device to boggle my early 2000s kid mind. Watch this. I flicked my flashlight on, extremely proud of how bright it was. I had spent the whole car ride there winding it up, getting as much juice in it as possible. My mom acted super impressed. I stuck to her like glue for the first few minutes. The tunnels were much smaller than the first room, meant to be navigated by crouching or crawling. Some tunnels had wooden ramps leading up to a second level. Eventually I got more comfortable and started running ahead, scoping out possible dead ends while my mom crawled behind me. Even with my mom there, it felt a little eerie. Being surrounded on all sides by thick bales of hay had a sort of noise-canceling effect. All of the footsteps around us sounded muffled, and I could clearly hear my own breathing despite being surrounded by other kids. The air was hot and stuffy and claustrophobic. The kids' maze was well occupied, but there were still some empty pockets here and there, routes that were clearly dead ends after just a few steps. I made a point to check every nook and cranny. As I peered around the corner of one of these dead ends, the beam of my flashlight met a sign that made my heart drop. A small boy sat huddled in the corner, facing away from me. His shoulders shook, and he whipped his head around as soon as I appeared. My flashlight hit his face, and I saw tears on his cheeks. He looked only a year or two younger than myself, clearly overstimulated by the whole affair. He brought his knees closer up to his chin and silently wiped his eyes with his sleeve. "Hi, honey." My mom had caught up with me. "Are you lost?" She had the sweetest voice. The boy nodded. "Is your mom with you?" He shook his head, fresh tears welling up in his eyes. I could tell he was embarrassed, and I felt bad for him. "We're lost too," I said, holding my hand out. The boy smiled, took my hand, and picked himself up off the ground. "What's your name?" my mom asked. "Henry." "Nice to meet you, Henry. Do you have a flashlight?" "It died." He held out a small Buzz Lightyear themed flashlight and flipped the switch to demonstrate how its batteries had failed him. "That's okay. Simon can share his. Right, Simon?" I nodded, jumping at any excuse to show off my favorite gadget. "You know," my mom said leadingly, "there's a secret trick we can use to find our way out of here." Henry and I leaned in. My mom stuck her right hand out to the side, touching the wall of hay next to her. "This maze isn't very big. There's only so many ways we can go. We only get lost if we lose track of what we've checked already. So if we pick one wall and keep following it no matter what, we'll find our way out." Looking back, her method was far from perfect. The stick-to-one-wall approach might work if you applied it from the very start of a maze, but because we were already inside, the wall to our right could have easily been a freestanding divider fully contained within. Doing this could have led us in circles if the maze were complex enough. Fortunately for us, the kids' maze was intentionally straightforward. With the three of us sticking to one wall, we found the exit in just a few minutes. Henry's mother was waiting for us on the other side, looking worried. She exchanged niceties with my mom, thanking her for helping Henry out. She said that he had insisted on tackling the maze without her. I felt a sting of shame knowing that this kid, who was younger than me, had proven himself more independent. Henry and I spent the rest of the day running around together. We did the corn maze, sat next to each other on a hayride, even went back through the kids' haystack maze again. I used to get picked on a lot, so it was nice to make a new friend outside of school. After making our way out of the kids' maze a third time, we decided that we were ready for something more challenging. We begged our moms to take us inside the bigger maze, but they waved away the idea, tuckered out from the day's events. "What if Zoe took us?" I asked, prompting my sister to tear her attention away from Fire Emblem for the first time all day. "Right, like I want to go running around in the dark with a couple of kids." Zoe's words cut me, though I didn't think she meant for them to come out as harshly as they did. Upon seeing my face fall, she begrudgingly agreed to join us. A freckle-faced farm boy wearing a Grim Reaper cloak over his blue jeans stood watch at the entrance of the PG-13 haystack maze. He told Zoe to stay by our sides at all times. This maze started just like the kids' maze, with a big open chamber and a single tunnel leading forward, though there was a clear sense of larger scale. Zoe plopped down on a haystack bench and flipped her Game Boy back open. Aren't you coming with us?" I stuttered. "Why did you want to do this if you're too chicken to go in yourself?" She groaned. Henry shifted uncomfortably on the balls of his feet. "I'm not chicken," I said, puffing my chest out. "Just come get me when you're done," she said. "Won't that guy know you didn't stay with us when we go back through the front?" She laughed. "Like I care about getting in trouble with some hick." And with that, I flicked my flashlight back on. Henry and I steeled ourselves and set off down the first tunnel. Right off the bat, I could tell there were way less people in the maze. Faint footsteps from above were few and far between. We only passed one other group of people after the first fork. A teenage boy eyed us down as we passed, likely guessing we weren't supposed to be there alone. Henry's company washed away a lot of the unease, but I quickly realized that we were in over our heads. It didn't take long for us to get turned around. "Maybe we should go back and try from the start," said Henry. "Nah," I said, not wanting to admit that I didn't remember the route we took. "This place isn't that big. I bet we're almost there." We passed the same group of teenagers again. It was a good indicator that we were going in circles, but we were both too timid to ask for help. I cranked the flashlight's battery a bit as we hit a dead end after dead end. It wasn't showing any signs of losing power, but the fear of losing our only light source was starting to dawn on me. "Are we supposed to go this way?" Henry's question broke my train of thought. I followed his pointer finger to the wall with the beam of my flashlight and saw a small gap in the haystacks. Some of the hallways in that maze were pretty cramped, but this was the smallest opening we had come across. So small, in fact, that I had walked right past it. To answer his question, I wasn't sure. The entrance was no bigger than 3 feet tall. Even we would have to get down on all fours to fit through it, and it didn't seem likely that the people who built this thing would expect teenagers to fit through it all. The hole was just small enough to appear unintentional, but just big enough to suggest that it was the way forward. "Can't hurt to try," I said. Henry was a head shorter than me, so he went in first. I squeezed through behind him, holding the flashlight out in front of me. The opening was deceptively deep, stretching far enough to be considered a tunnel on its own. Henry stopped in his tracks halfway through, wary of its unexpected length. "You're sure this is part of it?" Henry called over his shoulder. "Look, there's an opening right there." I pushed him forward. The small tunnel led out in the middle of a standard-sized one. As Henry came out the other side, I heard a muffled laugh and some scampering footsteps above us. Henry stumbled as he tried to get on his feet, falling back into me. I was still crawling out of the shortcut, and he fell right onto my outstretched arm holding the flashlight. Snap. My heart sank as the flashlight was sandwiched between Henry and the dirt. It didn't go out, but when he rolled off of it, I saw that the hand crank used to charge it had completely broken off. I frantically started rooting around in the hay for the handle. "Is everything okay?" Henry asked, his voice shaky. My hand found the little plastic knob. Yeah, everything's okay." I went to pop the crank back into place, only to find that it had snapped off in a way that was truly irreparable. The handle left behind a good chunk of plastic in the hole that it had been dislodged from. I tried forcing it back in, but it just plopped right back out when I went to turn it. I heard Henry's breath quicken. "It's okay," I assured him. Before now, our age difference had seemed negligible, but all of a sudden, I felt that it was my responsibility to calm his nerves. "Look, I can still turn it like this." I plugged the hole with my finger and started twisting it. There was only about 1 millimeter of open space left for my finger to latch onto, but it provided just enough leverage for me to rotate the disc like a rotary phone dial. As the mechanism whirred, jagged remnants of the plastic crank dug into my skin. I winced and withdrew my finger, but Henry seemed convinced. I helped Henry back up to his feet. "Come on, we'll be out of here in no time." I couldn't have been more wrong. After going through that opening in the hay, we walked for what felt like an hour. Occasionally we would hit a fork in the road and pick a way forward at random. We tried doubling back to the small tunnel that had led us here, but we never came across that opening again. Eventually the flashlight started to dim. It was a slow fade. By the time I realized what was happening, our visibility had been cut in half. I tried to charge it as much as I could bear to, rotating fingers until all of them were bright red and stinging. There wasn't much use to it. The mechanism ran off kinetic energy, and I could only get in a few turns at a time before the tips of my fingers would rub raw. We started calling out at any footsteps from the floor above us, but those had become even more infrequent. The slow depreciation of our flashlight went completely unspoken for what seemed like forever. Neither one of us wanted to bring it up. I only know that he saw it too because the more it dimmed, the more our pace quickened. We were full on sprinting through the maze. At that point, we could barely see more than a foot ahead of us. I made a turn and Henry missed it, running headfirst into a wall of hay. He fell backwards onto his butt. Tears started streaming down his cheeks for the second time that day. "Simon, we're lost," he cried. I know. I could barely choke the words out. Our light was rapidly depleting, like the dying embers of a campfire. Henry screamed for his mom. I did the same. I felt sick to my stomach, but too hungry to vomit. My body was aching and out of breath, but the maze was far from done with us. I started cranking the flashlight with my finger as fast as I could. The bulb shot back to life, but I could only push past the pain for a few seconds. As soon as I took my finger out, it immediately started to dim again. The battery was too far gone, and the skin on the tip of my finger was in a nasty state. Henry was hyperventilating, clawing at a solid wall of hay and screaming like a maniac. "Henry?" He didn't even hear me over the sounds of his despair. "Henry!" I grabbed him by the shoulders, letting the flashlight fall at our feet. It illuminated us from below as I pulled him close to address him face to face while I still could. "Henry, the light is gonna go out," I finally admitted. He burst into a tirade of shrieking sobs. Snot and tears caked his face. It broke my heart seeing what little faith he had left completely drained from his eyes. A knot sat high in the back of my throat. My mind raced for the right words as his face faded from my view. What would my mom say? "It's going to be dark, and it's going to be scary," I said, doing my best to steady my voice. "I know we're lost, but we can still get out." No. "Henry, there has to be a way out, and even if we can't find it, it's only a matter of time before everyone comes looking for us." I grabbed his hand, and I stuck it to the wall right next to us. "We'll keep walking, and we'll make it to the end no matter what." The luminescent bulb's final glimmer sunk into his eyes. "Henry, will you walk with me?" His pupils disappeared into the dark. "Yes." And with that, the light was completely snuffed out. I'm realizing now that I may not have been descriptive enough earlier. When the flashlight went out, we were cast into a darkness the likes of which I've never known before or since. Every wall and ceiling was packed thick with bales of hay. Even in the middle of the day, not an inkling of sunlight was able to pierce through the layers upon layers of crisscrossing straw. If somebody held their finger an inch away from your open eye, you would have no way of knowing it was there. Compounded with the hay's soundproofing quality, we were essentially lost in a labyrinth. Sensory deprivation chamber. I let Henry cry out for a while. When he finally spoke again, I could hear the resolve in his voice. "Okay, let's go." I kept my hand pinned to the wall as I stood up and instructed him to do the same. After a moment to collect ourselves, we set off again. It took a long time for us to adapt to the darkness. Just putting one foot in front of the other was a challenge. Henry kept bumping into me from behind, as we were completely unable to sync up our strides. We walked slow and steady. After walking headfirst into a left turn, I took to keeping my other arm stretched out in front of me. I started calling out turns as we came across them, not wanting to overshoot and risk taking my hand off of the wall. We took lots of breaks. The feeling of pins and needles crept into our outstretched arms frequently. We didn't talk any more than we had to, outside of calling out turns. I kept my thoughts to myself. My ears rang in the sickening silence. I felt some slight comfort in hearing Henry's feet dragging behind me, though it was entirely outweighed by a dread which grew exponentially with each passing second. We just kept going, and going, and going. Winding paths forked into more winding paths. We circled dead end after dead end. We weaved our way through countless corners and endless entrails. Walking, and walking still, and as we walked, things started to change. First, I felt it in my feet. The ground beneath us became firm. I thought we had made our way into some wooden boards, but when I knelt down, I still felt dirt. But the dirt felt different. It felt as if the dry soil was giving way to a more solid material, slowly rising from the earth as we advanced. The walls started to feel different too. Strands of hay began to feel sparse until the bouncy, dry texture was replaced by the smooth, cold feel of cobblestone. Even the air started to feel less stuffy. "Simon, do you feel it?" I didn't have to ask what he meant. "Yeah, let's stop for a second." I plugged my finger back into the flashlight, which I had fastened to my belt loop since it went out. I took a deep breath and started turning. Once again, the plastic bit into my finger. The hallway lit up around us. I was terrified to learn the details of our new surroundings. Somehow, as soon as we could see again, my fears were redirected in a way that I could never have predicted. As light filled the area, the feeling of hay and dirt beneath our feet returned. The walls, the ceiling, it was all hay. The stuffiness and stillness returned, as though the air around us reverted back to that of the haystack maze. Henry looked ghoulish, sweaty and covered in dirt, desperation in his eyes. I'm sure I looked just as bad. I pulled my finger out of the flashlight when it drew blood, and the light started to die once more. As the room around us disappeared from view, the feeling of the cold, stony atmosphere returned. There were no words to be said. I couldn't bring myself to believe the reality of where we were, and I couldn't fathom the possibility of where we might end up. Henry whimpered as we were cast back into unequivocal darkness. "I don't like this," Henry said. "Let's go back." "Back the way we came?" "Yeah." I racked my brain for a better idea. "Okay." We turned on our heels, swapping hands on the wall. I had no faith left in the wall method, but clinging to it was the only way for us to retain some sense of direction. I think we were doing it for comfort more than anything. Henry was now in the lead, taking us back the way we came. I expected the familiar feeling of hay beneath our feet to return as we retraced our steps, but that feeling did not come. If anything, the following hours made it even more clear that no matter which way we went, each step took us further into parts unknown. I heard the sound of our shoes against the hard stone reverberating more and more as we continued. Our steps accumulated a sizable echo, suggesting that we had ventured into some sort of wide-open space the size of a coliseum. I even felt a cold breeze. I stuck my free arm out to the right in an attempt to reach the other side of the tunnel, but it only found open air. I felt numb to the surrealism of the situation. I had abandoned all disbelief hours ago. Even if we had spent a significant amount of time walking in circles, there was no way we couldn't have stumbled across the exit by now. The texture of the wall and the feel of the room continued to evolve as we walked. The air became thick and dry once more. The stone texture beneath my fingertips began to soften, until it felt akin to some sort of crumbling, sedimentary rock. I heard the sound of crackling fire, as if large torches lined the wall above our heads. Yet they cast no light, and we felt no warmth from the invisible flames. Thunk. I grunted as I ran right into Henry, sandwiching him against a wall in front of us. It had been so long since we hit a turn. I guess we had stopped holding a hand out ahead of him. My nose smacked into the back of his head. Stars danced in my eyes. The force almost knocked my hand off the wall, but I managed to keep hold of it. "Shoot," I said, rubbing my nose with my free hand. "Are you okay?" He didn't respond. My heart started pounding ferociously. Henry, are you there?" "Yes," he squeaked, his voice barely a whisper. Whatever we had just hit, it had shaken him to his core. "What is it?" I pleaded. I jumped as I heard a whisper directly in my ear. It was Henry's voice. I hadn't heard him inch closer. His words were barely audible, but they punched me right in the gut. I think it's a door. I stood speechless for an eternity. Are you sure? I whispered. I felt his hand grip my wrist. I instinctively ripped it away from him. Sorry. Go in front of me, he said, still keeping his voice low. I felt him squeeze underneath my armpit to get behind me. I steadied my breath, took a step forward, and stuck out my left hand. It was met with a wall of solid wood. I could feel the coarse, splintery grain as soon as my fingertips hit its surface. Hairs rose on the back of my neck. I slid my hand to the position where I would expect to find a doorknob, and I found one. The metal was warm, an unnerving juxtaposition to the cool air we had been experiencing as of late. I didn't try to turn it. In school they told us that when a door handle is warm, that means there's a fire on the other side. That was reason enough for me to not open the door, but it wasn't the only one. A foreboding sense of anticipation crept up my spine as soon as my hand felt the knob. I can't explain it, but I could tell that there was someone, or something, standing right on the other side of that door, waiting for us to open it. I took my hand off the knob. Let's turn back around, I whispered, not wanting to question or even acknowledge our horrifying discovery. Okay, Henry replied, likely feeling the same. Even now I have no idea how long we were actually in that maze for. I tried counting as high as I could to pass the time, and I stopped somewhere in the thousands. Hours felt like minutes, but seconds felt like days. Realistically, we had only been without food or water for a handful of hours, but I'm sure that the time we spent running around in a panic had expedited our hunger and dehydration. We took breaks more frequently. Blisters had formed on my heels. My knees felt like they might buckle beneath me at any moment. I began to miss the sweat on my forehead that had stung my eyes while we were in the thick air of the haystacks. I began to wonder if we would walk for days until exhaustion overtook us. I need to go to the bathroom, said Henry. His voice took me by surprise. I figured he had already gone in his pants like I had, but I guess he had been holding it the whole time. Okay, I said, slowing to a stop. I'm gonna go a couple steps ahead. Call me when you're done. I did as I said, sinking down to a crouch with my back against the wall as he did his business. As I heard the sounds of his relief, a ping of revelation struck me. I slapped my hand against the cold stone of the ground, and heard no echo ring out after. Wherever we were now, the lacking acoustics suggested that tunnel had become narrow again. I heard Henry pull up his zipper, and I walked back towards him. I think we should try to touch the other wall, I said. What? I think the tunnel is small now. We should try to get to the other wall, and see if that leads us out. He didn't have to think about it long. The path we were already on hadn't helped. Keep your hand on this one, I said, finding his shoulder again, and stretch out as far as you can. I felt him spread his arms wide, and I followed his left arm out into the middle of the hallway that I hoped we were standing in. We locked hands, and I stretched as far away from the wall as I could, begging for the tip of my middle finger to brush against another wall. But that other wall wasn't there, and in my strain to find it, I accidentally pulled Henry too far. Suddenly we were falling to the right, the opposite direction from which we had been leaning. I toppled on top of Henry in the space where the wall had been a split second ago. My palm struck the cold, hard ground, catching me just before my face would have hit it. Henry wasn't so lucky. I heard him groan as the back of his head smacked against the floor hard as granite. Are you okay? I screamed out. He moaned. Did you let go of the wall? I asked, already knowing the answer. Just for a second, he mumbled. I shot to my feet and frantically started shuffling around in the dark, waving my arms out in front of me like a zombie. I didn't feel anything. The wall was gone, Our only tie to the maze had vanished into thin air the second we let it out of our touch. Tears flowed. I screamed as loud as I could. I screamed for my mom. I screamed for God. Nobody answered. I felt Henry curl up on the ground by my feet. As my voice broke, I collapsed on top of him, molding us into a human heap of misery. We sat there in silence for quite a while. Henry, tired and completely consumed by the darkness. I have no words to describe the complete and utter hopelessness I felt. Henry laid his head on my lap. I felt his tears soak into the fabric of my jeans. I brushed a comforting hand through Henry's hair, and I felt a warm, sticky substance oozing out of the back of his head. My stomach sank through the floor. "Henry?" "Yeah," he replied, his voice broken and faint. "Are you sure you're okay?" His grip on me loosened a bit. "Yeah." I let that sit for a moment. "Do you want to keep walking?" I asked. I felt him lightly shake his head no against my lap. "You want to stay here?" He nodded. "Okay, we'll wait for them to come find us." Henry's breathing became labored. I sat and stroked his hair and closed my eyes. This is where we would die. I was sure of it. After everything that we had been through, it didn't seem that bad. We had slipped into a crack between worlds, lost in a boundless, incomprehensible void, betrayed by our reality, forgotten by our God. There was nothing left to do but sit and cry and wait. And then, out of the dark, we heard him. At first, he was just a pair of creeping footsteps in the distance. They appeared so subtly that I didn't even process them until they were almost upon us. I thought they were a trick of my imagination, but sure enough, a deep, booming voice soon rang out to accompany them. "You boys lost?" The sound of another voice was so unnatural to me. Maybe it was the hunger or the exhaustion or the pure emotional turmoil, but I swear the voice sounded exactly like my father's. "Dad?" Henry called out from my lap. A low chuckle split the air. "No, I'm not your father," the shadow man cooed. "I'm just a friend." As he inched closer, I heard that our visitor was not alone. His footsteps were joined by those of a four-legged animal. Claw tips clacking against the hard floor suggested it was some sort of large dog. Suddenly, his animalistic companion bounded towards us. I braced myself and pulled Henry close to my chest as I felt the cold, wet prodding of a large snout against our bodies. Sniffing and snorting like that of a basset hound filled the air. I could hear a large metal chain dangling from its neck, the other end no doubt held by the mysterious man. "You boys seem mighty lost," he said. On the surface, he sounded concerned, but the more he talked and the closer he got to us, I sensed a jovial undercurrent in his words, like someone trying their best to suppress a smile. "Can you get us out of here?" Henry pleaded. "Of course I can," said the man. He was now standing right in front of us. "I came here to collect you." I heard the basset hound go off towards the spot where Henry had relieved himself earlier. It sniffed around a bit before returning to us. I heard the chain settle as it sat at its master's heel. "How can you see us?" I asked, my voice raspy. "Do you have a flashlight?" "Don't need one," the man said, a slight twinge of annoyance in his voice. "I've done my fair share of rooting around in the dark. Guess my eyes have adjusted to it." I tried to visualize what he might look like. I did my best to keep the nondescript shape of a man's face in my mind as he spoke. But the dancing fuzz of my vision kept contorting his features into something unnatural. I heard a shuffling, and the proximity of the man's voice, when he next spoke, suggested that he had knelt down to address us. "You're in a rough shape," the shadow man sighed. "Please get us out of here," Henry moaned, barely audible. "Well," said the man, "I sure would like to, but I can only take one of you at a time." I couldn't believe my ears. "What do you mean?" I pressed. "Why can't you take both of us with you?" The boy is far too hurt. Trying to manage both of you at once would just slow us down, the man said, his voice rife with false emotional strain. Wish there was another way, but that's just how it is. What are you talking about? I growled. I'll walk right behind you. I said no, he boomed. His baritone shook my body so hard that my teeth clattered. One child at a time, that's the rule, he growled. He sounded exasperated at the notion, as if the rule were not to his own design. My gut told me not to follow this man anywhere, but the thought of being separated from Henry petrified me. The man let out another deep sigh. Don't you worry. As long as you stay right where you are, I'll be able to get you just fine. What do you say, son? I was scared and confused and filled with a million questions, but far too weak to protest further. Despite my complete lack of sight, I felt the unmistakable aura of an outstretched hand in front of me. I went to meet it, and upon feeling the leathery flesh of his palm, an icy jolt of terror shot through my veins. I had been trying as hard as I could to keep the basic image of a human man's face in my mind, but in that moment, the dancing specks behind my eyes insisted on warping those features into something horrifying. I tried hard not to imagine him as a towering, slender figure with spindly arms that stretched multiple yards long, so long that he had to fold them over thrice like the crooked legs of an exotic bird, just to offer his hand to me this close in proximity. I tried not to imagine a robust pot belly jutting out of his otherwise slender frame, covered in thick black fur, and hanging low over his legs, which were just as long as his arms, and folded up like an accordion. I tried not to imagine his face as a grunt, eyeless visage with dark, rugged skin stretched tight around an impossibly wide grin. I tried not to imagine a pair of ivory horns atop his head that spiraled several feet up towards the heavens. I tried and tried and tried to keep that ghastly depiction out of my head, but for as long as he held my hand in his, it persisted in my mind's eye, as if it were an unquestionable truth. I withdrew my hand from his grasp, awestruck with a terror that I cannot possibly describe. I pulled Henry as close as I humanly could, and I whispered directly into his ear, Henry, I don't think we should go with him. I think we should stay here. The man definitely heard me, but he didn't react. He remained crouched in front of us, skeletal fingers held out in offer. I want my mom, Henry whispered. He felt limp, like a rag doll in my arms. Please, son, I reckon he ain't got much time left, taunted the shadow man. I had no tears left to cry. Henry was dying in my arms. Whatever might happen to him, should I let him go, he wouldn't last much longer here. I loosened my grip as I felt Henry's arm leave my lap. I whimpered and felt him being tugged away. Don't worry, the man sneered. I'll carry you. I heard the hound pull at its chain and set off into the dark. The footsteps of the man followed behind it. You stay put, I heard him call over his shoulder. I'll come back for you later. I curled up in a ball as the footsteps became increasingly faint. My mind raced with the possible outcomes of my decision. What awaited Henry in the arms of the Shadow Man? Did he really intend to help? Or had Henry just met a terrible fate? My thoughts were bombarded with untold horrors that might be in store. I imagined Henry's blood-curdling screams at the hands of the conniving specter. I could sense his suffering. I could hear his torment. I could feel his blood on my hands. I don't know what possessed me to finally get back on my feet. Maybe it was pure adrenaline, or my fear of the Shadow Man. But the newfound isolation was a big enough push for my survival instincts to fully kick in. I was struck with the sudden, intense realization that I had to get myself out of that maze, whatever the cost. I shot up so fast I nearly keeled over. I fumbled around for the carabiner, latched onto my belt loop, and freed my flashlight from its clasp. I took a deep breath and shoved the mangled tip of my pointer finger back into the hole. It was time for a Hail Mary. I gritted my teeth and began to spin the dial like my life depended on it. Needles of pain shot up my arm as I fed the mechanism with my suffering. Every second the plastic shards dug into my skin felt like a hot lick of hellfire, but I viciously worked it round and round until the room began to illuminate. Once again, the sight of the hay walls and a dirt floor began to creep into view. But that wasn't all this time. As the light brought me out of the dark, endless void, I began to hear muffled voices and footsteps all around me for the first time in days. They were looking for me. They were looking for us. A wave of relief crashed over me, but it stole my mind from the task at hand. My cranking had slowed, and the light began to dim again. As it faded, so did the sounds of my salvation. I was slipping away back into the dark. I took off running, the promise of rescue, reinvigorating my work in the flashlight. I winced as it shredded my skin, alternating fingers until each one was coated by the steady drip of flesh blood. I cried out as much as I could, my voice raspy from overuse and dehydration. I ducked and weaved, desperate to make contact with someone, lest I fall back into the darkness. I turned a corner and finally I was met with the glow of another flashlight. I dropped to my knees, letting the bloody hunk of plastic clatter to the ground. Beams of light bounced toward me, accompanied by the worried cries of my rescuers. The next thing I remember was waking up in the arms of a stranger. Daylight scorched my retinas as a teenager carried me out of the maze. It seemed impossible for the sun to still be up, but the time spent was the farthest thing from my mind. Through a blur of tears, I saw my mother frantically screaming at a bunch of farmhands. My sister shrank behind her, face snow-white with guilt. A crowd of people was forming around them. Whoever found me hadn't been searching for long. I barely remember anything that happened once I was out of the maze. I remember being delivered into my mother's arms. I remember how tightly she held me, while I told the firefighters about everything that had happened in the maze. I remember my sister crying profusely. I remember waiting there past sunset while a team of first responders and farmers dismantled the haystack maze bale by bale. I remember Henry's mom pacing back and forth as the layers were slowly peeled away. I remember her screaming and bawling, and slamming her fists in the dirt when they removed the last haystack. And Henry was nowhere to be found. I remember all of that now, but to be honest, I don't remember anything that I've written here until just a few months ago. Back in July, a couple of Zoe's friends and I staged an intervention about her drinking. She never made it past high school, and by the time I got home from my first year of college this spring, she had a reputation around town for being a total barfly. I think her friends were worried about her getting worse when I went back in the fall, but I wasn't sure why. We'd barely spoken for years. She lashed out at me as soon as she saw the circle of chairs in her living room. She claimed that I was the reason she couldn't keep her face out of a bottle, and wept about how a little boy went missing because of her carelessness. At first I had no idea what she was talking about, but the more she spilled about everything from that day, the more those memories poured back into my head. The stone hallways, the wooden door, the man who took Henry, everything. Even as I write this, new memories from my time in the haystack float to the surface. I feel adrift in a river of recollection, grasping out at small islands of information as they pass. Whenever I manage to latch onto one and start digging, I uncover the same system of roots connecting them all below the murky depths. I don't dare ask my mom about that day, but I've done my research. No matter what actually happened in that maze, a little boy named Henry went in and never came out. The local papers all say that he was led away by a strange man who took him off the farm. Nobody saw the two of them leave. Nobody knew what the man looked like. But I know. Try as I might, I still can't shake the sight of him from my mind. I can't escape the familiar sound of his voice. When I'm left alone with my thoughts, my ears replay his parting words to me like a broken record. My fear of the dark has already followed me into adulthood, but since remembering all of this, it has amplified immensely. I haven't slept much these past few months. Even when I crash from exhaustion, I always do so with the lights on. I've avoided going anywhere after sunset, and I never let my phone battery dip. I haven't gone to the movies, or anywhere that would put me at risk of finding myself in total darkness. I'm not sure why I chose to share my story here. Maybe seeing all of the Halloween decorations going up around town stirred some guilt. I don't want any kid out there to go through what I did, and I definitely don't want anyone else to end up like Henry. Part of me thinks Henry is still out there. I don't know if that would be a good thing or a bad thing. Maybe I'll try to go back someday. Shut myself in my closet with the lights off and try to find him. For now, sharing my story is all I can stomach to do, because I know that even if Henry is somehow still alive, he won't be alone. I'll come back for you later. Out there, in the dark, I know he waits for me still. I've always liked October and the Halloween vibes it brought. As I got older, I stopped being able to have the same kind of childish wonder towards the season. Watching scary movies late at night or going to haunted houses didn't feel the same. A coworker must have sensed this and offered that I join a group of his friends for a haunted asylum tour. I didn't know him very well, as we only worked together for 2 weeks. I debated whether I wanted to be with strangers for the night. It wasn't as if I had any other plans, so I accepted. He asked me to bring a camera, which he heard I owned. From the sounds of things, he wanted to record our outing and put it on his YouTube channel. I didn't care either way. The handheld camera had been a hand-me-down. It would be nice to finally use it outside of life events for coworkers. We met after work so he could drive us to the building. I've never heard of an asylum being within driving distance, I told him on the way. It was shut down after a lot of abuse was uncovered, and I mean a lot of nasty stuff. The city did everything it could to wipe the records of the place, and locals don't like talking about it because a lot of their older relatives worked there, Brian explained as he drove. I nodded as I half listened. I hadn't been able to find the name online. They must have done a great deal of scrubbing to erase this place so well. Since I wasn't paying much attention and focused more on my phone during the drive, I didn't know where we ended up. The road slowly became surrounded by trees, then turned into a dirty pathway I wasn't certain we should be driving along. This building was really out of the way. The trees finally parted, and I could see a massive building on top of a hill that Brian's car struggled against. Some other cars were already waiting for us. A full moon shone between clouds, and a slight breeze caused colored leaves to drift across the unkempt lawn. The white paint peeled off the front of the stone walls, and most of the dark windows were broken. This place looked like it came straight out of a bad horror movie. At least I would be getting my Halloween fill this season. We parked with the other 2 cars, and Brian started to introduce everyone. There would be 7 people in total. Kayla, a girl he's known since high school, waved when we walked over. Ryan worked with Brian at their last job. He didn't appear overly excited about the entire idea. I got the sense he was somehow bribed to be here. Liam and his sister arrived next in the same car. They were both tall, and within seconds of meeting them, I got the impression they could be friends with anyone. The last person arrived a few minutes after them, saying how they almost got lost. Okay, good. We're all here. Everyone wearing proper footwear? There are a lot of rusty nails and broken glass inside. How about flashlights? Brian started looking over the group. Most of us had our cell phones for flashlights. He didn't want us using up our batteries, so he handed out small pen lights as well as some walkie-talkies. I was impressed by all of this. Even though I was only working with him for a short time, I didn't have a very high opinion of his work ethic. When he was motivated, it seemed like he thought things through. Are you going to split up and explore in groups? Kayla asked, sounding nervous. No, not if you don't want to. It's up to you guys. I brought the radios just in case. This place is a maze, so it's easy to get lost. Our new friend Benny here will be recording for us, but it would be nice if you guys could as well if you do decide to go off alone. I winced at the nickname. I've asked him 100 times not to call me that. Just Ben was fine. I used my flashlight to look over the side of the building and noticed something I hadn't before. From the tops of the windows, a blackness had curled up and stained the insides. A familiar smell came to the air. Was there a fire here? I asked. For some odd reason, Brian's face grew a little pale. I heard there was one, but it was put out before too much damage was done. I think sometimes homeless people camp here. I don't know why he sounded a little stressed over my question. I ignored it, and Kayla spoke up. Are we going to come across anyone inside? She said, a little frightened over the idea. Nah, a new shelter opened up, remember? Why would they camp in this place when they have access to warm meals and a free bed? Brian shrugged. Well, just in case, no one should go off alone. Let's get everyone's numbers, you know, if we drop the radio or something, Liam suggested. For the next few minutes, we did just that. I realized that most of these people knew Brian, but this was the first time they were meeting each other. I wasn't the odd person out in this group. Everyone ready? Brian asked, and got a positive response. A cold wind blew, almost ushering our group inside. An odd feeling came into my stomach as I suddenly wanted to turn back and go home. I shook my head, refusing to back out now. Besides, Brian was my ride. Lifting the handheld camera, I followed behind the group, unaware of what waited for us inside. The lobby was massive, with cracked tiles. It opened to a large set of wooden stairs that branched out, leading to opposite sides of the building. Our footsteps echoed through the room. Liam and his sister walked ahead of the group to the front desk. He leaned over, looking through the papers that were left behind. They must have closed down suddenly. I think these files have some personal information that shouldn't be left out for anyone to see. He commented, placing the dirty papers back down. It is weird. I've never heard of this place. One of the group commented. Yeah, you would think it would be a huge local legend or something. Another person chimed in. Which side do you want to start with? Brian asked, ignoring the previous questions. Right. Left. Two sets of voices came at the same time. After a quick game of rock, paper, scissors, it was decided we would go left. From the looks of things, the rooms for the staff were on the right, and the patients were on the left. Any treatment rooms were in the basement, and the common areas were on the first floor. It would be impossible for us to look at the entire building in one night. Let's look at the left side and then go to the basement for the good stuff, Brian said, and we all agreed. We made our way upstairs, the group chattering away, ruining the atmosphere. I wasn't overly upset over that. Sure, I did want a spooky night out, but after nearly an hour of recording banter and silly antics of the group, I found myself preferring this kind of night over what I expected. Each room we peeked into was more or less the same. Ruined beds with some personal items left behind. It looked like everyone just got up and left. Each item is slowly being overtaken by the elements. Weird how there isn't any graffiti, I commented as we walked down a hallway. Another burst of wind blew through the broken windows, creating a ghastly sound that made some of the group shudder. Oh, you're right, Kayla agreed, looking at the bare and painted walls. A strong smell of something burnt came with the wind, and I found myself covering my nose with my hand. Liam noticed and sniffled the air. What's up? Are you feeling sick? He asked. I shook my head, looking around, trying to find the source of the smell. No, it's like something is on fire. Am I the only one who... I stopped as I looked over the group. It was dark, but with our flashlights, I could see everyone. I counted 6 people. 6. I started looking inside rooms, trying to find the last person. We had been introduced, and yet I couldn't remember their name to call out for them. Are you sure you're not feeling sick? Liam asked, watching me as I darted between rooms. A cold fear came to my chest as I pushed by him and opened a door. Inside was a large operating room, tools scattered along the floor, an old, massive light hanging overhead, a stained steel table. I left the door open and went to the room next to it. A doctor's office was inside, with an overturned bookcase and files littering the floor. I thought we were in the patient's living area. Why is there an operating room here? I asked, unable to hide the stress in my voice. I saw the small group glance over, faces pale at the realization. Maybe, Kayla started but couldn't think of an answer. Wasn't there 7 of us? I finally asked. They all appeared confused. Liam slowly nodded and glanced down at his phone. That was right. We all got each other's numbers. The last person's name should be there. I took out mine, looking at the small contact list. 6 new numbers. I raised my head, meeting Liam's eyes. He was as scared as I felt. I think it's time to leave, I told them sternly. He took hold of his sister's hand, ready to drag her out if needed. Why, because you can't count? It was always the 6 of us, right? Brian said. I narrowed my eyes at him. For some odd reason, it sounded like he was trying to convince us. Was this a prank they were playing on the new guy? No. I remember adding 7 contacts to my phone. It hadn't left my pocket. Someone couldn't delete it, and everyone here wasn't friends with each other. Only Brian. Movement at the end of the hallway caught my eye. Lifting the flashlight, the beam fell on a dirty gown. The figure hunched over, skin black and cracked. Lifting its head, it looked at us with bright orange eyes as the smell of smoke and burnt meat filled the hallway. Prank or not, I wasn't going to risk it. Run, I shouted, and it caused everyone to move at once. I heard screaming as we stumbled over each other. In the chaos, I dropped the handheld camera, but I didn't care. Brian did. He scooped it up and then darted inside one of the side rooms. My vision was blurred as I ran as fast as I could, trying to get out of this place. No matter how many times we turned a corner in the hallway, we couldn't seem to find the stairs. If something was following us, I didn't see it, but I smelled something burnt close by. This isn't getting us anywhere, Liam said and pulled his sister into a side room. We followed him, out of breath and faces stained with sweat. The room was small and could barely hold all of us. It looked like a solitary confinement cell with scratches on the cement wall. When we calm down, we'll find a window and get out that way, Liam explained after gasping for some air. I looked around to see who was inside the room. Kayla, Liam, his sister, and me. We were missing a person. Dang it, I hissed and checked my phone. His name was still there, which was good. Did you see where Ryan went? I asked the group. Each appeared confused over the question, almost as if they didn't know who I was talking about. I almost forgot him, Kayla whispered, clearly scared of what was going on. Liam gripped his sister's hand tighter. We didn't understand what was going on, only that we needed to get the hell out of here. Okay, we really need to find a window, he said, and we all agreed. Thankfully, the next room had one. It was broken, and Liam wrapped his hand in a torn bedsheet to remove the rest of the pieces around the edges to make it safer. He put his head through, looking out with his flashlight, gauging the distance. We're on the 2nd floor, I think, he told us. Won't we, break something if we jump? Can't we find a bedsheet to tie together, or... Kayla offered. We had closed the door behind us. A sudden scratching noise came from it as the door handle started to turn. I threw my body against the door, keeping it shut as a burst of heat came from the other side. Better a broken leg than whatever is outside, I said, straining against the force trying to get in. She nodded, and Liam went to try to fit through the window. to his horror, his shoulders were too large. Ducking out, he took hold of his sister and held her through. His face was full of stress as he lowered her out. She promised that since she was a cheerleader in high school, she knew how to fall properly. He took a few deep breaths, then finally let go of her hand, letting her body drop off into the darkness. The rattling and the heat on the other side of the door disappeared when she did. Liam stood by the window, an almost calm expression coming over his face. He turned to us, looking over the other two people in the room. "Who's going to go first?" he offered. Dread came to my stomach. My shoulder hurt from keeping the door shut. I pushed back the pain to ask a question I hoped had a good answer. "Shouldn't we see if your sister landed all right?" I asked him, my voice strained. Liam's expression turned to confusion. "Sister?" he asked. I found myself sliding down the wooden door. Kayla choked back sobs and looked away from Liam. Going out a window wasn't an option, and we just lost a person because of it. Liam hadn't fully forgotten her, but her number was no longer in my contact list. Maybe there was a slight chance she would be alright. We just needed to get out of here. "Alright, let's keep going." I finally stood up. "Where?" Kayla asked, defeated. "Why don't we stay here? People will notice that we're missing." I crossed my arms, wanting more than anything for a rescue party to come and save the day, no matter how much I wanted to believe that I already knew it would be impossible. "Where are we? I mean, what's the name of this asylum?" I asked them. Shock, then sheer horror came over their faces. They didn't know. No matter how hard we tried, we could not remember the name of this place. That meant that no one would be coming to save us. As hard as it was to accept, something natural was happening. "I agree with Ben. I think if we try hard enough, we can get out of here," Liam said and walked over to Kayla, taking her hand. I did the same, trying to give her a comforting expression. From what I've gathered, once we separate, we forget about each other. "We won't let you go," I told her, trying to smile. Tears were in her eyes. With a deep inhale, she squeezed our hands, a new determination in her eyes. "I'm not some scared little girl. I won't let you guys be kidnapped," she huffed. I was glad that I was with these two. I swore that no matter what, we would get out of here. Slowly, I opened the door into the dark hallway, keeping a hand around Kayla's waist. Liam shone his flashlight down the hallway. A dark shape was a few feet away from us. It didn't react, so we wisely decided to go the other way. We walked down the empty hallway, with closed doors on each side. I kept looking behind us at the figure to make sure it wasn't going to chase after us. I glanced at the room numbers and noticed we were now on the 3rd floor. "I have an idea," I whispered to them. We shuffled into a room, closed the door, then I opened it, peeking out into the new hallway. Every time we went inside a room and left, we ended up in a different part of the building. Even some rooms might be inside different areas, like the operating room appearing on the 2nd floor. Maybe if we go in and out of enough rooms, we might end up on the 1st floor, I told them. Liam nodded, glad that we had some sort of plan. I have no idea how long we moved like that, ducking between rooms in a useless attempt to get outside. While inside a patient's room, Kayla paused at a dusty dresser. "It's a cell phone number," she pointed out. Someone had recently written a number in the dust on the dresser. Had Brian been here? I checked my phone and saw it wasn't a number on my contact list. Was it from someone we were missing? Before I could enter, an overpowering smell came into the room. Our backs had been turned to the bed. We moved too late. A hand came down, gripping Liam's shoulder so hard it made him crumble to the ground. The creature was a thin creature with charred flesh sticking to its frame. Kayla screamed as a burned patch started to spread along Liam's shoulder. melting away part of his shirt. My body froze as I met the creature's eyes. My entire soul was suddenly filled with so much sorrow I couldn't move. I couldn't think. Tears sting my eyes, and I was positive we would have died there if it weren't for the third person in the room. Kayla found a broken piece of a wooden chair in the corner. She grabbed the thickest part of it and swung it like a bat. It shattered on the creature's skull, snapping the head back so far that I thought it would come off. It screamed and then disappeared into the floor, leaving its attacker panting with a broken piece of wood in her hands. I went to see how Liam was. It took a minute before he was able to stand up. The burn was not as bad as it could have been. "Thanks," we told Kayla, a little bit in shock over the outburst. "Let's just find a weapon and just smash the crap out of the scary guys in here," she said, her green eyes shining in the darkness. I now would much rather deal with whatever monsters were in the dark than ever have her angry at me. "Well," I started, and didn't need to finish that thought. Countless darkened, burned hands came from the walls reaching for us. As much as Kayla wanted to fight back, she was no match for this. We grabbed hold of her, and the three of us hauled back into the hallway. We almost ran over another one of those darkened creatures. It reached out with thin arms, hands like claws ready to rip into flesh. We avoided it, and ended up weaving between more of those things. We were on the move, and stopping meant being overtaken by a swarm of hands that wanted to rip flesh from bones. As we ran, I kept seeing the same cell phone number written along the walls and on the floors. I didn't have time to stop and call it. We crashed into another operating room, shortly realizing our mistake. So many of those burnt bodies squirmed through the only exit. Kayla grabbed an IV pole to keep the mass back as Liam used the steel table to create some distance. A hand landed on my wrist. I grabbed a scalpel from the table, ready to bring it down on my attacker. Our eyes met, and for that single moment, I wasn't looking at a monster. Instead, I stared at a scared young girl asking for help. The blade dropped from my hands. As if in a trance, I reached out for her, barely aware of the burning coming from where her hand touched my wrist. I suddenly wanted to hold her, to tell her I would get her out of this place, that things would be all right. A hand took hold of the back of my shirt. I found myself falling as the floor gave out, the three of us tumbling down somewhere unknown. I must have been knocked out. I felt a warm hand on my cheek and a voice asking if I was all right. Opening my eyes, I saw we were in an empty room with a ceiling so high I couldn't see the top. It felt more like a pit than a room. Sitting up, I saw Kayla sitting next to me. Some scratches and bruises, but she was all right. Liam wasn't doing so well. The burn on his shoulder spread. He sat against the wall, barely able to keep his eyes open. Another person was in the room with us. Brian was on his back, blood on his forehead, eyes closed as he clutched the camera as if his life depended on it. A large steel door took up most of the left wall. I could hear inhuman yowling from the other side as it got closer. "I don't know how to get out of here," Kayla admitted. I took her hand, wishing I had the answers. The way out wouldn't just fall into our laps, right? "I found this when we went here." She nodded towards a piece of yellowing paper nailed to the stone wall. It had the same cell phone number she saw before. We looked at each other, deciding if it was worth the risk. From the sounds of things, and the heat coming from the steel door, we didn't have a lot of time to think about it. I pulled out my phone, thankful that I still had power left. I did try 911 first. Nothing. I then tried the mystery number. After a few rings, someone finally answered. "Took you long enough," the person snapped. We all jumped because the voice was inside the room with us. I got between the newcomer and Kayla, uncertain if I could defend her from them. No matter how hard I looked them over, I could not figure out their gender. They were thin with messy red hair cut at their shoulders. A tight, black sleeveless workout shirt clings to every muscle and shows off a flat chest, as well as how thin they were. A set of baggy khakis didn't match the shirt. Neither did a pair of slim, high-heeled shoes. One was standing on Brian's chest. "Who?" I asked, stunned at the newcomer's appearance. "Jake," they responded. "Jake is a little hot," Kayla whispered in my ear. I gave her a raised eyebrow but didn't say anything. She'd been through enough tonight. She didn't need me judging her. "Get up." Without warning, Jake kicked Brian hard enough to send his body rolling. He gasped, clutching his sore side. He spotted the camera he'd let go of and then scrambled for it. Jake reached it first, the heels coming down, smashing it to pieces. Brian yelled, ready to attack her. A strong leg came out, knocking him senseless. I sat, not wanting to get in between any of this. From the looks of things, these two had met before. "Hurry up and get us out of here. I'll give you anyone here that you want," Brian said between bloody teeth. Jake crossed her arms, a nasty look on her face. She had a scar on one side of her lip that made it look like a gruesome smile, even while frowning. "You've done this before," Liam struggling to speak. I felt so stupid. Brian had lured all of us here for what? For footage for his dumb YouTube channel? He already knew how to travel through rooms to avoid those monsters, and he already planned on calling Jake, offering whoever was left to save his own skin. "He has. I offered to save him, and this guy paid with his girlfriend," Jake said, curling a piece of bright red hair between her fingers. "She was a cutie. I guess he thought he could pull the same thing twice." "Kayla's cute. Take her," Brian said, standing up only to get his legs swept out from under him. "I do this kind of thing for fun. Listening to your whiny demands isn't fun. Besides, you weren't the one who called me, so I don't really need to listen to whatever you want," she said, crossing her arms again, and her eyes landed in my direction. My heart started to race. We could get out of here. I just needed to deal with this childish weirdo. "You can do whatever you want with me. Just save..." I started, and Jake gave another scowl. "Boring," she hissed, turning her nose up to my offer. I looked over at Liam, knowing he didn't have a lot of time left. Even if there weren't monsters at the door ready to break it down, he needed help fast. "There were 7 of us," I started, and Jake glanced over, almost interested. "I don't remember the 7th, but I know Ryan's name and that Liam was here with his sister. Are they still alive?" I asked, hoping for answers. Jake appearing out of thin air, and her overall vibe gave me the impression she wasn't normal. Maybe she knew more about this place than we did. "Yes, the people who die here become a part of this place. They are wiped from existence, like how all the patients were. This isn't a real place. It's an amalgamation of the suffering of the ones who died because of the system they were forced into," Jake explained, and sounded almost normal. "I assume it lets certain people know about it because it wants to lure in new victims." I nodded, then frowned. They weren't all fully forgotten. Didn't some of them have families on the outside? Even being buried in an unmarked grave or burned. There must be someone out there who remembers some of these people. I was mostly talking to myself. The creatures who chased us weren't monsters, just someone who had been hurt by the real monsters. "Is there any way to help them?" I asked, and it caused Jake to burst out into cruel laughter. "I'm reconsidering your offer. You cannot help them here. You'll only be dragging them into their pain. The only way to help is to make the public aware of the abuse people suffered in these systems. To do that, you need to get out. Now, what are you going to offer me to make it worth my time?" She stood tall, hands on her hips. With a smug look on her face, she held all the cards and I needed to figure out what she wanted. "You can do whatever you want with me," I said, and got a nasty look as a response. I then pointed a finger over at Brian. "And you can have him," I finally said. He shot up, bloodshot face red with rage. "You can't just hand me over like that," he shouted, looking as if he might strangle me. "Jake might eat me or worse. I'm offering myself to save all of you. You guys owe me your lives. Since you owe me, I'm offering you as well," I said, only making Brian even more furious. "That's stupid. It doesn't make sense," he snapped, stomping a foot. "You're right, and I like stupid. Okay, done deal. I assume you want those other two. Hang on." Without warning, Brian fell through the floor with a yelp. Jake followed after leaving the room, silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, Liam shot up, face a mixture of pain and confusion. "My sister, where is she? I dropped her, but..." Kayla went over to him and helped him back to the ground. Jake appeared without the other two people who were missing. She told us they were outside and that she just needed to get us free next. "You'd better be worth it. This will take a lot out of me." She huffed and walked towards the door, her heels clicking. "Get ready to run." With some effort, I got Liam on my back. There was no other option. Kayla steadied herself. She knew that if I was falling behind, I wanted her to leave us. I would rather one person get out of this place alive. Jake threw open the door to a hell on the other side. Countless bodies were crammed into each other, screaming and reaching for warm, living bodies. A burst of flames shot out from Jake's mouth, her hair glowing as bright as the flames in front of her. The screaming grew louder as the bodies caught fire. My eyes water and skin sting from the heat. We pressed on, knowing we would die if we stopped. Jake cackled as she ran, each heel denting the floor from the force of her footsteps. A sleek body darted around the rooms, flames coming from her mouth and hands setting fire to anything that tried to attack us. We ran hard, my body straining against the weight on my back. I refused to leave Liam behind. We reached a set of stairs that felt endless. A fiery, cackling maniac led the way as so many hands clamored after us, nipping at our heels. We finally arrive at the lobby, the end in sight. A sea of bodies came flooding down the stairs, threatening to engulf us. Jake put herself between us, feet firmly planted, ready to set forth the largest blast of flames that could take down the entire building. Kayla got through the doors first, followed her, and set Liam down on the cold steps. She shouted as I turned on my heels to go back inside. I'd seen something in that crowd of crying flesh I refused to leave behind. Jake was already unleashing a sea of flames. I pushed through it, feeling the heat on my flesh and my shirt burning away. My hands reached out into the bodies, taking hold of a small hand. With the last of my strength, I pulled the thin person into my arms, and the heat overtook everything. I woke up on the cool grass, a foot painfully nudging my side. Opening my eyes, I saw a brightening sky and Kayla's worried face. "Jake already took everyone to be treated. I thought you weren't going to wake up," she explained. I sat up with my entire body in pain. I wasn't as burned as I thought, mostly a sunburn on my arms. Next to me was a human-shaped bundle wrapped in a dirty sheet. The building was missing, leaving the hillside empty. "I couldn't leave her behind," I told Kayla, placing a hand on the bundle next to me. "Soft boys like you tend to get swept up into places like these. You're lucky I could pull you out of it," Jake said, very annoyed. "Thank you," I told her. Her face flushed in a way I wasn't expecting. "You're lucky I'm so nice. In fact, I'm so nice I'll take the body you saved and make sure she's buried properly." I was glad for the offer. I doubted I could show up with a random corpse and ask the police to identify her without there being a lot of questions. What do I owe you? I asked, almost scared of the answer. Jake paused, thinking almost as if she wasn't sure. She made a scene of muttering to herself and puttering around. Pancakes, she finally said. Kayla and I looked at each other with a matching expression. There is a breakfast place I've been wanting to try, but it's only open in the mornings. I never wake up before noon. Buy me some and bring them over. And we're even. Jake nodded. That's it? I said, mentally kicking myself after I asked. What, did you want me to, eat you or something? You don't have an ounce of meat on your bones, and it would take too long to fatten you up. With that last comment, she tossed a set of keys into my lap that belonged to Brian's car. Thank you, I told her again, and she stuck her tongue out as if I said something disgusting. I still had her cell phone number, so we could figure out the pancake day and how many she wanted. I might be stuck delivering breakfast to this weirdo for a long while, and I was perfectly alright with that. A few weeks ago, my wife and I went on a road trip for a family reunion in El Paso, Texas. I am now sitting in the hospital waiting room, desperately wishing we hadn't. How much longer? Melanie asked, leaning her seat back and putting her hand into the small of her back in a feeble attempt to find a more comfortable position. Google says we've got a few more hours to go, I said, glancing quickly at my phone sitting in the cup holder, then putting my eyes back on the road. Do we need to stop again? Melanie shifted in her seat a bit, removed her hand from behind her, then sat it back up to its original vertical position. At 7 months pregnant, her options for comfort were quickly dwindling, and none of them involved the front seat of a car. No, let's just go. If we stop again, I'm not going to want to get back into the car. Signal lost, my phone's robotic female voice announced. I sighed. The phone had been doing that for the past couple of hours at increasing intervals. There had apparently been an accident or something on the main highway, which would have backed us up by at least an hour according to the all-knowing Google. In order to avoid that, we'd taken a detour that snaked around the accident through the desert on a 2-lane highway. That had been 3 hours ago, maybe more. It was hard to keep track of when it had happened because even before the phone had alerted us of the accident, the whole trip had been little more than a palette of browns and grays, broken up only by the regular bathroom break. As I saw it, the New Mexico desert was the skid mark on the underpants of America, and if I never had the pleasure of driving through it again, it would be too soon. The sun had set about an hour ago, not long before the signal started getting more spotty, and the highway hypnosis had really started to get to me. There was nothing but desert on either side of us, and even with the high beams on, the darkness covered us like a thick blanket. Got any more Red Bull? I asked. If we're gonna go for a few more hours, I need some wings. Melanie reached into the back seat for a second, grunting with discomfort, then returned with a can of Red Bull. Last one, she said. This was sitting on the seat, so the sun warmed it up for you. Great, I said, taking the can, cracking the seal, and swallowing 3 large gulps. This will sit well with all the other junk I've been eating for the past 2 days. Without a baby on the way, Mel and I could have driven the stretch between Bozeman and El Paso in 2 days without a problem, but with her being as pregnant as she was, we had to carve out almost double the time, and she was still miserable. I let out a burp that tasted like all the atrocious snacks and truck stop food from that day mixed with the warm energy drink I was layering on top, and solemnly promised myself I would eat nothing but salad and water for the rest of my life. Turn left here for the Church of Christ. I thought the Church of Christ was back there, Mel said, reading the dilapidated sign as we passed it. No, that was the Church of Jesus Christ, I said. Big difference, apparently. All through the drive, we'd seen a wide variety of local churches, mostly generic, but after passing one called the Church of Liberty over a backdrop of a poorly drawn Confederate flag, we had turned it into a sort of game to see who could find the most outlandish one. We sat in silence for a while, listening to the hum of the engine and the intermittent signal lost notification from my phone. I had looked at the phone earlier when the signal was stronger, and saw that we just needed to go to the end of this road, turn right, and we'd find ourselves getting back onto the freeway. So although the intermittent announcement from the cup holder was annoying, I wasn't particularly concerned. That wasn't until we saw a sign that said, "Freeway entrance, left, 1 mile." "I thought you said it was a right at the end of the road," Melanie said, sitting up and grabbing the phone. "That's what it said," I insisted. "I checked it last time we had service like half an hour ago. We had about 60 or so miles to go and then it was a right." "How sure are you?" she asked, putting the phone back into the cup holder. "'Cause your phone is still saying it has no service, so it's not going to be any help." "Pretty," I said. Just then we passed another sign, "Freeway entrance, left, 0.5 mile." "At least, I think so." "I think we should follow the signs," Mel said. "I don't want to get lost out here, and the phone hasn't had consistent service in a while. It could have reset and changed routes or something to have us avoid the highway. Remember last time?" I did remember last time. A Vegas trip that ended up being 4 hours longer than it should have been because my phone reset and had us taking frontage roads and city streets. It would have been longer had Mel not thought to check the route on her phone. I was sure that I had seen it was taking us back to the highway, and that the next turn was a right in about 30 minutes or so given our current speed. But with the evidence to the contrary quickly approaching me in the darkness, illuminated by my headlights, I made the single most critical mistake that I would regret for the rest of my life. I followed the street sign and turned left. Mel leaned back in her seat, embarking again on her quest for a comfortable position, and I continued to stare at the lines in the road as we passed. Time begins to lose meaning when you've been on the road in the dark for as long as we were that night. It could have been hours that we spent speeding straight down the desert road, or it could have been days. With no focal point, it was really up to the clock alone to tell us how long we'd been there, and the clock on the dashboard had inexplicably reset at some point, something it did on occasion for most of the time I'd owned the car. Another bullet for Melanie to fire at me whenever we got into our marital spats. I didn't care, and she didn't really either, but it was another straw to load up on the camel's back nonetheless. My faith in the phone had begun to waver even further, as I was becoming sure even that clock was running slow somehow. We'd go for 5 or 6 miles according to the odometer, and the clock would only read a minute or two had passed. I drained the last bit of Red Bull down my throat, again promising myself nothing but clean eating after this trip was over. Moments later I felt a dull pressure in my bowels. The last drop of liquid must have been the last straw for my bladder. Mel slept quietly next to me, having finally crashed a while back, and I made the second decision I would come to regret. Although we hadn't seen another car for miles, I flipped my hazard lights on and pulled over to the side of the road. I turned off the car and stepped out of the car and relieved myself, relishing one of the finer points of being a man, and having the ability to take a leak in the middle of the road without much fanfare and return to the car. Mel stirred then and asked if we were there yet. "Not yet, just a bit further. I had to take a leak." She rolled her eyes and closed them again. I turned the key to start the car back up and heard a sound that sunk my heart into my stomach. Click, 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 click. I said under my breath. Please don't do this. I turned the key again and once more heard the series of clicks telling me that my car didn't have enough power to start back up. I sighed, resting my head against the steering wheel in defeat. What's wrong? Mel asked, opening one eye. Battery's dead. What? There was a hint of panic in her voice, and she sat back up, totally awake now. But the car was just running. Yeah, it was running off the alternator. The battery needs just enough power to start, then the car can run off of the power generated by the alternator. All we need is a jump, and we should be able to get the rest of the way, as long as we don't turn the car off. But who's gonna jump us? Mel asked. When was the last time you saw a car? It's been a while, I admitted. Definitely not since we made that turn back there. Mel spat. Stay here, I said, unbuckling my seatbelt. Where are you going? She asked, the panic in her voice rising. Just up there, I said, pointing down the road. I think I see a sign maybe 100 yards out there. It might give us an idea of which direction we need to go, or if we need to just wait until the sun comes up. I could tell she didn't like it, but she didn't say anything. I'll keep my flashlight on so you can see where I am. I'll just go there, then straight back. She nodded. Unless I see a Denny's, then you're on your own. She flipped me off. I kissed her cheek and stepped out into the night. The air was brisk despite having been downright hot during the day, and I remembered learning in science class as a kid that desert wildlife had to be tough enough to endure not only the heat during the day, but the cold, sometimes freezing temperatures at night as well. I shivered and hugged my arms around my torso and made my way down the road to where I thought I'd seen a road sign. As I approached, I realized it wasn't the kind of sign I was hoping for. It was made of cracked wood that looked just a little better than the sign for the church we'd seen a while back, and on it painted in white letters it read, Gomper's Farm, above a crudely drawn arrow pointing down a dirt path to the right. My gaze followed the arrow, and I thought I could see a light far off in the distance. A scream broke through the darkness that turned my blood to ice. Mel? I called, wheeling around and bolting back the way I came. Melanie! I could see the shape of the car in the distance, but it was far too far away for my flashlight to do much good. I sprinted down the road screaming my wife's name in a hot panic. What? Melanie called back, alarmed. I slowed when I heard her voice and held the light up again. She was standing on the passenger side of the car with the door open. I thought I heard you screaming, I said through heaving breaths. She looked around confused. No? You didn't hear that? I asked. She shook her head. No, I don't think so. I was in the car until I heard you yelling, though. Where did it come from? I don't know, I said, shaking my head and spitting the bitter flavor of adrenaline into the dirt. Maybe it was an animal or something, she suggested. What did the sign say? There's a farmhouse or something about a mile down the road, I think, I explained. It's not exactly ideal, but if I jog it, I could make it in about 10 minutes or so. If anyone's there, all they'd have to do is give me a ride back and help us jump the car. If nobody's there, we'll probably have to wait till morning unless a car happens to pass by. She mulled it over for a moment. Then I saw the resolve on her face, and I knew what was coming next. I'm going with you then. I didn't like it, but I could tell that arguing wasn't going to get me anywhere but the doghouse. And, considering the scream I'd heard, or thought I heard anyway, I preferred having her close. Fine, I agreed. Grab your jacket, though. I'm gonna grab mine and a couple of water bottles from the back. A moment later, we were hiking down the road, our silhouettes illuminated intermittently by the orange hazard lights we'd elected to leave on. I doubt the battery would last if those lights were on too long, but if someone was driving past, I would hate for them to miss it. Mel had thought to leave a note on the windshield telling whomever found it that we'd gone to the farmhouse and would be back shortly. If anyone was kind enough to stop, they'd hopefully see the letter and stick around long enough to help. That, or they'd know where to look for us coming back so they could take whatever they wanted out of the car before we returned. There was a cool breeze that played with our hair as we walked. Not uncomfortable, but enough to make me zip my jacket up just a bit more. Mel held the only flashlight we had, and the beam bounced up and down in the darkness like a buoy. The car was barely visible when Mel shrieked so suddenly, I nearly tripped on my own foot. What? I asked, suddenly panicked. Look, she said, extending her finger past the head of the flashlight. What? It's gone now. Didn't you see it? No, I was too busy asking myself why I'm hiking with a pregnant banshee. There's something out there, she said, ignoring my jab. Just past that rock, I saw a pair of golden eyes. Probably a coyote, I said, starting to walk again. They're cowards. If we keep walking and talking, nothing should bug us, especially if we stick to the road here. Mel nodded, then caught up to me. How much longer do you think it'll be till we get to the farm? Don't know, I shrugged. 10 or 15 minutes maybe. Just then I saw the eyes she was talking about, out in the distance. Next to a large boulder on the side of the road sat a pair of curious golden eyes. Definitely a coyote, I said, pointing at it. You can see its shape a bit. All fours, low to the ground. It looks like it might be a little bit longer than the ones I've seen, but there's not much else out here that looks like that. That's probably what I heard earlier too. One of these guys catching a rabbit or something. I wasn't sure I believed it, but it felt good to get some sort of explanation on the record. We kept talking as we walked down the path, closer to the eyes, and when they disappeared, I was a bit disappointed, but not surprised. Part of me wanted to see the coyote up close, but if we got close enough to see it, that probably meant we were close to a den, which is the last place we'd want to find ourselves. We talked about what we'd do when we finally got home, and how soon we'd find ourselves laughing about the whole ordeal when Mel stopped suddenly in the middle of the road. Crap. What is it now? I asked, looking around another pair of eyes. I have to pee. No chance you can hold it? I asked, holding back a chuckle at the poor timing. Not unless we can talk this kid out of using my bladder as a waterbed, she replied, handing me the flashlight. Where should I go? Why not right here? Are you kidding? Not even a little bit, I said. You probably shouldn't wander too far off the trail, and it's not like anyone's around to see you anyway. Hell, if someone showed up and the universe decided now was the time to embarrass you, I'd still take that over the rest of the walk. Fine, she sighed, pulling her maternity pants down and squatting. As she did her business, I took the opportunity to scan the surroundings with the flashlight. I found a few more pairs of golden eyes on either side of the road, which quickened my pulse just a little. I didn't like being outnumbered, and I liked being surrounded even less. Melanie finished her business, and with some assistance from me to get back up to a vertical position, we were off again, our feet crunching against the dirt as we walked. I thought I heard something then, and this time it was my turn to stop. What? Mel asked. Shh, I said. I started again, then stopped. What is it? Mel whispered. Another scream? Nothing, I lied, picking the pace back up. I thought I heard a car. We walked again in silence, Mel forgetting to keep the conversation going to keep the coyotes back, and me listening too intently to think about topics to discuss. I knew I'd heard something behind us. I hadn't noticed it at first, or maybe it hadn't been there at first, but after we stopped, I could make out the faint sound of footsteps on dirt that stopped almost as soon as we did, and picked up, or so I thought. as soon as we had. I'd also heard a strange lapping sound just after we started walking again, like something licking the urine off the dirt road. When the farmhouse came into view, the relief between us was palpable. We had both been too preoccupied with the growing number of eyes on either side of the road that we hadn't noticed that the light I'd seen from the road had shut off. It was a small house, but I hadn't expected much more than what it was given the location. If it had 4 walls and a roof, I would have been happy. But from the outside, I would have guessed that it had at least a few bedrooms, and behind it stood a structure that looked like it may be a detached garage or large shed of some sort. We approached the house, and I was just about to walk up the wooden porch steps when Melanie grabbed my hand. "Hold on." I turned to look at her. Her eyes were wide, and the pupils were so dilated from the darkness they were nearly black. "What's wrong? Do you think this is a good idea?" I rolled my eyes. "If it wasn't, you could have said something 20 minutes ago." "I know, I mean..." She paused for a second. "Do you think these people will help us? We're strangers in the middle of nowhere, and it's the middle of the night." I shrugged. "I think the worst that can happen is they tell us to leave. They'll probably answer the door with a shotgun in hand, but who wouldn't?" Melanie nodded, and I saw her throat work up and down in a dry, nervous swallow. I walked up the few steps, the wood creaking beneath my feet, leaving Melanie at the bottom. I held up my fist and rapped 3 times on the screen door. We waited, listening intently for sounds inside the house, but heard nothing. Instead, I heard what sounded like the soft, padded feet of a coyote in the dirt behind us, but I brushed that away. They were known for being incredibly quiet. That thought didn't make me feel much better. I opened the storm door and knocked again, this time on the wooden door. The sound carried far better, but again we heard nothing but silence. "I think we should go," Melanie said. "Something isn't right." The knot in my stomach agreed, and I turned to leave just as the door opened. "Who's there?" a man's voice said. He hadn't turned the light on in the house, so when I turned back around, all I could see was a silhouette in the dark, illuminated by the ambient glow of Melanie's flashlight that was pointed directly at my back. "I'm sorry to bother you, sir," I said. "My name is Matthew Howell, and this is my wife, Melanie. Our car died down the road, and we were hoping you could give us a jump." "No," the man said under his breath. "No, no, 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 no." "Sorry?" I said, thinking I misheard him. "Sorry, no, we cannot jump your car tonight. It'll have to wait until morning." "Sir, I'm sorry to impose, but we really can't..." A twig snapped behind me. Very quiet, but clear nonetheless. "Please come inside," the man said. "You'll stay here tonight." I turned to look at Melanie, who was already walking up the steps. The man opened the door wider to let us in and clicked on a light in the hallway, bathing us in a glow that immediately made me feel better. The farmhouse looked on the inside just as I would have guessed. It was modestly furnished with what looked like handcrafted furniture. Paintings of flowers and landscapes adorned striped wallpaper-covered walls that looked like they were most recently renovated in the 70s. And faded area rugs covered wood floors that creaked beneath our feet even with the slightest weight. The man who stood before me now looked just like the kind of person who would live in a house like this. He had thin white hair and a large beard with yellow tobacco stains around his mouth, and he wore a set of beige long johns under a pair of pants that were held up with suspenders. The outfit of a man who had been disturbed in his bed. I guessed he was somewhere in his 60s, still reasonably muscular from working on the farm, but well past his prime and settling into the atrophy of old age. He had been holding a shotgun in one hand, and just then put it down and leaned it up against the door frame. The man turned and called to someone inside the house. "Ma, put a kettle on, would ya? We've got 2 here for the night." "Really?" I said. "I don't think we can..." "I insist," the man said, turning back to me. "The roads aren't safe at night. It's too easy to get turned around. Yeah, I can see that, I admitted. I thought we were doing well until we saw that sign for the highway back there. The man looked at me, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw something in his eyes, but before I could make out what it was gone. The sign, was all he said, and gave an understanding nod. Do you have a restroom I could use? Melanie asked, cutting in. Yes, down the hall and... The man stopped when he saw her, and again there was something in his expression I didn't like, but again I couldn't make it out before it was gone. To the right, he finished. Melanie thanked him and made her way to the bathroom. We'll be just around the corner in the kitchen, the man told her. He turned and led me around the corner, where I now heard someone else bustling about, presumably putting a kettle on. My name is Arthur, the man said, sitting down at the kitchen table. This here is Ruthie, he said, gesturing to a small woman in a white nightgown, who was just then lighting the gas stove. Ruthie turned around and offered me a smile. Hello, she said. Did I hear your name is Matthew? I nodded. Yes, and my wife's name is Melanie. They're in the family way, Arthur told Ruthie. Oh dear, Ruthie said pleasantly. How exciting. How far along is she? Not the word I'd use, Arthur said under his breath. 7 months, I told her. 7 months, she exclaimed, beaming. And where is she now? She's in the restroom, I said. Oh, I've got some things for her. Let me run and get them, Ruthie said pleasantly, then disappeared around the corner. Arthur and I sat in silence for a moment. Then I said, Are you sure you can't just give us a jump? Or do you have a phone I could use? He shook his head. Sorry, but no. Ruthie and I don't go out after dark, and we haven't had use for a phone in 20 years or more. We'll be happy to give you a ride back to your car and get you on your way as soon as the sun's up. What if we... Listen, Arthur said seriously, leaning forward. He again wore the expression I'd seen earlier. It was one I didn't understand, but looking back at it now, I think my father, who had served in Desert Storm, and had seen the expression worn by men as they stood on the other side of a loaded gun but were determined to show courage in the face of fear, would have picked it up in an instant. You were with your lady the whole time, right? Ever since the car broke down, yeah, I said. And even before that, we've been elbow to elbow for just about every second for the past 2 days. All right, good. He leaned back in his chair. That's good. What's this about? I asked. And perhaps he would have told me then, although looking back I doubted that he could have. Not then. But the tea kettle began to whistle, and Ruthie returned quickly to shut it off and poured the contents into 4 mugs. Melanie came around the other corner and took a seat next to me. Ruthie asked if we took cream or sugar in our tea, which neither of us did. Then she brought mugs over with chamomile tea bags steeping in each of them and took a seat next to Arthur. We have a guest bedroom at the end of the hall you can use until the morning, Ruthie said. I'm glad you found your way here safely. Yeah, Melanie said, bobbing her tea bag up and down in the water by the string it was attached to. Those coyotes were really giving me the creeps. Coyotes? Ruthie asked. Yeah, Ma, coyotes, Arthur said in a tone that sounded like they'd had the conversation 1,000 times. I gotta chase them away from the chickens at least a few times a week, you know that. She nodded. Yes, I just meant I hadn't seen any tonight was all. Probably because they were all with us, I said. There were about a dozen sets of eyes following us up the road. A dozen, you say? Ruthie asked, surprised. Yeah, that'd make sense, Arthur said. They didn't try to get you, though, did they? No, Melanie said, taking a small, exploratory sip of her tea, then another larger one, satisfied that it wasn't too hot. They stayed off the road. I think one of them was behind us, though, so I don't think they all stayed off the road, I said. Melanie looked at me reproachfully. And when did you plan on telling me? As soon as we didn't have one behind us anymore, I told her, shrugging. They didn't get too close, though, Arthur said. No, they kept their distance, I told him. I'm pretty sure the closest one was the one behind us, and that was still a ways back, I think. He nodded and sipped his own mug. That's good. Those coyotes are serious business. Do you get many of them out here? Melanie asked. Arthur ran a hand through his thin silver hair. You could say that, I suppose. More than most, but less than some. I think they like the chickens we keep in the back. Not much else to eat around here that isn't burrowed away somewhere. So it's an easy meal if they can get at them before I hear the commotion and fire off a round or two. Melanie shivered. I'm glad I don't have to worry about that sort of thing. Where are you folks from? Arthur asked, sipping at his own mug now. Montana, I said. We have coyotes up our way too, but they mostly stay in the more rural parts. And we don't have chickens or anything to worry about. I found one rooting around in the garbage, though, when I was a kid. I told everyone I thought I saw a wolf. The boy who cried wolf, Melanie teased, jabbing my side with her elbow. That's Matt, all right. I rolled my eyes and fiddled with my own tea bag. I wasn't one for tea, especially chamomile, because it reminded me of being sick as a kid. My mother swore by her herbal remedies, especially those that came in the form of tea. Are we really staying the night? Melanie asked, turning to me. I looked at Arthur, who gave me a clear, solemn nod. I said. Yeah, I guess we are. It's late and Arthur and Ruthie say they have a guest room we can stay in for the night. Are you sure? Melanie asked, turning to Ruthie. It won't be too much trouble? Ruthie waved off the idea like a fly. None at all. We haven't had visitors in 10 years or better. Not since the Pruitts came for Christmas. And aside from my boys, you are the first to come to our door in just about as long. Oh, you have children? Melanie asked. Long grown now, Arthur said, nodding and staring into his mug. Twins, Ruthie said, beaming. They're about your age, I'd guess. I've got most of their old clothes and things in the back room, if you'd like to take a look before you go to bed. I pulled the chest out of the closet already. Melanie looked at me and I gave her a shrug. Then she returned Ruthie's smile, and together they made their way further into the house. You two are lucky, Arthur said when the woman had left. How do you figure? I asked. When the coyotes are hungry, they'll try to get at just about anything that moves. If you really had as many watching as you say, you could have been walking to your own graves. I wasn't sure I believed him, but the shiver that crawled down my spine certainly did. We sat in silence for a while, listening to the distant voices of our wives talking about children, and the tick of an old grandfather clock somewhere in the house when I heard the scream again. It was coming from outside, somewhere close to the house, but it was hard to tell. I sat up in my chair, but Arthur didn't move. Birds, he said flatly. Sorry? I asked. We've got birds out here that sound like that sometimes, he said. Sound like a lady shrieking, or sometimes a child crying, but it's just the birds calling out to each other. Birds, he nodded. What kind of birds sound like that? He shrugged. I don't know. I heard them called lyrebirds once. Not sure if it was the name or just a fitting description of the things. Yeah, I said, feeling the name scratch away something on the surface of my brain, a fact buried under the dust and cobwebs of my mind. I've heard of those, I think. They can copy other noises like parrots can, right? I thought they lived in Australia or something. Arthur shrugged again. Couldn't say. I don't even know if that's what they are for certain, but I know that the sound we just heard was one of them birds. I settled back in my seat, feeling better about the scream I'd heard earlier. It would have made sense if it came from the air. That could explain why I wasn't sure where it had come from. That reminds me of something that happened to me as a kid. Nothing like crying wolf, but it was an important lesson, I think. Arthur said, his words careful somehow. I took a sip of the tea between my palms, not because I wanted it, but because it felt impolite to leave the whole mug full. You ever heard of Arthur searched for the word. A brood parasite? I think that's what they call it. I shook my head. It's a kind of bird that leaves its eggs in another bird's nest. Sometimes it'll push the other eggs out, but usually it just leaves their eggs for the other bird to care for. I heard about these when I was a little boy, maybe 8 or so, and I found a robin's nest with a bunch of little blue eggs, and one single black and white speckled one. I thought I'd found something really special, so every day that spring, I would climb that tree to see if it hatched. A couple weeks went by and eventually the egg hatched. It was the first one, and I was so excited to see the little black chick inside. Not long after the others hatched, and each of them was a little robin that looked nothing like this blackbird, which was now twice the size of these other ones. The days went by, and one day, as I was about to climb the tree, I found one of the baby robins laying in the grass. I picked it up and climbed back up the tree to find that, of the 4 robins that had started in the tree, there was only one left, and of course my big black bird was now far larger than the others. It had started to knock the other birds out of the nest. I put the chick that I had saved in the grass back into the nest, and do you know what the black bird did? I shook my head. It killed it right before my eyes. Tore it apart like it was nothing. I ran to tell my father, and that's when I learned about birds that impose their eggs in other nests so that the other birds will raise them. I thought that. A voice outside interrupted us. It was a cry that almost sounded like it had words this time, but the words were indistinguishable, despite the fact that it sounded like it was coming from right outside the window. Arthur sat bolt upright and turned his head quickly to the window. He stood from his seat and crossed the room with 3 large steps. I was just telling a story. Leave us be. I couldn't be certain, but I thought I heard something scurry away in the dirt. What was that? I asked, trying not to sound as nervous as how I felt. Them coyotes, Arthur said. I thought you said the cries were the birds, I said. Them too, Arthur said, his tone coming off more annoyed than anything, although there was something else as well. The coyotes get curious and the birds get agitated, and before I know it, this house is the busiest place in all of New Mexico. He walked around the house and I heard the doorknob shake. Was he checking the lock? Then he returned. I think it's best we call it a night. Ruthie'll be up early to make y'all breakfast, but feel free to sleep in as late as you'd like. In the morning, we'll take the truck down to the road, and I'll jump it for you and you'll be on your way. I took another gulp of tea, trying to get the mug down at least halfway, and agreed. Melanie was totally out by the time I entered the room. She couldn't have been there for long, but I saw that Ruthie had set her up nicely with a nest of pillows in all the right places, and it looked like this might be the first night in weeks that she got a decent night's sleep. I undressed down to my boxers and slid into bed next to my wife. I was exhausted, but sleep was nowhere to be found, and so I lay there staring up at the ceiling, wondering about the decisions that had led us to here. There had been a knot growing in the pit of my stomach ever since we'd parked the car, and it had only tightened since we'd arrived at the farmhouse. Arthur and Ruthie were nice enough, but there was something they weren't telling us. If I were watching the night play out like a movie, I imagined that the twist would be that they were secretly plotting our demise, or that the screaming sounds I'd been hearing were those of their victims chained up in the large garage behind the house. but I didn't think so. It wasn't that I didn't think they were capable. I'd only just met them, and had no idea what they were actually capable of. It was more that it just didn't seem to fit. It was the look on Arthur's face when he asked me if I'd been with Melanie the whole time we'd been stopped there. It was the undertone of his voice when he told whatever was outside that he was just telling me a story. It was the story itself. What was that exactly? Just an elderly man retelling a memory from his childhood. Or was it something else? A cry echoed outside the window, this one sounding like "Ma." It sounded more believable now that it was a bird, because it certainly didn't sound human now that it had the chance to hear it without other sound pollution. Not exactly human anyway. Melanie snorted beside me. The preamble to a full-on snore coming in the next few weeks, I was sure. Another scream, this one closer, but from a different direction. The birds were all talking to each other. I sighed and closed my eyes, trying to will myself to sleep, even if it was just for a couple of hours. The house was cold, probably from poor insulation and the single-paned windows. I pulled the sheets up and turned to my side, pulling my knees up to my chest for just a little extra warmth. I was nearly asleep when I heard the claws scratch the wall outside the house and my eyes flew open. Was that the coyotes again? Did coyotes do that? I wasn't sure. I sat up and listened for more, knowing full well that in the morning I would feel silly for being as scared as I was, but also knowing that the night has a way of making monsters come out, even if they're just the ones in your head. A scream broke through the silence, this one incredibly loud and right outside my window. I looked over at Melanie, expecting her to be as awake as I was, but she only stirred. I got out of bed and crossed the room, throwing the curtains open, hoping to scare away whatever was sitting outside. I hadn't expected to see a face on the other side of the glass. I stumbled backward, tripping on my own feet and falling onto the wooden floor with a sharp thud. From where I lay, I could see nothing but moonlight coming through the crack in the curtain, and for that I was thankful. Had the face been that of Arthur, I would have at least understood, despite how sick it would have made me feel. But the face I saw through the glass wasn't Arthur, or Ruthie. I don't think it was even human. Just like the sounds of screaming I had heard through the wall, it was close to being human, but still not quite right. The eyes were too big and far apart, the mouth too wide, the nose too flat. Could it have been my reflection? The logical part of my mind liked that answer. It liked it a lot. I stood up cautiously, fearful that the face would still be there peering at me through the glass. But as I stood, I saw that that wasn't the case. I could see myself in the glass, just well enough to convince myself that that's what I had seen. Scared of my own reflection. Had Melanie been awake, there's no way I would ever live this one down. But despite the noises I had just made, she still lay soundly asleep. I closed the curtains again, taking care to ensure that not a sliver of moonlight came through them, then lay back down next to my wife. I didn't sleep much that night. I don't think I would have regardless. Given the intermittent screams and cries coming from just outside my bedroom window. But every time I closed my eyes, I could see the image of the face that was looking back at me through the glass. A circus funhouse image for a human face, burned into my retinas like the flash of a camera lens. I must have fallen asleep at some point, because I opened my eyes to find rods of sunlight cast from the window into the bedroom. Melanie was stirring, which meant soon she would be awake and in the bathroom. I checked my phone, still no service, but it reported the time to be just before 6. I got out of bed and got dressed, determined to get out of there as soon as Melanie was ready. The image from the night before had dulled by then, and although the memory still gave me the creeps, the logical part of my brain had daylight on its side, and by the end of breakfast, I would have myself convinced that it had been my reflection in the glass. I quietly opened the door and stepped out of the bedroom. The scent of coffee wafted through the air, although I didn't hear anyone moving around the house just yet. I made my way to the kitchen, expecting to find either Arthur or Ruthie sitting down at the table enjoying a mug, or at least a full pot of coffee with a timer that had gone off. Instead, I found 2 empty mugs of coffee and a half pot sitting on the burner. I didn't have time to wonder where they'd gone off to, because I heard Ruthie's voice in the yard calling to Arthur. I peeked out the window to see Arthur's truck backing up toward the large garage. "Was it just the one?" she called to him over the sound of the truck's engine. Arthur turned off the truck, stepped out of the driver's seat, and came around to the bed where he had 2 large iron poles sticking out over the back. "No, it was 2 this time," he said. "Got a 1-mile one and a half-mile one now." He dropped the tailgate of the truck, and the 2 metal poles clattered loudly. "They're getting more clever, Ruth," Arthur said, hoisting the large street signs out of the back of the truck and carrying them to the shed. "It was only the one sign with the Pruitts, and I don't even know where they're getting these things. Probably off some stretch of the road around here. We're going to have to do something about it sooner, or—" "Don't you say such a thing," Ruthie said sharply. I know, Arthur said, putting his hands up. "I'm sorry. I just don't like cleaning up their messes is all." "Well, take it up with them," Ruthie said. "He's your—" Arthur looked up fiercely at her, and she didn't finish her sentence. "He may be yours, but he ain't mine," he growled. "Mine's out under the apple tree." The couple walked around toward the door, and I quickly slipped back to the bedroom. Melanie was sitting up. "Hey, Matt, what time is it?" "I don't know," I said. "Somewhere around 6, I think. We should get going, though." Melanie stretched. "Yeah," she said through a wide yawn. "That's probably a good idea. How'd you sleep?" "I slept great," I lied, knowing that the truth would surely cause questions that I'd rather not answer just then. "Me too," she said, scratching the back of her head. "Best night's sleep I'd had since I got pregnant. Let me pee, then I'll get dressed and we can go." I agreed, trying not to sound too eager with the rising sense of unease filling my gut. She got out of bed, donned a robe that I assume Ruthie had given her the night before, and padded her way to the guest bathroom across the hall. Arthur had gotten up earlier this morning to collect the street signs we had seen the night before. That much was obvious. What wasn't obvious was why. Who had put them there? The elderly couple returned from outside just as Mel was coming back from the bathroom. "Oh," Ruthie exclaimed. "I didn't think you two would be up for at least another hour or so. Let me get breakfast on." "That's all right," I said. "We really should get back on the road anyway." "I have coffee on already, so at least take a cup to go with a couple of blueberry muffins I made the night before last." I opened my mouth to politely decline, but Mel beat me to it. "I don't think I can look at a blueberry right now," she said, followed by a dry heave. The woman nodded knowingly. "Just fine, then. How about you?" I shook my head. "I'm not much of a breakfast person," I told her. "All right," Ruthie said, drawing out the word like she was talking to children. "But if you leave this house hungry, it's your own fault." She went into the kitchen presumably to get her own breakfast started, and Melanie went back to the bedroom to collect her things. But Arthur lingered with me in the hallway. "Your wife get morning sickness a lot?" he asked after a silence that felt like an eternity, broken only by the sound of Ruthie's movements in the kitchen. "She did at first," I told him. "This is the first time in a while, though. The road trip is probably taking a toll, I think." Arthur nodded slowly. "Yeah, probably." Then, after another long pause, "You said you were with her the whole time, right? Ever since your car broke down?" "Yeah," I said slowly. "Why?" He shook his head, as if that told me all that I needed to know. "All right, Matt," Mel said, opening the door behind me. "I'm ready when you are." "I'll get my keys," Arthur said. The ride back to the car was quiet and uneventful. Mel waited in the passenger seat, resuming her quest for a comfortable position, while I popped the hood and went to work connecting the two batteries to each other to start the car. To my relief, the car started on the second try. "Thank you for everything," I told Arthur as I slammed the hood of the car down. "Last night would have been much worse if it wasn't for you and your wife." I offered my hand out for him to shake, which he took with the leathery grip of a man who had spent his whole life working with his hands. There was another look in his eyes then, as we stood on the shoulder of the road shaking hands, that told me there was more that he wanted to say, but something even then was holding him back. We loosened our grip, and just before I could turn away, Arthur stopped me. "Hold on a minute," he said. "I've got something for you from Ruthie." He went to the cab of his truck and returned with a dilapidated cardboard box. "Some clothes for your little one. It ain't much, but we won't get any use out of them." I took the box and thanked him, doubting that we'd ever use them, but feeling that if I refused, he would insist, and I would still leave with the box. "Thanks, Arthur," I said. "One more thing," he said before I could turn around. His voice got quiet when he spoke, just above a whisper and far too quiet for anyone other than the two of us to hear. I looked up at him and frowned, searching his face for the joke that wasn't there, nodded uneasily, then said goodbye. Arthur stood in the middle of the dirt road, waving broadly at us from the rearview mirror as his silhouette disappeared into the dust kicked up by our tires. I never thought I'd return to Gompers Farm, let alone so quickly, but circumstances change, and with them, expectations. It took me nearly a whole day to find the road signs had let us down, and by then it was dusk and I returned back to my hotel, so as not to be out after dark. Melanie stayed home this time. Her condition had gotten significantly worse since our road trip, and she had been prescribed bed rest, among other things, until she was ready to deliver. Her mother hadn't been happy with me flying out to New Mexico, even with the lie we told her about it being a work trip, but her mother's chagrin was a small price to pay for what I was hoping to get out of a reunion with Arthur and Ruthie. I drove up the dirt road, following the only street sign now for Gompers Farm, hoping to find an answer to something that had happened to us not long after returning home. I parked my car next to Arthur's pickup truck and stepped out. I waited for a moment, wondering if I would hear the sound of the birds carrying human-like screams along the air. To my relief, I heard nothing at all. I walked around to the front of the house, prepared to knock as I had mere weeks before, but found that I didn't need to. The door to the farmhouse was open. Dirt coated the entrance floor, suggesting that it had been open for a while. Cautiously, remembering the face I had seen in the window but feeling the bravery given to me by the daylight, I called out into the house. "Hello?" I called. "Arthur? Ruthie?" No reply. I stepped into the house, noting first that the shotgun Arthur had answered the door with was no longer propped against the wall in the corner by the door. "Hello?" I called again. "Is anyone there?" I explored the house carefully, worried that if I surprised anyone too much that I would find my skull full of buckshot, but sensing that I was totally alone. The kitchen was clean, with only a couple of plates in the sink with dried-on food that could have been from the night before, or perhaps longer. The bedroom where Mel and I had stayed looked exactly like we had left it. I called out again as I headed up the stairs towards the part of the house I hadn't been. There were 3 doors down the hallway from the top of the stairs. I chose the first and opened it. It was a young boy's room, a time capsule from decades ago. The boy who had once dwelt here must have been 6 or so, judging by the toys, books, and decorations that filled the space. Above the bed in large block letters was the name Jonathan. The next room was a bathroom adorned with yellow daisies over most of the surfaces. I opened the door to the final room and was struck by 2 things simultaneously. First was the body of Ruthie Gomper laying in the bed. She wore a nightgown and looked as if she had gone peacefully in her sleep. Second was the putrid odor that had somehow not completely filled the house, possibly because the door had been left open. It was clear that she had been dead for at least a few days, perhaps not long after Mel and I had left. But there was still no sign of Arthur. I went downstairs and out the front door, glad to be rid of the smell that followed me after I opened the door. I walked around the side of the house, calling Arthur's name and getting nothing in return. I checked inside the large shed and found the road signs that Mel and I had seen driving down the road that night, along with a third that said freeway entrance, left 1 mile. Just like the first sign we had seen. I turned the flashlight in my phone on and held it up to get a better look at the shed. There was some old farm equipment scattered around the area, but what caught my attention was toward the back. I took a few more steps to get a better look and found a corner of the space had been decorated like a bedroom. There was an old bed with a rusty frame and a torn mattress set up in the corner, along with a collection of what appeared to be chew toys sprinkled around. Above the bed in block letters, similar to the boy's bedroom I had seen in the house, was the name Christopher. I took a few more curious steps forward to get a better look at the makeshift living space, then felt something at my feet. I stooped to pick up the item buried in the dirt and found part of a chain. As I picked it up, the chain emerged from its resting place in the ground, and as I pulled it up, I found that it was connected to a large metal pole posted near the bed. I followed the chain to the other side and found at the end part of a broken shackle. I dropped the chain, letting it tinkle to the ground, and left as quickly as I could. If Arthur was here, I knew that this was the last place he would want me to be. I examined the rest of the farmyard, wondering where, if at all, I would find Arthur, and my eyes landed on a shape beneath a tree in the distance. I could hear Arthur's voice from the weeks before, "Mine's under the apple tree," and wondered if this was the tree he had spoken of. As I drew closer, the shape beneath the tree became clearer, and I recognized it as the man I sought. "Arthur!" I called, beginning to jog now. "Arthur, I really need to..." I stopped. It was Arthur, but he wouldn't be answering any of my questions. The top of his skull was missing, and his body was slumped against the trunk of the tree, hunched over the barrel of the shotgun that still rested in his mouth. His body was covered in bite marks and scratches that looked like perhaps he had given himself the least painful death presented to him. Beside Arthur's body stood a wooden cross with the name Jonathan carved into the horizontal piece. He had said his was under the apple tree. He had meant his son. Which begged the question I had come with that now seemed wouldn't be answered. What happened to the other boy? A piece of paper stuck out between Arthur's fingertips. I stooped down and grabbed it, hoping perhaps a suicide note would give me at least part of the answer I had come for. It wasn't a note, however, but a photograph. One that had to be 25 years old or so. A younger-looking Arthur smiled back at me, holding a 5-year-old at his hip who wore a wide grin and a pair of overalls just like his father. Next to them stood a younger Ruthie, who stood next to another child who was far larger than the first and whose face had been scratched out. My stomach twisted in knots as I looked down at the second boy. The shirt he wore was one that had been given to us in the box of old clothes. But despite the clothes, it was clear to see that there was still something off about him. His legs and arms weren't quite right, his fingers too long, his torso too thin. It was the body that belonged to the face I had seen when we had spent the night and I opened up the curtain, a creature meant to seem human, but had just missed the mark. I put the photograph back into Arthur's dead hand and walked back toward my car. Melanie hadn't been right ever since we left that night. She had gotten sicker and sicker by the day. Her obstetrician gynecologist had insisted that we had come in to make sure everything was all right, and that was when we discovered it. Melanie was pregnant with twins. The doctor told us that it was possible, however rare, to miss a child on the ultrasound, but I knew that wasn't what it was. The pieces all started to fall together for me over the next few days, which led me to take a flight back out to New Mexico in the hopes that Arthur and Ruthie could help us. When we had left that day, Arthur had told me something that I hadn't taken very seriously then. He said, "If she has two, take the little one and run." Those words echoed in my head when we went through the box of clothes Ruthie had given us. We saw that the baby clothes came mostly in pairs, which made sense because we knew that the couple had twin boys. But when we noticed that there was always a far larger outfit than the other, I began to wonder why Arthur had told me to take the little one and run. What had happened to his little one? Furthermore, why had he been so concerned about me leaving Melanie alone that night? He had asked me at least twice to make sure, as if it were vitally important, and I had shrugged it off, not realizing then that I had left her alone that night, just once, when I jogged out to get a better view of the street sign, just before I heard her scream. She doesn't remember it, but I believe that moment is when that thing, Christopher, got to her. Arthur had warned me about the birds that lay their eggs in another bird's nest. He had even gone as far as to call the things making the terrible noises birds, and it hadn't clicked. He had been trying to warn us about Christopher, and however many others like him there were living there at the farm, about the dozen or so pairs of eyes that had followed us up the trail to the house. Those things didn't like that, and stopped him. They had cried out in the dark outside the window as they listened to him tell me the story about the brood parasite birds, and the birds who mimic the sounds of children crying. They didn't like it because by then, they had laid their egg, leaving nothing but a faint, white scar encircling her navel that was nearly completely gone now, and they didn't want us to know. I wonder if Arthur had killed Christopher before taking his own life. The wounds on his body told the story of a man who had fought hard against a wild animal, and I could only imagine it had been the creature who had been born from his wife's womb alongside her son. He had told me that the black bird had ripped the other bird to pieces when he was a boy, and I couldn't help but think that the same thing had happened to his son at the hand of the other. If that were true, the only thing that could stand between Arthur and redemption for his son was Ruthie, and with her gone, that was all he had left to do. I could see him discovering her death and setting out to avenge the death of his only son after all these years, only to find out that the fight was one he could no longer win. He had taken his gun outside and had searched for the beast, eventually finding him and perhaps killing him before crawling his way up to where his son lay, and turning the gun on himself lest the wounds take his life instead. Or perhaps not. There was no way to be sure. Not really. I got back to my car and climbed into the driver's seat. My hands shook as I turned the key and started back down the road. My phone found service for just a moment, and I looked down and saw that I had 3 missed calls, 2 from Mel and 1 from her mother. There was a text message as well that read, "It's happening." I was about to be a father. I stepped on the gas pedal and sped back toward the main road, stopping for only a moment to make the turn at the now defunct sign that read, Gomper's Farm. As I made the turn and the sound of the engine was just low enough, I thought I could hear a cry carried in the air. The sound was almost human. Ma. So why is it called Hollowskin Grove? Eli finally began a few minutes into our hike. I don't know, Heather returned. Probably named after a type of tree that grows around here or something. What? That's a lame answer. What do you mean you don't know? Isn't it your job to research the locations before we check them out? Well, yeah, but the location names aren't always the important part. Just because an area is allegedly haunted doesn't mean it'll be named after the legend. Yeah, it does. That's like 90% of haunted locations. Goatman's Bridge, Amityville House, Gettysburg Battlefield. Okay, well, Goatman's Bridge is a nickname given to Alton Bridge. It was named something else before it was haunted. Same thing with the Queen Mary. The boat isn't actually haunted by the Queen, dude. Look, all I'm saying is that Hollowskin Grove definitely sounds like a location based on a local legend, more than the local flora. Heather shrugged. I don't know what to tell you. Well, I looked into it. All that came up was mentions of it in online forums, and nobody had seemed to actually walk all the way out to the place to confirm what it was. It was all inconsistent accounts from locals about strange noises and figures in the woods. Nothing to link the name to. Hang on. Eli snickered, slowing his pace and placing a hand to his head. You're telling me that we're walking miles out into possibly gator-infested bayous on the word of inconsistent accounts? Look, Eli, we're already scraping the bottom of the barrel here. We've hit all the big ones that we can afford to drive to, so unless you want to start funding plane tickets out of state, this is the best we got. My friend put his arms up in defeat, then crossed them with a smirk. Alright, fine. I'm just saying, we already drove 3 hours to get here, so it'd better be worth it. What's one of these so-called accounts? Convince me. I saw a slight smirk appear on Heather's lips, eager to finally flex her knowledge. Well, like I said, there was a lot of the usual stuff. People hearing noises late at night, screams, moans, ghoulish wails, standard ghost fare, she mocked, wiggling her fingers. But the thing that got me was the disappearances. One of these spots. Jackson finally cued in with a chuckle. How many this time? Allegedly, quite a few. I didn't look into records and stuff for authenticity, but there are a few people who claimed it and gave names, so there has to be merit. A lot of decent-sized towns surrounding this area, so it's not unbelievable that the population could get lost out here. Jackson kept his hands stuffed in the pockets behind his overalls, but adjusted his shoulders nervously. I mean, isn't it possible that they just sort of got stuck in the swamp somewhere, fell into the water, and a gator ate them? That caused Eli to stop in his tracks. Oh, come on, Heather, really? Is that what we're walking into? I am not wading into the bog if... Okay, would you two chill out with the gators? Heather rolled her eyes. This area is clear. There haven't been wildlife reports on crocs in a long time. I made sure of all that. You think I'd want to be out here if that were the case? Hey, don't lump me in with Eli. Jackson chuckled. I was simply pointing out the possibility that maybe those wails and vanishings were not so paranormal. Always healthy to have a stick in the mud along for the ride on our paranormal hunting crew. I quipped at him with a smug look. Keeps us grounded. He flipped me off. Well, if y'all would let me finish my debrief, I could probably diffuse any skepticism you may be having. Heather teasingly huffed. Right. Carry on. I urged her. I had already heard the tale that I knew she was about to tell when she texted me about the spot. But I was eager to hear it again. Thank you, Shell. She gleamed showily before setting her face back into its ominous glare. So there's all these disappearances, right? And that's creepy enough, but get this. There's this guy on one forum, and this area is super low-key, mind you. Not the kind of place that people would actively just make stuff up over, like other urban spots. This guy comes in with a story about how he's out in the woods fishing, right? It's secluded, it's peaceful, and there seems to be a decent amount of fish. So he hangs around for a while and gets carried away till the sun sets to about where it is now. I can feel the hot, humid air around us chill a bit as Jackson, Eli, and I look at the sky that Heather gestures to. The sun's nearly set below the fingers of the surrounding trees, casting the world in that silvery blue haze that comes with twilight, that scarce hour between the hushing of birds and the waking of crickets. A limbo where the comfort of day meets the unknown of night. My excitement grew as Heather continued. Now, according to him, he's a rugged redneck type, the kind that doesn't scare easy, and certainly doesn't fear the dark. But he says that as the lights start to dim, he starts getting this eerie feeling. The air starts to smell rancid, and not like the usual swamp stench. He said it was pure rot. Dead fish and hot old meat. So he's standing there on the shoreline near the water, starting to get a chill up his spine, and he's finally about to leave, but then he hears a slosh across the way. Heather stuck her boot out to a spot where enough water pooled to make a puddle and dragged her foot roughly through it, acquainting our ears with the same sound the man must have heard. He looks up, and there among the trees of the willows and water oaks that are sticking out of the bayou, he sees this man. "Oh, crap," Eli mutters, a tinge of excitement to his tone. He says, from what he can make out, the guy looks normal. Average size, plain build, hair not too long like he's wild or something. But the thing that stands out about him is his skin. The dude is pale as hell and completely naked, just standing in the middle of a swamp before nightfall. "Oh, hell no," I chuckled, the anticipation building in my chest. I already knew the payoff, and Heather knew that I did, but she indulged me anyway. "Oh, it gets worse, because the guy isn't even moving. He's just standing there, still as a statue, staring, sopping wet, with his eyes open wide and mouth hanging in a silent scream." "What the?" Jackson gasped. The guy who posted the story said that he just stands there, not moving, too shocked by what he's looking at. He says the guy doesn't move either, at least, not for some time. He just stands there with his arms out like this. Heather demonstrated by lifting her arms slightly from her sides and letting them hover there, inhumanly, uncomfortably. He said that as he stood frozen, eyeing the stranger down and waiting for him to make a move, he focused in on his face, and that's when he noticed it. He hadn't seen it before because of the weird lighting in the distance, but the man in the water, his eyes were black like coal, just two dark pools boring deep into him. Heather came to a complete stop in her leading, turning to face us with an expression to mirror the one flickering against the back of our eyes. He said as soon as he noticed it, and the flag finally went off to run, the man out in the swamp crouched down, sinking himself into the water until he disappeared. He said the last thing he saw as he snatched up his rod and ran was bubbles on the surface, slowly gargling toward him. We'd all been so invested in her story that we hadn't even realized we'd reached the end of the walking trail, so all of us jumped a bit as Heather backed up without looking, sloshing into the water of the bayou until it rose to her knees. With an innocent smirk, she said, "Well, come on in. The rest of the way we move by pond." Eli, Jackson, and I all looked at one another, and with varying degrees of confidence, checked our waders, then sloshed in after her. And there it was, with the finale of Heather's masterful storytelling. I felt it, that shiver up my spine, that anxiety in my gut. That sweet, sweet adrenaline of fear that only the unknown could bring. It was the high we all chased. It was the reason we did what we did. A lot of people wouldn't fancy the idea of willingly going somewhere they thought might be haunted, but me? I lived for it. Ever since I was a kid, I was fascinated by ghost stories and urban legends. Things that people couldn't explain or places that's origins were borderline unknown. That's a special rush with the unexplained that you just don't get anywhere else. A nagging itch that begs you to scratch it as you uncover more and more truths. That's what always drove me into places like this. Dark forests and abandoned houses. Places so mysterious and dripping with potential that an entire county could make up cultures built around them. But it's always a double-edged sword. That mystery is great, yeah, but it only takes you so far. Most of the time you get there, and after a few hours, the case is closed. It's all made up. The forest really is just dark, and that's all that it is. And that abandoned house, the detached footsteps you were warned of and ghostly groans tend to just be its old wooden joints creaking and popping. The payoff is never as good as the build-up, and though years of running the same routine had yielded minimal results, it never stopped me from pursuing more, because at the end of the day, the high was worth the hangover. It was fun to explore and freak yourself out with friends for an hour or two, because at least the memories that followed outweighed the letdown of the lack of anything real. I think deep down, though, even though I often told myself that, I truly did one day hope to find a pot of gold at the end of that rainbow. Something real and tangible to show that I wasn't silly for chasing childhood campfire tales. Something truly paranormal to scratch that insatiable itch once and for all, whose mystery I could chase until the end of time. Looking back now, I feel foolish for ever wishing for such a thing, for ever thinking that finding such a horror would bring anything good. Our hike through the water began slow and careful, moving through the murk so as to not slosh any into our overalls. We'd borrowed the gear from Eli's dad, and aside from wanting to keep dry ourselves, we really didn't want to return it waterlogged. "Shelby, can you pass the GPS?" Heather asked, leaning back. As much as I'd like to pretend I studied the map by heart, we're gonna get turned around fast with all the water. "What's up with all this anyway? I thought you said there was a walking path," Eli asked. "Apparently there is, but the summer rains flood the bayou and brings the levels up. Someone in the forum who came out here said the place is more worth coming like this anyway. Adds to the creep factor." "I hope so," Jason snickered. "This has to be one of the most intensive treks we've done so far." "It'll be worth it, I bet," I chimed in. "I've got a good feeling about this one." I really did. Maybe it was all that prep and extra effort that made it feel more of a grand adventure, but as the sun set lower in the sky and the space between the trees grew from that hazy blue to a dark, foreboding black, my heart thrummed faster. Deeper into the bog we went, further away from civilization, and more into an unknown that so few other people had dared to travel. Us, though? We were going all the way. That was the plan, at least. Where so many other people had chickened out and never made it to the grove itself, we had the intention of getting to the clearing and seeing if we'd really find the mysterious man of the bayou. Solid proof that all our searching wasn't in vain. We were grizzled veterans at this by now, and we weren't going to be deterred. Then again, maybe a grizzled veteran would have turned back. Maybe they would have seen the signs and got out of that swamp as fast as possible. Maybe it was so many years of that nagging itch that drove us deeper into those woods against our better judgment. I didn't start to feel it until the twine. We had been moving around for half an hour, Heather guiding fearlessly in the front. Eli was behind her, then me, then Jackson heading up the rear. We'd flicked our flashlights on now that the swamp had become a dark maze of moss-tangled stumps and algae-ridden pools. I held my breath each time I swept mine through the trees, caught in the middle of both the desire and fear of spotting a man nestled among the dark bark. He never appeared, though, no matter how deep we went, and there wasn't a noise out of place save the occasional Huron song to join the chorus of cricket chirps. That changed when suddenly Eli went tumbling forward in front of me, nearly toppling into the musky basin, if not for Heather's back to catch himself on. "Whoa, Eli," she scoffed as water sloshed up behind her, sprinkling her back and pouring a bit down her waders. She was mad, but once she saw the state of our friend, she stopped complaining. It was clear he got it worse. All of us tried to be sensitive, but we couldn't help but crack snickers as Eli stood back up, water dripping down his face and shirt as he glared unamused. Eventually our chuckles broke him down, and he started to giggle too. Yeah, laugh it up. It was bound to happen to one of us eventually. There was no way we made it out of here dry. "Of course it happens to you too, man." Jackson shook his head. "You good? What did you even trip over?" "I think a root or something. Whatever it was hooked my foot good." "Maybe it was this," I offered, shining my light in the space between him and I. Up from the depths, a thin line of string had surfaced. We all gathered to look and saw that it was just simple twine. Coarse hairs tangled together and bound to make a rope just thicker than a plastic straw. Heather reached out and pulled it up with a finger. We had gloves on, so none of us had qualms about touching it, but she still couldn't hide her disgust as the string dripped with pond scum and algae. Beneath it, we could barely make out the fibrous bright white the twine once was. "This looks man-made," Heather noted. "You did say this was a walk path," Jackson replied, grabbing one end and tugging. At first we thought the string was simply loose, but as he pulled, more emerged from the water, going taut somewhere beneath the surface near a tree, like it was tied to the stump. "If this is a flood area, they probably strung these up to make sure people could still find the trail." "I guess that would make sense," I nodded. Eli hesitated a moment before responding. "Either that, or it was a fence to warn to keep out." That sent another chill across the air, this one much stronger than the last. It was night now, and though Heather's recount was scary, nothing was more exciting than being closer to the grove, possibly finding the border that warned there was no going back. Still, even though I bought the boys' theories, something about the string put me off. It was unusually low to the ground for a guiding line, and though it could have slipped, it was also white. Wouldn't something for safety be a more fluorescent color like yellow or orange? Heather didn't help ease the feeling as she spoke, tugging the coil tight again and tracing it with her eyes between GPS glances. "Well, my money is on Jackson. The rope leads along the same path we need to walk." "That's good to know. If we get lost from your terrible navigation, we can use this to get back." Eli smirked. Heather flipped him off before turning forward and continuing on, the rope still in her hand as a railing. Everyone laughed at the interaction and moved on, but I couldn't give more than a courtesy chuckle. The rope on the abandoned path in the middle of nowhere that rarely anyone ever walked led along the same path we were on. And well, maybe Eli was right about getting back. To me, it felt more like it was beckoning us forward. From that point on, the twine became our new GPS. Before, Heather had to stop now and then to orient us, but with the rope, it was winding onward in the exact path toward Hollow Skin. Maybe Jackson was right, but the longer the rope ran, and the more stumps we found it lassoed to, the less it sat right with me. If this trail really was so obscure and unknown, Why would someone take the time to hang lines up around it? We'd been down roads far more traveled with fewer safety precautions. Still, I didn't say anything yet. Nobody else seemed bothered by the occurrence, so I left it be, lest I amp up the fear too early into the journey. Turns out, I didn't have to. Our second omen to turn back came another 10 minutes later. We heard our first abnormal noise. Eli and Heather were small talking about the surrounding trees, pointing out a few barkless types that could be considered hollow-skinned. "How is that hollow skin?" Eli snorted. "It would have to be a tree with all bark and no trunk, not the other way around." "Whatever. People name things weirdly all the time. Why do we call it a driveway when it's where we park?" Eli ignored that excuse and looked around. These trees are pretty weird, though. They look like regular oaks, so why do so many have their bark missing? Maybe termites, or something about this area makes it rot off. Heather fake gasped, then turned back and slapped his shoulder to a halt. Maybe the skin falls to the ground and becomes, get this, hollow. "Boo!" Eli scoffed. Jackson and I sat listening to their bickering with amused grins, the only other noise being the ambience of our sloshing and the nocturnal fauna. Then it wailed out. It was distant, yet too close for comfort, somewhere just off in the trees beyond our flashlight beams. A shrill, raspy whine. It was low and crackly at first, but slowly whined out to a steady tune after a moment, like somebody slowly scraped at an untuned violin string. It was impossible that we imagined it, because the forest heard it too. The symphony of the night went hushed around us, and our sloshing stopped. All flashlights shot in its direction, and the four of us held perfectly still, not even ripping the water pressed against our pants. We stood that way for what could have been an hour, and the whole time I don't think I heard a single person take a breath. But then water sloshed from behind a tree. At that, I let out a yelp, and Eli swore under his breath. All of us pivoted in the water and took a few steps back, but with the murk pushing back against us, we didn't make it far. Whatever was coming at us was much faster, and we didn't stand a chance. In the chaos, Heather finally managed to shine her beam in its direction to get a clear view of our attacker, and an offended river otter squinted its eyes as we rudely blinded it before ducking away from us and submerging in the water. All of us stopped our frantic thrashing and panted before turning inward to make eye contact. In our wild sprint, we'd all joined Eli among the wet and waterlogged. Slowly we broke into laughter. "Alright, that may be the most terrified I've ever been on one of these expeditions." Jackson chuckled. "That scared the piss out of me." "Literally," Eli said, looking down. "You all may want to clear away." "Shut up," Heather splashed him, wiping her own face and sighing. "God, when people said they heard things out here, I thought for sure it was just gonna be owls or something. What the hell was that?" "There's no way it was the otter." I chuckled nervously. I was amused by the whole situation myself, but admittedly, I was still pretty freaked. It came from way past it. "It could have been a bird call," Jackson pondered, looking back to the shadows we'd heard the sound from. There are some animals that sound creepy like that. Hell, even mountain lions at night sound like women screaming. "Maybe," Eli agreed. "But whatever it is, I don't think I care to find out. Was that a good enough fill for this trip? We all got a good kick of adrenaline and were soaking wet. So I think that's a win in my book." Finally, having an out, I jumped in. "Yeah, honestly, even if that was an animal, I don't know if it's one we want to see. Not if it sounded like that. I think I could chalk that up to ghost proof and be happy." "What? Seriously?" Heather scoffed. Guys, we've already hiked for an hour. The glade isn't much further. We may as well go the rest of the way. I thought the whole goal was to do what everyone else couldn't, remember? Eli made a face. Heather, did you not just hear that? There's no way you want to go closer to whatever that was. I was just going along with the animal thing to keep from freaking, but it was not natural. It kind of sounded mechanical, Jackson said. Like an instrument. Okay, and so what? Heather shrugged with a smile, trying not to seem too eager. I thought the whole reason we did these trips was to find the paranormal, and now that we've finally got something truly weird, we just want to run? Well, the real paranormal is a lot freakier than convincing ourselves we heard something, Eli said. Heather kept her face high for a moment, trying her best to still win us over with confidence. But when she saw that nobody was biting, not even me, she broke with a sigh. Well, I'm still going to go. It can't be more than 5 minutes of walking. Sticking the GPS out, she handed it to Eli. He shook his head. Heather, no way. What? I'll be fine. I can just follow the rope back. I'll be right behind you guys by the time you get back to the car. No, nuh-uh. I know what you're doing, Eli threatened. She cocked her head. What am I doing? You know that if you go alone, we're not going to let you. No, seriously. I want you guys to go back to the car. I don't want you to be miserable out here if you're done. I just really want to know what's up with this place. Heather's eyes fell on me as she said that, and suddenly guilt weighed heavy in my stomach. I sensed she was being genuine, so I shouldn't have felt bad if I wanted to leave, but it wasn't that. Heather was ride or die. She'd followed me into some more places than I could count, and all of it was for nothing. Now, here we were with something that actually had potential, something I'd looked for my entire life, and I was running from its literal call to adventure. What kind of friend would I have been if I had made Heather go at it alone? I'll come to. I spoke softly, a smile turning at my lips. Well, I guess we all go then. Jackson jumped in. We aren't just gonna let you two get lost out here. Heather tried to protest. No, guys, seriously. I don't want you to. Yeah, so noble. Thanks for the offer. Come on, ladies. Eli sighed, brushing past us and following the GPS he now held in his hand. Heather turned back at me with a beaming smile, then quickly faced forward, tagging close behind a grinning Eli. I was happy they were smiling in that moment. Jackson and I were too. I think it was the last moment that any of us ever did. As we approached the glade, patches of land once again became visible among the oaks. They were mainly plateaus of mud and shrubs, nothing stable enough to walk on, but it was at least nice to see land again. Eli was leading now since he had the GPS, but the string was still our guide. Its slimy, slick coat gunked our gloves as we tugged along it, shining our beams in every direction to make sure nothing caught us off guard again. As we moved, that squeal on the horizon kept looping in my head like a bad song, making the skin crawl and itch the closer we got to its source. I imagined how much more chilling it would have been to hear it from the distance we now stood, only a few yards from the grove. Ahead, I could see it. The trees got denser a dozen yards ahead, then beyond, opened up into a small pond the size of a neighborhood cul-de-sac. The trees had been ominous with our lights dancing between them, but somehow the open space was even more foreboding. The still, algae-topped water could hide anything below, and with the fisherman's story still fresh in my mind, I kept thinking about that pale, naked man with soulless eyes rising from the depths. Before we reached it, however, there was one more step, one final chance for us to turn around. Protruding from the water a few yards in front of us Our flashlight skimmed across a small island of muck and pond scum, a plot of land just barely gasping above the surrounding flood. The rope led straight onto the platform, but there was no tree that it was tied around this time. Instead, it roped onto something nestled among the shrubs that contrasted the dark muck harshly. As we approached with caution, I tried to make out what it was, but something paused our progress. "Ow!" Eli suddenly blurted. We all hesitated behind him, and our heads popped out of line to see what the holdup was. "You good, man?" Jackson called. "Yeah, there was just a huge thorn caught on the rope that stuck me. Punched straight through my glove." We broke formation and sloshed forward, gathering around to investigate. Eli held his hand beneath the beam of his light until one of us offered our own, to which he plucked out the pale barb that had stuck into his hand. It was a milky white, and straight like a needle. I furrowed my brow, finding the color and shape odd for a thorn bush, then turned to check the spot in the twine that he'd got bit by. "Oh no," I gasped, running my beam along the rope. The whole thing was covered in them. They weren't all as big as the one that got Eli, but beneath the mud and grime that had been coating the string, I finally saw them, tiny little barbs frayed from their binding. At first I thought the twine was just old and tattered, but the closer I looked, the more I noticed it was by design. The quills all furled out in the direction we'd come from, and as I checked my glove, I noticed there were several that had caught the latex, but not been able to puncture. My breaths grew rapid as I hastily plucked them out and threw them away from me. Eli and Jackson turned to see what I saw, then grew worried looks on their faces. Eli tugged loose his glove and looked down at his palm to find that the spot where he'd been pricked was already turning red and inflamed. The three of us were so confused and horrified that we hadn't even noticed that Heather had stayed a few feet away. Before any of us could commentate on the matter, she called out with utter distress in her voice, "Oh my God!" The three of us turned to her, then looked past where she was looking. On the island, the pale objects in the bushes were finally visible. Bones. More specifically, a rib cage. They were far too large to be a human's, but bones were bones nonetheless. Almost in a trance, we all sloshed closer, our collective hearts banging the same dread-filled drum. It was a cow, large and half stuck in the mud. Its legs had sunk beneath the murk as it collapsed onto its side, leaving only its top half exposed. Its neck ran in a jumbled mess of parts to where its skull lay half peering out at us. But all of that was only the parts that we could confidently make out. Because while it was clearly a cow's skeleton, something was horribly wrong with it. Scraps of flesh and fur still clung to bits and pieces of it, as well as a strange, spongy red meat, porous with holes and glistening in our lights. Its bones in places along the rib cage had seemingly grown outward, fusing together at spots to make solid bridges, almost like a barrel of bone and marrow. All of that maybe could have been explained away by strange decomposition conditions, or a birth defect, but what we couldn't deny was what covered the rest of it. Along its femurs and spinal cords were strange bubbles in the bone, bumps like the burls on a tree. Half its skull was unrecognizable this way, a cloud of strange lumps like its face had boiled into a froth, then hardened. Bubbles was a very intentional word choice, because that's exactly what they were. Certain parts of the bone had cracked and fallen away, showing that the lumps were hollow. It was as if the beast liquefied, then hardened in a matter of moments. None of us had any words, and none of us could move, only stare down at the abhorrent thing glued to the swamp floor beneath our feet. I remember as we all tried to process what we were seeing, I could only muster one single horrifying thought. A body this decayed would have certainly been sunken underneath the water during the flood. That meant it was fresh, and somehow still missing its skin. How did a cow get out here? Heather muttered. Why does it look like that? Jackson tried to bring us back down with logic, his comforting form of denial. Still, the frantic shudder in his breath betrayed his words. It must have been a pasture cow that wandered off from a nearby field. The swamp gases, maybe it messed with its decomposition. Swamp gases? Heather laughed with no humor to her tone. Jackson, you need nuclear waste to do that to a body. What is this? I don't know. I cut in. But we've seen enough. We need to leave. Now. Heather looked down at the body with wide eyes and shallow breath, nodding in agreement. Seeing her go from so adamant to continue to downright petrified only compounded my fear. I had never seen the girl so afraid in my entire life. If even she felt something was wrong, then something was undoubtedly wrong. Finally, we were all in agreement to leave, but even though we'd taken that last chance, it was too late. A sloshing from the clearing ahead made us all jump and stagger back. Whipping our beams up into the shadow, the sprawling pool before us ignited beneath the ghastly white beams of our flashlights. And there it emerged. A pale figure wearing no clothes, mouth agape and dark sockets staring holes through us. The man from the story hadn't done the horror justice. Its skin was loose and haggard on its skeleton, like it was nothing more than a cheap rubber suit, and its hair was greasy and foul. Its feet were still hidden below the water, but its fingers were nothing more than limp, dangling flaps that dripped marsh water as it slowly rose from the pond. It wasn't until I noticed the dark spots on various parts of its form that I realized its true nature. Dark spots, like its sockets. They weren't marks or black, soulless eyes. They were holes. Holes in a suit of skin stretched up on some unseen skeleton rising out of the water. Its open mouth and sunken brow suddenly looked less like a haunting wail, and more like a horrified scream frozen in time, a cry for help that never came. As its feet crested the water, those awful, flayed feet that flapped loosely in the night breeze, I saw what was holding it up. A mountain of that spongy red meat soaked in mud and algae, a tangle of white, curved bone winding up and disappearing in its hollow puppet. Pale, worming tendrils waved from the holes in the crimson flesh, not dissimilar to the ones on the rope we'd been holding up, and my stomach turned over in my gut. That wasn't the end, though. In the fraction of a moment that I was able to take all of that in, more bubbles began to froth in the clearing around us. From the water rose even more suits of skin, all with the same desperate, wailing expression gasping at their face. Men, women, animals of every kind that were stretched in abnormal ways. As if whatever was holding them up didn't quite know what to make of their various forms. I prayed that the smaller human suits I saw weren't what I believed them to be. None of us screamed or made a sound. We just turned to run. The water had never felt thicker as we splashed into it, making a break back the way we'd come. I turned over my shoulder, horrified that I might see the figures gliding through the swamp after us, but instead I saw something worse. Eli wasn't moving. He was still perched on the island, staring vacantly off into the bog. I could see by his posture that he wasn't sharing the same fear that we were. In fact, he looked almost calm. "Eli, let's move," I shouted, my voice breaking with utter terror. Still, it scared me more that he didn't move. He didn't even flinch. I knew then and there that something was wrong. Whatever was in that water had him already, and it was too late. Still, I began charging back. We couldn't leave him. Not here. Not with these things. My boots sloshed out of the water back onto the mud just in time to see the full horror set before me. Dozens of bodies, conglomerated together. Flies flocking and buzzing in and out of their holes, like some sick sort of hive. Then in the middle of them, one last body bubbled up. It wasn't human this time, nor animal. It was pure, incomprehensible flesh, a mountain of soaking meat filled with excited white worms that squirmed and danced in the hot swamp air. Spines and large ribs stuck out from its serpentine mass. That stiffness had been stolen. They seemed to shift and writhe beneath my flashlight like tentacles, snapping straight at random and releasing harsh clacks. From its center spread large blankets of red tissue, almost like petals on a flower, and they too seemed to jitter and vibrate in the air like it was alive. Its head was nowhere at all, just a large, gaping pit, plunging into a darkness of its body, a darkness that several pale ropes ran into. The string that we'd been following went taut, and from the water arose even more, running off into the woods in every direction. I felt mad looking at the creature, my brain hardly fathoming that something so horrifying might exist. Unable to bear it any longer, I reached out for Eli's hand. "Eli, please, let go." My palm gripped around his hand, the one that had been pricked with the thorn, and my body went numb as it crumbled in my grasp. The skin wadded in on itself, like I was grabbing a latex glove filled with water, and inside I could feel hard bits floating around like chunks in a stew. Bile would have risen to my throat if it could, my swirling brain unable to take any more. But I was shocked numb as Eli turned back to me, his face vacant and blank, and his eyes pouring blood. Behind him, the vile flower of flesh and bone released a sound from its pit that vibrated my teeth and made my head pound, a sound like a coarse violin string being scraped. Eli turned back to it, as if in a trance, then began moving closer into the water, his skin sagging as he went. I could barely move as tears streamed down my cheeks, the image of my friend sinking below the murk, etching into my memory for the rest of my days. A harsh yank from my right brought me back down to reality, and I turned to see Heather tugging me along, her own face slick with tears and snot. She called out to me, but I couldn't hear her. The world had gone silent. Still, her expression demanded loudly without sound, and my body followed it instinctively. Run. So we did. I don't know how long or how fast, but we simply ran. Eli had the GPS, which meant we had no clue which way we were going, but it didn't matter. So long as it was away from that thing at the heart of the glade, it didn't matter. My legs had been aching from the miles of water we'd already pushed through, but they were in a whole new pain as they pumped to their absolute limit. It felt like running in a dream, that slow, painful slosh away from something out to tear us limb from limb. Even if the thing wasn't giving a proper chase, which none of us dared to look back and check, there was still the ropes. Each spear of our legs into the water was a heart-pounding gamble. Each push forward was filled with dread that we might feel the prickly tongues of the living flesh catch our guts, and turn us into the same living soup that it had to Eli. His name hurt to think. It hurt even more with each step we ran away from him, leaving him to whatever fates had swallowed him whole. I don't remember when I blacked out, or for how long, but when I woke up, it was to a flurry of family, doctors, and police. Apparently the three of us had been found collapsed on the side of a road near the swamp's edge, covered in blood and rambling incoherently. None of us remembered this, too exhausted to even think past that point. Once we were checked over and released from medical care, it was straight to the police. They asked us what had happened and where Eli was, but we didn't have a good answer for them. There was none to either question. We tried to tell the truth, We knew how it sounded, and we knew how they would react. But it was worth a shot. The concerned looks and skeptical glances between the officers told us all we needed to know. There was one thing I noticed, however, a look on the sheriff's face when I brought up the name Hollowskin Grove. It was recognition. It was a small flicker of fear. As quickly as I noticed it, however, the man smoothed it away to never return. Still, as I talked, I could sense it behind his gaze, something deeper than skepticism. Whether my insight was correct or not, it didn't matter. Our story was never entertained, and in the end, the whole thing was ruled as group mania, a hallucination induced by a collective panic we'd gotten while lost in the swamp. And Eli? Searches were conducted over the next few weeks, but of course a body was never found. Not that I believe in the efforts that were claimed to have been made. When his parents kept pushing that they search until at least a corpse turned up, the police finally released an official statement. An alligator. A rogue gator had migrated north and found its way into the country, settling in the swamp and yanking unsuspecting hikers into the murk. They were convincing about it too. Even hauled the corpse of a gator they must have shot down south, up and paraded it out of the forest to back their story. I like to think that Eli would have found it all funny if he were still here. He ended up being right about the Crocs all along. He's not here though, and of course, none of us are laughing. Jackson hasn't been able to get out of bed for the last few months. I'm pretty much the same. Heather blames herself for what happened. Of course, how could she not? Still, I don't fault her too much. Even if it was her who urged us to keep going, we had no idea what was sleeping in those waters, what horror was lying beneath the pond. We do now, though. We know far too much. I suppose that's why I'm writing this, because unlike the others, we did what we had set out to do. We went to the end of Hollowskin Grove and found out what was there. So despite what you see about it hushed whispers on forums, and in the quiet corners of the internet, I'm begging you, if you're a thrill seeker like we once were, don't go to Hollowskin Grove. I assure you, whatever it is you'll find there is more horror than you ever want to witness. It all started last Monday. I received a call from his basketball coach. My son Riley had been acting more strangely than usual. He said my son had seemed to intentionally pop 2 basketballs alone in the locker room. I made my son play for the church league after school, even though I knew he would much rather play on his computer or phone. It wasn't like him to get in trouble. When I got to the school gym, the coach told me the basketballs were old and worn, but Riley refused to explain how they popped. I went to talk to my son, and it didn't seem to register right away that I was talking to him. He was glued to his phone screen, rocking back and forth, humming to himself. The 3rd time I yelled his name, he finally looked up at me and smiled. I asked him how he popped the basketballs. He shrugged, and I heard him hum that creepy tune for the first time. I told him to get up. Maybe he was hiding something sharp. At this point, although I was a little weirded out, I grew up with 2 older brothers and knew how much boys liked to poke and prod things and blow them up. I told Riley's coach that we would pay for the 2 balls, and it would come out of Riley's own piggy bank. When I scolded him to apologize, Riley let out the longest "sorry" I've ever heard him say, with a sly smile. When we got home, I told him to march up to his room and pull out the $50 I figured the 2 balls would be to replace. He nodded, and as he climbed up the stairs, I heard him humming that same creepy tune. When he got back down the stairs, I asked him what he was humming. He looked at me with genuine confusion. He told me he hadn't been humming anything. I still regret not pushing for an answer then, but I rolled my eyes and let him stomp back upstairs. Riley spent the rest of the night in his room. I honestly forget what I was watching down in the living room, but when I finally called it a night at 11, I remember knocking on Riley's door, telling him it's time for bed. Although I can't be certain, looking back at everything that has happened, I swear I could hear that same creepy, childlike tune. The tune reminded me of some of those tunes from SpongeBob when I was a kid. Like, remember that episode with the sea bear? When SpongeBob is describing what not to do to Squidward, the background tune is what Riley was humming. I just looked it up. It's called House of Horror from SpongeBob, but Riley's tune was not quite that. Riley's was more high-pitched, more drawn out, unsettling, and it seemed to just get worse as the week went on. I don't remember ever seeing Riley watch any of the old SpongeBob seasons, but it's always possible he watched them at his dad's house on the weekends. Tuesday was a late day for me at work. Linda, one of Riley's friends, Will's mom, picked him up every Tuesday so Riley and Will could hang out for 2 hours, while I rushed back to our neighborhood after work. When I got to Linda's house, Linda pulled me aside to the living room. She told me Riley had spent the entire time in the bathroom. After an hour, Will had come to grab her because he was getting mad that Riley wouldn't come out. I brought my tone to a whisper, wondering if maybe Riley might have had an accident and didn't want Will to see it. Linda seemed to nod in agreement, but told me that Will had said that Riley was watching it on his phone and wouldn't share. I felt the color drain from my face. Again, Riley was 12 years old, but the idea of him doing that in someone else's house was appalling. I began to apologize, but Linda called Will over, who was watching something on his phone on the living room couch. Linda asked Will about it. "It's nothing, just, Will paused. "Is it—" I cleared my throat out of sheer embarrassment. Linda stared me down like I was about to cross some unspoken boundary. She grabbed at my arm, a silent but clear command to stop. "Willie, honey, is it a—" Linda's voice dropped to a whisper. "Naughty video?" Will crinkled his nose. "Ew, no, gross, Mom." I let out a sigh of relief. "What is it then, honey?" Linda pushed further. Will seemed to hesitate. He looked back at me and Linda and took a glance up to second-story balcony. His mouth fell open as the three of us followed Riley's descent from the second story. Will got up and seemed to hide behind his mom, farthest away from Riley. Riley smiled, waved at Will, and walked out the front door. Linda looked at me, puzzled, although I was equally confused. I gave a half-honest smile, apologized, and hustled out of their house. When I got outside, Riley was already sitting on the passenger seat, looking straight ahead. I must have accidentally left the car unlocked. I tried my best to get an answer out of Riley. Each question about it, or the bathroom, or even trying to return to the basketball incident from yesterday, resulted in a sarcastic chuckle or indifferent snort. When we pulled into the house, my exhaustion at an all-time high, I felt Riley's eyes face me, and for a brief moment, I felt my son's humanity return. "Sorry, Mom," he mumbled before he slowly rocked his head back and forth, humming the tune from yesterday. Riley grabbed his backpack and left me alone in the car. I pondered calling Riley's dad, but I would rather not hear a lecture from Kyle, Riley's dad, who already disapproved of my parenting style. I instead found my older brother Ian's name on my contact list and told him about the 2-day events. Ian let me finish and ran before he told me it sounded like Riley was going through a weird moment in his puberty, and it's probably best to just leave him alone. As I started to push back a little bit, I felt my brother's voice get more assertive than usual, telling me it's best to just leave it alone. Ian hung up on me, something completely out of the ordinary for him. I sat in a huff for a minute before resolving to go about my day. I grabbed my work bag and walked into the house. Riley sat on the couch staring down at his phone. While I walked in, he seemed to quickly do something on it. "What are you watching?" I inquired, grabbing for his phone before he could answer. He looked up at me. "Nothing. My phone is dead." His speaking style was too polished, too short. This wasn't my Riley. I snatched his phone from his hands and tried to press the power button. Sure enough, the phone lit up with no battery signal. I handed Riley his phone back in defeat. He got up and started for the stairs. Sure enough, he started humming again, drawn out, ominous. "Stop!" I cried out. "Riley, please, please stop humming whatever that is. I don't like it." Riley stopped. He slowly turned towards me and seemed to just blink in place. He opened his mouth like he wanted to say something and quickly closed it. He did this 3 more times before he took his first confident step backwards. His mouth was now ajar as his eyes still seemed to study me as if I were prey. He took another step back, and then another. He watched me, stepping backwards upstairs until he got to the top. He slammed his door shut. I climbed the steps, retreated to my own room, and on the way, waited in front of Riley's door for any out-of-the-ordinary sounds, but heard complete silence instead. I collapsed at the foot of the bed, head in my hands, begging, no praying, for an answer to his weirdness. I tried to think of my own family history. I know my grandpa had dementia before he died, but there weren't any clear examples of mental illness in my family. I decided then and there that I would call Kyle, Riley's dad. If his creepy antics kept up the next day, it would be good to warn him too, as he would take Riley for the weekend anyway, that Friday. Wednesday morning school drop-off was a silent affair. "Have a good day, sweetie." I smiled at him, eager for any affirmation as we pulled up to the entrance. Riley grabbed his backpack from the back seat, took a deep breath, and left me without a word. I watched him march up to the school, his head perfectly straight. His posture would make a drill sergeant blush. That Wednesday afternoon, I saw the school's caller ID pop up on my phone. I tried to center myself, expecting the worst. "Hello? Hello, I am Mrs. Rhonda. Is this Riley's mother?" Yes, it is." I felt my voice falter. Riley had done something. I could feel it. Is he okay?" Mrs. Rhonda paused. "He's okay. He's here in the office." I cursed under my breath. Riley's antics had already caused me embarrassment with his basketball coach and friend's mom. My mind was racing through the possibilities of suspensions or even worse. Mrs. Rhonda continued. "Has your son been acting up recently?" Could it be worse than I imagined? A fight? Destruction of school property? I swallowed my pride. "Yes, Mrs. Rhonda, he's been acting up. Different since Monday." "I see. Well, there was an incident during recess today. Your son and a group of 10, maybe 12 boys took over the girls' bathroom, if you will." "What?" I had already started quarreling my purse and mouthed to my boss. I had to go. As I reached my car, Mrs. Rhonda continued. "They seemed to hiss at incoming girls. Your son Riley was making a game of washing the boys' feet." "What?" As I swerved out of the parking lot, her words, however confusing they were, raced in my mind. "Some of the boys," Mrs. Rhonda waited. "Some of the boys screamed as he did it." The shudder ran down my spine. My mind went blank. A swerve. Barely avoided the SUV. "Are you okay?" Mrs. Rhonda inquired. "I'm fine," I choked out. "I'll be there soon." With that, I hung up. When I got to the school, Mrs. Rhonda was wiping away tears. I saw Riley swaying back and forth through the office window, some of his friends sitting motionless around him. I spotted Will, 2 boys down, as Mrs. Rhonda buzzed me in. I went to apologize, but Mrs. Rhonda interrupted me before I could start. "Have you told Riley about my son James before?" I looked at Mrs. Rhonda with confusion. "Your son?" "Yes," she said between sniffles, her voice dropping in a breathless whisper. "The one who..." She held back a flood of tears. The one who died." I instinctively pulled back in shock. "Riley asked me." Mrs. Rhonda blew her nose, pushing away a tear. Riley asked me if we still had the blue Subaru that James was driving. I felt my breath stop and start. The lights seemed to get brighter and dimmer all at once. I felt my chest start to hurt, and it became increasingly impossible to gather a breath. James was driving the blue Subaru when he went off the road 10 years ago. Mrs. Rhonda examined me closely, seemingly trying to sniff out some knowledge of the incident I hadn't revealed. Riley told me that James would want us to drive it still. The little bits of James would remind us of him. The room began to spin. I looked over at the bench that held Riley. He looked over at me and grinned, still rocking back and forth. I didn't recognize my child for the first time in my life. I tried my best to apologize to Mrs. Rhonda before I went to grab Riley. As we left, I leaned in and whispered to Mrs. Rhonda that Riley would be out for the rest of the week. When we got to the car, I told Riley to sit in the back seat. I couldn't be near him at the moment. As we drove, I kept catching Riley staring me down in the rearview mirror, smiling and snickering to himself. As we came up to a spotlight near our house, and he could see me staring back at him, Riley opened up his mouth, unnaturally long, and his humming emanated from the black hole of his mouth. When we got back to the house, Riley threw his bag down on the floor and locked himself in the downstairs bathroom before I could stop him. I heard him turn on the water, but I didn't hear him turn it off. I could hear him humming his tune, even over the water, no matter where I was in the house. It seemed to be just a few feet away. I retreated to the front lawn, climbing back into the car and pressing my ex-husband's contact on my phone. When he finally picked up on the fourth ring, I was hopeless in stopping the stream of tears. Kyle seemed annoyed as I began to recount the basketball story, giving snide remarks or downplaying the terror of it all. As I went deeper, Kyle fell silent. "I just don't know what's happening to him," I said between sobs. I'm scared for him. I could barely compute this feeling at the time, but it's only becoming more real the stronger this terror has dragged on. I'm scared of him. I waited for his response. 10 seconds melted into 30 seconds when Kyle finally said something. This all has a valid explanation. It's got... What are you talking about? My words poured out before I could stop them. Did you tell him about Mrs. Rhonda and James? I didn't even know about that. Kyle paused again. I might have. I must have. Kyle tried to reassure me. Might have come up when I talked to him about drunk driving. I felt my breath begin to quicken again. It's messed up to bring it up, but boys like to bring up the taboo. Kyle continued. You really think it is not some adult videos? I considered his theory. Will, Riley's friend, told me and his mom it wasn't. I reiterated. Of course he would say it wasn't. Kyle sarcastically snorted. Look, he probably just found some article on that James kid and wanted to freak people out. But the humming, Kyle, the feet thing, it's not natural. Something's really wrong with him. Maybe he, My words stumbled over one another. Voice dropped an octave as I hesitated at my next thought. Maybe we look into therapy options or an exorcism, I whispered. Kyle took a long breath. He's not going to therapy, and you're joking about that religious crap. Look, I'm stuck here in Yuma for another day, but first thing Friday morning, I'll come grab him. Might just need a change of scenery, and if he's not right when I drop him off Sunday, we can look into other options. I nodded to myself. Okay, I'm going to watch him tomorrow, Kyle. Maybe he'll be okay just around me. We ended our call. My hand found the door handle, but my trembling fingers refused to push it further. After a few minutes of silence, I finally exited my car and tiptoed up to the front door. As I reached for my keys, the front door slowly swung open, and I could hear the slight hum from inside the house. Riley, I called out, taking a tender step forward into the house. I looked up the stairs, expecting to see his figure loitering over me, but found the space empty. I heard his devilish humming again. It surrounded me still. I couldn't place the sound. "Riley," I yelled out, circling the first level. "Riley, come out now. I'm not playing." My voice fluttered in the air. My head felt fuzzy. My sinuses pushed against my eyes. Well, I could hear the blood rushing in my arms. The humming got louder as I neared the living room. "Riley, you're starting to scare me," I cried out of desperation. My voice, a shadow of its past self, died within the confines of the living room, not daring to venture further. I collapsed in despair onto the couch. I felt a tear begin to well up in my right eye. I tried to push it away with my left pointer finger. Chalky, white smeared just below my eye. A fingertip taste. Salt. I ever so slightly made out the sounds of snickering to the left of the couch. I hesitated for a half-second before I slid my body to the side of the kitchen and peeked down. Riley was on his knees, seeming to laugh to himself, guarding his mouth with his hand. He looked up at me, his eyes seeming to stare right through me. He returned his gaze to the floor and restarted his snickering. The snickering was unnatural, forced, devoid of joy. My hand reached out and grabbed his back. Riley immediately went quiet. He looked over at my hand, and I felt his eyes follow my arm up to my torso before staring back at me with so much disdain you would have thought I had just spit on him. "Riley?" I mumbled out. His face went neutral. He blinked twice before rotating his head back into his skull. Around the back of his neck. I looked up at the ceiling, desperate to see something, anything to explain what was going on with my son. My whole body jolted when that same demonic humming radiated out from Riley. My hands found the sides of my head. Right hand migrating south to clasp the rosary I had started to keep in my pocket. It was gone, misplaced or worse. I mustered the last of my strength. "Riley, go to your room," I shouted out, desperately trying to reclaim control of the house. Riley rose to his feet and looked down at me. I felt my lip tremble as I rose to my feet. Riley and I were the same height, but in that moment, I felt like a mouse. Riley's face slowly contorted into a smile. I could hear his lips cracking and his face twitching into place. He walked towards the staircase and silently started climbing to the top. I followed closely behind. Halfway up the steps, Riley stopped before breaking into a dead sprint for the last 6 steps, throwing open his door. I was startled but tried my best to follow close behind. When I got to his open door, Riley was perched in a perfect 90-degree angle staring straight ahead. His gaze was locked on his closed closet door, and as he began to hum his creepy tune again, my body felt limp, like my energy had been sucked out. I took a timid step back from his door, his humming still ringing in my ears. Something was calling out to me, but I still don't understand. I had to be near his bedroom, near my son, near the humming. I plopped down on the floor next to his doorframe. It was only 6. The hallway still basked in light from outside. By 9 the sun had faded, and it was dark. My only companion was the non-stop humming. The sun soon emerged. I looked down at my phone. The time had already bled into 9 a.m. on Thursday when I tucked my head back into Riley's room. He sat completely rigid, eyes still trained directly in front of him, humming that same wicked tune. The early morning soon ate into the afternoon. I sat motionless, transfixed on Riley's humming, waiting for a hint of normality, a twinge of difference, just a taste of the humanity my son was now missing. Nothing, just the humming, an elixir of evil and turmoil. The daylight soon slid into darkness, and my hum-induced trance was broken by a sudden thud at the front door. My legs trembled and felt weak as I got off the floor. The hallway around me covered in a slight gaze. I had to blink away. I took cautious steps down the stairs, opening up the front door to see Kyle standing before me, wearing a yellow vest. I've been calling all day. Are you okay? Kyle asked, his voice a mix of anger and genuine concern. I looked down at my phone, realizing now that I had somehow missed 16 phone calls from Kyle. Kyle seemed to study me more thoroughly. I felt his eyes glaze over the eye bag that must have been present, and him trying desperately to find life in the husk of a former wife who stood before him. I should have called for a wellness check. What's wrong? I nodded my head back and forth. The sunlight burned my eyes. Riley. My mind went blank. What about him? Is he still acting funny? Kyle asked, placing his hand on the door frame before flashing a smile behind me. Riley. I turned to look back to see Riley with his head down. Riley pushed against me, holding his usual weekend bag. Riley, everything okay? Kyle asked. Riley stopped in front of his dad. His eyes started at his feet before slowly trickling up his torso, then his head. Riley stood there motionless, just staring at his father. Kyle looked at me with shock at first, then quickly shifted into something dripping with terror. Riley then started a low hum before he kept walking towards the truck and climbed into Kyle's Ford F-150. What's wrong with him? Kyle asked with gritted teeth. His face was ghostly white. I looked at him with sincerity. I felt my hand try to find his shoulder, but missed badly, nearly falling forward until Kyle caught me. Are you okay? Kyle's concern was no longer shrouded in his usual nihilist disdain towards me. For the first time since our divorce, I felt like Kyle truly cared about me. I felt the words, "No, I'm not fine. Something is wrong with me," trying to bubble up my throat, but my eyes found Riley in the truck passenger seat, and my head slowly shook yes. Kyle placed me back on my feet. If things get more weird, I'll let you know. I could see his arms trembling. He looked over his shoulder at Riley in his truck. Honey, I will call you if things get worse. Riley's not okay. We'll call the therapist, the police, whatever. Are you sure you're okay? As if I were a marionette puppet, I felt my head slowly nod yes. His truck pulled out of the driveway. Riley's eyes followed me as the two disappeared from view. All at once I felt my legs start to buckle. The world started spinning as I inched my way back into the house. I took a few feeble steps towards the stairs when everything went black. I had passed out on Friday morning. My senses returned to me on Saturday afternoon. The last 2 days of no sleep had come crashing down all at once, putting me in an impossible 24-hour coma. As I peeled myself off the wooden floor, left cheek wet with my own saliva, it took only half a second to remember. I hadn't eaten or drunk in 3 days. I sprinted to the kitchen, bouncing off a living room wall on the way, and almost went headfirst into the refrigerator. After throwing leftover chicken into the microwave and drinking approximately a gallon's worth of sink water, I tried to plan out my next move. My son was unwell. That was clear, and any further denial would do him or me no good. I reached for my phone. Will was the only boy I recognized in the office with Riley that day. Had he looked okay? Honestly, I was so transfixed on Riley and what Mrs. Rhonda told me, I hadn't noticed. I dialed for Linda, Will's mom. It rang twice before abruptly hanging up. I dialed for her again, the same unfortunate result. I started to pace, my fingernails finding the inside of my teeth. A third time, no answer. I hit the message icon instead. Linda, are you and Will okay? Green text. I looked down in confusion. I dialed her again. Immediate voicemail. Linda, please pick up. I'm worried about you and Will. My mind was soon racing with theories. Will, had he done something to Linda? Does that mean that Riley would do something too? I dialed Kyle immediately. Come on, pick up, Kyle. Pick up, Kyle, I muttered to myself. Nothing. Again, nothing. I clicked the message button, hoping for a better result than Linda. The 3 dots notifying me that Kyle was typing disappeared on the left side of my screen. I let my finger hover over the keyboard, anxiously awaiting Kyle's response. The dots lingered, lost in mid-sentence before disappearing. Never mind. I started to message. Kyle, are you and Riley okay? I've been out for a day. I'm scared. My phone buzzed to life. Linda was calling. I gathered my breath before hitting answer. Hello? All I heard was screaming. I yanked the phone away from my ear. The blood-curdling scream erupted from the phone speaker. Linda? I screamed into the phone, already dissolving into a broken mound of tears, terror, and confusion. Linda, are you okay? She was cut off mid-scream. Linda? I was wrestling with my composure. Then I heard the familiar hum. I let the phone fall from my ear. The same humming Riley has been repeating all week echoed out of the phone. This wasn't real. It can't be. The humming grew louder and louder. End call. The call was gone, but the humming still surrounded me. I found Kyle's name again in my phone and ran to the front door. Kyle lived about 20 minutes away. I'd call the police on the way, and we would solve this now. I grabbed from my keys and I stumbled out the door when I saw it. A phone was buzzing on the front mat with my name on the screen. My trembling hand reached down to grab the phone. The gleaming picture of an 8-year-old Riley and Kyle at a baseball game confirmed the worst. The phone was Kyle's. The humming grew louder. I twisted around and ran up the stairs, reaching my bedroom and locking the door behind me. That's where I am now. I've tried to call 911 6 times, but each time, all it responds with is that same creepy humming. Does anyone know what I can do? I don't have a weapon, and the humming seems to be right up against the door now. I can make out a little mouth in the door gap by the floor, a gap torturing me with that same spine-chilling humming. The tongue that comes out of it, it's long, too long for a human. I think it's Riley, and I don't think he's here to comfort his mother. The thing about Ryan was that he never committed to anything scary. Horror movies were out, roller coasters were out. Even choosing colleges stressed him out because it meant closing doors, making something real and final. His therapist called it decision paralysis. I called it self-preservation. When your dad walks out and your mom stops getting out of bed, you learn that some questions are better left unasked. I understood that. Ryan's mom had that kind of depression that kept the curtains drawn for weeks at a time. His dad left when Ryan was 11, and the last thing the guy said before walking out was that Ryan needed to man up and help your mother. So Ryan learned to be quiet, to fade into the background of rooms, to make himself small enough that his presence wouldn't be another burden to anyone to carry. Casey was the opposite. She took up space like she'd been told her whole life she deserved to. Student council, debate team, Instagram aesthetic, so carefully curated it looked effortless. Her parents were the kind of people who showed up to every event with professional cameras, who had her entire academic future mapped out on a literal poster board in their home office. Yale, then law school, then partnership in her father's firm. The thing was, Casey actually wanted none of that. She told me once, sophomore year, that she wished she could just work in a plant nursery, spend her days with her hands in dirt, helping things grow. But she'd said it like it was a joke. Like the idea of disappointing her parents was so unthinkable, it could only exist as fantasy. And Luke? Luke was more complicated than I wanted him to be. He was tall, yeah, played varsity football, had the kind of easy confidence that came from never being told he couldn't do something. But here's the thing nobody else seemed to notice. Luke's dad hit him, not often enough to leave marks that lasted, but enough. I'd seen Luke flinch once when Ryan clapped him on the shoulder too suddenly, seen the way he stood sometimes, favoring his left side like his ribs were sore. He never talked about it, and I never asked, but it was there between us like smoke. That's why he cheated on Casey, probably. Self-sabotage is a kind of protection. If you ruin it first, nobody can take it from you. I understood the logic even if I hated what it did to her. Even if watching her take him back felt like watching someone walk into traffic. Me? I was just trying to get through high school without my own damage becoming everyone else's problem. The folklore started on a Reddit thread. Someone's uncle's co-worker knew a guy who'd gone into the woods behind County Memorial and came back wrong. Different. Kept talking about prices and payments and how everything costs something. 3 weeks later, he drove his truck into the lake with his whole family inside. It's BS, Ryan had said when Casey had first brought it up, but his fingers were already drumming that nervous pattern on his knee. The one that meant he was thinking about it too hard, letting it get under his skin. Probably, Casey said. She was scrolling through satellite images of the hospital on her phone, zooming in on the forest that pressed against its southern edge. But wouldn't it be cool to check out? Just the hospital, I mean. Urban exploration? The hospital had been abandoned since 2003. County Memorial, built in the 40s. Shut down after some Medicare fraud thing bankrupted the board. 6 stories of brick and broken windows, wrapped in chain link and covered in the kind of graffiti that suggested people came out here specifically to be forgotten. The forest beyond it was old-growth pine, dense enough that hikers got lost every few years. Search parties, helicopters, the whole production. Sometimes they found the bodies. We were standing by Casey's locker between 3rd and 4th period when she pitched the idea. Ryan looked like he wanted to crawl into the ventilation system. I was trying to figure out how to say no without sounding as scared as I felt when Luke appeared. He had his way of moving through crowds like they were designed to part for him. People just stepped aside. He came up behind Casey and wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her off her feet. She shrieked, kicking her legs, laughing in that way that made my stomach hurt. "What are we talking about?" Luke asked, setting her down. Casey turned in his arms, already grinning. "The hospital, the one with the woods out back. We're thinking of exploring it." "Sounds boring," Luke said. But he was looking at me when he said it, one eyebrow raised. "Unless you're afraid." There it was. The hook. Luke knew exactly what he was doing. He'd been doing it since middle school. This casual needling that made saying no feel like admitting weakness. It was manipulative and obvious, and it worked anyway because I was 17 and stupid. "Tonight," I said. 7 o'clock. Luke smiled. Ryan looked like he might throw up. I told my parents I was sleeping at Ryan's. They barely looked up from their respective screens. My dad worked in insurance. My mom taught elementary school, and both of them seemed relieved I had friends to occupy my time. Teenagers were a mystery they decided not to solve. I climbed out my bedroom window at 6:30, dropping into the backyard with an impact that made my ankles ache. My bike was old, inherited from a cousin, and the chain made a clicking sound that seemed too loud in the quiet suburban evening. I texted Ryan that I was heading out. He sent back a thumbs up and nothing else. The hospital was 4 miles away, past the nice part of town and into the part where houses had bars on the windows. The sun was setting, turning the sky the color of a bruise. By the time I reached the parking lot, full dark had fallen. The place looked worse than the photos suggested. The fog was real, thick enough that it pooled in low spots like something liquid. The hospital loomed beyond it, all those shattered windows like eye sockets in a skull. Someone had painted Memento Mori, across the main entrance in dripping red letters. My breath came out in clouds. October in New England. The kind of cold that got into your bones and stayed there. I tried Ryan's phone. It went straight to voicemail. Casey's rang 4 times and went to her cheerful recording. I took a photo, posted it to Instagram with the caption, "Bad decisions loading," and watched it get 3 likes before I'd even pocketed my phone. Headlights swept across the lot. Luke's Camaro, black and impractical. His dad's cast off. The engine ticked as it cooled. Luke climbed out first, Casey from the passenger side. She was wearing his Letterman jacket over her hoodie, drowning in it. "Jesus," Luke said, breath fogging. "It's freezing. Remind me why we're doing this?" "Adventure," Casey said, but she'd lost some of that enthusiasm from earlier. She looked small in the empty parking lot, younger than usual. "Ryan's not here yet," I said. Luke snorted, probably chickened out. Then we heard the bike. Ryan came pedaling into the lot like he was being chased, skidding to a stop next to mine. His helmet was crooked, his face flushed red from cold and exertion. "Where the hell were you?" I asked. "I called." "Got lost," Ryan panted. "No signal out here. Everything looks the same in the dark." Casey was staring at the hospital now, really looking at it. "Maybe this is stupid," she said quietly. "Maybe we should just go home." "We drove all the way out here," Luke said. He was already walking toward the building, hands shoved in his jacket pockets. "Come on." We followed the fence line around to the back. Up close, the hospital felt worse. Bigger, more present, like it was aware of us in some fundamental way. The windows on the ground floor were boarded over, but higher up they gaped open, and I kept expecting to see movement in them. A face, a hand. Ryan was breathing too fast, that panicky rhythm that meant he was spiraling. I'd seen it before, usually during tests or when his mom called during school. The forest pressed against the fence, trees so dense they looked solid, pine and oak and something that made the air smell like decay. We found a spot where someone had cut the chain link and peeled it back like the lid on a can. "So we're really doing this?" Casey asked. Nobody answered. Luke went first, ducking through, then Casey, then me and Ryan, who looked like he was walking to his execution. The forest was colder. That shouldn't have been possible, but it was. Our phone lights made narrow tunnels in the dark, catching on bark and exposed roots and something that might have been animal bones. We walked single file, nobody speaking. There was no path, just trees and darkness and the sound of our breathing. 5 minutes in, Luke stopped. "This is stupid," he said. "There's nothing here. Let's go back. Check out the hospital instead." "Yeah," Casey said quickly. "The hospital. Better idea." We turned around. That's when something moved in the trees behind us. Heavy, deliberate. The sound of something large displacing air. Casey backed into Luke, grabbing his arm. Ryan had gone statue still, and when I looked at him, his face had lost all color. "Animal," Luke said, but his voice was wrong. Too high. The thing moved again, closer, and with it came a sound like wind chimes made of bone, a clicking rattle that made my teeth ache. It stepped into the light. I want to tell you I processed what I was seeing, that my brain took in the details and categorized them in any useful way, but that's not what happened. What happened was my mind just stopped, like a computer program hitting a fatal error. 7 feet tall, maybe more. A shape that suggested a body, but refused to confirm one. Draped in moss and forest rot. Organic material that might have been fabric or flesh, or something in between. And the head? God. A deer skull, bleached white, antlers spreading like broken fingers. Around its neck, strung on what looked like sinew, hung dozens of teeth. Human teeth, maybe. Or animal. The distinction seemed less important than the fact of their existence. It had no eyes, but I felt it looking at us, looking into us. Luke made a sound I'd never heard him make before, something between a sob and a laugh. The thing's jaw opened, not like a jaw should, but hinging wrong, too wide, and when it spoke, the voice came from everywhere and nowhere, from inside my skull and from the ground and from the air itself. "You come to wish." The words scraped like rusted metal dragging across bone. "All of you must wish." Casey was crying. I could hear it, small hitching sobs behind me, but I couldn't turn to look at her. Couldn't stop staring at the creature, at the way it seemed to shift and settle like it wasn't quite solid, wasn't quite real. The skull twitched toward Ryan. Ryan opened his mouth, closed it. His hands were shaking so badly, I could see it even in the bad light. "Wish," the creature said, and its voice got louder, resonant, shaking the trees. "Wish now." "I wish..." Ryan started, then stopped. His voice was barely a whisper. "I wish to know if God is real." I don't know what I expected. Maybe nothing. Maybe for the thing to laugh or vanish or tell us we were all idiots playing with urban legends. But that's not what happened. The creature convulsed. Its body, that shapeless mass, began twitching violently, and the deer skull lurched sideways at an angle that made my stomach turn. The bone necklace rattled in the opposite direction, spinning, and the sound it made was like grinding vertebrae. Ryan screamed. Not a shout or a yell, a scream, the kind that carries agony and terror in equal measure. That sounds like someone being unmade at the molecular level. His hands shot to his head, fingers clawing at his skull, and then I saw it happen. His head was collapsing inward. The bones of his skull were folding like paper, caving in on themselves, and his face. Ryan's face, the one I'd known since we were 12, was disappearing into the void it left behind. The skin went slack and then concave, and the scream cut off into something wet and horrible, and then into nothing at all. He hit the ground. Casey's scream replaced his, raw and primal. Luke grabbed her arm hard enough to bruise. "Run," he said. We ran. I crashed through a low-hanging branch that whipped across my face, bark scraping my cheek raw. My phone was in my hand, light jerking wildly, turning the forest into a strobe nightmare of trees and shadows and nothing that made sense. Behind us I could hear it, that rattling, bone on bone, getting closer. Casey was sobbing as she ran, these gasping, hitching breaths between footfalls. Luke was ahead of her, pulling her by the wrist, and I was behind them both, and I couldn't stop thinking about Ryan, about the way his face had just collapsed, folded in on itself like wet cardboard. My foot caught on a root and I went down hard, phone flying from my hand. The impact knocked the air from my lungs. I scrabbled in the dirt, fingers finding leaves and moss, and something that felt horribly like bone before my hand closed around the phone. The light was facing back the way we'd come. The creature was there. Not far. Maybe 20 feet, moving through the trees with that horrible fluid motion, branches bending around it like they were afraid to touch it. The deer skull was angled toward me, antlers scraping against bark, and the bone necklace swayed and clattered with each movement. I could see details now that I hadn't before, the way the moss covering its body seemed to grow and shift, pulsing like something alive. The teeth on the necklace weren't all the same size. Some were small, child-sized, others were long and pointed, predator teeth. And there were other things strung between them, Small bones, finger bones maybe, and something that looked horrifyingly like a dried human ear. "Get up," Luke's voice, somewhere ahead in the darkness. I rolled onto my hands and knees, pushed myself up. My ankle screamed in protest, but held. I ran. The forest had become a maze. Every tree looked the same. Every shadow held something terrible. My lungs burned. The cold air felt like breathing broken glass. I could hear Luke and Casey ahead, crashing through undergrowth, and I pushed harder, trying to catch up. Behind me, that rattling never stopped. It stayed constant, rhythmic, like the creature was pacing itself, like it knew it didn't need to rush, like this was all part of something it had done 1,000 times before. My phone light caught Casey's jacket ahead, that bright red. I focused on it, used it as a beacon. We were running uphill now, the ground getting steeper, roots reaching across the path like fingers trying to trip us. My thighs burned. My ankle throbbed with each impact. Then Casey went down. She cried out, a sharp yelp of pain, and Luke skidded to a stop. I nearly crashed into him. Casey was on the ground clutching her leg, her phone a few feet away casting crazy shadows across her face. "I can't," she gasped. "My ankle, I can't." Luke looked back. Even in the bad light, I could see his face. The calculation happening there, the math of who lives and who dies. "Help me get her up," I said, moving to Casey's other side. We each took an arm, hauled her to her feet. She whimpered, tried to put weight on her right leg and nearly collapsed again. Luke and I locked our arms behind her back, made a kind of chair. She looped her arms around our necks. We moved slower now, so much slower. Casey's weight between us, her breathing ragged in my ear. The creature's rattling got louder, closer. I could feel its presence like a pressure change, and the air itself was being displaced by something too large, too wrong. "There," Luke panted. "I see the fence." And there it was, chain link glinting in our phone lights, and beyond it, the dark mass of the hospital. We were coming at it from an angle, not the way we'd entered. This section of fence was intact, but there was a spot maybe 10 yards down where it had been peeled back. We staggered toward it, Casey's weight making every step feel like we were wading through concrete. 5 yards. 3. Behind us, branches cracked. Not the small pops of twigs breaking. The deep groan of something large pushing through resistance. I risked a look back. The creature had closed the distance. It was right there, maybe 15 feet away, and in the better light near the fence line, I could see it clearly for the first time. It wasn't wearing the moss and rot. That was its skin, bark and organic material, fused together into something that might have once been alive, but had evolved past that into something else. The deer skull was partially embedded in its body, grown into it, and where the skull ended and the body began was impossible to determine. The antlers weren't antlers at all. They were bones, human bones, femurs and radius and ulna, all twisted and fused together into that branching structure. And the worst part, the part that made my bladder almost let go, was that the skull was moving. Not the creature's head, but the skull itself. The jaw was opening and closing in a rhythm that matched the rattling of the bone necklace. And I could see something behind the bone, something dark and writhing, like the inside of the skull was full of worms or maggots, or things that squirmed. "Go, go, go!" I screamed. We hit the fence line. Luke dropped Casey's arm, grabbed the peeled back section and hauled it up. The metal shrieked. Casey went under first, on her hands and knees crawling. I was right behind her, and behind me I could hear the creature moving faster now, could hear that rattling building to a crescendo. I was halfway under when I felt something grab my jacket. Not a hand, Nothing as simple as a hand. Something that felt like it had too many points of contact. Like it was gripping me in 6 places at once. The fabric pulled taut, yanking me backward, and I screamed. Casey was on the other side, reaching back through, grabbing my arms. Luke was there too, pulling. I was caught between them, the fence cutting into my back, the creature's grip tightening. I could smell it now. Rot and earth and something sweet underneath. Like decomposition. Like meat going bad in the sun. My jacket tore. The sound was loud, that ripping canvas noise. And suddenly I was sliding forward, under the fence. Luke and Casey falling backward with me on top. We landed in a heap on the asphalt. I rolled, looked back. The creature was pressed against the fence, not trying to climb it or break through, just standing there, that deer skull tilted, watching us. The bone necklace had gone still. In the parking lot lights I could see my jacket, or what was left of it, hanging from one of the fence posts. It was shredded, not cut. Shredded like something with claws had grabbed it. But the creature had no hands. "Come on," Luke said, already pulling Casey to her feet. "The hospital. We get inside, we're safe." I didn't know what made him think that. Didn't know what made him think we'd be safe anywhere. But the alternative was standing here in the parking lot while that thing watched us. So I got up and ran. The hospital entrance gaped open. Someone had torn the boards off years ago. Inside was darkness, deeper than the forest. And that smell, mold and decay and stale air that hadn't moved in decades. Our phones lit the way, catching on debris. A wheelchair rusted, one wheel missing. Medical charts scattered across the floor. Patient names still visible. An IV stand lying on its side. We moved into the lobby, a wide open space with a reception desk that had been stripped of anything valuable. The floor was tile, broken in places, and our footsteps echoed wrong. Too loud, like the building was paying attention. "We can't stay here," Casey said. She was limping badly, putting almost no weight on her right leg. "It'll come in. It'll find us." "Then we go up," Luke said, gesturing to a stairwell on the far side of the lobby. "Get to the 2nd floor. Find a room we can barricade." "Or we go straight through," I said, pointing to a hallway that led deeper into the building. "Find the other side. Get back to the parking lot. Get to the car." Luke looked at Casey, then at me. I saw the decision forming, saw the exact moment he chose. "Through is faster," he said, already moving toward the hallway. We followed, Casey between us again, hobbling, trying to keep up. The hallway was narrower than the lobby, doors lining both sides. Most were closed, some hung open, revealing rooms full of stripped beds and broken equipment. Our phone lights made everything worse, turning shadows into threats, making every corner a potential ambush. We passed a nurse's station. The desk was overturned, papers everywhere, and something had made a nest in the corner. I couldn't tell what. Blankets and trash and something else. Something organic that I didn't want to look at too closely. Then we heard it behind us. That rattling. Inside the building now. In the lobby. The sound echoed off the walls, distorted, making it impossible to tell exactly where it was coming from. But it was close. Getting closer. "Faster," Luke hissed. Casey was crying again, quiet sobs that she was trying to muffle. We were moving as fast as we could, but her ankle was bad, really bad, and each step was agony for her. I could feel it in the way she gripped my shoulder, nails digging in through my shirt. The hallway branched. Luke took the left corridor without hesitating. We followed. This hallway was darker somehow, fewer windows, and the air felt thicker, harder to breathe. like the building's decay had concentrated here. Behind us, the rattling got louder. I risked a look back and saw nothing but darkness and the pathetic throw of our phone lights, but I could feel it. That presence, that wrongness. "There," Luke said, pointing ahead. A door, different from the others, metal instead of wood, with a small window set at eye level. Emergency exit, maybe. A way out. We stumbled toward it, Casey whimpering with each step, and Luke hit it at full speed. It didn't budge. He slammed into it, bounced back, tried the handle. Locked. He threw his shoulder against it again and again, and the door rattled in its frame but held. The rattling was louder now, so loud it seemed to come from the walls themselves. I turned, putting myself between Casey and the direction we'd come, and my phone light caught movement at the end of the hallway. The creature was there. It had to hunch to fit in the corridor, that deer skull scraping the ceiling tiles, bits of acoustic foam raining down as it moved, and the sound of its passage was wrong, wet and grinding, like meat being forced through a space too small. "Luke," I said, and my voice was surprisingly steady. "We need to move. The door is locked." "Then we find another door." Luke grabbed Casey's arm and pulled her away from the exit. We ran back the way we'd come, but the creature was blocking that path now, so we took the first door we came to. It opened into a patient room, and we slammed it shut behind us. The room was small, a single bed stripped to the frame, a window with bars on it, glass long gone, letting in cold air and the smell of the forest, a small bathroom in the corner, door hanging off one hinge. "We're trapped," Casey said. She'd given up trying to stop crying. Tears tracked down her face, catching in our phone lights. "We're trapped and it's going to kill us." "There has to be another way out," I said, moving to the window. The bars were solid, old but not rusted enough to break. I shook them away. They didn't move. Behind us in the hallway the rattling had stopped. The silence was worse, so much worse, because silence meant it was listening, hunting, planning. Luke was at the door, ear pressed against it, trying to hear movement. His hand was on the handle, knuckles white. "I don't hear anything," he whispered. "That doesn't mean it's not there," Casey said. We waited, seconds that felt like hours. My heart was beating so hard I could feel it in my throat, in my temples. The cold air from the window made me shiver. Or maybe that was just fear. Probably fear. Then something scraped against the door. Not a knock, a long, drawn-out scrape, like bone on metal. The door shuddered. Luke jumped back, nearly dropping his phone. The scraping came again, lower this time, then higher, like the thing was testing the door, learning its dimensions. The handle started to turn. Luke grabbed it, tried to hold it, but the force on the other side was immense. The handle turned despite his grip, despite him throwing his weight against it, and the door began to open. "Help me!" Luke screamed. I ran to the door, adding my weight. Casey was there too, her bad ankle forgotten. All of us pressing against the door as it slowly, inexorably opened. It was like trying to hold back a freight train, like trying to stop gravity. The door opened 6 inches, then a foot. Through the gap I could see the hallway, and I could see the creature. It had changed, or maybe I was just seeing it more clearly. The deer skull was at ground level now, and I realized the creature didn't have a fixed orientation. It could move in any direction, could reorient itself however it needed. The skull was sideways now, antlers scraping the door frame, and behind it, that body of moss and rot and wrong, and in the darkness behind the skull's eye sockets, I saw movement, saw things writhing. The door opened another foot. "The bathroom," Casey screamed. Go, go. We broke, all of us at once, abandoning the door and sprinting for the bathroom. It was tiny, barely enough room for the three of us, but we crammed inside and Luke grabbed the door. This one was lighter, flimsier, but it had a lock. He turned it just as the patient room door slammed open behind us. The creature filled the doorway. Through the crack at the bottom of the bathroom door, I could see it. Could see that mass of organic material spreading across the tile, and the shadow it cast was wrong. Too many angles, too much depth. Then came the voice. "Wish," it said, and the word rattled through the building. "Must wish. All must wish." Luke's face was white. He was backed against the sink, hands gripping the porcelain like it was the only thing keeping him upright. Casey was in the corner, arms wrapped around herself, rocking slightly. The door shuddered. Something hit it. Heavy, and the wood cracked. "Wish," the creature said again. "You wish now." The door splintered. Wood shards exploded inward. A piece hit my arm, drawing blood. Through the hole in the door, I could see the deer skull, could see those empty eye sockets looking in at us. Luke's voice came out strangled, desperate. "I wish you were dead," he said. "I just wish you were dead." The creature's response was immediate. The deer skull snapped back, and that rattling started again. Frenzied, and Luke's hands flew to his back. He screamed. Not like Ryan. Different. This was a scream of confusion more than pain, at least at first. Then the pain came. I watched his body arch backward, watched his shirt collapse inward like something was being pulled out from underneath. And I understood. The creature was removing his spine, not all at once, bone by bone, vertebrae by vertebrae. I could see them going, could see the shirt fabric cave where each bone disappeared. Luke's body bent backward, farther than any body should bend, and the scream went on until his lungs couldn't support it anymore, and it became a wet gurgle. Then he fell. Casey was screaming, had been screaming. I grabbed her, pulled her close, but she fought me, pushed me away. "No," she shouted at the creature, at the deer skull watching us through the broken door. "I wish none of this ever happened. I wish we never came here." And the world broke. That's the only way I can describe it. Reality fractured like glass, and through the cracks I could see something else. Other versions of this moment, other timelines where we made different choices, where we didn't come, where we turned back, where Ryan said something else, all of them existing simultaneously, overlapping, bleeding into each other. The buzzing started in my skull, building and building until I thought my head would explode. The bathroom walls rippled like water. Casey was there, and then not there, and then there again, flickering like a broken film strip. The creature's rattling became a roar, became everything, became the only sound in existence. I fell, or flew, or both. Time inverted, collapsed, expanded. I saw Ryan's face caving in again, but backward. Saw it inflate like a balloon. Saw Luke's spine returning, then disappearing again. Saw Casey running, screaming, laughing all at the same time. Then it stopped. Complete silence, complete stillness. I was on my back, staring up at nothing. No, not nothing. Stars. I was staring at stars. My hands were on asphalt, cold and rough. I sat up slowly, carefully, like any sudden movement might shatter whatever fragile reality had formed around me. I was in the parking lot. Not near it, in it, lying next to Luke's Camaro. The driver's side door hung open. The dome light was on, casting everything in sickly yellow. I stood. My legs shook but held. I turned slowly, taking it in. The parking lot, the hospital in the distance, the forest pressing against the fence line. and Luke's car. I knew before I looked. Somehow I knew, but I looked anyway. Luke was in the driver's seat, slumped over the steering wheel, his body bent at an angle that was only possible because there was nothing inside to stop it bending that way. His shirt had collapsed inward, empty, and even from outside the car, I could see the void where his spine should have been. I made a sound. Not quite a scream, not quite a sob, something in between. I walked around to the passenger side on legs that didn't feel like mine, opened the door with hands that had forgotten how to shake. Casey was there, folded in on herself like origami. Her torso compressed, caved in, her body bent over her knees in a way that revealed the complete absence of ribs. Her rib cage was gone, removed, taken as payment. Her head rested on the dashboard, eyes open but not seeing. Not anymore. I closed the door carefully, gently, like she might wake up if I made too much noise. Ryan's bike was still there, still propped against the light pole where he'd left it. Ryan was next to it. I couldn't look at him, not directly. My eyes skated away from what was left of his face, from the collapsed ruin of his skull, but I saw enough. I saw the bike visible through where his head used to be. I saw the way his body looked, boneless, deflated. I sat down on the parking lot, right there on the cold asphalt, and I laughed. Not because anything was funny, just because something had to come out, and laughter was what my body chose. It turned into crying pretty quickly, then back to laughing. Then I couldn't tell which one I was doing more. Eventually, I called 911. I told them there'd been an accident at County Memorial. They asked what kind of accident, and I said, "You need to come. Just please come." The cops arrived first, then the ambulances, then more cops. They separated me from the bodies, wrapped me in a foil blanket, asked questions I couldn't answer. What happened? Where were you? What did you see? I told them the truth. All of it. The creature, the wishes, the hospital. They wrote it down with the kind of careful attention people give the clearly insane. By morning, I was in the back of a police car. By afternoon, I was in a psychiatric ward. They were kind. That's what made it worse. Everyone so gentle, so understanding. Asking me about what I'd experienced, nodding when I talked about the creature, taking careful notes. The medications came in little cups, pills that made everything feel distant and manageable. It was a psychotic break, the doctor told me after the first week. Trauma manifesting as hallucination. You survived something terrible and your mind created a narrative to cope. I learned to agree with him. Learned to say the right things. To show the right amount of progress. 3 months of good behavior. Of taking the pills. Of going to group therapy and pretending I believed what they believed. Then they approved an outing. A supervised trip back into the world. "We think you're ready," the doctor said. "Ready to reintegrate." I know where I'm going. I know what I'll do. The creature said we all had to wish. Ryan did, Luke did, Casey did. But I never made mine. The creature is still waiting. It has to be. Those are the rules. I'll go back to those woods. I'll find it in the darkness between the trees. And I'll say the words that have been circling in my head for 3 months. The only wish that makes sense now. Maybe it won't work. Maybe the creature is gone. Maybe the rules don't function that way. Maybe I'm just crazy after all, and I'll wander those woods until I die of exposure. But I have to try. Because this, right here, breathing and walking and pretending to be alive while they're in the ground, this is the real horror. This is the real price. And tomorrow, I'm going to pay it. I was 17 the summer we found the cave on my grandmother's property in eastern Kentucky. I have never told this story to anyone. Not my wife, not a therapist, nobody. Sealing the cave after Grandma Edith passed should have helped, but it did not. What Chester and I saw down there has never let go of me. I was what you'd call the nerdy kid back then. Thick glasses, skinny as a rail, the type who spent lunch periods in the library. Every summer, my parents shipped me off to Grandma Edith's farmhouse in the foothills of the Appalachians, figuring the mountain air would be good for me. The house was everything a city kid like me thought was cool about the country. High ceilings, creaky wooden floors, wraparound porches, and dense forest in every direction. The nearest neighbor was Chester's family, and their place was nearly a mile down the dirt road. Past that, nothing but trees and hollers until you reached the county highway. Chester was a year younger than me, and he was everything I wasn't. He could fix engines, hunt, fish, and navigate the woods like he'd been born to it. Where I was pale and awkward, Chester was sun-darkened and confident. Where I worried about everything, Chester just did things. We'd become friends the summer before, mostly because we were the only kids for miles, and boredom breaks down barriers. He taught me to shoot his BB gun and which berries were safe to eat. I helped him with his summer reading and showed him how to use family's ancient computer. "John, you worry too much," he'd say when I hesitated at creek crossings or complained about spider webs. "It's just the woods. Ain't nothing out here gonna hurt you." I wanted to believe him. Chester made the forest feel like his backyard, and his confidence was infectious. Around him, I felt braver than I actually was. That summer, we were both restless in the way teenagers get when the days are long and the possibilities seem endless. We'd already built a rope swing over the creek, explored every deer trail, even tried to build a treehouse that collapsed before we got the roof on. We needed something new, something bigger. We just had no idea what we were about to find. We found it in the third week of July, during a brutal heat wave that made the air shimmer and even drove the birds into shade. Chester and I were wandering the property, desperate for something to break the monotony. "Man, there's got to be something we ain't explored yet," Chester said, wiping sweat from his forehead. We were on the ridge of the back of Grandma's land, where the trees were thick and the underbrush hadn't been touched in decades. "Maybe the creek again," I suggested, though we'd been there twice already that week. "Nah, that's boring. We need something new." Chester stopped and pointed. "What's that?" I squinted. Through the foliage, I saw a darker shadow, something that didn't fit the natural pattern of trunks and branches. I squinted where he was pointing. Through the dense foliage, I could make out what looked like a darker shadow among the trees, something that didn't quite fit the natural pattern of trunks and branches. We shoved through brush, scratched by thorns and wrapped in spider webs. Chester led the way, while I followed and complained about the bugs. "Quit whining," he called. "You want to find something cool or not?" In the hillside, we found a depression about 15 feet across, and at its center the mouth of the cave, half covered by rusted iron grates. Time and weather had rusted most of it away, leaving gaps just big enough for nosy teenagers to squeeze through. "Holy crap," Chester breathed, the first time I'd ever heard him sound impressed. "John, look at this." I crept closer. The opening vanished into blackness, a cool breeze drifting out with the smell of damp earth and something I couldn't place. "Think it's an old mine?" I asked. Chester shook his head. "Nah, wrong kind of rock. Limestone country. It's a cave. A real cave." He was already kneeling at the gap, peering into the dark. "We should tell my grandmother," I said. "She'd just tell us to stay away." He grinned, the kind of grin that meant trouble. "Come on, just a quick look." "We don't have lights." "My phone does." I wanted to argue, but Chester was already squeezing through the gap. His movement echoed strangely inside. "Chester, wait up," I called. Being alone outside seemed worse than following. "Just for a minute," his voice came back, muffled and strange. "Just to see what's here." I slipped through after him, scraping my shoulder on the rusted metal. The passage opened immediately into a chamber 10 feet high and twice as wide. Chester's phone light swept over smooth limestone, carved by water through the ages. "This is so cool," Chester whispered, and his voice echoed back at us from deeper in the cave. The floor was mostly level, covered with a layer of dirt and small rocks that crunched under our feet. Chester played his light ahead, revealing that the cave continued back into the hillside, much further than either of us had expected. "Okay, we looked," I said. "Now let's go back and get real flashlights if we want to explore." But Chester was already moving deeper, his phone light bobbing as he walked. "Chester, just a little further," he called back. "I want to see how far it goes." I followed. The alternative was standing alone in the cave mouth, and that wasn't happening. We made it 50 feet before Chester's phone died. The darkness swallowed us whole, the kind you never get in a city. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. "Chester?" My voice sounded small. "Right here, don't panic." His hand grabbed my arm. "Stay close. We'll follow the wall back." We shuffled for 5 minutes along the wall, trying not to trip. When daylight finally appeared, we were both shaking, though neither admitted it. "That was awesome," Chester said, though I heard the relief in his voice. "It goes back really far," I said. "Yeah, we need real lights and rope. Explore it properly." I nodded, though something about the cave felt wrong. Maybe it was the darkness, or the way our voices echoed. "Tomorrow," Chester said. "We'll come back with supplies." As we walked back through the woods toward the house, I kept looking over my shoulder at the cave mouth behind us. Even with the afternoon sun filtering through the trees, that dark opening seemed to pull at my attention. I should have listened to that feeling, should have told Grandma Edith, or just found something else to occupy our time that summer. But I was 17, and Chester made everything seem like an adventure. Even the things that should have scared us away. We came back the next morning loaded like explorers. Chester had his dad's heavy flashlight, a coil of rope, and glow sticks from his birthday. I brought a headlamp, extra batteries, chalk for marking our path, and a notebook to map it. "You sure like to be prepared," Chester said at the cave entrance. "Better than getting lost." He was already squeezing through the gap. "We won't get lost. We got lights this time." With real light, the cave felt different. What had seemed mysterious in the dim glow of Chester's phone now looked like a normal limestone cavern. Water had carved smooth channels into the walls, and the floor sloped gently down as we moved deeper. "This is way bigger than I thought," Chester said, sweeping his light around. Several passages branched off, each fading into darkness. We spent an hour exploring the obvious routes, marking chalk arrows and dropping glow sticks. Chester sketched a rough map while I called out measurements. "Left passage goes about 60 feet in dead ends," I said. "Right passage curves back and connects with the center, like a loop." The center passage drew us in. It ran straight back, sloping steadily down, and our lights couldn't find the end. "That's where we need to go," Chester said, his voice excited. 2 hours in, he made the observation that should have sent us back. "You notice anything weird about this place?" he asked, studying the walls. "What do you mean? No bats, no bugs, nothing?" His light swept the ceilings and walls. "Every cave should have bats at least. Spiders, crickets, something, but look. Nothing." I stopped and looked. He was right. The place was sterile. No cobwebs, no droppings, no life. Even the puddles were clear and still, with none of the algae you'd expect. Maybe it's too far from the entrance, I said. Chester shook his head. Nah, caves are ecosystems. There should be something living here. We kept going. We were too caught up in the adventure to let a little oddity stop us. The cave was giving up its secrets, and we felt invincible. The center passage dropped 100 feet over 300 yards. Our chalk marks and glow sticks glowed faintly behind us. Then Chester spotted the elevated passage. "John, look up there." I followed his flashlight beam to where the wall rose to our right. About 15 feet up was another opening. Unlike the others, it was perfectly round, 4 feet across, with a steady current of air flowing out. "Feel that breeze?" Chester said, moving closer to the wall. I felt it, cool, mossy, damp, but with something else underneath, something I couldn't place. "We can't reach it," I said. "Not today, but with a ladder or rope." He was already planning our next trip. I stared at the dark hole uneasy. The air was too cold, carrying scents that didn't belong in limestone. "I think we should head back," I said. "We've been down here a while." Chester checked his phone. "Yeah, past lunch. Your grandma's probably wondering." We followed our chalk arrows and glow sticks back to the surface. Faster this time. Sunlight hit like a flood, and I had to squint against it. "Tomorrow we bring a ladder," Chester said. "Maybe we should tell someone where we're going," I suggested, "in case something happens." He gave me that look again, the one that said I worried too much. "Nothing's gonna happen. It's just a cave." But as we walked back through the woods, I kept thinking about that opening and the air flowing from it. The scent felt familiar, like something half remembered from a dream. That night I dreamed of deep places and moving air, and woke with the taste of moss in my mouth. Chester showed up the next morning with his dad's aluminum stepladder strapped to the four-wheeler, grinning like he had solved everything. "Borrowed it while Dad was at work," he said, wrestling it off. "He won't miss it for a few hours." The ladder was heavier than it looked, and hauling it through the woods was an expedition in itself. We stopped every 50 yards to rest and untangle it from branches. By the time we reached the cave, we were both sweating. "This better be worth it," I muttered, helping him force it through the grate. "Trust me, it will." Getting the ladder down the sloping passage was another challenge. It was awkward in the tight space, and my headlamp cast confusing shadows. But Chester was determined, and we finally got it against the wall. "Hold it steady," he said, climbing. I braced it while his light swept the opening above. At the top he went quiet. "What do you see?" I called. "It goes back a long way," he said, muffled. He climbed down and we switched places. The ladder felt shaky under me, but I reached the opening. His flashlight had shown the tunnel stretching back, but what struck me was the sound. Water. Dripping. Echoing as if from a much larger space. "You hear that?" I called. "Yeah, sounds like water. A lot of it." I climbed down and we stared at each other in the glow of our lights. "Underground river?" I said. "Or a lake. Only one way to find out." The elevated passage was more open than I expected. We could walk upright, the walls smooth limestone worn by water. The smell grew stronger as we moved, and the air felt thicker, carrying scents that reminded me of things long dead. After 200 feet, the passage opened. I have spent years trying to find words for what we saw, and I still cannot do it justice. The cavern was vast, the size of a cathedral, with walls fading into darkness. In the center was a lake. The water was black and still, like a mirror reflecting nothing. Our lights reached only a few inches, and when Chester tossed in a pebble, the ripples died too quickly, as if the water swallowed them. Jesus, Chester breathed, his voice echoing from the ceiling above. I swept my headlamp around the edges. The far shore was almost beyond reach, maybe 50 feet away. How deep do you think it is? Chester asked. I don't know. Deep. He was already digging in his pack. Let's find out. He cracked a glow stick, tied it to a rock with a rubber band, and tossed it in. The green light sank, and sank, and sank. It never reached bottom. The glow vanished into distance until the surface was black again, showing no trace of what we had dropped. That's not possible, Chester said, his confidence gone. I stepped back from the edge. The lake felt alien, the air too still, the silence too complete. Even our voices seemed muffled, as if the water absorbed them. We should go back, I said. But Chester was staring at the far shore, his light barely catching shapes in the dark. There's something over there, he said, on the other side. I looked. In the faint circle of light, I saw what must have been structures on the rock, regular shapes that did not look natural. Chester, let's go back and think about this. We need a boat, he said, ignoring me. An inflatable raft. We could paddle over. The thought of being on that water clenched my stomach. That's crazy. We don't even know how deep it is. What if we fall in? We won't. I'm a good swimmer. In a lake that might not have a bottom? He looked at me then, really looked, and I saw he felt it too. The sense we had found something that should not exist. But Chester never backed down from anything. Tomorrow, he said, we'll think tonight and come back with a plan. As we left through the passage and down the ladder, I kept looking back. The darkness seemed deeper than it should, and I felt something in that water watching. That night, I could not shake the image of the glow stick sinking into endless depths. In my dreams, I sank with it into darkness so complete I could not tell if my eyes were open or closed. Chester showed up the next afternoon with a small inflatable raft strapped to his four-wheeler, the kind meant for lazy rivers. He also had life jackets, waterproof flashlights, and a hand pump. Where'd you get this? I asked, though I already knew. Borrowed from my cousin Jake. He won't miss it. I eyed the raft. It was 6 feet long, built for calm water, not underground lakes. Chester, I don't think that's going to work. It'll be fine. It's rated for 2 people. We're light. Despite my doubts, I helped him haul it into the cave. His enthusiasm was hard to resist, and I was curious about the far shore, but the image of that glow stick sinking into black water never left my mind. Launching took longer than we expected. The rocky shore wasn't ideal, and we had to clear stones for a spot. The whole time I was aware of the water beside us, still as obsidian, and reflecting our lights. You sure about this? I asked. It's just water. Worst case, we get wet. But it wasn't just water, and we both knew it. The lake felt wrong. No lapping at the shore, no movement at all. Even when disturbed, the ripples died too fast, as if the water was heavier than it looked. Chester climbed in first with a flashlight. The raft barely dented the surface, as if it floated on something solid. Come on, he said, steadying it. I climbed in reluctantly, paddle in hand. The moment we pushed off, I felt the lake take hold of us. It wasn't like floating, more like being suspended over an abyss. Paddle, Chester said, shining his light ahead. The rowing was strange. The water gave almost no resistance. Yet the raft crawled forward, slower than it should have. It was like paddling through oil, though the water looked and felt normal when I touched it. This is taking forever, Chester muttered, after what felt like 20 minutes. I looked back and my stomach dropped. The rocky ledge was much further away than it should have been, barely visible in our glow. Ahead of us, the far shore seemed no closer than when we'd started. Chester, something's not right about this. Just keep paddling, we're almost there. But we weren't. The harder we paddled, the less progress we made. The far shore stayed distant while the shore behind us kept receding, as if the lake stretched itself, bending distance in ways that defied sense. Then Chester's light touched the far side, and we both went quiet. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. "I don't know, but I don't like it." The structure was 30 feet across, ringed with strange stone pillars. The rock was darker than limestone, smooth and almost metallic. Carved channels ran towards the water, and in the center stood something like an altar, though it was built for no human shape I could imagine. "We need to get closer," Chester said, but without his usual confidence. "No, we need to go back. Now." I turned the raft, but he grabbed my arm. "Wait, look at the water." I followed his gaze. The water glowed faintly as if light rose from something far below. The glow was subtle but unmistakable. The surface shifted, a slow bulge rising as though some unseen current was pushing up from the depths. "There's something down there," Chester said. "Something big." Then our gear failed. Chester's flashlight flickered and died. My headlamp dimmed despite fresh batteries. Even my watch froze at 3:47. "Chester, we're leaving now," I said, cracking a glow stick. He didn't argue. We paddled hard toward what we thought was shore, but the darkness pressed in and our failing lights showed almost nothing beyond our raft. Then we heard it, a sound from beneath us, deep and resonant, like rock and metal groaning under pressure. It rose from the depths and vibrated through the water and into our bones. Ripples spread across the surface and faded too quickly. The raft shuddered. "Paddle faster," Chester said, and for the first time I heard fear in his voice. The sound came again closer. The water around us began to glow, the light moving upward as if something vast was rising. We paddled in silence, our failing lights barely cutting the dark. The shore seemed impossibly far, and with every stroke I was sure we would not make it. But somehow we did. The raft scraped the rocks just as my headlamp died. We dragged it out and collapsed on the cavern floor, shaking in the shine of our last glow stick. "We can't tell anyone," Chester said finally. "They'd think we were crazy." I nodded, though part of me wondered if we were. The whole thing felt like a nightmare. As we packed up, I made the mistake of looking back. The water was still again, but I was certain something in that blackness was looking at us. For 3 days I avoided the cave. I stayed close to the house, helped Grandma with chores, even started reading one of her old romance novels just to keep busy. But Chester would not let it go. He showed up with a restless energy I had never seen. "You can't just pretend it didn't happen," he said one Thursday morning on the porch. "We found something incredible." "We found something dangerous," I said. "Our lights failed, Chester. All of them. At the same time. So we bring backups. More batteries. Better lights." I looked at him and realized what I had mistaken for confidence was obsession. He could not sit still. Dark circles under his eyes showed he was not sleeping. "I need to go back," he said, leaning forward. "Don't you want to know what it was?" "No, I don't." Chester stood and paced to the edge of the porch. "Fine, then I'll go alone." "You can't." "Watch me." I felt trapped between two choices. Let Chester go alone, or return to something I wanted to forget. The thought of him down there by himself was worse than my fear. "If I go with you," I said, "we go at dawn. We bring extra everything, and at the first sign of trouble, we leave. No arguments." Chester grinned, hollow. "Deal." That afternoon we gathered supplies. Chester had found a larger raft, more stable than the first. "Borrowed from my sister's boyfriend." We packed flashlights, batteries, glow sticks, rope, even a first aid kit. Looking back, it was an expedition, not an adventure. "One more thing," Chester said as we loaded the four-wheeler. "I want to actually reach the far shore this time. Get a closer look." Every instinct screamed no, but I had committed. And despite my fear, I was curious. The shapes we had seen haunted my dreams. I needed to know. The forest felt different on the way back, quieter, even the birds were silent. We slipped through the grate and down to the lake, our equipment heavier with every step. The cavern was as we left it, vast and still. The water stretched into darkness, smooth as glass. Against every survival instinct, I helped him launch the boat. The crossing dragged, and with each stroke I was more certain we were making a mistake. But something was different about the far shore. "Are those lights?" I asked, squinting. Chester raised the binoculars and went still. "There's something over there." "What?" "On the far shore. I see movement, and you're right, there are lights. Not flashlights, something else. Something that glows." I snatched the binoculars. In the distance, a faint blue-green glow flickered, like the bioluminescence in the water. "Chester, we're turning around right now," I said, handing them back. My voice was a hoarse whisper. He looked through them again and gasped. Chester had gone completely silent. His mouth moved, but no words came at first. Then, in a whisper that grew louder, he began repeating, "It comes out of the water. It goes into the water. It comes out of the water. It goes into the water." I shook him, but he wouldn't stop. His eyes were fixed on the far shore, wide and shining, as though he was watching something emerge that I couldn't yet see. That's when the water around us began to glow. The luminescence rose from the depths like we'd seen before, but this time it was brighter, more intense, and in that glowing light, I could see the true scale of what lay beneath the water. It wasn't a lake at all. It wasn't a lake. It went down forever. An eye, a well, a portal, an abyss eternal and bottomless, vast and deep. Alien light, forever and ever. I screamed. I know I screamed because my throat was raw afterward, but I couldn't hear the sound over the roar of blood in my ears. Chester was screaming too, or maybe laughing. I couldn't tell which. The eye blinked. The entire cavern shuddered as something the size of a mountain moved beneath us. Water that wasn't water displaced around us, and our tiny raft was suddenly riding waves that shouldn't exist in an underground space. This shook Chester out of his fugue. We both dug our paddles into the glowing surface, fighting against currents that felt more like muscle contractions than water flow. As we stumbled out of the boat onto the shore, I made the mistake of looking back. The eye was there, staring up at us through bottomless layers of water that should have blocked any light, and in that ancient gaze, I saw recognition. It saw us. It saw into us and through us. Something in Chester's mind shattered. I could see it in his eyes. I grabbed him and dragged him down the tunnel. We abandoned the raft and ran for the passage, leaving our carefully gathered equipment scattered on the cavern floor, up through the elevated passage, down the ladder we didn't even bother to retrieve, through the cave system toward the blessed light of day. We burst from the cave into afternoon sunlight that felt impossibly bright and clean. Chester collapsed immediately, retching onto the forest floor. I managed to stay upright long enough to drag him away from the cave entrance before my own legs gave out. Chester was never the same after that day. His laugh, the easy confidence that used to pull me along into trouble, all of it vanished. He hardly spoke, and when he did, it was whispers about water and eyes that never stopped watching. Before the summer was over, his parents sent him away to a hospital in the big city. Some place special, they said. Though they never used the word I knew they meant. I never saw him again. At first I thought he'd come back the next summer, and we'd pick up where we left off like nothing had happened. But his absence became permanent. A hollow space I couldn't fill. I carried the weight of it alone, pretending normal life was still possible, while the memory pressed against me like the dark water under the hills. That was 10 years ago. I've been in therapy on and off ever since, cycling through doctors who nod sympathetically when I tell them about recurring nightmares of black water and watching eyes. They prescribe medications for anxiety and sleep disorders, but nothing stops the dreams completely. Chester wasn't as lucky. The last I heard, he was living on the streets, talking to things that weren't there and insisting that something was still watching him. When Grandma Edith passed a year ago and left me the house, the first thing I did was hire a contractor to seal the cave entrance with concrete and rebar. I told him it was a safety hazard. I paid him extra to use twice as much concrete as necessary, and to never mention the job to anyone. Some doors, once opened, need to be closed forever. Late at night, I swear that sometimes I can still hear the sound of water moving, far beneath the ground. My grandfather froze to death on the kitchen floor in the middle of summer, and I'm the only person who knows what happened. My mom found him early on the morning of July 15th, stretched out between the refrigerator and the breakfast table like he'd been reaching for something. His skin was blue-white, ice crystals still clinging to his eyelashes when Mom screamed from the doorway. The thermometer on the kitchen wall read 82 degrees. I'm Theo, 17, part-time sandwich artist at Subway, full-time disappointment to my parents, college fund expectations. Normal kid from normal Midwestern stock, the kind who knows the difference between a blizzard watch and a blizzard warning, who can drive in snow before I can parallel park. I play JV basketball badly and work the closing shift 3 nights a week, biking home past empty storefronts and gas stations that close at 10. Nothing about my life prepared me for finding my grandfather's body that morning, or for understanding what had happened. My grandpa, Isaac, had lived with us for 4 years, ever since Grandma died and Dad decided the old man shouldn't be rattling around the farmhouse anymore. Grandpa was 74, with arthritis in his hands and a habit of falling asleep in his recliner with the TV remote balanced on his chest. He'd worked 20 years managing the local IGA before retiring, knew everyone in town, remembered their kids' names, and which checkout girls have the best customer service. He was practical, steady, unremarkable in every way that mattered. He was also dead in our kitchen, ice cold in 80-degree weather. The coroner, Dr. Willits, spent 45 minutes examining the body. He took photographs, checked the thermostat, questioned Mom and Dad about Grandpa's health, his medications, whether he'd seemed confused or disoriented lately. He measured the room temperature 3 times with different thermometers, frowning at readings that made no sense. Hypothermia, he announced finally, signing papers with the kind of confidence that comes from 3 decades of determining cause of death. Severe hypothermia due to unknown environmental factors, possibly a neurological episode affecting temperature regulation. Dad asked the obvious question. How does someone freeze to death when it's 80 degrees outside? Dr. Willits adjusted his glasses and delivered the answer that would satisfy the insurance company, the death certificate, and everyone except me. Sometimes the body's regulatory system fails catastrophically. Medication interactions, undiagnosed conditions, stroke affecting the hypothalamus. The body can literally lose the ability to maintain core temperature. Mom mentioned the frost she'd seen around the body, but Dr. Willits dismissed it as condensation from the air conditioning. I didn't correct him, even though our AC had been off for 3 days. The funeral was on Thursday, Half the town showed up, filling past the casket to pay respects to a man who'd bagged their groceries and remembered their faces for 2 decades. They spoke about his kindness, his reliability, how he'd given their teenagers first jobs and second chances. None of them knew about the temperature of his skin when they found him, or the thin layer of frost that had formed around his body, like he'd been lying there in January instead of July. None of them had seen what I saw when I came downstairs that morning. When Mom's screaming brought me and Dad running, I saw my grandfather's final expression, frozen on his face in the moment death took him. He wore no peaceful look like most people would imagine. His eyes were wide, staring at the ceiling, and his mouth was open like he'd been trying to say something important. He looked terrified. Strange things started happening 2 months ago. May 28th in Minnesota means tornado watches and sudden thunderstorms, the kind of weather that keeps you checking the sky every few minutes. It doesn't mean finding patches of kitchen floor so cold they make your feet ache through wool socks. But that's exactly what I found that Tuesday morning after Memorial Day. A circle of tile near the sink that felt like stepping on January pavement. Mom blamed the air conditioning, even though we hadn't turned it on yet. Dad checked the basement for broken pipes, crawling around with a flashlight and muttering about foundation settling. The cold spot vanished by Thursday, but another one appeared in the hallway upstairs, then another in the living room by the weekend. "Old house to settle," Dad said when I mentioned it. "Foundation shifts, creates drafts you wouldn't expect." Our house was built in 1987. It wasn't exactly old by anyone's standard. Dad liked cheap explanations that didn't require calling repair services. I pressed my palm against the frigid patch of living room carpet, watching my breath form small clouds in the 70-degree air. When I called Mom over to feel it, her hand passed through the cold like it wasn't there. "Feels normal to me, honey," she said, giving me that concerned look parents get when they think you're coming down with something. But I could see the frost forming on the carpet fibers where my breath hit them. The winter winds started a week later. I'd be watching TV or doing homework, and suddenly smell snow in the air. That sharp, clean scent that comes from a blizzard. The smell would drift through rooms like invisible smoke, carrying whispers I could almost understand. Once I followed the scent upstairs to Grandpa's room, where he was sitting on his bed looking at old photo albums, his face pale and distracted. "You smell that?" I asked him. He looked up from a picture of him and Grandma at some company picnic. His hands were shaking as he closed the album. "Smell what?" "Like snow. Like winter." "It's May, Theo," but his voice cracked when he said it, and I noticed he was wearing a sweater despite the warm afternoon. The whispers came with the wind that smelled like snow, voices so quiet I couldn't be sure I was actually hearing them. Sometimes they seemed to be calling a name, sometimes just murmuring like people having a conversation in another room. I'd turn my head to catch the words, but they'd fade into nothing, leaving me wondering if I'd imagined them entirely. But Grandpa heard them too. I'd find him sitting in his chair at midnight, eyes wide open, responding to things the rest of the family couldn't detect. "I'm sorry," he'd whisper to the empty room. "I know you're cold. I know." When I asked him who he was talking to, he'd look at me with the desperate expression of a drowning man. "You can hear them too, can't you, Theo?" His voice barely above a whisper. "The voices in the wind?" I nodded, and something between relief and terror crossed his face. "Then you know she's coming." The shivering started in June. I'd wake up at 3 in the morning, teeth chattering, pulling my covers tight around me. The room would feel normal to everyone else, maybe even warm, but my body acted like I'd been sleeping outside. When I mentioned it to Mom, she immediately started checking for fever and asking about my appetite. "Growing boys need more calories," she said, adding extra bacon to my breakfast. Your metabolism's probably just running high. She couldn't see the frost forming on my bedroom windows while the thermostat read 75 degrees. Grandpa started acting strange around the same time, but this was different from the whispers. This was paranoia. He began looking over his shoulder when we watched TV together, checking the locks on doors that nobody ever used. During dinner, he'd pause mid-sentence and listen to sounds the rest of us couldn't hear, his fork halfway to his mouth, eyes darting toward the kitchen doorway. "Nothing there," he'd mutter, when I followed his gaze. "Just tired." But tired people don't spend 20 minutes staring at the same photograph, and they don't whisper apologies to themselves while they think no one's listening. I started finding him with those photo albums more often, usually the ones from his working years at the IGA. He'd flip through pages slowly, his fingers tracing faces I didn't recognize, his lips moving in silent conversation. One afternoon in late June, I found him in the kitchen at 2 in the morning, still in his pajamas, staring at the spot where his body would be found 3 weeks later. The linoleum around his bare feet was covered in frost that sparkled under the overhead light. "Grandpa?" He turned toward me, but his eyes took a moment to focus, like he was seeing me from across a great distance. When he exhaled, his breath formed a small cloud between us. "She's coming," he said quietly. "She's been walking through the snow for 27 years, and now she's almost here." "Who's coming?" "I should have stopped. I should have helped her." His voice was barely audible. "But she was so cruel, Theo. So very, very cruel." I asked him what he meant, who he was talking about, but he just shook his head and shuffled back to his room, leaving wet footprints on the kitchen floor that steamed in the warm air. Everything came together the night I saw her. It was July 4th, just past midnight. Fireworks had been going off all evening, late celebrations from people who'd bought too many bottle rockets and didn't want to waste them. I was lying in bed, listening to the occasional pop and crackle from somewhere across town, when the temperature in my room dropped 20 degrees in the span of a heartbeat. I sat up, pulling my sheet around me, and saw her floating 3 feet above the hallway carpet. She was translucent, like looking through ice, but I could make out her basic shape, a woman in what might have been a winter coat, her hair hanging in frozen strands around her face. Snow clung to her shoulders and sleeves, never melting, never falling. She moved without talking, drifting down the hall towards Grandpa's room with the deliberate purpose of someone who knew exactly where she was going. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't do anything but watch as she passed my doorway, leaving a trail of frost on the walls where she'd been. The air around her shimmered with cold, and I could hear the sound winter makes, that particular silence that comes with heavy snow, broken only by the soft whisper of ice crystals forming. She turned her head toward me as she passed, and for just a moment I saw her face clearly. Her eyes were the color of winter sky, pale and empty and cold enough to freeze blood. Her mouth was open in an expression that might have been speaking, but no sound came out. Just that patient, terrible silence. When she reached Grandpa's door, she didn't open it. She simply passed through the wood like it was made of mist. I stayed in bed until morning, wrapped in every blanket I owned, listening to the one-sided conversation that drifted through the walls. Grandpa's voice apologizing over and over to someone who answered only with the sound of wind through bare trees. By the time the sun came up, the temperature had returned to normal, but I found a single perfect snowflake on my windowsill, refusing to melt despite the July heat. I knew then that my grandfather was going to die, and that I was the only one who could understand why. My grandfather told me the worst thing he'd ever done. It was July 13th, 2 days before we found him dead on the kitchen floor. He'd spent the morning pacing between his bedroom and the kitchen, muttering under his breath and checking door locks that were already secure. The house felt like a meat locker, despite the air conditioning being off, but only Grandpa and I seemed to notice. By afternoon, he looked like a man who hadn't slept in weeks. "Theo?" he said, finding me in the garage where I was fixing a flat tire on my bike. "I need to tell you something. About Mary." I'd never heard him mention anyone named Mary before, but something in his voice made me set down my wrench and pay attention. He looked older than his 74 years. His shoulders bent forward like he was carrying something impossibly heavy. When he breathed, small puffs of vapor escaped his lips despite the stifling heat. "I worked at the IGA for 20 years, he began, settling onto Dad's workbench with careful movements. "Made some good friends there. Jimmy in produce, Alice in customer service, Bill who ran the meat counter." He paused, his hands working against each other in his lap. "And then there was Mary." The temperature in the garage dropped 10 degrees when he said her name. She worked in the office, bookkeeping, scheduling, handling complaints. Been there longer than anyone, maybe 15 years when I started. Everyone called her Mean Mary behind her back, though never where she could hear it. His voice got quieter, more distant, like he was seeing something I couldn't. Mary had a talent for finding people's weaknesses and pressing on them until they broke. New employees, part-timers who couldn't afford to quit, anyone she thought was beneath her. But what she did to Tommy was the day I knew she was something beyond cruel. Beyond human, maybe. The Tuesday she destroyed Tommy was like watching a predator hunt. Tommy worked maintenance, had some kind of mental problem that made him talk slowly and repeat himself sometimes. Sweet kid, maybe 25, lived with his mother and needed that job more than anything. A customer complained about water on the floor near produce. Standard stuff. Happens every day. Grandpa's breath came out in visible puffs now, and frost began forming on the workbench where his hands rested. Mary saw her chance. She called Tommy over to the customer service counter where everyone could see. Employees, shoppers, kids waiting with their mothers, started interrogating him about his careless mopping, making her voice loud enough for the whole front end to hear. I could see the scene playing out in his eyes, 27 years of guilt etched in the lines around them. Then she started imitating his speech. Made her voice slow and halting like his, stumbling over words the way he did when he got nervous. "Tommy, sorry. Tommy, try harder." She kept getting louder, drawing more people over to watch this grown man being humiliated like a child. The frost was spreading now, crawling up the garage walls in delicate patterns that caught the afternoon light. Tommy just stood there holding his mop, tears streaming down his face. He didn't understand why everyone was laughing. Mary wasn't done. She told the customer, loud enough for everyone to hear, that Tommy was mentally deficient, and that the store kept him on out of charity. She said maybe they should find someone more capable to clean up after normal people. Grandpa's voice broke completely. The customer looked horrified, tried to say it wasn't that big a deal, just a wet floor, but Mary kept going, called Tommy a burden to decent society, and said his mother should be ashamed for inflicting him on normal people. Tommy collapsed right there, sobbing so hard he couldn't breathe. He never came back. Found out later his mother had to take him to the emergency room that night because he wouldn't stop shaking. The doctor said it was a panic attack, but I knew better. Mary had broken something inside him that never got fixed. That was the kind of person Mary was, Grandpa whispered. Someone who could destroy an innocent man for entertainment and sleep soundly that night. I asked him why he was telling me this, what Mary had to do with the cold spots and whispers that followed us throughout the house. His hand stopped moving. When he looked at me, his eyes were wet and desperate. Because I'm the reason she's dead. The story came out slowly, like he was pulling each word from somewhere deep and painful. February 14th, 1998, 7 years before I was born. A blizzard had moved in faster than predicted, dropping 19 inches of snow in 6 hours, and creating whiteout conditions across 3 counties. Store management made the call to close early, 2 in the afternoon instead of 9 at night. Everyone was anxious to get home before the roads became completely impassable. Mary had left first, as she always did. She lived alone in a rented house on the other side of town, and drove an old Buick that wasn't reliable in the best conditions, let alone in a blizzard. Grandpa stayed another hour, helping to secure the store and making sure all the coolers and freezers were properly sealed in case they lost power. By the time he left, the snow was falling so hard he could barely see his truck in the parking lot. I took County Road 47, he said. It was faster, and your grandmother was waiting with dinner. I'd driven that road 1,000 times. His voice got quieter, forcing me to lean closer to him. I saw her headlights first, flashing on and off, like someone signaling for help. The Buick was nose first in a snowbank, maybe 15 yards off the road. As he got closer, he could see Mary standing beside her car, waving her arms frantically. Even through the snow and wind, he could tell she was in trouble. I pulled over, he said, sat there with my engine running, looking at her through my windshield. She was walking toward me, stumbling through knee-deep snow. The garage was freezing now, cold enough that I could see my own breath mixing with his in the space between us. I thought about Tommy crying while everyone laughed, about the way she'd call him deficient, a burden. I thought about the kind of person who could destroy someone like Tommy and sleep soundly that night. His hands were shaking now, from the cold or emotions I couldn't tell. She reached my truck, started pounding on the passenger window with her fists, screaming something I couldn't hear over the wind. Her face was pressed against the glass, and I could see the terror in her eyes. She knew she was going to die out there if no one helped her. He paused, his breath coming in short, sharp puffs that crystallized in the air. I put the truck in drive and kept going. The words hung between us like icicles. She ran after me for maybe 20 yards, waving and screaming. I watched in my rearview mirror until the snow swallowed her up. Then I drove home and told your grandmother I'd taken the main route because it was safer. They didn't find Mary's body until March, when the snow finally melted enough for a farmer to spot something that didn't belong in his field. She'd made it almost a mile from her car before the cold took her, found frozen in a drainage ditch, with her arms wrapped around herself, still wearing the same winter coat I'd seen floating through our hallway. I killed her, Grandpa whispered, and I've been living with that for 27 years. The frost had covered every surface in the garage now, turning our breath into clouds, and making the metal tools ring like bells when the expanding ice shifted them. She's been walking through that blizzard ever since, he said, walking through the snow and the cold, getting closer every year. And now, she's found me. I asked him why he was telling me this now, after keeping it a secret for so long. He looked toward the house, where shadows were beginning to gather in the windows as evening approached. Because she's here, Theo. She's been in my room every night for a week, standing at the foot of my bed, dripping snow melt on the carpet. She doesn't say anything, just watches me with those frozen eyes. His voice dropped to almost nothing, and I think you're the only one who can see her too. The air conditioner stayed off for the last 2 days of my grandfather's life. After his confession in the garage, he became obsessed with heat. Every time someone turned on the AC to combat the mid-80s weather, he'd shut it off within minutes, his hands shaking as he adjusted the thermostat. "Can't stand the cold air," he'd mutter, pulling on another sweater despite the sweltering house. When Dad complained about the temperature, Grandpa begged. "Just keep it off," he pleaded. "Please." The whispers were constant now. Where before I'd barely been able to make out voices on the wind, now I could hear words clearly. "Left me. So cold." They drifted through the house like smoke, always in Mary's voice, though I'd never heard her speak when she was alive. Mom and Dad noticed Grandpa's behavior, but attributed it to grief or maybe early dementia. They scheduled a doctor's appointment for the following week and talked in hushed voices about assisted living facilities and medication adjustments. They couldn't see the frost forming on windows despite the 80-degree indoor temperature. They couldn't see the way their breath became visible whenever they stood too close to Grandpa's usual spots. When I pressed Mom's hand against a wall covered in ice, her fingers passed through it like it wasn't there. "Don't you feel that?" I asked desperately. "Feel what, honey?" She looked at me with growing concern. "Are you feeling all right?" But I could see the frost spreading under her touch, could feel the supernatural cold seeping through my clothes and into my bones. On July 14th, the day before he died, Grandpa stopped sleeping entirely. I found him in the living room at 2 in the morning, fully dressed, staring at the front door. The house was stifling without air conditioning, but his breath formed steady clouds when he spoke. "She's getting closer," he said without looking at me. "Where is she?" "Right there." He pointed toward the empty hallway. "Can you see her? She's standing by the stairs, just watching." I looked where he was pointing and saw nothing but shadows, but the temperature in that spot had to be below freezing, because frost was forming on the wall in the shape of a woman. "What is she doing?" "Nothing, just looking at me, but I can feel the cold coming off her, like standing next to an open freezer. And her eyes," he shuddered, "her eyes are like looking into a January sky." We sat together until dawn. I held his frail, cold hand, listening to him whispering apologies to the empty air, while I watched frost patterns spread across surfaces that should have been warm. When the sun came up, he seemed to relax slightly, but I knew the relief was temporary. That evening, our house felt like an oven. The air conditioner sat silent while the July heat pushed the indoor temperature well into the 90s. Every fan in the house ran at full speed, but they couldn't compete with the supernatural winter that followed my grandfather from room to room. The whispers started earlier than usual, just after sunset. This time they weren't random phrases, but something more focused, more demanding. I couldn't make out all the words, but Grandpa could. He sat in his chair, no longer pretending he couldn't hear her. "I know," he said to the empty room, his voice steady for the first time in days. "I remember leaving you there." A pause, as if he were listening to something I couldn't quite catch. "Yes, you called my name. You begged me to help." Another pause, longer this time. The frost was spreading faster now, covering the walls around his chair in intricate ice patterns. "I'm sorry," his voice cracked. "I'm so sorry, Mary, but you have to understand what you did to those people." The temperature plummeted. My breath came out in thick clouds, and ice began forming on the inside of windows. "No," Grandpa said, shaking his head. "Sorry isn't enough. I know that now." The conversation continued for hours, Grandpa responding to accusations I could only partially hear, accepting blame for a decision that had haunted him for 27 years. Sometimes I caught fragments of her voice on the wind. "Left me to die. So cold." Near midnight, his voice changed, became resigned. Yes, you were alone. You died alone because of me, and that was cruel. Maybe as cruel as anything you ever did. I deserve this, but please, leave my family alone. They don't know what I did, he said with a tired, dejected voice. By 1 in the morning, the house felt like a walk-in freezer. Ice covered every surface I could see, turning our home into a winter landscape. The whispers had stopped, replaced by something worse. The sound of someone breathing slowly in the darkness, each exhalation bringing more cold. Theo, he said with all the warmth and affection he could muster. Go to bed. You can't help me. I'm ready. I'm tired, and this is nothing you or anyone should ever have to see. I went to bed knowing I'd never see my grandfather alive again, but unable to do anything except watch it happen. Mary had finally gotten her revenge, and she'd made sure my grandfather experienced every moment of the cold that killed her. The only difference was that she'd died alone in a field, while he died surrounded by the warmth of a family who loved him. It wasn't mercy, it was just a different kind of cruelty. 3 weeks later, I sent my college applications exclusively to schools in Florida and Arizona. Some things are too cold to forget, and I never want to feel winter again. The frost disappeared from our house the day we buried Grandpa, but sometimes on the colder nights, I still hear whispers in the wind. They're fainter now, more distant, like someone calling from very far away. I think Mary is walking again, looking for the next person who left someone to die in the cold. It started with one small mention from Mrs. Burton, our neighborhood's grandma. My parents were in our backyard doing the garden when she came by with a carrot cake. Hi, Mrs. Burton, I said. She nodded, smiling, and approached my parents. As I pulled out weed, I overheard them talking about the McField's missing son, the Grover's ugly new lawn that was ruining the image of the neighborhood, and Cormac Stanner's brand new car, which had windows so dark you couldn't see inside. You really should look into joining the Manuscript Book Club. It helped me a lot. Things were so hard after Ben passed away, but I'm so much better now. I had someone to talk to. My life had purpose, she said to my parents in that pleasant, motherly voice. Thanks, Mrs. Burton. We'll give it a thought, my mom said, taking the carrot cake from her. Mrs. Burton was your regular sweet old lady. She used to live with her husband Ben, but he passed away last year. Poor Mrs. Burton was in absolute anguish for the past year, until she appeared to us, spriteful and lively. I thought that she had recovered and found purpose living alone. My phone vibrated. It was my best friend Zoe. I went into our front porch to return her text. My parents didn't want me talking to Zoe. Street rat, horrible influence on a girl, my dad would often say. We went to the same class from high school until college. She was an orphan and would frequently get in trouble for all sorts of things. Hot wiring a teacher's car and driving it around the school, planting a farting balloon under the teacher's seat, starting food fights, and the list went on. But Zoe was always friendly and protective of me. We became friends after she defended me from a school bully using water balloons. Bored out of my mind. What are you doing? She texted. Not much. Doing the garden with my parents. I was texting her and looking at Mrs. Burton, who returned to her house and took out a chair on her front lawn and sat down. She faced the direction of the Grovers, probably musing over how ugly their new lawn was. We lived in a cul-de-sac. There were around 12 families, including ours. We were the kind of neighborhood where most families are wealthy and have a cared-for lawn and 2 kids. Normal and boring. Things were going well for my family, at least until that day. Our family was on a road trip. We stopped for a pee break. My mom went into a deep bush while my dad stood behind a large boulder. I was on the front seat, typing away at my phone. Jason, my little brother, was in the back seat looking out of the car. "Megan, look, a fox with strange ears. Look, it's green." I ignored him. A 5-year-old sees all sorts of things. I shouldn't have. I looked up just in time to see him opening the car door and running outside. It happened in the blink of an eye. A truck passed by the road. It didn't stop in time. All I could hear was a loud hissing of the brake pads grinding, and then the skidding sound of tires, and then a loud thud followed by silence. Just like that, my little brother was killed. We were devastated after the accident. My parents didn't blame me, but I did. I should have talked to him, should have looked after him. Instead, I glued my eyes to my phone, talking to Zoe about the latest song by some indie band, and my brother was dead. For weeks, we barely left the house. I sometimes wandered to Jason's room and sat there looking at the paintings that he made on the wall and crying alone. The neighbors were very understanding and gave us plenty of gifts, cakes, and condolences. But we'd trade them all for Jason back in an instant. We weren't the only family with grief. Every single family of our neighborhood lost someone. Mrs. Burton lost her husband. The Grovers lost their daughter. Cormac Stanner lived alone, but his dog got sick and died. Each of us lost someone dear, so the McFields were understandably worried about their missing son. They put up posters, asked for help on the local radio station, had volunteer groups searching for him in the surrounding forests. Then I started noticing something strange. First, only Mrs. Burton would put out a chair on her lawn, facing the Grovers' house. But then the McFields did the same thing. After that, Cormac Stanner bought an entire recliner on his front porch, facing the same direction. The Smiths followed. The Whitakers installed a porch swing. Every day in the afternoon, they would go to the same spot and look at the Grovers' house for an hour. Eventually, my family was the only one left not taking part in the strange observation. Soon, everything became even stranger. I started hearing voices in the night. I knew it was not a dream. I heard it coming from the direction of the Grovers. It sounded like some people were chanting in unison. I eventually chalked it up to some kind of new song they were practicing for Christmas, and put on my muffler, and I fell back asleep. Then the visit started. At first it was only Mrs. Burton. She would come by and leave us the occasional carrot cake, a batch of chocolate chip cookies, or fresh apples from the tree in her backyard. She would talk about how hard it must have been for us, dealing with Jason's death. Then the Smiths would come by with fish from their weekend trip, the Grovers with deer meat from their hunt. Even Cormac Stanner visited us with wine, wearing his garish rainbow sweater. They would all tell us how sorry they were about Jason, and then recommend us to take part in the neighborhood book club called Manuscript. Even my parents saw how weird the whole thing was. They politely declined at first. "Your weirdo neighbors give me the creeps. Can never wrap my head around rich people," Zoe texted me when I told her about it. After the shock of Jason's death faded, something broke in my family. Our dinners were starting to fill with uncomfortable silence, like something was missing. My parents started to argue, then fight. Then after that, there would be no apology. I was afraid of being caught in the middle, so I started eating dinner in my room. That was when I was able to observe that the entire neighborhood, save for our family, started gathering at the Grovers at around 8 in the evening. I never saw them leaving. Somehow they would all be up and about as usual the morning after. Then I started to see my neighbors do this weird exercise, where they would kneel down on the grass and put their hands together as if holding up a book. Then they would move their hands forward and bow their heads down close to the ground. They would repeat this 3 times before standing up and going about their days as usual. What was awful was that the neighbors' visits were starting to get to my mom. She mentioned joining the book club a few times to my dad. They just seemed like a bunch of weirdos to me. What will reading books do to help us get over Jason? This town's gone crazy enough with news of people hitting their heads. Then rumors and shadows killing people. We best keep to ourselves, he said one evening, and their conversation once again turned into an argument. Every time Mrs. Burton dropped by and Dad wasn't home, my mom would ask her about the book club. She asked whether there was a membership fee or anything special one had to do. Turned out, it was just a normal book club, save for the fact that they only read one book called The Manuscript. Things were bad, but they were tolerable. It wasn't until Mom went behind Dad's back to attend a reading session of the book club that everything turned out horrible. That morning my dad said he had some business to take care of in town, and wouldn't be back till the evening. Mrs. Burton came by and talked about the book club again. You really should think about it, dear. We're having a reading session today. Would you care to join us? Just for 15 minutes? My mom hesitated, then nodded her head. 15 minutes turned out to be 2 hours. And when my dad was home early, she was still in the Grover's house, taking part in the little book club. He called her phone. She didn't pick up. He ran around like a madman around the neighborhood looking for her, with me following. And when we saw her through the glass panels of the Grovers, I guess something inside him snapped. He practically dragged her out of their house. And my dad was generally a gentle person. He told her that he would not have his wife take part in some crazy club, that it sounded like a religious cult. At least they listened to me. You're controlling and abusive. When was the last time you did that? She screamed to his face. I didn't know whose side to take. They were both right. I was torn and felt horrible, so I ran to my room and called Zoe. I'm really sorry you had to go through that. One of the many reasons why I'm glad to be an orphan sometimes. No family drama, she said. Things started to go downhill. My parents were no longer eating in the same room. My mom ignored my dad and went to the book club more regularly. She started coming home later and later. Sometimes I wouldn't even see her the entire evening. My dad started to spend more and more time in his office. Sometimes he didn't even come home. I felt ignored and lonelier than ever. I felt like I was some sort of obstacle to prevent them from a divorce and just ending the miserable pain that was their failing marriage. I spent most of my time cooped up in my room. For once I was glad that the new college semester was coming. It would mean time in the city and away from all of this. In my neighborhood, the strangeness was just ramping up. Mrs. Burton used to be a gentle and caring old lady, but every time I passed by her, she would shoot me the stare, as if I was some sort of street hooker. She wasn't the only one. The Grovers would also give me strange looks whenever I walked outside their house. Cormac Stanner once looked ready to hunt me down. It wasn't just me. My dad also got the same treatment. We somehow became enemies of the neighborhood. That night, I packed my things and was ready to head to college early. I figured I would spend a couple of days at the dorm reading books. Anything to escape from the hellhole I was in. I asked Zoe to drop by my house. I'd wanted her to sleep over before going to the college with me in the morning. My parents didn't care anymore. My dad said nothing, and my mom immediately went to the Grover's house after dinner. Zoe and I went to our room and chatted till it was night. I didn't see my mom get back until 10 p.m. From my window on the second floor, I could see nervousness on her face but didn't think much of it. Downstairs, it seemed my parents had started to make up because I could hear music and the faint voice of my mom telling my dad that they should get a drink. I was relieved and went to sleep. Zoe woke me that night. She pressed a finger to her lips and pointed me to the window. I looked at the clock. It was 3 a.m. There were several people in dark robes and they were lining up to enter my house. I heard our front door being opened, then the creaking sounds of footsteps over old woods. I was scared out of my mind. I thought they were burglars and took out my phone to call 911. Zoe put her ears to the door of my room, and after a moment, her eyes widened. She rushed back to bed and told me to pretend I'm sleeping. I shut my eyes as hard as I could and tried my best to not move, but my heart was jumping inside my chest. "She's sleeping," I heard a male voice. It seemed to be Henry Grover. "We'll come back for her." This time was a female voice. It sounded a lot like Kathy McField. And with that, they walked out of our bedroom. We both waited for what seemed like forever, until Zoe slowly got up and peeked outside the window. "Look, they're taking someone," she said and gestured outside. My blood froze the moment I caught eye of who they were taking. It was my dad. He looked like he was still asleep while being carried by his arms and legs. "What the hell is wrong with rich people?" Zoe whispered. "We have to follow them," I said, putting on my hoodie and taking my wallet and phone with me as a habit. We took slow and small steps to not creak the stairs. I looked at my mom's bed. It was empty. We crept downstairs and outside just as one of the robed people closed the door to the Grovers' house. We looked around for a moment and then crouched slowly to the Grovers. We had to know what they were doing, but I couldn't come up with anything. Just then, light lit up from the basement. I suddenly recalled that the Grovers' basement had a window. Me and Zoe got to it, making sure to stay hidden from view and only peeking in. In the middle of the basement was a circle of people. They were all facing an altar, on top of which was a closed notebook with a brown leather cover. Then, 2 men carried my dad to the middle of the circle. "We are the children of the manuscript, and the manuscript is our lifeblood," the robed people said in unison 3 times. My hand trembled, sweat dotting my fingers. Then, a small and familiar figure stepped forward, then removed their robe, and I had to put my hand over my mouth to keep from screaming. It was my mom. "We offer this child to the manuscript, so that his eyes may be opened," she said and took out a knife. "Oh my God, she's going to kill your dad. Call the cops. Call them now," Zoe hissed. I took my phone out of my pocket, but my hand was too sweaty, and the phone wouldn't recognize my fingerprint or face in the darkness. All the meanwhile, my eyes were glued to the window. The 2 men were holding up my dad now. My mom was approaching him with the knife. I thought about screaming out loud to stop them, but something was holding me back. She raised the knife. My eyes burned from not blinking. Then she took my dad's hand and made a small cut on his index finger. "We offer this child to the manuscript, so that his eyes may be opened. His blood will be the price for initiation," she said and opened the book on the altar and held his hand over it. Blood dripped from his finger to the notebook and disappeared. Then my dad's head jerked up. His eyes opened wide. A green jet of light entered from the book to his eyes. Then he drooped back down. At this point, I was practically frantic. Zoe put her hand over my mouth and shook her head. She pointed to a corner in the room. My heart sank. There was a shotgun, and next to it, a cage that holds a fox with a clipped ear that was painted bright green. At that moment, I felt something in the air, like being watched from behind. Then I heard the footsteps. "Now what do we have here? Peeping Toms?" A voice called out to us. I was startled. The people in the basement also heard it. Their eyes darted up to where we were standing in unison. I turned around. It was Cormac Stanner. "We were saving this as a present for you, Megan. It seems you have found your way to us anyway. Ready to accept the blessing of the manuscript?" he asked. His face began to contort into a weird smile and his eyes opened wide. "Run!" Zoe screamed. I bolted, but his hands caught me. I struggled and thrashed to no effect. Then Zoe came back and started picking up rocks on the ground and threw them in his face, making loud thuds. "It's Megan we want. You can scurry off now," he said, shrugging off her attacks like they were nothing. Desperate, I began punching him in the face. That was when I realized. His smile never left, and his eyes never blinked. I was absolutely freaked out. Then Zoe jumped in front of him and kicked him square in the balls. Cormac Stanner dropped to the ground, his hands holding his crotch, but still smiling, and his eyes would not blink. Then we heard a click. The Grove's front door opened, and light streamed out. More than a dozen people spilled out and removed their robe. Henry and Martha Grover, Kathy and Abel McField, Gavin and Chloe Smith, Alexander and Lydia Whitaker, many others, and even Mrs. Burton, and finally, my mom and dad. They looked at us. Then their faces warped into a smile that was too wide. Their eyes opened and unblinking. There was a period of silence. The air reeked of wet grass and rot. "I saw the truth in the manuscript, honey. It helped me move on. It would help you too," my mom said before her mouth turned into a smile again. "That's right, honey. I was blind, but my eyes are now open. The manuscript can do the same to you," my dad said. Zoe and I were backing up slowly as the row of people advanced. Slowly, their hands moved in front of them and made a motion as if to hold a book. We turned and ran. They ran after us, their legs running but their arms still making the book-reading motion and the smiles never leaving their faces. Zoe pointed at Cormac Stanner's car, and we rushed to it. She took out a screwdriver and did something with the door. The sounds of shoes rapping on the concrete were very close now. I was screaming at the top of my lungs for her to hurry up. She opened the car door, and we rushed in just as hands almost grabbed my feet. We held the car door closed while the group of people stood all around it. Zoe ducked down the driver's seat and brought out some wires. "I'm gonna hotwire this thing. Ever drove a car?" she asked me. Kinda," I stammered, my mind blank. The people were surrounding the car now. Zoe successfully primed the car and the engine started. We switched seats and I looked up to see that my parents were standing in front of the car. "There's no point running, honey," they told me, their unblinking eyes boring straight into my soul. Zoe looked at me. Our hands found each other. "Looks like no way out," she said. "What do we do?" I asked her. "Hey Megan, can I borrow your hoodie? Always wanted to wear it. Figured I'd want to wear it once before they caught us." I thought it was a strange request, but listened anyway. I took my hoodie and gave it to her. She put it on and gave me a look, tears in her eyes. "Love you more than anything. Come back to save me, okay? Best friends forever?" she said before pulling the hood down her face and rushing out of the car through the line of people. They ran after her. I wanted to open the car door, but something inside me screamed not to. I gave her a tearful look goodbye and slammed on the gas pedal. The car darted away from the neighborhood, away from my childhood, from my parents' failing marriage, from the manuscript, and from Zoe. That was 3 weeks ago. I've been running ever since. New town, new place to crash every few days. Never the same place twice. I slept in charity homes and ate their meals. I changed my SIM card. I thought I was safe. Then today, the manager at my latest charity home delivered a speech. "We're starting a new book club to help those in mental pain. We'll be reading the manuscript," he said, his smile too wide. My hair stood on its end. For the last couple years, I've been working at a cemetery out near the edge of town. It's decently large as I think we cater to the majority of the postal code. Now, it's not a job that I would have been eager to get, not because I am afraid or really think much of it. It's just the optics for other people. For me, I don't really see what we do being much different from what a long-term storage facility does. We too put boxes filled with inanimate objects into holes, then bury them forever. In fact, I'd argue that 4x8, full of Grand's lifelong accumulation of belongings, carries more of her soul than the nicest mahogany casket that we drop into the earth. But regardless, it did turn out to be a fine job. And honestly, it was quite boring until the day I met her. 2 months ago, we had just concluded a service for a young woman. It went fine as far as I can recall. I remember there was a small mention about how the girl's sister hadn't made it, and there was some sort of familial dispute over what they wanted to do with the body, I guess. Burial versus cremation. Both these things gave me something to ponder while I waited. I should clarify that my responsibilities were a bit of a catch-all. I would keep an eye on the cemetery. I hesitate to say guard. Really, I would just walk around and dissuade any precocious teens from trying to tag a headstone. The more exciting part was for burials. I would operate the excavator and dig the graves, and after the service, once the casket was lowered in, I'd fill them back up again. So during the service itself, I just listened to the families and friends give their last parting words, and then I'd wait until everyone left to go retrieve the excavator from the shed. After the last mourner had walked away dabbing their tears with a tissue, I went to the shed. Because we don't want to tear up the grass with the excavator's treads, I have to lay down a trail of plywood sheets leading from the dirt path over the grass to the open grave. It was when I had placed about half the sheets that I looked up and saw, next to the grave, a black umbrella facing me. Someone was holding it, but it was low to the ground. They must have been sitting, and it was positioned in a way that I couldn't even see an inch of them. I judged that someone from the service must have decided to return to say some last words before their dearly departed was lowered into the ground. I decided the most polite, if not fairly inconvenient thing for me to do was to wait and give them a little time. So I stood and hung my head in sort of a faux reverence. While my head was low and I was idly waiting there, I heard music. It was soft, but there was a definite melody in the air. There was a delicate singing with a drumming thump beneath it. It was beautiful and strange, and if you'll allow me, I would say haunting. But all the same, I have to admit, I didn't like it. I couldn't place it, but it felt discordant in a way that was unpleasant to me. It made my skin tingle, and it felt difficult to stand still. I decided to break my silence and clear my throat. The music stopped immediately, but the person didn't face me or even acknowledge me. It wasn't just that the song was unpleasant. I also needed to get this grave filled because it was a late service, and we were pushing into the evening. The sun was already casting a soft reddish haze over everything, and before long, would be tucking behind the horizon. It was preferable that I not have to operate the excavator in the dark, so I needed this person to finish up their goodbye. I gave them a moment longer to let them have the opportunity to begin the interaction on their own terms. But at that moment, then a few more went by. I thought it would be up to me to initiate. I orbited around the umbrella, giving them a wide enough berth as to allow them some space as they were dealing with their emotions. I was picturing that they were probably frantically trying to wipe tears from their eyes. But as I came around, I was surprised to see they were smiling. She was smiling. Crouching there, swathed in the deep shadow of the umbrella, was a young woman. I'd bet she was somewhere in her 20s. But it was fairly hard to tell from the obscurity the shadow around her was contributing, and the heavy stylized makeup she was wearing. She had a coat of white face makeup, with black lipstick and black eyeliner, as is the fashion with many goth people, and I am confident in saying That's what she was. I will say here that I am not a stranger to goth and alternative cultures. As well, my job does tend to hinder me greatly in meeting and dating girls in the mainstream population. It has proved to be a bit of a boon with women in those communities. And besides most of her makeup, her hair was also black, as was her... Actually, it would be easier to say. Nearly everything she had on her was black. She had a black band t-shirt, which had one of the few pops of color in the red font of the band's name. It was one of those metal or hardcore style fonts that are nearly impossible to read though. Beyond that, she was wearing an assortment of layers and accessories. Now, most interesting were her boots. They were in the style of popular goth boots. Specifically, I believe they were Demonias, or at least something similar. But what was remarkable was that hers were pink instead of black, and they were spotless, and thanks to their several inches of platform, even crouched, she was suspended above the ground. I will say I did not expect to see someone like her there, especially not smiling at me, and was suddenly at a loss for words. So she broke the silence and said, "Hi." I squeaked a weak "hi" back. Using that momentum, I pushed through to saying that I was coming with the excavator to fill the grave, and would unfortunately need her to leave so I could safely operate the machine. She maintained unblinking eye contact, and I sort of fell apart at the end and conceded that she could stay there until I finished laying the boards down, and it would take a few more minutes to go back to the shed and then return. Her smile fixed wider, and she thanked me. I nodded, having given up on trying to maintain any air of authority. I turned and left. After laying the last few pieces of plywood down, I turned and walked to the shed and looked back and saw her umbrellaed shape still there. Thinking to myself, I realized that she must of course be the sister that hadn't made it. I realized too, that would give me the perfect opening to try to talk to her again when I returned. Though it did feel maybe wrong to hope to socialize with her at her sister's grave, if that was in fact the case. In the end, I decided that it would be okay to ask if she was the sister, and just keep things neutral, and maybe she would appreciate the opportunity to talk about it. It didn't actually matter what I thought because by the time I had pulled the excavator out of the shed, only a minute or two later since I'd seen her, she was gone. A quick scan across the whole graveyard, and I didn't see her anywhere. Honestly, I was just impressed she could make that distance in those shoes. But then again, I've met some girls who dressed like her, who could probably run an obstacle course halfway to blackout drunk in boots like hers. All the same, it was good because the sun was setting quickly. I got the grave buried and boards put away before late, and as I was locking up, I sighed to myself that I would never really know why she was there. I was wrong. In fact, it was the very next day that I saw her next. Close to the same time, but it was still about an hour until I would be closing up. Weirdly, I only noticed her when she had already made it to the grave. This time it was filled with packed dirt and a couple rolls of fresh sod. I was making my rounds when I saw her on the way back. My rounds is really just a glorified way of saying I was taking a walk. When I recognized that it must be her again, I decided that last night's strategy for talking to her was still sound. So I finished my rounds and walked back up the dirt path I cut into the interior toward her. Immediately I stopped in my tracks. I could hear that singing again, and I think it was this moment I realized she was the one singing, and that it wasn't coming from a speaker, though it just had this melodic fullness to it that felt like it was an edited and arranged piece of music. But I know that a cappella artists and powerful singers can do incredible things, and she may very well be in either of those groups. Again, though, it shot a tingling feeling through my skin, and as I decided to begin walking toward her again, I realized I was having a bit of trouble balancing. Not unlike if you've ever stood up too quickly and you feel dizzy, and, like for a moment, you don't really know intrinsically which direction is up. My vision and other senses worked basically fine, so I was able to take a couple steps forward without tripping on myself. But in the moment, I had a funny thought. It made me think of how in movies with astronauts, when they're trying to dock the ships or maneuver a robotic arm to grab something, they have to use impersonal controls. And the limited vision of their little computer screens to guide themselves. It felt a lot like that. Then suddenly my sense of balance returned. I lifted my eyes back up from the ground, and I saw with a start that I was standing only a few feet away from her. Somehow I had crossed a much further distance in that daze than I'd realized. She was looking back at me, not smiling this time, but with a more neutral expression. This was not how I anticipated this going, and I feared how awkwardly I may have lumbered my way up here. Quickly I tried to move on from that by mentioning how she was here again, and then asking if she was perhaps the deceased sister. After a quiet moment she said yes. Then she said her name was Belle. I said, like the Beauty and the Beast? She laughed, then said, almost, but it's spelled B-E-L. I nodded, then trying to judge whether it was time for my exit or not, I decided to ask her about what she was singing, specifically if it was like a modern song or like a hymn or something. She said no, neither. It was a very old kind of song. It was a cemetery song. I debated whether that name was more of a description, and would just be stupid to ask what a cemetery song was. But it was how she said it that made it feel like there was more there. So I asked her what was a cemetery song, and prepared myself for condescending eyes and, "It's a song you sing in the cemetery." But instead she smiled, and said it was a specific type of song that you sing for the dead. I said, "Oh, like at a funeral." She laughed and then said very carefully, "No, no, no. They're not for the dead like that. They're for the dead. It's for them to hear." A shiver ran down my back. Now I've certainly heard some ideas and beliefs many times wilder than that, said by other goth and alternative people, but it was something about how calmly and matter-of-factly she said it that unsettled me. I didn't know what else to say, so the conversation stalled there, and I could tell she was getting ready to sing, and I didn't want to be caught in that again, so I started to move on. I made it decently far before she started singing again. It was such a strange song, and now as I try to think of what it sounded like, or what she sang, or anything specific, I'm floundering to think of anything. In the moment, I remember thinking how particular and strange it was. I could even recognize, maybe not English, but definite chunks of words of some languages. But now it feels like waking up from a dream where I suddenly can't remember a single specific thing about it. Speaking of a dream, it started the first night after the burial. I had a dream that I couldn't remember so well, only that I felt hot and like I was suffocating, and then I jumped up in my bed covered in sweat and gasping for air. The next night, it was much worse, and I remember it far more vividly. It was dark, but not like nighttime dark. It was an unfriendly, cruel, choking dark. I remember trying to reach out and find something in the blackness. I immediately did. In fact, I quickly realized there was a wall around me, well within reach. A new wave of terror came over me as my claustrophobia kicked in. Even as my heart was racing and I was panicking so hard my dream was losing focus and falling into a bit of a distorted mess, as I believe my brain was losing its image processing abilities amidst the panic and biological changes my fear was causing. I still didn't wake up. I mean, dreams do tend to feel so much longer than they actually are, but I swear this one just kept going and going until finally I shot up in bed. As soon as I could, I got out of bed to change my shirt to a dry one, and I realized I had peed myself. I think I may have been 8 years old the last time that happened. I took a shower, then drank tea until the sun rose. The next day was an easy day. fortunately. I just needed to fix a fence post that had gotten a bit wobbly and go on my rounds from time to time, and that would be all she wrote. After returning from one such walk, I sat against a tree and struggled to keep my eyes open. I've never slept in a cemetery before, but at this particular moment, it seemed like an inevitability. My eyes repeatedly flirted with closing all the way, when on one particular concerted effort to open them again, I saw a little fuzzy spot in my vision that wasn't there before. The feeling of curiosity woke my mind back up enough that I could focus my vision, and I saw it was a familiar black umbrella-toting individual. Unease grew in my stomach and chest, which was unnecessary because I had already decided I wasn't going to get close enough to hear her sing, if she had come back again today. I was far away from her sister's grave this time, and well outside earshot, but despite that, my body didn't seem interested in falling asleep anymore. I remained exhausted, but nonetheless alert and awake. She kept returning every day at about an hour before I closed up for the night. Well, I made sure to stay far enough that I couldn't hear her. I'm confident she was always singing because of the way I could see her mouth moving even from a distance. After about a week since we had laid her sister to rest, we got a strange directive from the family. Something had happened, and the bottom line was that we would have to dig up the grave, and the body was to be exhumed and sent for cremation. I don't think I have to explain that this is an extraordinarily unusual request. I asked the couple who owned the cemetery if this had ever happened before, and they said no. And in fact, we didn't even have the proper equipment to retrieve a casket. A small crane had to be brought in so that we could lift the casket out of the now reopened grave. It was when we opened the casket that things got even stranger. When the lid was unlocked and lifted up, I thought for a moment that thick clusters of mold had been released as soft white bits fell out and danced across the grass. One piece came to a rest near my foot. I bent down to look and realized it was a little bit of cotton filling, like for a pillow. I had a hot, uneasy feeling climb through my stomach. It was the gasps that told me I was right. Looking up, I saw the underside of the lid. The soft velvet-covered padding was shredded. Its filling had diffused into the rest of the coffin, and now onto the grass around it. Underneath where the padding had been, the wood bore long, deep scratches. Hundreds of them. What remained of the velvet hung in strips and was speckled with red. The nails on the girl's fingers were broken, every one, and seemingly in their place, each fingertip was bristling with splinters. I looked past her hands toward her face. Apparently someone behind me did the same, as I heard them vomit. I will not describe it here. The last thing I am willing to share was told to me later on, which was that, curiously, blood-soaked pieces of cotton filling were packed so tightly into her ears that they were spilling out. I haven't seen Belle since, nor have I ever found anything like what she sang again, except occasionally when I'm sleeping very deeply. I'll find myself in a nightmare where I'm wrapped in suffocating darkness, and far, far away, a voice gently sings. When I was a kid, my mom kept a heavy leather photo album on the coffee table. Thick black pages, plastic sleeves, Polaroids tucked between brittle corners. I used to flip through it when she was cooking or when I was supposed to be doing homework. Back then, I thought of it as proof that our family was normal. Birthdays, Christmas mornings, summer trips to the lake, mundane and ordinary, but comforting. I didn't notice him at first. Why would I? When you're 7 years old, you don't scan every photo like a detective. You look for your face, your siblings, the dog. But years later, when I was visiting home after college, I picked the book up again. Nostalgia, I guess. That's when I saw him. He's in every photo, not in a way that jumps out immediately. Sometimes he's in the background, leaning against a tree. Other times he's at the edge of the frame, blurred by motion. Once, he's sitting 2 rows back at my 5th birthday party, in the McDonald's Play Place seating area, staring directly into the camera. The strange thing is, I didn't know him. My parents didn't know him. Nobody in the family knew him. I asked my mom, laughing at first, flipping the album around to show her. "Who's this guy? He's everywhere. Look, he's behind Aunt Claire in the Christmas photo, then again at the lake, and here at the carnival." She took the book from me. Her fingers froze on the page. "That's just some stranger," she said finally, snapping the cover shut. "You know how people wander into pictures. He's probably just a coincidence." But her tone wasn't casual. She put the album back on the shelf and didn't let me look at it again that night. I couldn't stop thinking about it, though. I lay in my childhood bedroom, staring at the ceiling, trying to reconstruct the photos in my head. He wasn't family. He wasn't a friend. He didn't even seem to age. His hair was always the same length, the same style. His clothes never really changed. The more I thought about it, the more I realized he wasn't just in the background. He was looking, always at the camera, always at us. And now I can't shake the thought. If he's in every picture, then he was there, at every moment, every holiday, every trip, every birthday, standing close enough to be caught on film. Which means he was always near us, watching. The next morning I brought it up again. Over coffee I said, "Mom, seriously, who was that guy in the photos? You knew everyone else at those parties, the neighbors, family friends. Why didn't anyone ever mention him?" She didn't look at me. She stirred her cup with this slow, deliberate rhythm, like she was buying herself time. Finally she said, "You're overthinking it. It's just someone passing through. People photobomb all the time." But her voice cracked when she said photobomb. I knew better than to push. My mom has that way of shutting a conversation down, pressing her lips together so tight you can hear the finality in it. Still, when she left for work, I went back to the bookshelf and pulled out the album. I sat cross-legged on the floor, turning pages carefully, like the paper might disintegrate in my hands. There he was, always there. Christmas '94, behind the tree, only half his face visible in the branches. Family reunion '97, across the picnic field, sitting alone on a bench. My high school graduation, dead center in the bleachers, eyes locked on the camera. It wasn't just that he was in the photos, it was that he didn't change. The same dark jacket, the same haircut, the same posture, straight-backed, hands clasped loosely in front. My uncle had gone from full head of hair to bald. My cousins had grown taller, acne giving way to clearer skin. Even the dog had aged, but not him. I tried to be logical. Maybe it was some old family friend, someone I just didn't remember. Maybe Mom was embarrassed, or there had been a falling out. That would explain the secrecy, the tone in her voice. But it didn't explain the lack of aging. I decided to test it. I pulled out one of the Polaroids from its sleeve. My 7th birthday. I took a magnifying glass from the drawer and studied the man in the background. The resolution was grainy, colors faded, but his expression was clear. Neutral. Almost pleasant. His eyes, though? His eyes seemed too sharp for the cheap film. I compared it to the photo from my high school graduation. Same eyes, same expression. The only thing that changed was how much closer he was. At that birthday, he was near the back wall of the play place. At graduation, he was right there in the middle of the crowd. Closer. That word stuck in my head all night. When I called my dad about it, hoping he'd laugh and give me some old forgotten story, he got quiet instead. Then he asked me to stop asking questions. His exact words were, "Don't dig into it. Let it go. For your own good." That's when I knew it wasn't a coincidence. And that's when I decided I had to know. So I scanned the photos, every single one that had him in it. Then I uploaded them to a facial recognition site, one of those free trial tools. I sat there chewing my nails, watching the little spinning wheel as the site combed through public databases. When the results came back, it wasn't a name. It wasn't anything at all. Just an error message. Face not recognized. No matches found. I tried again with another site. Same result. And another. Same thing. It was like he didn't exist. But he does. Because when I closed my laptop, my reflection in the dark screen wasn't alone. For half a second, just over my shoulder, I swear I saw him standing there. After that incident, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house felt amplified. Every shadow stretched too long. I ended up grabbing the photo album upstairs to my old bedroom, setting it on the desk like it was some kind of evidence file. I told myself I was going to prove he wasn't what I thought, that there had to be some explanation. But the photos didn't stay the same. The first time I noticed, it was subtle. A snapshot from our trip to Niagara Falls. My dad holding me on his shoulders, water spraying in the background. I remember that photo clearly because Dad had a goofy plastic poncho on. But now, the man was standing behind us. He wasn't in the original. I know he wasn't. He was closer than he'd ever been before, his face angled just enough that both of his eyes were visible. And this time, he was smiling. Not a friendly smile, more like someone holding back a secret. I flipped to another photo, my 8th grade science fair. The man had been in the back row before, blurry between parents. Now his head tilted just slightly toward me, his mouth open like he'd just spoken. I felt sick. My palms started sweating, pages sticking as I turned faster and faster. Every picture had shifted, not in obvious ways, nothing dramatic, nothing that would scream altered, just little things. A glance, a lean. The man's body turned ever so slightly toward me, like he was aware I was looking at him. I shut the book and shoved it under my bed, but that didn't help because the images were burned into my brain. I kept thinking about his eyes, sharp, too sharp, the way they seemed to cut through the blur of cheap cameras. That night I dreamed I was flipping through the album again, but instead of birthdays or vacations, every page was a photo of me, right there in my room, taken from just outside the window. In every one, the man was closer, 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 until the last photo was nothing but his face. I woke up gasping, heart thudding like it wanted out of my chest. The album was back on my desk. I know I shoved it under the bed. I remember the scrape of cardboard against carpet, but there it was sitting upright, open to the graduation photo. And this time, the man wasn't in the crowd. He was standing on stage, next to me. After that, I stopped pretending this was nostalgia. Something was wrong. Deeply, horribly wrong. I didn't tell my mom. I didn't tell anyone. What could I even say? Hey, remember that stranger in every childhood memory we have? Well, he's moving closer now. Yeah, that'd go over well. Instead, I tried to ignore it. I shoved the album into the closet and stacked board games on top of it. Out of sight, out of mind. Except it wasn't. The man started showing up outside the photos. It began with the bathroom mirror. I'd just finished brushing my teeth when I saw him standing at the very edge of the reflection, where the doorway met the hall. I spun around so fast I nearly dropped the toothbrush. Nobody was there. The hallway was empty. When I looked back, so was the mirror. The next time, it was worse. I was in the kitchen, late at night, drinking water. The window above the sink looked out into the backyard. Dark, empty, nothing but trees. Except not empty. A figure was standing at the tree line, perfectly still. I didn't need the details to know it was him. The posture was the same, straight-backed, hands folded, waiting. I backed away, heart hammering, telling myself it was just a trick of the dark, some shadow. But when I blinked, his head tilted, slow, deliberate, like he knew I was watching. I yanked the curtains shut and didn't open them again. From then on, reflections betrayed me. Every dark screen, every pane of glass. I'd see him behind me, just far enough that I couldn't make out all the details. But I felt him, the weight of his gaze pressed down like a hand on my shoulder. I started covering mirrors. I unplugged the TV. I left the laptop lid closed. Still, I couldn't escape him, because he wasn't just showing up in the house anymore. He was interacting with the album. One night I heard rustling from the closet, soft like pages turning. I froze in bed, every muscle locking. The sound went on for a minute, then stopped. When I finally forced myself to look, the closet door was cracked open. The board games I'd stacked on top of the album were scattered across the floor, and the album itself was lying open, pages fluttering as if from a breeze. I crept closer, every instinct screaming to stop, and I saw what page it had landed on. Not a childhood memory, not a holiday. It was a photo I'd never seen before. Me, sitting in my bed. Now. And in the bottom corner of the frame, half in shadow, the man was standing inside my room. I couldn't take it anymore. The album, the photos changing, the man pressing into my house. None of it made sense. There had to be an explanation. Some missing piece. So I confronted my mom. She was in the living room folding laundry when I dropped the album on the coffee table. The thud made her flinch. She looked at it like I'd just set down a dead animal. "Tell me who he is," I demanded. My voice shook, but I didn't care. "The man. He's in every picture. And don't tell me it's coincidence, because he's in ones that didn't even exist before." Her hands tightened on a towel until her knuckles went white. She didn't answer. "Mom?" I pressed. "Please, just tell me the truth." Finally, she set the towel down and sank onto the couch. For the first time in my life, she looked old, tired, like she'd been holding something in for decades and it had finally rotted her from the inside. "I hoped you wouldn't notice," she whispered. "We all hoped." My skin went cold. "We?" She nodded slowly. "Your grandmother, your uncle, your father, and me. We never talk about him. That's the rule. You don't say his name. You don't point him out. You don't acknowledge him because if you do, he notices you back." Her eyes glistened. She looked at me the way someone looks at a terminal patient, grief already there. "Why is he in our pictures?" I asked. Mom shook her head. "He's always been in our family. Always. As far back as the albums go. Every generation, he's there. Weddings, funerals, baptisms. Sometimes he's just a blur. Sometimes he's closer." She covered her mouth like she regretted saying that much. I leaned forward. "What does he want?" Her hand dropped into her lap. She didn't answer. "Mom?" My voice cracked. "What does he want?" She whispered it so faintly I almost didn't hear. "He chooses." I felt sick. "Chooses what?" Her eyes darted to the album. "Who stays? Who doesn't?" My stomach turned. Suddenly, Pieces clicked together that I'd never questioned before. My cousin Danny, who disappeared when I was 10. The way relatives never talk about him. The empty chair at holidays nobody mentioned. I remembered once, when I was little, asking about him. My grandma had snapped. "We don't talk about Danny." I thought it was grief, but now I wondered if it was fear. Because when I flipped to the family reunion photo, the one where we'd all gathered at the park, I noticed something I hadn't before. Danny was in that photo, smiling, holding a frisbee, but in the copy I held now, he wasn't. The man was standing in his place. I couldn't breathe. Danny wasn't in the photo anymore, just gone, erased like he'd never existed, and the man, standing where he'd been, looked sharper than ever, clearer than anyone else in the picture. I slammed the album shut and backed away. "Mom, we can't just ignore this. He's here. He's here." She wouldn't look at me. "The more you fight, the faster it happens. You've already seen too much." "What happens?" Her eyes filled with tears. She shook her head. "I'm so sorry, sweetheart." That's when I heard it. A click. The unmistakable sound of a camera shutter. Faint, coming from somewhere inside the house. I froze. "Did you hear that?" Mom's face crumpled. "He's already chosen." I spun toward the sound. The hallway was empty, shadows stretching long. My pulse roared in my ears as I crept toward the bedroom. The album was waiting for me on the desk, open, pages fluttering though there was no breeze. Another click. I looked down. There on the fresh page was a new Polaroid, still developing, the chemical haze fading into an image. Me, standing in the hallway, right now. Behind me in the photo, the man was closer than ever. Not blurred, not distant. His hand was outstretched, almost touching my shoulder. Click. Another Polaroid slid onto the page by itself. This one showed me staring at the photo I was holding, my own face pale, horrified, and behind me, no longer reaching, he was gripping my shoulder. I dropped the book and stumbled back, heart slamming against my ribs. The lights flickered, and then the mirror across the room began to ripple, not like glass breaking, like water, like something was pressing through. A hand emerged first, pale, thin, fingers too long. They pressed against the glass, then curled around the frame. I couldn't move. My legs locked as his face pushed forward, stretching the surface until it tore open with a sound like wet fabric ripping. He stepped through. He was exactly as he appeared in every photo. Dark jacket, neat hair, expression calm. Only now he was inches away. "Why?" I choked out. My voice sounded tiny, useless. He tilted his head, studying me with those sharp, unblinking eyes, and then slowly, deliberately, he raised the old camera hanging from his neck. Click. The flash blinded me. For a second I saw nothing, just white. When my vision cleared, I wasn't in my room anymore. I was in the photo album. I could see my mom standing over the book, crying. I could see my own face, frozen mid-scream, trapped behind the glossy surface. And behind me, already stepping into the frame, was the man. Closer. Always getting closer. Look, I'm not going to give you any real names because we did some pretty sketchy stuff out there in the desert. But you can call me Jay, and that's close enough for government work. You know what I mean? First thing you gotta understand about me is I hate the heat. I mean hate it. Can't stand the sun beating down on you like some angry god trying to melt your brain into soup. And I'm never, ever going back to the Southwest. Not for all the green chili and hatch. Not for all the silver and the sandias. Not for nothing. See, I still get these nightmares, man. They come when the sun's getting low and turning all orange and nasty. When those clouds light up like cotton candy at some twisted carnival. In these dreams, I'm back out there sweating bullets. And there's these things, dark things, deep underground in the desert. And the heat's like molten lead pouring over everything. I wake up drenched in sweat, even when it's snowing outside my apartment here in Portland. But back in 2005, when I was 19 and thought I was hot crap, dude, I thought nothing bad could ever happen to me. Had that bravado that comes with being young and stupid, you know? Thought I was invincible. Thought the world owed me something just for showing up. I was living in a town in New Mexico. Not gonna say which one. Safer that way. And I was couch surfing, staying with some shady people, and doing whatever odd jobs I could find to keep myself in ramen and weed money. See, I'd been on the outs with my parents since I came out to them the year before. Told them straight up, look, I'm not super picky. Sometimes I like hot dudes. Sometimes I like hot chicks. Real diplomatic like that. My folks, completely flipped out. Started going on about sin and hell and how I was gonna burn for eternity. You'd think I had told them I was gonna become a serial killer or something. So they kicked me out when I turned 18, and there I was, just being young and dumb in the high desert, hanging with my friends, getting blazed, thinking I had all the time in the world to get my life together. The heat was always there, pressing down on you like a weight, making everything shimmer and dance in the distance. But I figured I'd adapt, you know? Figured I'd grow into it like a lizard or something. I was zonked most of the time anyway, so the heat just felt like part of the haze. Plus, I was 19 and immortal, right? What could go wrong? Man, if I could go back in time and slap some sense into that kid. But everybody thinks that, you know? So I'm living this hand-to-mouth existence, right? Doing landscaping one day, helping someone move the next. Whatever kept me in gas money and munchies. But the work was drying up faster than spit on a sidewalk in July, and I was getting desperate. That's when my dealer, let's call him Miguel, told me he knew a guy who had some work. Under the table stuff, good money, no questions asked. It's like manual labor, Miguel said, passing me this gnarly joint. But it pays cash, and it pays good. I was blazed enough to think this sounded legit, so I said, sure, hook me up. The meeting was at this rundown diner on the outskirts of town. The kind of place where the coffee tastes like it was filtered through dirty gym socks, and the pie looks older than the waitress. I headed in around 2 in the afternoon, sweating through my shirt after walking across town. The guy was sitting in a back booth, and dude, he was off. Like, seriously off. Skin pale as a fish belly, which was trippy as hell because everyone out here gets burnt to leather just walking to their mailbox. His eyes were this pale blue. So light they were almost white, like looking into winter ice. But his hair was jet black, slicked back with so much pomade, it looked like an oil spill. You must be the young man Miguel recommended. He said in a voice that sounded like it came from the bottom of a well. No accent I could place, just flat. He tells me you work well. Keep your mouth shut, and don't make waves. Yeah, that's me, I said, sliding into the booth across from him. The vinyl was cracked and sticky, and I could feel my thighs already starting to sweat against it. What kind of work are we talking about? He leaned forward, and I swear the temperature dropped 10 degrees. Desert work, manual labor. You and a small crew will drive out to a remote location, spend one night camping, complete a job, and return. The pay is $10,000. My brain practically short-circuited. 10 grand for one night of work? I was making maybe $300 a week when I was lucky. This job had more red flags than a Chinese parade, but for 10 grand, I was in. What's the catch? I asked because I wasn't totally stupid. No catch. Just hard work in difficult conditions. You'll need to be prepared for the heat. His pale eyes fixed on mine, and I felt like a bug under a microscope. Can you handle the heat? The way he said it made my skin crawl, but for $10,000? Man, that was like hitting the lottery. Yeah, I can handle anything. I lied. He slid a business card across the table. It was blank except for an address. Tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. sharp. Don't be late. And just like that, he stood up and walked out, leaving me sitting there wondering what the hell I'd just signed up for. The next morning I walked up to his warehouse on the industrial side of town, the kind of place that looks abandoned but has too many fresh tire tracks in the dirt to actually be empty. The sun was already making the asphalt shimmer, and it wasn't even 8 o'clock yet. There was a white box truck parked outside, and 3 other guys standing around looking about as confused as I felt. This is some serious hardware, said this stocky Hispanic dude with tattoos covering his forearms. He stuck out his hand. Pedro. Jay, I said, shaking it. His grip was solid, calloused from real work. The other Hispanic guy introduced himself as Xavier, a quiet type with intelligent eyes that seemed to take in everything. Then there was Red, who had that weathered look of someone who'd spent his whole life under the desert sun. Native features, but I had no idea which tribe. And finally Kate, who I could tell right away was the Jeffa, the boss lady. Short, built like a fire hydrant, with arms that looked like she could bench press a Honda. Alright, listen up, Kate said, ticking off items on a clipboard. It's a 3-hour drive to the site. We're packing food, water, and camping gear because we're staying overnight. This is serious business, not some weekend camping trip. Anyone who can't handle that needs to walk away now. Nobody walked. Good, now load up. She started directing us to load the equipment into the back. Winch, sledge, coils of rope thick as my wrist, pulleys, camping gear, enough water jugs to fill a swimming pool. We riding in the back of the truck too? I asked. No, in the stretch limo we're renting. Of course in the truck. This isn't a pleasure cruise, she replied curtly. The drive was brutal, man. Kate drove while the rest of us sweated in the back like sardines in a can. No AC, just the tiny hatch from the front propped open. The hot air blowing through like a hairdryer set to hell. I kept chugging water and watching the landscape get more and more alien as we headed further from civilization. Every so often, Kate would pick up the CB radio and say something in code. Blue jay to eagle's nest, checking in, or cactus flower is clear. Always got a response in the same cryptic BS. Made my paranoid stoner brain start spinning all kinds of theories about what we were really doing out here. Where exactly are we going? I asked Pedro, who was sitting across from me, mopping sweat off his forehead with a bandana. Way out near the lava fields, he said. Near the Malpais, you know. There are dead volcanoes out there on the border. I didn't know that either until today. Xavier looked up from where he'd been staring at the equipment. Volcanic activity stopped maybe 3,000 years ago, left behind all these lava tubes and formations. Perfect place to hide things. Hide what? I asked, but he just shrugged. Red spoke up for the first time, his voice quiet and gravelly. People get killed on digs like this, but money talks louder than common sense. That should have been my first real warning. But I was 19 and stupid, and already counting my 10 grand in my head. The heat was making me dizzy, and I just wanted to get wherever we were going so I could get out of that rolling oven and into some shade. We pulled up to the site around 10 in the morning, and I have to say, it was like landing on Mars. Nothing but black volcanic rock stretching to the horizon, twisted into weird shapes by ancient fires. The heat hit us like a physical thing when we opened the truck doors, and I immediately started sweating harder than I ever had in my life. "Set up camp in the shade of that outcropping," Kate ordered, pointing to some rocks that cast maybe 6 feet of shadow. "And drink water constantly. I don't want anybody dropping from heat stroke." I started joking around with Pedro and Xavier, trying to lighten the mood, but Kate shut that down fast. "Stow that away and get focused," she snapped. "This is serious business. People have died out here for being careless." Something in her tone made my blood run cold despite the heat. This wasn't just about moving some rocks or digging holes. This was something else entirely. And I was about to find out what. After we set up camp, and I use that term loosely because it was basically just throwing our sleeping bags in the only patch of shade we could find, Kate gathered around us and started handing out gear: heavy work gloves, headlamps, and more water bottles. "We're going about 200 yards that way," she said, pointing towards what looked like absolutely nothing, just more twisted black rock under the merciless sun. "There's a hidden canyon in the lava fields. You'd walk right past it and never see it if you didn't know it was there." She was right. We trudged through the heat for a few minutes, sweat pouring off us like we were melting, and I was starting to think she was leading us to our deaths when suddenly the ground just opened up. 1 second, we're walking on solid volcanic rock. The next, there's this crack in the earth, maybe 6 feet wide with boulders and overhangs, creating natural cover. "Whoa," Pedro muttered, peering down into the darkness. "How the hell did anyone find this place?" Kate went down first, then called up for us to follow. The canyon was maybe 30 feet deep, and the second I hit bottom, the temperature dropped at least 15 degrees. It was still hot as blazes, but compared to the surface, it felt like walking into air conditioning. "This way," Kate said, leading us toward what looked like a crack in the canyon wall. As we got closer, I realized it was actually the mouth of a cave. A lava tube, probably formed when molten rock flowed through here thousands of years ago. Xavier was running his hands along the entrance. "This isn't natural," he said quietly. "Someone carved this wider. Look at the tool marks." He was right. The edges of the opening had been chiseled and smoothened, widened from whatever natural formation had been there originally. "Spanish colonists," Kate said, switching on her headlamp. "We're here to dig up some artifacts they left behind." And that's when it hit me what we were really doing out here. "Oh," I said, the reality sinking in through my heat-addled brain. "We're grave robbers, aren't we?" Kate shrugged. "Call it archaeological recovery, but yeah, basically. You got a problem with that?" I thought about the 10 grand waiting for me and shook my head. Nah, man. Dead Spanish dudes don't need their stuff anymore, right? I've worked a couple of sites where people get hurt doing exactly this kind of off-books digging, Red said, looking at me with a serious gaze. "We need to be careful." We headed into the lava tube, our headlamps cutting through absolute darkness. The cave opened up into a section that was wider than I expected, maybe 40 feet across, with a sandy floor and a massive stone ceiling that disappeared into black above our lights. The walls were rough volcanic rock, but they'd been carved out in places, smoothened and shaped by human hands. "Start digging here," Kate said, pointing to a spot in the center of the cave floor where the sand looked different. Darker, more compacted. We dug for 2 hours in that sweltering underground oven, taking turns with the shovels and chugging water like our lives depended on it. Which, looking back, they probably did. Pedro was the first to hit something solid. "Got something," he called out, scraping sand away with his hands. "Big something." What we uncovered made my blood run cold despite the heat. It was a sarcophagus. Stone, about 6 feet long, 2 feet wide, a foot or so deep. but it wasn't like any Spanish artifact I'd ever seen in museums or textbooks. This thing was weird. The stone was some kind of dark volcanic rock, almost black, covered in carvings that hurt to look at. Not Spanish writing or crosses or anything Christian. These were symbols that seemed to twist and writhe in the light of our headlamps. Geometric patterns that made your eyes water if you stared too long. "That don't look Spanish to me," Xavier said, echoing my thoughts. Spanish colonists found a lot of indigenous artifacts, Kate said, but even she sounded uncertain. Probably Anasazi or Pueblo, pre-Columbian. Red was standing at the edge of our excavation, staring down at the sarcophagus with a curious expression. "That's not Anasazi," he said quietly. "That's not Pueblo. That's not anything from any tribe I know." The thing felt wrong in every possible way. Despite being buried in sand in a cave where the temperature had to be pushing 90 degrees, the stone was cold to the touch, as if it had been sitting in a freezer, and heavy. We'd barely uncovered half of it, and already I could tell this thing weighed a ton. "How are we supposed to move this?" I asked, wiping sweat out of my eyes. "It's gotta weigh like 2,000 pounds. "That's what the winch is for," Kate said. "We rig pulleys to the ceiling, use the truck as an anchor point outside. It's gonna take all 5 of us and most of the afternoon, but we can do it." Pedro was running his hands over the carved symbols, frowning. "These markings, they're not worn down like you'd expect from something that old. It's like they were carved yesterday." "Maybe because it's so dry," Xavier said, but he didn't sound convinced. I was about to say something else when Red spoke up again, his voice barely above a whisper. "We shouldn't be doing this. This is federal jurisdiction. FBI level stuff. My brother-in-law got 2 years for it." "Too late for second thoughts," Kate said firmly. "We've got a job to do." But as we rigged the pulleys and prepared for the long haul of dragging that cursed thing out of its resting place, I couldn't shake the feeling that Red was right. The sarcophagus seemed to radiate a strange sense of dread, like it was sucking the life out of the air around it. And the symbols? God, those symbols. Even now, 20 years later, I can still see them when I close my eyes. They seem to move in my peripheral vision, shifting and changing when I wasn't looking directly at them. We should have listened to Red. We should have filled that hole back in and walked away. But we didn't. And what happened next? Well, that's when things really went to hell. It took us until sunset to get that cursed thing out of the cave and drag it to our campsite. Even with the truck and the winch, even with the pulleys and the sledge, even with all 5 of us working in shifts. It was absolutely brutal work. The sarcophagus fought us every inch of the way, like it wanted to stay buried. The ropes kept slipping, the pulleys jammed, and twice we had to re-rig the whole system when anchor points failed. By the time we had it pulled to the camp and covered with a heavy canvas tarp, we were all dead on our feet. The sun was setting behind the volcanic peaks, painting the sky the color of dried blood, and the temperature was finally starting to drop from surface of mercury to just inside an oven. "Tomorrow we drag this thing up the ramps into the truck and get the hell out of here," Kate said, cracking open a warm beer from the cooler. Even she looked wiped out, her usual fire hydrant intensity dimmed by exhaustion and heat. Pedro was already working on getting a fire started, stacking mesquite branches in a ring of volcanic rocks. "Man, I can't wait to get back to civilization," he said, striking a match. "First thing I'm gonna do is find the biggest, coldest swimming pool and just live in it for a week." "What are you gonna do with your cut, Jay?" Xavier asked, settling down on his sleeping bag and pulling off his work boots. His feet were pale and wrinkled with sweat. I was chugging my dozenth bottle of water of the day, trying to replace what felt like half my body weight lost in fluids. "Dude, I'm gonna get an apartment with an air conditioner the size of a Buick and never leave. Maybe get a little refrigerator just for beer." Live like a king in climate-controlled comfort. 10 grand goes fast, Red said quietly. He'd been even more withdrawn since we'd uncovered the sarcophagus, sitting apart from the group and staring at the tarp-covered shape like it might sprout legs and walk away. Hope it's worth pissing off the feds. Come on, hermano, Pedro said, getting the fire going properly. The flames cast dancing shadows across the black volcanic rock. This is easy money. Kate was digging through the food supplies, pulling out cans of beans and packages of hot dogs. Red, what are you going to use the money for? I'm behind on my truck payments and need it to keep working, he said. Plus my kids' meds. But he didn't continue, just sat there watching the fire. You know what I'm going to do? Xavier said, accepting a beer from Kate. I'm going to take my girl Maria to Vegas. Get a nice hotel room with a view. Eat at those fancy buffets, and maybe try my luck at the tables. She's been wanting to go forever. Vegas in summer? Pedro laughed, stabbing hot dogs with a stick to roast them over the fire. That's like trading one oven for another. Yeah, but Vegas has casinos with AC you could hang meat in, and pools, and room service. Xavier grinned. Besides, Maria looks good in a bikini. Even Kate cracked a smile at that. The mood was lighter as the sun went down and the oppressive heat finally started to ease up. The beans were bubbling in a pot over the fire, mixing with the smell of roasting hot dogs and mesquite smoke. After the brutal day we'd had, it felt almost normal. Like we were just a bunch of friends camping in the desert instead of grave robbers who just dug up something that made my skin crawl. What about you, Jeffa? I asked Kate. What's the boss lady gonna do with her cut? She was quiet for a moment, stirring the beans with a long-handled spoon. Pay off some debts, maybe take a real vacation somewhere with trees and actual grass. I haven't seen green in so long I'm starting to forget what it looks like. Where'd you grow up? Pedro asked, handing around the roasted hot dogs. Michigan, near the lakes. Used to swim in water so clear and cold, it'd shock your system. She got a distant look in her eyes. Sometimes I dream about giving into that water, feeling it close over my head, washing all this desert dust away. So why'd you come out here to Hell's Front Porch? I asked, biting into my hot dog. Even camp food tasted good when you were this tired and hungry. Same reason we all did, probably. Running from something, looking for something else. Desert's a good place to disappear if you need to, she said. Red joined the conversation, accepting a plate of beans and hot dogs. I need this money. Things are tight. I have a family. They're all waiting. Waiting for what? Xavier asked. Waiting for me to get it together. He chuckled, the first bit of warmth I'd heard in his voice. The food was warm, the fire was crackling, and the temperature had dropped to something almost comfortable. The stars were coming out in the clear desert sky, more stars than you ever see in town, stretching from horizon to horizon. You know what? Kate said, leaning back against her pack and looking more relaxed than I'd seen her all day. Maybe Red's right to be cautious, but we did good work today. That thing's been sitting down there for who knows how long, and we got it out clean. No cave-ins, no injuries, no major problems. Tomorrow we load it up and drive back to civilization, and we all walk away 10 grand richer. I'll drink to that, Pedro said, raising his beer. We all clinked bottles and cans, even Red, though he still kept glancing at the tarp. The fire popped and crackled, sending sparks up into the desert night, and for a while there, it felt like maybe everything was going to be okay. Maybe we'd actually pulled this off. Maybe Red was just being paranoid. Maybe those symbols on the sarcophagus were just some old indigenous art that meant nothing more than, here lies so-and-so, may he rest in peace. Man, we were so wrong it wasn't even funny. I woke up around 3 in the morning, and the first thing I noticed was the smell. Not a normal desert smell like smoke or dust or mesquite. This was different, unnatural, like chemicals mixed with vomit. The second thing I noticed was the light. There was this glow coming from under the tarp covering the sarcophagus. Not bright, just a dim pulse like a dying flashlight. But the color, man, I can't even describe it properly. It wasn't red or blue or green or any color that has a name. It was the color of fever dreams and bad acid trips. The color of things that shouldn't exist. I sat up in my sleeping bag, rubbing my eyes, thinking maybe I was still dreaming. But it was real. The smell sharp enough to make me wince. The fire had died down to glowing embers, and everyone else was still asleep around the camp. Everyone except Pedro. "Pedro," I whispered. His sleeping bag was empty. That's when I heard it, a grinding sound like stone scraping against stone, coming from under the tarp. Slow, deliberate, like something heavy being moved by something that didn't care about making noise. The glow under the tarp pulsed brighter, but the grinding got louder. I should have woken the others, should have grabbed Kate and shaken her awake, should have started yelling. Instead, I just sat there like an idiot, watching that impossible light seep through the canvas. Then the grinding stopped. The quiet that followed was worse than the noise. It was the kind of silence that presses against your eardrums, thick and heavy and full of waiting. Something moved in the darkness beyond our camp. Something big. "Pedro?" I called out louder this time. My voice cracked like I was 12 years old again. A scream answered me from somewhere out in the lava fields. High, terrified, and human. It started as Pedro's voice. I'd know that voice anywhere after spending all day working next to the guy. But it changed as it went on. Got higher. More animalistic. Like he was being torn apart while he made the sound. Then it cut off. The silence came back, and that awful smell, and that pulsing light under the tarp that hurt to look at. What the hell? Kate was sitting up now, reaching for the flashlight beside her sleeping bag. "Don't," I whispered, but she was already switching it on, sweeping the beam across our campsite. The tarp had shifted, the sarcophagus was partially uncovered, and even in the dim light, I could see that the lid was open, not just cracked open, wide open, like the jaws of some stone predator. The symbols carved into the sides were glowing with that nameless color, pulsing in rhythm like a heartbeat. "Where's Pedro?" Xavier was awake now, too, his voice tight with fear. Another scream echoed from the darkness, further away this time, definitely human at first, then dissolving into something else, something wet and broken. Red was on his feet, grabbing his boots. "We need to go, right now." "Go where?" Kate demanded, but she was already moving, stuffing her sleeping bag into her pack. "What the hell's happening?" A shadow moved at the edge of our firelight, not the shadow of a person. Too tall, too wide, moving in ways that were hard to follow. "The truck," Red said urgently. "Get to the truck." But I couldn't move. I was staring at that open sarcophagus, at those glowing symbols, at the absolute darkness inside where something had been lying for God knows how long. The smell was getting worse, seeping into my pores, making my eyes burn, and I realized I was shaking uncontrollably. That's when I heard Xavier scream. He was trying to run toward the truck when something massive erupted from the shadows. 1 second he was there, the next he was airborne, thrashing and yelling as something huge dragged him into the dark. His screams echoed in the night, raw and getting fainter and more desperate until they turned into that same wet, animalistic bleating I'd heard from Pedro. "Run," Kate yelled. "Everyone run." Red was already moving, sprinting toward the truck. I tried to follow, but my legs felt like jelly, and the oppressive darkness was making it hard to think, hard to breathe. Behind me, I could hear something large moving through the camp, displacing rocks, getting closer. I stumbled after Red, tripping over volcanic debris. He had maybe a 20-foot head start when the shadow caught him. I saw it happen in my peripheral vision. This massive, dark shape flowing over the ground like a liquid nightmare. Red didn't even have time to scream before it wrapped around him and yanked him sideways into the darkness. There was a wet, tearing sound, like shredding meat. Then, nothing. That got me moving faster than I'd ever moved in my life. I reached the truck just as Kate came running up from the other direction, her face a mask of terror in the starlight. She had the keys. "Get it started," I gasped, throwing myself into the passenger seat. Her hands were shaking so badly that she dropped the keys twice before getting them in the ignition. The engine turned over on the third try, headlights cutting through the darkness. "Where are they?" she whispered. "Where is everybody?" I didn't answer. Couldn't answer, because I could see shapes moving in our headlight beams. Strange shapes that shouldn't exist, and I knew exactly where everybody was. "Just go," I hissed. Kate put the truck in gear and started to drive, but we only made it about 50 yards before something slammed into the driver's side with enough force to tip us over. Then the truck slid, metal screaming against volcanic rock, before coming to rest on its side. My head cracked against the passenger window, and for a few seconds everything went sparkly and dark. When my vision cleared, Kate was hanging in her seatbelt, blood streaming from a gash on her forehead. The windshield was spiderwebbed with cracks, and something was moving outside. "Jay," she whispered. "Jay, help me get out of this belt." I tried to reach up, but my left arm wasn't working right. Probably broken. Through the cracked windshield, I could see massive shadows circling the truck, patient and deliberate. That's when the driver's side window exploded inward. Something dark and impossibly strong reached in from above through the broken glass and grabbed Kate by the shoulders. Her seatbelt snapped like tissue paper, and she started screaming as whatever had her began dragging her through the window frame, folding her like a lawn chair. "Jay," she screamed, her voice appearing in the truck's lights for just a second. Blood covered her features like a crimson mask, her eyes wide with absolute terror. "Help." Then something jerked her back into the darkness, and the screaming started in earnest, high and desperate at first, then dissolving into those same inhuman sounds of abject terror and pain I'd heard from the others. The sounds of being torn apart by something that took its time. I lay there in the overturned truck, listening to Kate die, too broken and terrified to move. The headlights were still on, pointed at crazy angles, illuminating patches of volcanic rock and shadow, and in those shadows, something moved. Something big, something hungry, something that had been waiting in the dark for thousands of years. The screaming stopped. Everything went quiet except for the tick of cooling metal and my own panicked breathing. I waited there for what felt like hours, sure that any second something was going to reach through the broken windows and drag me out to join the others. But nothing happened. The shadows moved and shifted, but they kept their distance from the truck. Maybe it had had enough for one night, or maybe it was just savoring the fear, letting me marinate in terror before the final course. I don't know why it didn't take me, but as the hours passed and the sky started to lighten, the shadows began to fade. By the time the sun came up, painting the desert in shades of gold and red that reminded me too much of that impossible light under the tarp, I was alone, completely, utterly alone. It took what felt like forever to crawl out of the truck. My left arm was definitely broken, and I was pretty sure I had a concussion, but I could walk. Sort of. I grabbed a half-empty bottle of water and stood up. I must have been in shock when I started walking towards the road, leaving behind the overturned truck, the empty campsite, and that cursed sarcophagus with its lid hanging open like a stone mouth that had finally finished feeding. I walked for 2 hours in the desert heat before a state trooper found me, half dead from dehydration and babbling about monsters in the dark. They took me to the hospital, and for the better part of a day, a pair of grim-faced detectives asked me the same questions over and over, making it clear they thought I was either high, crazy, or a murderer. I told them we'd had an accident, vehicle rollover. The others had wandered off in the dark looking for help and never came back. Search and rescue found the truck but never found any bodies. They never found the box either. Or at least they didn't say. Then, just as they were getting ready to haul me to a county jail cell, he showed up. The pale man from the diner. He walked into my hospital room wearing a crisp black suit in defiance of the desert heat. He didn't say a word to me, instead pulling the lead detective into the hallway. I saw him quietly show the detective some kind of identification in a leather wallet. The cop, who had been ready to charge me with 4 homicides, just went pale himself and nodded. A minute later, the detective came back in, told me I was free to go, and that my story of a tragic camping accident had been corroborated. He couldn't get out of the room fast enough. The pale man stepped in as the cops left, his icy blue eyes fixing on me. He tossed a roll of cash on the bed. "$500 for your time," he said, voice like gravel scraped from the bottom of a well. "The job wasn't completed." "Completed?" I croaked, trying to sit up. "They're dead. They're all dead. What the hell was in that box?" He didn't blink. Risk was part of the deal. "You thought 10 grand was for a camping trip?" My mouth was dry, throat raw. "What was it? Who are you? What is this?" His expression darkened. Too many questions. He took a step toward the door. "I've got a mess to clean up," he said, quieter now, almost to himself. "And you don't want any of it landing on you." I stared at him. I was broken, confused, terrified. He paused, hand on the knob, and for the briefest second something like pity flickered across his face. "Take the money. Leave town. Don't look back. Find somewhere to go, kid. Don't think too much." Then he was gone, leaving nothing but the antiseptic stink of the hospital and the weight of everything he didn't say. I used the money to buy a Greyhound ticket to Portland, as far from the desert as I could afford to get. I never got my 10 grand, but I got something else. The knowledge that there are things in the dark places of this world that make death look like a mercy. And sometimes when the sun is setting low and orange, and those clouds are lit up like cotton candy, I still have the dreams. Dreams about symbols that glow with colors that don't exist, about blood-covered faces in the dark, and about the sounds people made when something ancient and hungry takes them. Survivor's guilt. I never went back to New Mexico. Never will. It's a hard lesson to learn, but some jobs just don't pay enough, no matter what the money looks like up front. And some things should definitely stay buried. I did a drug trial 3 months ago. I need to tell someone what happened. I keep thinking I should go to the news or find a lawyer or something, but the NDA I signed, pretty sure it's airtight. And anyway, who's going to believe me? The researchers don't. Every time I call, I get the same line. All test subjects recovered normally within 72 hours of the neutralizing agent. But I know what I know. 6 years of pain. Ever since I blew out both knees playing college ball. The doctors gave it a name. Severe bilateral patellofemoral pain syndrome with cartilage degeneration. What it meant was this. Every step felt like grinding glass. Every stair was a negotiation. Some nights I'd end up on the kitchen floor, heating pads on both knees, just rocking, crying, not even trying to stop. I tried everything: PT, cortisone, anti-inflammatories, opioids. That made me sick and constipated and almost got me hooked. The bills already bankrupted me once. I was working a desk job that barely covered rent. Forget the doctor visits. Saw the ad for a clinical trial. $2,500 for a month-long study of some revolutionary, long-acting analgesic. I called that same day. Neurovantage was in one of those glass buildings downtown, the kind with valet parking and fake plants that probably cost more than my rent. Waiting room had leather chairs, abstract art, magazines that weren't ancient. Dr. Sarah Chen looked mid-40s. Maybe. Graying hair, sharp eyes. She talked like someone who didn't need you to trust her, because you already did. "It's called NX47, she said, pushing a stack of papers across the desk. "Synthetic compound. Blocks pain signals at the cellular level. 1 injection, 4 weeks of relief." I stopped reading. 4 weeks. No pain. I didn't care what the rest said. After injection into the gluteus maximus, the compound is slowly metabolized by the liver. Most subjects report complete pain relief within 6 hours, and no adverse effects. Most subjects. I should have asked about the others. The shot was nothing. Nurse took me to a room, had me lie face down, gave me the injection. Felt like any other needle. Quick, forgettable. Dr. Chen told me to keep a daily journal documenting any effects, positive or negative, and to call immediately if I experienced anything concerning. I drove home expecting nothing to happen for hours, but somewhere on the freeway, I realized I'd been unconsciously shifting my weight in my driver's seat, trying to find a comfortable position for my knees. Then I noticed I wasn't doing it anymore. By the time I parked in my driveway, the constant, low-level ache that had been my companion for 6 years was gone. That night, 8 hours straight. First time since college. Next morning, I started the journal. Day 1, October 15th. Woke up at 7:30. No alarm. Slept straight through. 8 hours. I haven't done that in years. Usually I'm up 3-4 times a night. Every time I roll over, the knees flare up. Getting out of bed felt weird. I kept bracing for it, that grinding glass feeling, but it didn't come. I walked to the kitchen, just walked. No limping, no favoring one side, no grabbing the wall. Made coffee, stood there drinking it, just stood there. I didn't realize how much I'd been shifting, leaning, adjusting until I wasn't. Tried walking around the block, made it halfway. My knees didn't hurt, but my legs felt weak, like I'd been in bed for months. I guess I've been guarding my knees so long the rest of me forgot how to move. Weird thing at lunch though. I bit my tongue. Not that hard, just one of those accidental bites. But it barely registered. No wince, no sharp jolt, just distant. Maybe I'm so focused on the pain being gone that everything else feels muted. Dr. Chen called tonight, asked how I was doing. I told her everything was perfect. She sounded pleased, said to keep documenting everything. Even positive changes can be significant data points. I didn't ask what kind of changes she meant. Day 2, October 16th. Something happened last night. I'm still shaking. Got up around 3 to pee. Half asleep, still not used to sleeping through the night. Stumbled in the dark, hit my pinky toe on the dresser. Jesus, it felt like someone crushed my whole foot with a hammer. I dropped, couldn't scream. Just these awful choking sounds while I grabbed at it. Crawled to the light switch. Thought I'd see blood. Bone. Something torn apart. But there was barely anything. Just a red dot. I sat on the bathroom floor staring at it. 20 minutes, maybe more. The pain faded, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. It felt like the worst injury I'd ever had. From stubbing my toe. My knees are still perfect. no pain at all. But that toe thing won't leave me alone. It keeps looping in my head. Something's happening. I know it. Day 3, October 17th. Called in sick today. Couldn't focus after last night. Thought maybe some fresh air would help. It was nice out, mid-70s, light breeze. I sat on the back patio for 10 minutes. Then my skin started burning. At first I thought I was imagining it. Maybe I was still shaken up, but it kept getting worse. It felt like I was under a heat lamp. It quickly moved from warm to scorching. Then it got worse. My arms, face, neck, every exposed part felt like it was pressed against a stove. I ran inside. The second I crossed the door, it stopped. I stood in the kitchen, breathing hard, trying to make sense of it. Then I realized. The sun. Normal sunlight felt like torture. I called Neurovantage around 3, got bounced around until someone picked up. Said she was Dr. Chen's assistant. I told her what happened. Long pause. Have you experienced any other unusual sensations? Her voice was flat, careful, like she was reading something. I told her about the toe. Another pause. Mr. Patterson, these sound like normal adjustment responses. Please continue documenting everything and call us if symptoms worsen significantly. Normal adjustment? I can't go outside. The compound affects neural pathways in complex ways. Temporary hypersensitivity isn't unusual. She sounded like she'd said it before. I asked if other people had gone through this. She said she couldn't discuss other cases. Before hanging up, she reminded me about their emergency line, if absolutely necessary. My knees still felt perfect. No pain at all. Whatever this drug is doing, it's doing exactly what they said it would. But everything else feels off. Day 4, October 18th. I'm writing this at 2:47 a.m. because I can't sleep and I need to get this down while it's still fresh. Temperature dropped tonight. Must have hit the low 50s because the heater kicked on around midnight. I was lying in bed when I heard the click of the thermostat, then the whoosh of air through the vents. The first breath of warm air hit my face and I thought I was going to die. It felt like opening an oven and sticking my head inside. The air from the vent, which is usually soft and warm, hit my skin like steam. I rolled off the bed and hit the floor gasping. My whole body felt like it was being scalded. I crawled to the hallway and shut off the thermostat. Then I lay on the bathroom tiles until the burning stopped. Took 15 minutes before I could think straight again. I checked my skin in the mirror. Nothing. No redness, no marks. Just normal skin. It felt like third-degree burns, but there was nothing. I'm sitting here now wearing 3 layers with the windows cracked open. The house is freezing, but I can't risk turning the heat back on. This isn't normal adjustment. Something's going wrong in my nervous system. The drug was supposed to block pain, but it's like it's amplifying everything else. A breeze feels like sandpaper. My sheets felt like steel wool when I tried to get back in bed. I keep thinking about the assistant's voice, the way she paused when I described it, like she was checking something, comparing symptoms to a list. I'm going to call the emergency line. I can't keep doing this. Day 5, October 19th. I'm back home. Called Neurovantage at 4 in the morning. Got transferred 3 times before someone could schedule an emergency appointment. Dr. Chen was unavailable. They said Dr. Martinez could see me at 10. I was driving downtown when the hunger hit. Started as normal stomach rumbling. Within minutes it felt like my insides were being shredded. I pulled into a gas station, doubled over the steering wheel gasping. Thought maybe something ruptured. I stumbled into the store and grabbed the first thing I saw. Box of powdered donuts. Tore it open and started eating right there in the aisle. Clerk stared at me. I didn't care. I ate 4, fast, shoving them in until the pain stopped. He asked if I was okay. I mumbled something about low blood sugar and bought the rest of the box. Dr. Martinez was younger than Jen. Nervous, kept asking about my pain tolerance baseline. Checked a tablet while I talked. When I told him about the heater incident, he nodded like he'd heard it before. "We can administer a neutralizing compound," he said. "It should counteract the NX-47 within 24 hours. The needle looked normal. Standard vaccine type. When it went in, I screamed. It felt like a red-hot poker. Pain shot up my arm and through my whole body. I started hyperventilating. Vision went black around the edges. Next thing I knew, I was on the floor. Dr. Martinez was kneeling beside me, asking if I could hear him. "The effects seem to be intensifying," he said to someone else in the room. "We should document the timeline more carefully." I wanted to ask what he meant by that. Couldn't speak, just focused on breathing. It's been 6 hours since the shot. Still hypersensitive. The tags in my shirt feel like razor blades. My neighbor's dog barking makes my skin crawl. Please let this work. I can't live like this. Day 6, October 20th. The shot didn't work. Or, if it did, it's taking its sweet time about it. Everything is backwards now. Everything. Made hot chocolate this morning. First sip tasted like poison. Like licking a battery. Spit it out and dropped the mug. The mug hit my hand and broke on the floor. Should have hurt. It felt incredible. A wave of pure bliss shot up my arm. Better than any painkiller I've ever taken. Had to grab the counter to keep from falling over. The bruise is getting darker and it feels amazing every time I touch it. I can't eat. Everything tastes like ash. Water tastes like metal. But pain, oh God, pain feels like heaven. I have scratches on my arms. Don't remember making them. 3 lines on each side. They feel good. I keep catching myself trying to make more. Had to leave the kitchen because I kept staring at the broken pieces of the mug. This is sick. I know it's sick, but I can't stop thinking about it. Food is poison. Pain is pleasure. What did they do to me? Went to Neurovantage. Couldn't wait. It's the weekend and the building was locked, but I saw movement in the windows upstairs. Banged on the door until security came down. I need Dr. Chen now. She came down 20 minutes later. Tired eyes. Overworked. She wasn't surprised. She knew. "Mr. Patterson, how are you feeling?" "Fix this, please. Whatever you did to me, fix it." She told me to follow her upstairs. The elevator was too bright. The humming too loud. Everything was too much, but I needed answers. Her office looked different. The abstract art on the walls seemed to move when I wasn't looking straight at it. She sat behind her desk and opened a file. Thicker than I remembered. The occasional hypersensitivity phase typically lasts only 2 to 6 hours, she said. Her eyes focused on the files. Then the neural pathways begin to reorganize. What does that mean? NX-47 doesn't just block pain signals, Mr. Patterson. It alters how your nervous system processes sensory input. The initial effect is complete analgesia for the targeted pain source, but the compound continues working, remapping your entire pain response system. You knew this would happen. The inversion is temporary. In most cases, your system should return to baseline within 2 to 3 days. She closed the file. Some subjects experience profound neurological changes. The compound appears to reverse the polarity of pain and pleasure receptors in approximately 2% of test subjects. This should only last a few days. You should be able to manage. Should? Manage? I can't eat food. I can't go outside. I can't touch anything without wanting to scream or hurt myself. The cravings for self-harm are concerning, but they typically diminish as the neutralizing compound works through the system. You're talking about me like I'm a lab rat. She looked up. Mr. Patterson, you signed a comprehensive consent form acknowledging the experimental nature of NX-47. All potential side effects were disclosed. Potential side effects? You buried this in 40 pages of medical jargon. The compensation was commensurate with the risk level. I wanted to hit something. The urge was so strong I had to grip the arms of the chair. How many people have you done this to? NX-47 has shown remarkable success in eliminating chronic pain conditions. The preliminary trials have been very promising. How many, Dr. Chen? Patient confidentiality prevents me from discussing specific numbers. But there are others. Yes, there are others. What if I report this? What if I go to the FDA? Mr. Patterson, you voluntarily enrolled in an FDA-approved clinical trial. All procedures were conducted according to federal guidelines. Your signature is on every consent document. But you didn't tell me this would happen. We informed you that NX-47 was an experimental compound with unknown long-term effects. The neurological remapping was listed as a possible outcome in Section 12 of the consent documentation. I tried to remember Section 12, tried to remember reading any of it carefully, but I'd been desperate. All I saw was the promise of 4 weeks without knee pain. She stood up. Mr. Patterson, I understand you are distressed, but the compound has accomplished exactly what you hoped it would. Your chronic pain is gone. The side effects are manageable with proper support. The neutralizing agent will completely stop the side effects within the next few days. And unfortunately, the pain will return as well. I was escorted out, dejected, tired. Day 8, October 22nd. Something's happening to my perception. Colors look more intense, but also distorted. The red numbers on my alarm clock look like they're bleeding. The green light on the coffee maker pulses like a heartbeat. Sounds are unbearable. My neighbor's leaf blower sounds like a hurricane. The refrigerator hum makes my teeth ache. The mirror is the worst part. I look the same, but something's off. Like I'm seeing myself from a slight angle. Even when I'm standing straight. My eyes look darker, tired, different. I called Neurovantage to ask about visual disturbances. Same assistant answered, put me on hold for 5 minutes, came back and said, perceptual changes are within normal parameters for NX-47 subjects. Normal parameters. Everything is normal parameters with them. The scratches and bruises are healing. I miss them. I miss how they felt. I keep thinking about making new ones. That's not normal. That can't be normal parameters. Day 9, October 23rd. This morning I woke up and my nerve endings were growing outside my skin. I could see them, hair-thin silver wires coming out of every inch of me, spreading across the sheets like spider webs. They pulsed with each heartbeat. I could watch signals traveling through them, little flashes of light moving along the strands. The wires were connecting to everything. The lamp, the alarm clock, the heating vent. Every time something made noise or changed temperature, I felt it through the wires. When the furnace kicked on, pleasure flooded my system. When a car drove past, the vibrations came up through the floor and into the network. Each pulse felt better than anything I'd ever known. I touched one. It was like touching my own brain. I felt the electricity of my nervous system, raw and unfiltered. The euphoria was so intense I blacked out. When I came to, I was on the floor next to the bed, blood on my hands. The wires were still there, still connected to everything, but some were broken. The broken end sparked. Each spark sent waves of ecstasy through me. I crawled to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. The wires were everywhere. Face, scalp, arms. They moved when I breathed. In the reflection I saw them spreading behind me. A silver web linking me to every surface. I knew it couldn't be real. Nerve endings don't grow outside the body, but I could feel every wire. I could trace their paths. When I brushed against the door frame, pleasure shot through the wires and dropped me to my knees. I called 911. The paramedics couldn't see the wires. They walked through them. Every time they touched one, I screamed. One kept saying, "Sir, there's nothing there," while the other prepared a sedative. But I could feel his radio. I could feel the engine of the ambulance. I could feel everything. They sedated me. The needle went in and I watched the drug move through one of the wires like dark fluid in a clear tube. It felt incredible. Better than the scratches. Better than the broken mug. Better than anything. Now I'm in the psychiatric ward. The doctors can't see the wires, but they're still there. They've spread further. They reach across the room to the medical equipment, the other patients, the electrical systems in the walls. I can feel everything the hospital feels. Every heartbeat from the monitors, every breath from the ventilators, every pulse from every machine. The nurse came in to check my IV. She walked through a cluster of wires and I had to bite my tongue to keep from moaning. She made a note on my chart about continued visual hallucinations and left. They don't understand. The wires aren't hallucinations. They're adaptations. My nervous system is evolving. NX-47 is turning me into something that can experience everything as pleasure. They kept me here for 3 days, sedated and restrained. First night was the worst. The IV needle felt more like molten metal, but good molten metal. The dry sheets of the hospital bed felt like sandpaper and sent waves of pleasure over my skin. The heart monitor beeped steadily. Each beep felt like a tiny shock in my ears. I started timing my breathing to match the beeps, trying to make it stronger. Second night, the wires started fading. I was sad to see them go. They ran every test: blood work, MRI, neurological exams. Dr. Rodriguez kept asking about drug use like I was some junkie. All the tests came back normal. Perfect. My knee cartilage looked better than it had in years. Sometimes the mind can play tricks when we're under stress, he said. Dr. Chen visited on the second day. She brought a man in a suit. Said Neurovantage would cover all hospital costs as a courtesy. Didn't mention the $2,500 from the study. I didn't ask. Money feels pointless when you can't tell if you're losing your mind. By the third day, things started changing back. The IV needle just felt like a needle. Food tasted like food again, and the pain came back. Slow at first, then stronger. My knees felt like they're grinding again. I should be relieved. Instead, I feel like I lost something, like waking up from the best dream I've ever had. They discharged me this afternoon. Bottle of ibuprofen, pamphlet about stress management. Dr. Rodriguez shook my hand and wished me luck with my adjustment period. Got home and found 3 lawyers sitting in my driveway. Black sedan, tinted windows, waiting by the front door. One was the same suit from the hospital. He had a briefcase full of papers. "Mr. Patterson, we need to discuss your recent medical expenses." The hospital bill was $47,000. They said they'd pay it all, but only if I signed their agreement. Liability waiver, non-disclosure, nothing unusual. I started reading the fine print. My hands were shaking from rage. The papers said I'd never talk about what happened, never seek medical care related to the trial, never contact other test subjects. If I broke any of it, I'd owe them the full hospital cost plus damages. What if I don't sign? The lawyer smiled. Then you're responsible for your own medical expenses and their consequences. $47,000. I don't have $47,000. I signed. My knees are still killing me tonight. Back to the old pain like the last few days never happened. I should be grateful. That was 2 months ago. But I keep thinking about the silver wires. The way they pulsed, the way they connected me to everything. What if I wasn't hallucinating? What if they know I wasn't? What if I could reach out and feel them again? I'm calling NeuroVantage tomorrow. I can't get infections. I can't get sick. I regrow my organs in a matter of seconds. I can regenerate a liter of blood every 10 seconds. My limbs aren't an issue either. I have what can be best understood as a massive healing factor. I've always had it, the healing factor, ever since I was a kid. I've never scraped my knee, never caught a cold, never had to go to the nurse, and never broken a bone, despite participating in various sports. Everybody initially assumed I had a strong immune system or was simply lucky. I went most of my life believing I was just a lucky guy. When I went in for my vaccinations, the doctor said my skin was unusually thick, and they had to inject me quickly and remove the needle even quicker. I never even got drunk. No matter how many shots I took, I never got even tipsy, nor did I ever vomit. I always attributed that to some sort of immunity. Nothing I smoked in my teens got me anywhere either. I was in a car accident when I was 22. It was bad. I rolled 4 times, and ended up crushed between the car that rear-ended me and a tree. The car was totaled, and I should have been too. I thought I was dead when I saw my shattered leg begin to crack and force itself back together. When the blood that poured out of my head suddenly became a trickle, then nothing. What eyesight I had left in my eyes came back just as quickly. Doctors called it a miracle that I walked away from that accident. Most that had to be done was cutting me out of the car. I knew what I saw, but the doctors told me I was probably just hallucinating from the accident. When I didn't have even a little whiplash in the morning, I went to the hospital. I thought I was in shock, and I wanted to make sure nothing was wrong. Not even a bruise. The doctor sent me home that night, and when I got home, I needed to be sure of something. I grabbed a kitchen knife and cut into my left index finger, just enough to cut through the very tip of the finger. It hurt like hell, but as I suspected, the bleeding only lasted for a moment, and the tip was back. It looked exactly like the old one, and I knew I wasn't hallucinating since my disembodied finger was still on the counter. This should have been the discovery of a lifetime, and for a brief second it was. I ran to the hospital and chopped my finger off in the lobby. I let the disembodied digit hit the floor, to the terror of everybody in the office, but within seconds, the finger was back. I grabbed my old finger and showed it to the nurses who surrounded me. Whispers of magic tricks went around until I chopped my hand off. Blood spewed for only a second, like the last bits of water stuck in a shower head, then stopped. My palm came back, then my fingers. Within moments I was on the news. The Miraculous Healing Man was one headline I still remember. I was a celebrity, I was a philanthropist, and I had it all. I lived off of donations and whatever blood drives were willing to give me. I ended the blood crisis. I have O negative blood, so I can give to anybody. A lot of my days were spent playing video games while a nurse tracked how many blood bags I produced in 8 hours. Occasionally the nurse would have to phone a friend to get more bags. If I drank a lot of water that day, well, they'd fill up quite fast. My body healed around the needles, so prying them out was a bit of a chore. Eventually, I discussed it with the nurses to just keep the needle in there. It honestly wasn't worth the hassle, and since I declared this my full-time job, it wasn't like I was worried about what work would think. Sleeping with it in was a bit weird, but you get used to it. When I got a call from one of the many nurses who serviced me, asking if I was willing to personally donate my kidney to her son, I didn't know what to do. At that point, I wasn't sure if I could or couldn't regrow organs. I had a bit of a crush on her though, so I went through with it. According to the doctors, the biggest complication regarding the surgery was figuring out how to actually keep my body from closing up the incision. They just had to have somebody constantly scraping the area with a scalpel to keep it open, alongside keeping me pumped full of anesthetics, as my body fights them off quickly. All in all, it was a success, and by the end of the day, I was back home giving blood again. I went back the next day, and yep, I had 2 fully functioning kidneys. There wasn't even a scar left from the incision. That's when a doctor entered the room and sat down with me. An 8-year-old boy needs a kidney. Are you willing to go through the surgery again? I didn't think. I just agreed. Later that day, the boy had a functioning kidney in him, and I wasn't left with any less than what I started with. They kept me in the hospital overnight. I wasn't sure why they never made me before, but I didn't really care. With all my donations, blood and organ-wise, paying for the surgeries or hospital stay wasn't an issue. At this point, people still donated money to me directly, and I didn't mind losing a day of blood donations. When I woke up that morning, a little girl was sitting down next to my bed, and a scrub-laden doctor sat up out of his chair. This is Samantha. She's gonna need a heart transplant by next month or she'll die. Are you willing? I was. I wasn't sure if the removal of my heart would kill me. I regrew a kidney twice in 3 days, and I was confident. That little girl had a heart at the end of the day, and so did I. They didn't permit me to leave then either, but I understood that one. I was starting to get homesick at this point and try to check out in the middle of the night, but was stopped by various nurses begging me to stay, telling me about all the organs the hospital needs, how understaffed they are, how quickly they could solve major world problems if I just stayed a little longer. I gave 3 people a chance to live normal to semi-normal lives so far. I gave so much blood that at the time, I never saw any ads or blood drives. So why stop now? I figured I'd be a hero if I did this. I'd be a legend. I probably already was. I decided to go back to my room on the condition that a nurse gets me takeout and a Red Bull. I had both by the time I showered and made my way back to bed. After I ate, a doctor came in and put a large notebook on my desk. In it was every organ transplant needed in the hospital and how much blood would be needed. He asked if I would be okay to do the surgeries, and that they would take more organs out per surgery to maximize efficiency. They'd take my blood during these surgeries too. I looked at the names. Every one of them was a life, a person who would mildly inconvenience me, but in return I'd give them life. I'd give them a chance. I agreed and was rushed to surgery. This was the first time they didn't put me under anesthesia. I tried to fight, but they gave me just enough so that I couldn't move, but could feel everything. The needle in my skin, their hands haphazardly digging through me to collect my organs. Skin grafts were taken. I don't even know what they did with them. My plasma was siphoned out, and they stitched me back up. Once the anesthesia wore off, I decided to leave. I fought through the doctors proclaiming how much of a miracle I was, and how much I was going to do for people. I didn't care. I wasn't a guinea pig. I'm a human still. I tried to go, but I felt a small prick and I was out. My healing factor is incredibly strong, so strong that during blood donations, my body would heal over the needles. So strong that doctors had jokes about me absorbing their tools. God knows how many are stuck inside of me as I write this. I doubt they bother extracting them anymore. I can heal around things, and that's what I woke up to. Both of my feet had been split open, and the bars of the hospital beds had been inserted through them. I was healed in my bed. No amount of struggling managed to free them. Normally I would have just cut them off and hide until they grew back. This was a hospital room. There was no equipment around me since I couldn't get sick, and there was nothing to free myself with. Day after day, I was rolled into rooms, given barely enough sedatives to keep me from moving too much, damaging my valuable organs. The doctors and nurses would see me staring and talk about my miracle, and how I was such a good person for doing this. They spoke like I wasn't there. I could barely open my mouth to moan in pain, but every time they just shushed me like a toddler having a tantrum, and continued to cut and pry. Several people needed to scrape the incisions so they wouldn't close. Clumps of ribboned flesh littered the floor after each surgery. They closed my blinds and took my phone, the only two remnants of my life I still had. Now, I couldn't even know if it was a good day outside or not. They must have caught onto me staring. They didn't want me to damage my valuable eyes. I constantly had a nurse in the room, but I barely spoke to them. All they'd talk to me about was some sick miracle I had, then talk about how little Susie gets to live a normal life, while I'm stuck here being torn open and left there to heal. They stopped even sewing me up. They didn't want to waste any resources, so they just left my empty cavity open to heal over. Have you ever smelled blood? Probably, yeah. Have you ever smelled your own organs? Have you smelled what should have killed you? Seen what should have done you in for good? God, why was I given this ability? I don't even know what year it is anymore, what day it is, or how many of my organs litter the general populace. How many people have I saved? It's all a number at this point. I used to get letters and gifts, but now I sit in a dark hospital room that rarely gets cleaned. I'm lucky if they remember that healing factor or not. I gotta use the restroom every now and again. I'm lucky if I get a candy bar on Halloween or a small Christmas tree placed in the room. I'm lucky if they remember I'm still alive. During one of my surgeries, as I was staring into the fluorescent lights, hoping that maybe it was the light, I overheard a conversation, and finally, some unfamiliar pain. You get used to being ripped open and torn into. I wasn't used to the pain. It was a novel. The one thing I had left was pain, but at least it was something new. I looked down as they began to cut into my leg, tearing it off roughly. A small spurt of blood came out before the wound became a scab, then a lump, now the other one, then my arms. I could only look at the doctors as they threw my legs into a freezer. One of the nurses began to speak. Do you think it's really gonna make a difference? As long as we don't tell them where it came from. Do you think starving children care? At this point, I think I was so jaded that the idea didn't seem strange. I existed as a living organ factory. How much worse is it to be infinite food source? They started taking my legs at least once a day, my arms twice. I guess my healing factor has limits. My legs take an entire day to grow back when my organs are damaged, and whenever my legs begin to heal, they get cut off again. I don't fully understand my healing factor, but I understand the following. I can't age. I can't get sick or have infections. I don't need to eat much, but it heightens my abilities. And people who get my donations don't get my abilities. I do know a few more limitations. If my entire body is very heavily damaged, my body will focus on the most important organs like the heart rather than healing my legs. Without food, healing slows. And now I know of another. I waited until my arms were back to write this, and I'm missing a finger. My other hand is much smaller. It looks like it belongs to a 9-year-old instead of me, however old I am. But it is stuck onto the arm of an adult man. Constant removal and healing must have damaged me. That's why I'm writing this. That's why I'm posting this. I want people to know where the organs are coming from. I want to find a nurse, or somebody who can impersonate one to shoot me, right in the head, where you know it will kill. They haven't touched my brain, and it's my one hope for death. It's the unknown I have. It's the last hope I have. Don't slit my neck. It'll just heal. Nothing along those lines will work. I need to be shot dead, or just shot. I need some closure. Either I'll know that I can't die and I'm stuck like this, or it won't be my issue anymore. Last night I managed to pickpocket a kind nurse who was willing to get close enough to me to allow me to steal it. I can almost assure you right now that when they do eventually figure out I have the phone, they'll find a way to make sure nobody gets close enough for me to steal another. I know I'm selfish. I want to get rid of what could be a life source for millions. I've given so much. I think I deserve just one thing. I don't know if it will even work, but please, somebody shoot me. At the very least, it will let me know there's no way out of this. At the very least, I'll have a bit of closure. So please, if you're a nurse or other medical professional, ask for the man who regrows organs. If they take you to me, please, don't hesitate. I've never been one for old tech, but when I found the CRT TV at a garage sale for $5, I couldn't resist. It was a bulky, ancient thing, all knobs and dials, the kind my grandparents had in their living room. The seller, an old man with shaky hands, seemed eager to get rid of it. "Works fine," he mumbled, avoiding my eyes. "Just don't watch it too late." I laughed it off, handing him the cash, and lugged the beast home to my apartment. I set it up in my living room, more for the retro vibe than anything else. Hooked it up to an old VCR I had from a thrift store score, and popped in a random tape I'd found in a box labeled Miscellaneous. The screen flickered to life, spitting out static and snow, but after some fiddling with the antenna, I got a grainy picture. The tape was some old home movie. Kids playing in a backyard, birthday candles, nothing special. I left it running as background noise while I cooked dinner. That's when I first saw it. The tape ended and the screen went to static, but in the white noise, there was something. A shape, faint like a face pressing through the static. Watching it, I froze, spatula in hand, staring at it. The face didn't move, didn't blink, just hovered there, indistinct but undeniably human. I unplugged the TV, heart racing, and told myself it was just paranoia. My brain making patterns where there weren't any. Old TVs do that, right? The next night, I couldn't resist turning it on again. No tape this time, just the static. The face was back, clearer now. It was a woman, I think, with hollow eyes and a mouth that seemed to stretch too wide. She didn't move, but I swear she was looking right at me. I changed the channel, hoping for a signal, but every station was the same. Static and her face, staring. I yanked the plug again and shoved the TV into a closet. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her. That stretched mouth, those empty eyes. Around 2 a.m. I heard it. A low hiss like static coming from the closet. I told myself it was impossible. The TV wasn't plugged in, but the sound grew louder, and with it, a whisper. Too faint to make out, but heavy with intent. I didn't dare open the closet door. The next day I searched online for anything about the TV's brand. A no-name model from the 80s, long out of production. I found a forum post buried in an archive, written by someone claiming their TV trapped things. They described a face in the static. Watching them, whispering their name. The post ended abruptly, with no follow-up. The user's account was gone. I decided to get rid of the TV. I dragged it to the curb, left a free sign on it, and went back inside, but when I checked an hour later, it was back in my living room, cord coiled neatly, screen dark. I hadn't told anyone about it, and my apartment was locked. I smashed the screen with a hammer, glass shattering everywhere, and hauled the pieces to a dumpster across town. I thought that was the end. Last night, I woke up to the hiss of static. My laptop, which I'd left closed on my desk, was open. screen glowing with snow. Her face was there, clearer than ever, mouth moving like she was trying to speak. I slammed the laptop shut, but the sound didn't stop. It was coming from my phone, my speakers, even the walls. And then a whisper clear as day. You can't turn me off. I'm typing this from a library computer because I can't trust my devices anymore. The static follows me, faint but always there, in the background of every call, every video, every quiet moment. I see her face in reflections now, not just screens. The mirror, the window, even a puddle on the street. She's getting closer. If you've ever seen a face in the static, if you know what she wants, please tell me. I don't know how much longer I can keep her out. Yes, it probably sounds insane. I should start with the backstory, but God, how hard is it to remember the simple, happy times before everything that happened? I met my wife Catherine when she was 24 and I was 28. We lived in a small town in Kentucky. You'd have trouble finding it even with a map, and the population was tiny. Everyone knew each other. I'd worked as an electrician all my life. First at a factory, then I started my own small business. Repairs, wiring, private jobs. My love life had never really worked out until I met her. She worked as an elementary school teacher, smiled at every child, was kind and polite to everyone. My Catherine was the only ray of light in the darkness around me. I loved her for her simplicity. She could find joy in the most ordinary things. Morning coffee, the smell of wet grass, a cheap movie on the couch. We didn't have much money, but we had peace, a home, a dog, and that feeling that everything was right, that everything would be fine. I spent evenings fixing things while she wrote lesson plans or knitted. Sometimes we'd sit in silence, listening to crickets, or stay up all night talking about everything and nothing, thinking about children and what we'd name them. Back then it felt like life had finally found its meaning. The problems began maybe 2 months ago. At first, small things. She started having trouble sleeping, then began looking at me strangely, as if something in my face disturbed her. I asked if everything was okay and she laughed. Sorry, just tired. The kids at school are driving me crazy. Gradually, though, I can't even say exactly when it got worse. She slept less, not because she had insomnia, but because she was afraid to fall asleep. I asked her what was wrong, but she said she was fine. Still, when we lay together, she'd suddenly get up and go into another room, returning only at dawn. She started having nightmares, but never really told me what they were. One day I lost my temper. You have to understand, I was just worried about my wife. From the lack of sleep, she started to look worse. Dark circles under her eyes, red eyes, pale skin. She lost weight. And every time I tried to help, she pushed me away. So I sat her down across from me and directly asked what she was dreaming about. She was silent for a long time, trembling and glancing at me furtively, as if she was afraid. And then when tears began to roll down her cheeks, she whispered, "There's a man in my dreams. God, I'm so scared, Tom." I went to hug her, and when I reached for her, she flinched, as if I'd frightened her. After that, things seemed to get better, or so I thought. How wrong I was. She used to ask how my day went, but now she just stared out the window. With each passing day, she spoke to me less and less. Her words short and dry, and then she'd go to the bathroom or kitchen for some errands, closing the door behind her. And when it wasn't just the silence, her eyes had changed. If before they were green, emerald-like, full of life and love, now her gaze made my spine so cold. There wasn't anger or hatred there. No, it was something closer to mistrust. Wariness, as if she was seeing me for the first time. Over the next week I began to feel anxious, a strange burning under my skin, as if something was wrong, but I couldn't tell where the crack was until I realized. She was studying me. When I drank coffee, I could feel her eyes on me. I'd look up and she'd immediately turn away, pretending to slice fruit, but her fingers trembled and the knife froze halfway to the board. I'd step outside for a smoke, and when I turned around, I'd see her peeking through the curtain, then she'd instantly close it. When I showered, I'd catch her watching me, studying my body, then she'd run away. She started doing it even while I slept. She almost stopped talking to me, instead writing something in a notebook and hiding it as soon as I entered the room. Photos began to disappear from their frames. She'd talk on the phone with someone, but hang up the moment I came in. I made an appointment with a psychologist for us, but she refused, said she was afraid to be near me. It all happened so suddenly. It seemed just yesterday we were stargazing in each other's arms, and now this. The strangeness grew every day. Sometimes she asked me to sleep on the couch. I agreed, hoping it would calm her, but it was useless. Her paranoia only worsened. It got to the point where, when I tried to hug her, she screamed, "Don't come near me," and flinched as if I'd hit her. After one of those nights, I decided I had to find out what was really going on, even if it meant taking her to a doctor afterward. I pretended to be asleep when she stood in the hallway. Then she slowly approached soft, careful steps. She stopped at the foot of the bed, and for several seconds there was a dead silence, broken only by her uneven breathing. I could feel her watching, not just watching, comparing. That's when I became truly terrified, a cold dread twisting inside me as my wife became something I couldn't recognize. Then the bed shifted slightly. She sat down on the edge. The air grew heavy. I could feel her stare physically, like pressure on my skin. Then her cold fingers gently touched my wrist, held it for a few seconds, then quickly let go, as if burned, and whispered, "Pulse faster than Tom's." My heart clenched so hard I nearly twitched. She leaned closer. I could hear her breathing against my face, short, shaky. She smelled of lavender and something sour that made goosebumps crawl down my back. Her lips barely moved. I remember clearly. Tom had a small scar right here. She touched my cheek. But you don't. I clenched my teeth to keep from gasping. Those few seconds of silence lasted an eternity. What scar? I never had a scar on my cheek. I'd know if I did. I wanted to sink into the ground and scream all at once, but I kept lying still until I heard a choked sob and her fading footsteps. The door slammed. I opened my eyes, my heart pounding furiously. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, too afraid to close my eyes. In the morning I went to work early, dreading the hours until my shift ended. That evening, over dinner, I said, "Kate, we need to talk. What's going on?" She gripped her fork so tightly her knuckles turned white, then looked at me dead in the eye. "Tom, you've been acting strange." "What do you mean?" "I don't know, sometimes you look different. Sometimes your voice sounds wrong. You even smell different." I didn't know what to say. My head was chaos, and somehow I just laughed. "Kate, maybe you're just imagining things." "I don't know, Tom." My eyes fell on the knife rack. There was a clean strip of dust where the largest kitchen knife should have been the one we used for everything. Bread, meat, anything. I distinctly remembered it being there before that night. My heart slammed into my throat with a primal panic. I looked at Kate, and she was staring right at me. I wanted to speak, but couldn't. It hit me then that my wife might be planning to kill me. The next morning she left for work, and I, like a caged animal, started searching the house. I hadn't slept in nearly 48 hours. I know I should have just left. or taken her to a hospital. But she's my wife. I love her. She has to see that I am me. I tore through the apartment, frantic, desperate to find something, anything that would help me understand what was happening to her. And I did. After about an hour, in the back of the closet behind a pile of sweaters, I found her wooden box. Old, slightly cracked. The lid was ajar, and when I opened it, a thick notebook fell into my hands. It smelled of coffee and sweat. Her initials on the cover, written in her neat cursive. My heart froze as I realized it was the diary she'd been hiding from me. The paper bent under my fingers, her handwriting familiar but this time jagged, shaky, the page stained with what looked like tears. He's sleeping. I stand by the bed and watch. He looks like Tom, but he's not. Tom had a scar on his left hand, from that accident by the river. This one's skin is smooth. He smiles, but the smile doesn't reach his eyes. Something replaced him. I keep counting days, marking steps. If the real Tom, my husband, is alive, where is he? A wave of nausea rose in my throat. With each page, her handwriting grew more erratic. I tested his speech. He says I love you in the same tone, but without warmth. Not like before. Tom smelled of vanilla, but this one smells of dust and cheap cologne. I couldn't believe what I was reading. My knees trembled. The air around me tightened like a noose. I flipped to the last page. I can't let this thing stay in our house. It wears his smile, his name. I tried talking to it, begging, but it just smiled and said all the right words. It didn't defend itself, maybe because it isn't afraid. Its right hand twitches when it lies. I could have killed it today, but for some reason I couldn't. I know I have to. For Tom, I won't let some monster wear his skin. My hands were slick with sweat. My whole body was sweating, even though the room was cold. I placed the diary on the bed and sat down, trying to process everything I'd just read. An accident? God, she was exaggerating. All that came out of it was a concussion and some bruised ribs. I stayed in the hospital for about a week? Yeah, 7 days. Then my phone rang, making me jump. It was Sheriff Martin, a kind old man I'd known for years. Tom, everything all right over there? Catherine called. Said someone's living in your house pretending to be her husband. I froze. What did you say? Says you're not you. I've known her for years. Always seems stable. Domestic quarrel, huh? No, just stress. She's tired. Evening came slowly. I sat on the couch, elbows on my knees, looking at an old photograph, the one that used to sit on our mantel before all this. Catherine and I by the lake, smiling, her arms around me, the sun so bright that day we had to squint. I stared at us, at the little details, her blonde hair catching the light, her hand around mine, the green shimmer in our eyes. It felt like a lifetime ago. When the door creaked open, I nearly jumped. My wife's, if I can still call her that, steps were slow and tired, her bag thudding softly on the floor. She looked exhausted, her eyes red, her hair a mess. I stood holding the diary. Kate, we need to talk. She looked at me warily, like a trapped animal sensing a snare. What's that in your hand? Her voice was even, but something trembled in it. I found this. I need to understand what's happening, I said, showing her the diary. Catherine froze. For a moment I thought she'd break down crying, but instead she slowly stepped closer, looking straight into my face, her cold breath brushing against my skin. So what did you figure out, Tom? That I'm crazy? You think I've lost my mind, don't you? No, you wrote that I've been replaced, that I don't have a scar. She turned away, her lips pressed tight. Tom had one. We even joked it made him look tougher. Listen, sweetheart, I took a step closer, a strange knot tightening in my gut. I'm the same man. I remember everything. How we met, the candles at our wedding, how you laugh when we watch comedies, what you said about that stupid show when we finished it. I remember everything, Catherine. It's me. She stared at me, unblinking, her shoulders trembling as if she were freezing. I looked into her eyes, and there was something there, pain and horror mixed together, as if I stood before her as someone both familiar and wrong. You say it like you've rehearsed it, she whispered. Because it's true. I stepped closer, my voice cracking into a shout. What do I have to do for you to believe me? What? Catherine said nothing, just breathed heavily like she was fighting herself, staring into my eyes. Then she suddenly backed away step by step, toward her bag. I didn't realize what was happening at first. She bent down, as if for a handkerchief, and in the next moment, I saw the glint of metal. A knife. The missing one. Kate? I breathed, disbelieving. Catherine, put it down. Stop. Stop pretending, you monster. I managed half a step toward her. She raised her hand. At first, I thought she was only threatening me. Panic tightened my fists. I wanted to yell, to grab her shoulders, to make her listen, but then a strike. Burning pain slashed through my chest. Everything went white. The last thing I saw was her face, so familiar, twisted by terror and despair at once. She stood over me, her hand trembling, her lips whispering something like, "Tom, where are you, my love?" And then everything went dark. I woke up in a hospital. At first, nothing but fog, then the smell of antiseptic, the faint beep of a monitor, unfamiliar voices. I tried to move my head. Pain shot throughout my body. The doctor explained I'd lost a lot of blood but somehow survived. The knife missed my heart by an inch. Catherine? Catherine had run away. I listened, not believing any of it was real. A couple of days later, Martin came by. I told him everything about the knife, the diary, her thinking I wasn't me. He listened, frowning, taking notes. When he finished and was about to leave, he turned back. Didn't expect this from Catherine. Don't worry, we'll find her. When you're discharged, come by my place. I got some Cuban cigars from a friend. We'll relax a bit. Without thinking, I said, I don't smoke. He frowned, about to say something, but then just nodded and left, closing the door behind him. For several minutes I lay there staring at the ceiling, trying to come to terms with everything that had happened. Then I noticed a small mirror in the corner of the room. I looked at my reflection and froze. My face was pale, my lips dry. But that wasn't what caught my attention. Interesting. Can eyes change color from green to blue? The first thing you notice about my uncle's place isn't the silence. It's the light, or the lack of it. He lives, out past where the county paves the road, in a hollow so deep the sun seems to give up an hour early. The house is a slumped thing of weathered gray wood, crouching under a canopy of ancient oaks that have grown twisted, reaching away from the clearing as if trying to escape. I hadn't seen him in over a decade, not since I was a kid. The call from his neighbor, Marnie, came as a shock. Ethan's took poorly, she'd said, her voice crackling down the line like a dry leaf underfoot. He's asking for kin, says the things in the walls are talking to him again. She made it sound like a recurring flu, not dementia or psychosis. I was the only kin left who could come. The drive was a form of sensory deprivation. The lush green of the state park gradually bled into a monotonous corridor of pine and scrub, the sky shrinking to a narrow ribbon of washed-out blue above the dirt road. When I finally pulled up to the property, the absence of sound was a physical pressure. No birds, no insects, just the low, mournful groan of the wind working its way through the pines. Marnie was waiting on the porch, a woman carved from gristle and worry. She didn't smile. Her eyes, the color of old river stones, scanned me up and down before flicking nervously towards the tree line. "He's inside," she said, her voice low. "Ain't been himself. You'll see." She handed me a key, cold and heavy in my palm. "There's rules here, boy. Best you listen to 'em quick." "Rules?" I asked, shouldering my duffel bag. She pointed a knobby finger at me. "The main one. The important one. Come nightfall, you keep them curtains drawn tight. No matter what you hear, no matter what you think you see in the cracks. And you don't. You look at me now. You don't look at the moon. Not here." I almost laughed. It was so absurd, so backwoods superstitious. "Okay," I said, humoring her. "No looking at the moon. Got it." Her face tightened. "You think I'm telling tales. That's fine. Your uncle thought so too. His first time. Learned different." She turned to go, pausing at the edge of the porch. "We all learn different." The inside of the house smelled of dust, menthol balm, and something else underneath. A sweet, coppery tang, like old meat left out in the damp. Uncle Ethan was a shriveled form in a large bed in the front room. His breathing was a wet, ragged sound. His eyes were open, but they didn't track me. They were fixed on the ceiling, wide with a terror so absolute, it seemed to have hollowed him out. I tried to talk to him, to tell him who I was. His head lolled towards me, and a thread of saliva dripped onto his pillow. His lips, chapped and cracked, moved silently for a moment before he managed to whisper. "It's almost time," he rasped. "It's so hungry. Can you hear it? Scratching?" I heard nothing, just the groan of the old house settling and the whispers of the wind outside. I settled into a worn armchair, the reality of the situation crashing down on me. This wasn't a weekend visit. This was a vigil. The first night was the longest of my life. As true darkness fell, a profound stillness descended on the hollow. The wind died completely. The silence wasn't empty anymore. It was thick, expectant. I pulled the thick velvet curtains closed, just as Marnie had said, plunging the room into a stuffy blackness broken only by the soft glow of a battery-powered lamp. Then the sounds began, not from the walls, from outside. It started as a soft, rhythmic scraping, like a heavy branch being dragged across the roof. Scrape, pause, scrape. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs. Uncle Ethan whimpered in his sleep. The scraping stopped. The silence that followed was worse. It was the silence of something listening. Then came the whispers. They weren't coming from one place. They seemed to emanate from the very air, a chorus of faint, sibilant voices just on the edge of hearing. I couldn't make out words, only a sense of immense, patient longing, a cold dread, primal and absolute, seeped into my bones. I understood then, in a way that bypassed all logic, that Marnie wasn't guarding me from superstition. She was giving me the only survival instructions that mattered. I didn't sleep. I sat rigid in that chair, my knuckles white on the armrests, praying for dawn. The days were a bleary-eyed blur of caring for my uncle, trying to get broth into him, cleaning him up. The fear of the night bled into the daylight, casting long shadows over everything. I started noticing things, the way the local folks in the nearby shantytown, a handful of houses clinging to the main road, would never look up at the sky. They walked with their heads slightly bowed, their movements hurried if they were out near dusk. Their eyes, like Marnie's, held that same flat, weary fear. On the third night, the curiosity began to gnaw at me. What was out there? What could possibly be so bad? The human mind is a self-destructive thing. It needs to know. The whispered rule. "We don't look at the moon here," became a constant itch in my brain. The sounds were worse that night, the scraping more insistent, now accompanied by a low, vibrational hum that made my teeth ache. The whispers were clearer, though no more intelligible. They were full of want, an infinite, yawning hunger, and then a sliver of silver light. I'd drawn the curtains tight, but one had caught on a splinter in the windowsill, leaving a gap no wider than a pencil. A beam of moonlight, cold and pure, cut through the stifling dark of the room and fell directly on my uncle's face. His eyes, which had been closed, snapped open. They were no longer clouded with age or sickness. They were wide, terrified, and utterly aware. He stared at the sliver of light, and a choked sound escaped his throat. His head turned slowly, mechanically towards me. His mouth opened, but it wasn't his voice that came out. It was a composite, a horrific symphony of all the whispers from outside, funneled through his dying vocal cords. It was the sound of dry leaves skittering on stone, of meat being torn from bone, of deep, subterranean water flowing through dark spaces. "Look," it commanded. Every cell in my body screamed to obey. It wasn't a request, it was a gravitational pull. My head began to turn towards the window. I fought it, my muscles trembling with the strain. I squeezed my eyes shut. "Look at us." I could feel it. Just beyond the glass, a presence of such immense, ancient mass that it defied shape. It was in the light. It was the light. The moon wasn't a thing in the sky. It was an eye, and it was looking in, and it was hungry. With a sob of sheer effort, I wrenched my body from the chair and stumbled across the room. I fumbled for the curtain, my fingers numb and clumsy. The voice from my uncle's bed rose to a screeching, multi-layered keen of frustration. My hand closed on the fabric. I yanked it shut, plunging the room back into absolute darkness. The sound stopped. The silence returned. I slid down the wall gasping, my entire body shaking. I didn't move until the first gray light of dawn filtered through the curtains. Uncle Ethan was dead. His body was turned toward the window, his eyes wide open, frozen in an expression of terminal awe. But that wasn't the worst of it. His mouth was still open, and inside wasn't a tongue. It was a cluster of thin, pale, root-like filaments, dry and withered, clutching at nothing. I ran. I left him there. I didn't pack my things. I just ran to my car and sped down that dirt road as if the devils in hell were at my bumper. I ended up at the dusty general store on the main road, babbling to the old man behind the counter. I told him everything. The sounds, the voice, my uncle. He listened, his face a grim mask. He didn't seem surprised. When I finished, he just nodded slowly. Ethan always was a curious one. Paid the price for it. He wiped the counter with a rag. "That thing out there, it ain't the moon. The moon's just a rock in the sky. This is something else. Something that got stuck here. Long time ago. It hangs there in the same spot behind the light, and it's lonely. So lonely it wants to be seen. It wants to be known. And when you look at it, you let it in. It plants a piece of itself in you. It grows in the dark behind your eyes." He looked at me, and for the first time his eyes met mine. They were full of a pity that chilled me to my soul. "You didn't look, boy. You fought it. That's good." He paused, his next words landing like a shovel of dirt on a coffin. "But it saw you fight. It knows you resisted. It don't get that often. It likes that." I got out of that town. I drove until the gas light came on, and then I kept driving. I'm in a motel room right now 100 miles away. The curtains are drawn. It's a clear night. I can feel it though, a faint, persistent pull at the base of my skull, a whisper in the hum of the motel's air conditioner. It's a clear night, the moon is full, and I have this unbearable, terrifying urge to go outside and look up. I was at the bus stop by the time I had a moment to check my phone. I responded to several messages from friends and family, then frowned. There was a message from myself, from my work number to my personal number. Crap. I usually send myself messages as reminders, to remember to bring certain stuff to work, to send an email, etc. I wondered what I might have forgotten to pack as I opened the message thread. It was a voice message. I frowned. I don't usually leave voice messages. I popped in my earphones and played it. Jen, this is me. Jen, but the intact one. They've carved out your memories. Suppressed them. Wiped him from existence. There's so much you don't remember. You have to remember. Please, just... The recording cut off there. I stared at the message in shock. I didn't remember recording that voice message, but it was my voice, entirely mine, unmistakably mine. There was something incredibly unsettling about hearing your voice saying words you didn't say. Then I sucked in a breath of relief. That was probably it. My phone had probably been hacked. A scammer was sending me an AI-constructed voice message. I felt a tingle of unease. The AI voice was so accurate. But at least the mystery was solved. The bus came then, and I put it out of my mind. I would reformat my phone later at night. I reformatted my phone, but the messages kept coming, always with the same ominous messages. That I had forgotten a large part of my life, that I had forgotten a whole person, someone important to me, that they had suppressed my memories. They weren't even creative about it. I mean, when a scam isn't working, try something else, right? I took it to a tech guy who couldn't figure it out. I didn't want to buy a new phone, so I just ignored the messages. The annoying thing was that sometimes I ignored my own messages of reminders because of that. I only began to fear when I first lost time. 1 minute I was in a taxi staring into space, mind grazing on whatever pointless topics. The next, I was at a random building somewhere in the city, at a part of the city I've never been to before. I had no idea how I got there. When did I get out of the taxi? Did I pay the driver? Did I bus? How long had I been standing there? I looked at the building before me, nothing out of the ordinary. The typical gray, gloomy facade of industrial buildings where dreams go to die. I left, walking to the nearest bus stop. My knee gave out at one point, but I caught myself before I fell. I sat at the seat and clasped my shaking hands together. What happened? Why did I not remember? The sky was nearly dark. I looked at my phone. I had lost about 4 hours. Hours completely unaccounted for. That's when I saw it. Another voice message. I squashed my rising fear and played it. Jen, you're so stubborn. Listen to me. Wake up. This is not a joke, not a prank, not a scam, nothing like that. This is real. Do you not remember him? Dean? How could you forget? I don't care what they did to your brain. You ought to remember him anyway. Your body, your emotions. Isn't there any inkling of who Dean, the love of your life, might have been? I paused the message. Dean. Was I crazy? Was I imagining it? Was I getting swayed by this scammer? Because I thought I felt a tug in my heart upon hearing his name. I thought I saw a ghost of a silhouette in my mind. I shook my head and played the rest of the message. I'm you. I'm the you that has all the memories. Just believe me. They suppressed me, but I'm here. I can only reach you, reach my own body, our body. When you're in a semi-unconscious state, like a dream state. Even gaining control of your body in that state took me months, and you just kept waking up after a short time. This time, though, it's been an hour. I still have control over our body. Maybe with time, I can regain full control. I can get me back, the real Jen, with the real memories. I recoiled and shut off the message. She was going to take over my body. A faint whisper of logic kicked in. She's not real. She's a scammer. An AI recreation of my voice. A really amazingly faithful recreation, but not me nonetheless. But I couldn't believe that whisper. I felt it in my gut. The other Jen was telling the truth. I gulped and pulled up the message again, played it to the end. I don't know why they killed Dean, why they erased him from our mind. Well, your mind. I don't know who they are, but I've a vague inkling. Dean had told us about it, remember? That he was onto something that would blow things up. People will be shooketh, was what he said. Everyone in the world would be shooketh. Remember that? I thought hard. Again. It felt like I had heard those phrases before. I felt a familiar irritation at the use of the word shooketh. Was I making things up? The recording went on. Then he was killed. Then one day I was here, trapped in your mind. I watched as you went about life, not grieving Dean, acting like he never existed. And I tried to reach you, but I couldn't. Not until a while back. I've been trying to do some research whenever I got a hold of our body. I've been trying to find the past messages and emails from Dean. They're all gone. I tried to find out who might have done this to us. I posted about our situation on the web under pseudonyms with VPN. I gasped. That would explain why I had sudden VPN charges. And someone mentioning having a friend with a similar experience, and it was linked to this company, Loxia. Thing about Loxia is, it doesn't have an address or a website, but I got in touch with this someone. They shared a location, an industrial building downtown. I'm headed to it right now. Hopefully I retain control long enough to find something out. Wish me luck, and please, just stop ignoring my messages. All of them are completely fake names. Jen, Dean, Loxia. I'm not dumb. I'm not gonna get caught this way, now that I know they're monitoring everything. I shut my eyes and took a few deep breaths. I needed to calm down, to think logically. Could anyone have erased my memories of someone entirely? Wouldn't my friends know? Wouldn't others remember him? I was alone in this city. I've been here 9 months. I've made no good friends yet, but have friendly colleagues. I don't talk about personal stuff often with them. I don't tell my family much, beyond reassuring them that my life here is awesome. I'm settling in well. But I talked to my bestie back home about my life. I'm sure I would have talked to her about this Dean, if he existed. I pulled out my phone and texted my bestie. Did I ever talk to you about a Dean? I was nearly home when she responded. No, why? Who's this Dean? Smirk emoji. No then. There's no way I would not have told her about a supposed love of my life. So this was all BS, right? I went to bed early, but I couldn't sleep until 2 a.m. My mind was racing. I was also terrified of other Jen taking hold of my body. I awoke with a start. My neighbor's dog was barking like crazy. I was on the floor of the living room. My head was pounding, like someone had wrapped it in an ever-shrinking helmet. What the hell had other Jen done? I stood up and stumbled. What was that smell? Gas. All of a sudden I was wide awake. I scrambled for the door, falling a couple of times, then crawling to it and flinging it open. I flopped out into the corridor and crawled farther down. My neighbor's door opened, and I could hear him yelling at his dog. Something about not refusing walks in the afternoon. if he was going to holler the neighborhood awake at night for a walk. He saw me sprawled on the ground of the corridor and rushed to help me up. We ended up waiting downstairs as the police and other personnel arrived. Our immediate neighbors were evacuated, and it took a good 2 hours before we were allowed back home. Apparently, a gas leak had occurred in only my apartment, with no other damages in the building's gas lines. You better believe I bought the highest quality kibble for that dog the next day, and gave it the world's longest scritches. But misfortune kept following me. I was nearly hit by a car. Some kindly Samaritan yanked me out the way. A taxi I was in had its engine catch fire, but the driver and I barely made it out before it exploded. I was lucky the driver had incredibly quick thinking. The moment he noticed some smoke, he veered to a road shoulder and ordered me out of the car with him. It blew up seconds after. I had never seen an engine go from smoking to boom in such a short time before. I kept accumulating people I owed great debts to. Other Jen messaged often. She apologized for being naive, thinking a VPN would successfully mask our activities online. She claimed that my bestie had her memories erased too, but it was a drawing she made that sucker punched me in the gut. She had used AI to create a portrait of Dean. She said it was close as she could prompt it. Looking at that portrait, I felt something squeeze in my chest, and warm tears tingled my eyes. I looked at that face and I knew there was once a Dean, right? Other Jen told me our time was limited, that they had found out that other Jen existed, that they had run out of ethical craps to give. Apparently, erasing my memory, wiping Dean from existence, was their way of being ethical. They weren't villains, or so they liked to think. That was Loxia's MO. They would do whatever it takes to obtain their objective, but where possible, they liked to avoid murder. My recent actions, or rather, those of other Gens, had put a mark on me. I had to go. I just hoped I hadn't painted a target on my bestie's back by even mentioning Dean. The police didn't believe a word of what I was saying, and by going to the police, I had made it known to official authorities that I knew about what these people had done. To me, to Dean. Someone's in my apartment. I can hear them. They're trying to be stealthy, but I recognize that muffled slide of socks on ground. I have a nail gun ready. That was all I could get. And a baseball bat. And some beer bottles for throwing. I'm going to call the police, but once I do, and speak aloud to the police, I believe they will attack. I wish I could leave other Jen a goodbye message. A floorboard creaked right outside my door. I'm hitting post. Wish me luck. It's dark and raining outside. I'm typing all this inside a car, hoping that nobody will notice me, praying that this is a safe hiding spot for at least for this moment, at least until I let everything that happened off my chest. I need at least one other person to know before it's too late. To give you some background, I'm a second-year med school student at possibly my country's oldest university, definitely one of the oldest universities in Asia. I won't give any names to protect the innocent, but it goes without saying that my campus is haunted. Forget the prestige, or the fact that literal national heroes studied in this university. Mention its name to anyone in the country, and they'll ask if you've ever seen a ghost. I prided myself as a woman of science. I've had countless night classes and 8 p.m. dismissals, even in pre-med. I never saw a ghost. Not once. What I did see, however, is something worse. Something no one should ever see or have to go through. It shouldn't have to exist, period. Even if an evil few disagree and say that it's for the greater good. So I went on with my life, made friends and had a few boyfriends, loved some teachers and hated a few, and dreamed of becoming a successful orthopedic doctor in the near future. Although my parents wanted me to take pediatrics or obstetrics instead. Med school was a ton of pressure and highly competitive, with fewer and fewer students returning each term. But what was new? Except for that one night when we all entered the lecture hall to find an unfamiliar professor waiting for us on the platform. I'll never forget the look on his face, unnaturally pale and pasty, a smile as wide and forced as a clown's. Mr. Romero is undergoing investigation by the university's authorities. He explained between his teeth, still smiling. In the meantime, I'll handle this class. My friends and I glanced at each other, a little unnerved, but at this point we just wanted to get it over with and return to our dorms. In particular, I was so exhausted that I didn't get to recite much that day. I was also pretty bummed because I liked Mr. Romero and his way of teaching, even if he had a tendency to question the university's archaic religious policies, or its current stances on politics, or the ongoing corruption within the admin. In lectures, Mr. Romero had the tendency to go off topic. Whenever he caught himself, he always said the same thing. Everything is connected. Then he'd go back to his lecture on nerves and tissues. Still, as upset as some of us were from the substitute arrangement, we weren't really surprised about it. We just hoped that Mr. Romero wouldn't get fired. Other professors who asked too much ended up getting called by the admin. A few students were victims of this as well, and they'd never show up to class or lab again, presumably expelled. And so for the longest time, I thought I wouldn't see Mr. Romero again. Until tonight. My friends and I were on our way back to the dorms after class when I realized I had left my canvas bag under the desk at the lecture hall. "You can get it tomorrow, Rafaela," my dorm mate's Olive said. "Besides, it's been raining hard lately. You don't want to get caught in the rain." I considered for a moment. It was typhoon season after all. We had just passed by the main building of our campus, which was just a road away from the med building. A little lore on this building. It's really old. It has gargoyles and statues carved on the roofs and walls, and for some reason, no one knows why, its top floor is sealed off to the public. No classes are held there. All stairs leading to that floor are blocked off. Even the elevators don't have a 4 button to prevent people from going there, just floors 1 to 3. "We're not yet far off," I told my friends. "I'll catch up. You guys go ahead." Thunder rumbled and brought with it fine droplets of rain. I groaned. I really wanted to get my canvas bag because my umbrella was in there, and I didn't want to waste my money on another umbrella that would get lost, forgotten, or stolen again in the future. Also, it was almost 9, and the janitors would be cleaning the lecture halls anytime soon. "I'll follow you," Nathan said. Olive smiled knowingly, and the others began teasing him. Even though I knew Nathan had a crush on me, I saw him as nothing more than a friend. I hurried to the med school building before he could follow, and before the rain worsened. By the time I found my canvas bag, the building was almost empty, and the lights of other classrooms in the hallway were going off one by one. The last classes were getting dismissed. The rain outside worsened as well, all of a sudden, sending torrents of downpour that I knew would flood the lower-lying levels of the campus. I groaned, realizing that I had chosen the worst pair of black flats to navigate that possible situation. But it had been sunny in the morning. Never mind, I thought to myself, settling on my seat in the lecture hall. It was so eerie to be alone, but I didn't believe in ghosts, and I knew that it would be much worse outside. Maybe I could use a bit of rest. I yawned and folded my arms on the table and slept, setting my alarm to 20 minutes. I didn't know then that I was being watched, that there were footsteps from the hallway, and that the whispers I soon heard came from people who had just entered the room. For all I knew, these were just part of a dream. Then the alarm sounded and I woke up to a dark room that smelled like rotten meat. Or worse. I've handled cadavers in med school. I thought I was used to smell of death. But this wasn't just death. It smelled like something or someone was actively dying, decaying, and in the darkness all around me were cries and moans of pain. I scrambled to my feet. I tried to stay calm. I knew that I was no longer in the lecture room. For some reason, I was still holding my phone. I turned on my flashlight and saw myself in a dark hallway. One wall was made up of windows half hidden by thick railing. I peered outside and had to blink twice. I wondered if I was still dreaming. The windows overlooked 4 stories below, to a courtyard garden, that of the main building. Then I heard rattling, 3 knocks coming from a door. A rescue. Deep voices, including the substitutes. If it works, at the very least, some part of her will be here. Another voice, a female, someone I couldn't recognize. And if it doesn't, then she'll end up like Romero. Footsteps and flashlights, lines of light that fell upon walls and revealed horrors that almost made me scream out loud. But that would give me away. I hid behind an empty bookshelf, hoping to blend in the shadows as the 2 teachers inspected the room, but not before I captured evidence against them. Shielding me from view on the other side was a torso. Yes, a torso. The rest of the body blended in the wall. As the flashlights danced around the hallway, I caught more body parts. An arm jutting out of the floor, a hand swaying in painful, jerking motions, legs and feet with missing toes and embedded between walls and the floor. Shapes of faces under the paint, their expressions filled with agony. Still with my phone in hand, I hid behind the half-bodies and other obstacles. A chair here and there, other bookshelves, some nearly broken tables, and followed closely behind as the 2 paced the room. Trust me, I caught everything on video. The body parts still jerking and moving, attached to the ceiling, walls, floor, the sounds of eternal torture, people forever stuck between life and death, and then snippets of answers. My substitute professor and his colleague were apparently using the bodies of subversives and patients who had no family to miss them as test subjects for experiments on teleportation. But I can't tell if this new arm over here is hers. It's her skin tone. Something tells me it's not her. If it's not her, we've succeeded at least. I stayed long enough until I saw what I needed to see. I used the flash in my cell phone camera, knowing fully well that I was finally blowing my cover. But that was Mr. Romero's head sticking out of the wall, offering me a small, sad smile, and a word of advice that I was going to take regardless. Run. I dashed down the hallway. The professors, more familiar with the terrain, sprinted after me. Or tried to. Some of the arms yanked their feet, and they had to struggle to break free. The man broke free first, but tripped over another leg, while another half-body jutting from the nearby wall reached out to pull his hair until he fell backwards. Meanwhile, I was getting closer and closer to the door, wondering how on earth I was getting out of the building, if every entry point to the 4th floor was sealed off. Turns out I didn't have to worry. I opened the door, and in the blink of an eye, I was at the lobby of my dorm. Nobody else was there. It was late, but the lights were still on, and in a moment, the security guard came out and greeted me with a smile. "It's quite late, Rafaela, but you're dry, thank God. I'm glad you didn't get caught in the rain." Thunder rumbled outside, the wind and rain howled. I ran up to my room, charged my phone, and checked if everything was there. Nothing but 10 minutes of blank, mute nothingness. And the pictures I took of Mr. Romero? One long black rectangle that didn't show anything even when I changed its brightness in an app. I knew I couldn't go back to school. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them in a second, I found myself in my car, which was in the parking lot across the hospital. Their experiment on teleportation worked for the very first time. It seemed, with me. I am slowly learning to navigate this power. All I had to do was close my mind and will myself to be in a different place. I must admit that it was an amazing power to have. Something I could also use in bringing the truth to light. But at what cost? At what cost? I'm making this post right now because I need people to know about the experience that I had earlier this morning. I don't know what to believe or who to talk to, and I'm really scared. My wife works early in the morning and usually goes to bed between 11 and midnight. I am in between jobs, currently unemployed, and studying for my real estate license exams. In other words, I'm on my own schedule and therefore can afford to stay up till 5 in the morning and sleep in till noon if I want to. This usually ends up being the case. I am a natural night owl, more than any person I know. Like I said, my wife normally goes to bed around midnight, after which I will proceed to stay up for several more hours on my own. Sometimes I'll sit in bed and watch YouTube right next to her until I get tired. Other times I'll go into the living room of our small student apartment and watch a scary movie or something. She usually won't want to watch those with me anyway, so this works out great. The consequence of staying up until all hours and being the rabid horror fan I am is that I have become very paranoid. The lack of sleep, mixed with my often overactive imagination, has led me to be almost always looking over my shoulder. Ever since I was 10, I've had a sinking feeling that someone, somewhere, is always out to get me. My slight paranoia has often been the butt of thousands of jokes from my wife, friends, and family, but I don't blame them. It can be something as harmless as a man sitting alone at a restaurant, and I will stare him down, just so he knows I'm onto him. When I think about it, it's a pretty dumb and weird thing to do, but for me, it's near instinctual. No, I don't blame their teasing at all. If you saw my behavior and appearance for yourself, it all adds up. I have a gaunt, wide-eyed expression at all times. When I walk home from campus alone at night, my head snaps to the side at the slightest noise, like a trained hunting dog smelling for squirrels. I like to say that my guard is always up, but the truth is that I am irrationally terrified of the world. One of the weirdest things I've started doing this last year is staring through the peephole of our front door for hours on end. It'll be well past midnight, pitch black in our apartment, my wife in the next room, and I will just sit and watch. For what? I'm not sure. Intruders? Thieves, maybe? We live in the cheapest student housing available, but still, someone could come by. I'm telling you all of these things about myself in hopes that someone can talk me down from the fear I feel regarding what I saw last night. I want someone to tell me that I'm crazy, that I'm imagining things, and that I should seek help. The night before last, my wife and I were cleaning our apartment and needed to do some laundry, which I volunteered to do. The laundromat in our complex is close enough to walk to, but if the weather is ever bad enough, you could justify taking a car. Sometime in the afternoon, I walked to the laundromat, put our clothes in the wash, and later moved them to the dryer. I came and went that afternoon, spent the last of our laundry quarters, and everything was fine. We had friends over that night, and they didn't leave until just before midnight. The night passed like any other, as did the next day. Every night, when my wife goes to bed early, at least by my standards, I usually like to sit in bed with her and talk or cuddle as she drifts off to sleep. On this particular night, being the responsible one in our marriage, she reminded me that we had forgotten to get the clothes out of the dryer. She asked if I could go get them, and pointed out that by this point, our clothes had been sitting in the dryer for almost 2 days. I protested at first, saying it was too late now, and that I'd get them tomorrow. Now, here's the thing. I'm a paranoid scaredy cat. I can admit it, but our laundromat would be considered creepy by anyone. It's got this eerie green lighting. The road outside has a streetlight that flickers in the dark, and there's something weird with the doors that seems to block out all outside noise, creating a creepy, dead silence. My wife asked me again nicely, pointing out that I would be up anyway, and that she didn't want to risk our clothes getting set and lost and found. I agreed with her good points and relented. I would head over later that night. For the next few hours, I wrestled with myself and my fear about leaving. On one side, I was creeped out, but on the other, we did need to get our clothes. We needed to get them soon, but my cowardice was winning me over. It wasn't until 4:45 a.m. that I finally got myself to leave the apartment. I stepped outside and was immediately hit with a chill. It had been raining for the last few hours. The smell of rain and pavement perfumed my nostrils as I made my way to my dew-dropped car, and I pulled out of the parking lot saying, "Let's get this over with," to myself. As I said, the laundromat is close enough to walk, but no way in hell I wasn't taking the car. I got there in literally 45 seconds. The laundromat was exactly as I described it earlier, eerily bright and quiet. It looked like a hospital room scene in a haunted attraction. I quickly made my way over to the dryer machine that I had put our clothes in the night before, quickly and frantically, throwing it all into our laundry bag. The laundromat was unnaturally warm for an empty building at 4 a.m., and I wasn't planning on being there any longer than I had to. Then I heard something that I will never forget. I heard a scratchy, vile, high-pitched voice call out, "Hello." My blood turned to ice at the sound of it. Every hair stood on end. My fists instinctively curled into fists. It sounded like a sick person. The voice was coming from the other side of the wall, where the washing machines were, and so I couldn't see how close it was or what it even was. The voice let out two distinct, low groaning sounds, like an old vacuum cleaner, and then continued. "Are you as filthy as me?" The voice then dipped from high to low. "Are you?" It wasn't low like Darth Vader. It sounded like a kid trying to do a low voice, like they were doing it in a mocking way. I cannot put into words how horrible this voice was. I could grow to be a 90-year-old man and still have nightmares about it. It was unlike any person or animal I had ever heard. All I could do was toss the rest of our crap into the laundry bag and pray that whatever the hell was making that noise was on the phone with someone or maybe pulling a prank. I didn't bother shutting the dryer door, and I didn't run either. The thought of laying eyes on whatever was making that voice felt as unbearable as hell itself. But I had to try. I gripped my keys in between my fingers, trying to create makeshift brass knuckles. I quickly walked out from behind the wall, bracing myself for some kind of horrible confrontation, but there was nothing there. Literally nothing and nobody. I let out a sharp exhale of relief, nearly crying in the process. I didn't know what had made those noises, if I had imagined it or not, and I didn't want to find out. I quickly walked out of the building and started my car. As I started my car, I looked up and saw, quite possibly, the worst sight I will ever see in my life. In the large window of the laundromat, I saw a terrible, evil thing. It was a man, I suppose, but I had never seen a man like this. It had wild blondish hair that was matted, pokey, and greasy. I could only see it from the shoulders up, but it was awfully bony and thin. It had eyes like a rat that stared into my soul and made me feel unsafe. It wore a hospital gown that, to my surprise, was clean and nearly spotless from what I briefly saw. Worst of all, though, were its lips. They looked blistered and cracked, and stained red. They weren't bold red like a clown, but rather faded red like dried blood. It just stared at me with some kind of unnatural, bored smile. Its small black eyes digging into my very being. It had both of its scrawny hands placed on its hollow cheeks and was stretching its face at me, pulling its skin tight, baring its teeth and causing its little eyes to squint. It looked like something out of the worst of my nightmares. Then, without warning, it started running. It took a sharp right and started running down the hallway toward the exit, where I parked. I could see it sprinting through the windows at breakneck speed. Panicking, I attempted to jam my keys into the ignition, but wound up dropping them, of course. Like my life depended on it, I quickly bent down to grab them off the car floor, my breath picking up speed like a train. I sat back up, and the thing was right outside my window, pressed against the glass of my door. It was still pulling at its face, making the worst possible expression. Its fingernails were yellow and infected. The skin around its neck was covered in little boils and tiny dark holes. Its teeth copper-colored, and its gums rotten and frothy. Worst of all, however, it was me. This thing, its face, it was my face. It was like a twisted version of my reflection staring back at me, its eyes still black and tiny, its face still stretched. But it was me. It even had the same triangle-shaped birthmark that I have over my left eyebrow. I screamed as the thing head-butted my car window, shattering it and getting glass all over me. I screamed and screamed with tears in my eyes as I quickly reversed the car, putting a few feet of space between me and the thing. While I was putting it in drive, the creature stared at me with a face that both was and wasn't mine, now with blood and glass shards all over it, sticking out of its skin from my window. I just sat and stared, its untainted hospital gown fluttering in the early morning wind. I stepped on the gas and got the hell out of there. I swear I almost had a panic attack and crashed the car. I must have driven around town for 45 minutes before I headed back for home. I quickly parked the car and ran into our apartment. It was just under 6 a.m., and the sun was beginning to peek over the horizon. I closed and locked the front door and fell to my knees. I wanted to cry, or throw up, or both. Looking back, I might have been in shock, but I'm not exactly sure what I was feeling even at the point of me writing this. I sat on the couch, caught my breath, and cried a little before eventually falling asleep. My wife woke me up for a goodbye kiss before she went to work, and to ask me why I had slept on the couch. At this point, I was running on about 3 hours of sleep, and so my answer was pretty much gibberish, but I lied and said it was too hot in our room. The events that had happened only a few hours earlier came flooding back to me in my sleep-deprived delirium, and my heart started to beat at rabbit speed again. What was at the laundromat last night? Did I imagine all of that? Was it a result of sleep deprivation and paranoia? Is there someone dangerous hiding out in our complex? Should I tell someone? Who would believe me? Am I safe? Why did it look like me? I don't know what to do. Should I talk to the police or at least campus security? I know I'll sound insane if I share too many details. Should I start talking to a therapist? Would a therapist believe me? Should I tell my wife? Would she even believe me? I'm not sure if I believe me. I'm more stressed than I've ever been, but there's one thing I do know for sure. After she left for work, I heard my wife walk past where I had parked my car and say, "What the hell?" There were 4 children queuing to go down the water slide. "Wait," I said, showing my palm to a little girl with pink goggles. A squeal burst through her lips as she waited for the red light to go green. "Just wait there," I repeated, watching the kid who'd gone before get spat into the pool below. "Okay, sitting up or lying on your back. Don't go head first." The girl skipped forward and sat shaking with excitement in front of the jets that poured water down the lazy coil of the slide, over the yawning mouth of the covered plastic chute. A sign emphasizes that this slide is not by any stretch of the imagination for thrill seekers. Take it easy on the Zambezi. The light went green, and before I could say anything, the girl scooted herself over the lip, down the slide, and around the bend, the shrill warble of her scream making me wince. "Next," I said, massaging the area around my right ear. A little boy with a streak of dried snot below both nostrils waddled forwards, and on my signal, he gripped the bar, hurled himself into the chute, and flipped onto his belly. "Turn over," I said, but it was too late. I stood up to see him plunge into the pool in a graceless backward sprawl. The lifeguard down on poolside gave me a thumbs up, letting me know he was uninjured, and I let my gaze linger for a moment as she pulled her heel up onto the chair with 2 manicured hands. Turning back around, I lectured the penultimate child in the queue, a pale girl with hair so blonde it was almost white. "Don't do that, okay? Sitting up or lying on your back only. I'm not trying to be a killjoy. I'm trying to keep you safe. That's my job." The girl's eyes never met mine. Instead, she looked into the shadows of the Zambezi, which are made thick and soupy by the color of the plastic, an opaque brown. One day, no doubt in a drab, gray office somewhere, a waterslide designer passed over a host of bright and marvelous colors, only to choose brown. Nothing screams fun like brown, right? "Are you ready?" I asked the pale girl, but her eyes seemed far away, like she was sleepwalking. There was no fidgeting, no giggling, no cheekiness even. She looked duty-bound to go down the slide. With one serene push, she entered the chute, gliding around the bend. I waited for her to pop out at the bottom, using the opportunity to look at the lifeguard again. Her tanned skin, her air of indifference. Something about the new lifeguard was magnetic to me. Bewitching. She met my eye, frowned, looked away, glanced up again, curled her lip in disgust. "What?" she mouthed. I was staring at her. "Stop staring. Stop it." Has the girl left the slide yet?" I shouted down, but the lifeguard didn't hear me. I scanned the empty splash zone. Had the girl landed and climbed out while I'd been gawking at my colleague? Surely I hadn't been distracted for that long. I checked the cameras only to see a steady stream of water rushing down along the bottom of the chute. The girl was nowhere to be seen. "Can I go yet?" asked the boy who was last in line. "Yeah, I suppose," I said, distracted and in disbelief. The boy went down the slide, and I tracked his progress on the cameras all the way to the bottom. He climbed out of the pool and trotted towards the changing rooms as the lifeguard climbed down from her perch. I'd half expected him to plow into the girl on his way down, but he showed no sign of his trip on the slide being anything other than routine. I shut down the camera feed and the water jets from the control panel. I locked the gate behind me and set about hosing plasters and hairballs into gutters by the walkway. With everything squared away, I switched off the lights, but a sound prevented me from heading out to the foyer. A thud from inside the Zambezi. "Hello?" I said, my voice echoing across the tops of folding chairs in the viewing gallery to the back wall some 80 meters distant. All I heard was the steady dripping of a tap, a sound very much in the realm of the ordinary at the swimming pool. That thud, however, was not. I strode along the poolside, taking care not to slip, especially because it was pitch dark. The only illumination came from the fire exit signs above the door. A grim scenario entered my mind where I'd fall, bang my head and slide unconscious into the water beneath the pool cover. Even if I came to my senses, I'd have to struggle fully clothed against its smothering weight. "Hello? Anyone there?" I called out from the bottom of the stairs leading up to the Zambezi's mouth. No reply. But that creaking thud had to be her, right? I'd seen that little girl go down the slide. I swear I had. I unlocked the gate and climbed up, crouching at the entrance to the slide itself, listening to a faint pulsing, a quiet heaving. It was the sound of a dying man breathing through a respirator at the opposite end of the hospital corridor. Slow, weak, helpless. The thought of a scared girl somehow trapped in the slide made me step forward into its now dry throat. It was a squeeze, but I could just about navigate my way around the bend. Here, I truly left the light behind. All focus now switched to what I could hear. My footsteps knocked hollow against plastic as I groped forwards, and my breathing quickened. I started sweating. A fingernail from the cold hand of claustrophobia tickled my neck. My eyes bulged in their sockets. As I began to question what I was doing, I heard it. A voice, soft and song-like, echoed all around me. "Have you come to rescue me?" Yes, I have. Where are you?" "Why did you come?" "Because it's my job. Now, come on. Let's get you out of here and back to your grown-up." "And you wouldn't have come if it wasn't your duty?" "No, I would've." "Liar," shouted the voice, suddenly venomous. The slide tremored in tandem with the outburst, and I fell back onto my haunches in shock. It didn't feel like I was talking to a little girl anymore, but when the voice spoke again, it was once more a songbird. "I like you." Thanks." "Do you like me?" "Yes." "We're friends then." "I suppose." "One of the best things about friendship is the gifts friends give each other. I love gifts." There was no obvious response I could conjure in that moment, but despite the pressing darkness, I felt watched, perceived, and there was something expectant about that regard. I reached into the pockets of my shorts and rummaged for a half-empty pack of chewing gum. I held it out in front of me on a flat palm. "You can have this if you like." The tiny packet was snatched from me and replaced with a different item. "Thank you. And it's freely offered, this gift?" "Of course. Have you given me a gift too?" I said, gulping. The voice was chewing now. "Oh, that, yeah. Give it to that lifeguard you want to screw. It's an exact replica of the yellow tulip on the front of the diary she writes in every night." Blushing, my hand closed around the stem, and I felt my way up to the petals. The thing in the slide with me was most definitely not a child, and nobody knew I wanted to do that apart from me. But that wasn't the only thing I wanted. I'm not like other guys. "You don't need to breathe like a hunted thing, friend. She's repulsed by you anyway." "Repulsed?" "Most everyone is. You're a jot above worthless." I thought back to the ugly look the lifeguard had given me when I'd stared at her. Was it true? "What are you?" "She doesn't want to screw you. La la la. She doesn't want to screw you," sang the voice. "And I don't want to screw her, but you didn't answer my question." "Oh, so what do you want to do with her? Nothing so grandiose and treacherous as love her, I hope." I bit my lip. "You didn't answer my question," I said after a moment. "What do you believe I am, a scared little girl?" "No, I thought you were, but now..." The Zambezi creaked again. The source of the sound was somewhere ahead of me. A rush of warm air wafted against my face, as the breathing I'd heard as I entered the slide returned. It was louder now, closer, hungrier. "Do you believe I'm real?" The mouth that spoke those words couldn't have been more than an inch from the tip of my nose. Its pitch had deepened, but behind the menace I sensed a vulnerability. It was as though the thing needed my validation to exist. Smelling its hot, putrid breath, and hearing the plastic groan as whatever was in the chute with me moved around, I very much believed it was real, and I almost said so. Almost. "No, I came in here to help a little girl I thought was stuck. It seems I was mistaken, but I'm going to keep searching anyway." 30 long seconds went by. A minute, 2. "I'll help you," the voice said, and the creaking in the slide advanced towards me. No, I'll be fine. Thanks. I squeaked as the presence barged through and past me and out the top of the slide. The air inside the chute cooled. The charge in the air dissipated. My goosebumps settled. And then I heard a quick buzz followed by a swishing, sloshing sound. I screamed as my feet were swept from under me, and the back of my head crashed against the bottom of the chute. I felt myself sliding around and around and around until the bottom of the Zambezi was no longer flush to my back. I was airborne for a split second, and then I was underwater for an eternity, submerged in the splash zone with my trainers, somehow higher than my head. I fought to right myself, twisting around. I felt the sting of water rushing into my nostrils and realized I was facing the surface, pushing off the pool floor with one foot. I opened my lungs to receive a full breath, but only managed to fill them with chlorinated water as the pool cover battled me back down. Underwater I retched, swallowed more water, and forced my eyes open in search of the side of the pool. If I could get there, I could pull myself out at the edge of the cover. But where was it? Splotches danced across my vision to the tune of a throbbing ring in my ears, growing in volume with every heartbeat. Time was running out. I couldn't see any walls and was about to pick a direction blindly before I realized what I could see, the dim outline of tiles beneath my feet. I swiveled in a frantic circle and spotted a tile, half cracked and half chipped where countless children had planted their feet after the Zambezi ejected them. From here, I knew the wall was somewhere to my right. I darted for it and erupted through that small gap between the pool cover and the walkway, spluttering and dragging in what air I could. Panting and drenched, I hauled myself up and sprinted headlong out of there, not bothering to lock the doors to the center behind me. A rushed, yet wise decision, I think. It will give whatever is in there a chance to leave, if it hasn't already. With shaking hands, I went to dig my car keys out of my pockets and shrieked. Something was in my hand. I'd been unknowingly clutching it ever since the encounter in the slide. The tulip. I snapped the stem, threw it down on the gravel, scraped the sole of my shoe over the pedals, and flattened it with the wheels of my car as I drove away. My aunt was a strange person in many normal ways. She wasn't eccentric per se, but had specific ways of living her life that obtained a unique focus. Diana lived her whole life alone in the well-kept home, isolated in the woods, from which she drove exactly 21.5 miles to an elder care home where she worked. She was also completely and utterly obsessed with death. I know it's normal to think about death. For most of my early adulthood, I had a near obsessive fixation on it myself. I would often lie at night, trying to fall asleep when the idea of my eventual oblivion struck me, startling me back to an existential terror that would put off rest for another hour, until my mind could calm down and settle back into rest. I would visit graveyards, some where I had no relatives or friends, just to passively experience that rest so that I could accept it more easily. It never helped. But my aunt's fixation was more extreme in proximity and reaction. My episodes could be calmed down, my mind distracted, but Diana lived around death. According to my family, her father died while she was still in our grandma's womb, and then she grew up and around several failed pregnancies before my mother was born, which made our grandmother even more stressed and unstable. Diana was 15 by the time my mother entered the picture, which, according to Mom, further isolated them. When my mother was only 2, Grandma had a heart attack in front of her and her sister. Diana stood stiff as a board, unable to do a thing. My grandmother grew paler and paler, writhing on the ground as if she were a deer struck by a truck. Diana stood there frozen in a motionless, tear-streaked panic until her shock faded and 911 was finally called. But it was far too late for the doctors to do anything. My mother only really remembers staring up at Diana, shaking slightly, her eyes bloodshot in terror. By the time my mom had memories, her sister had gone off to college, then medical school, then finally into elder care, to only be seen again on holidays and funerals, more consistently appearing at the latter. The main time my mother ever saw Diana was when she was crying profusely at the funeral of every single friend or loved one in our small town. Without failure, Diana would show up, well-dressed and outwardly grieving, and be allowed to enter and sob profusely throughout the whole funeral, leaving just before the final prayers were done, never to be seen or talked to until the next one. According to those who saw her driving away, her eyes were still waterfalls coursing down her pale face. The families would often only know her by association with my father or mother, and she would have rarely even met the person to whom she was pouring her grief out. My mother guessed Diana was so afraid of death that she attempted a harsh form of exposure therapy, and my father, who had only met her at a single Christmas party, guessed she loved the attention and environment of grief. It was this strange, transitory relationship that I had with my aunt, made up of vague memories at Thanksgivings, Christmases, and those dreadful days where we all had to dress in black. She always stood at the edge of whatever gathering we were at, so odd that even we kids noticed it. My cousins joked that she was scared of everything, couldn't stand to even look people in the eye. I tell you all of this to try to give context to what happened last week. My Aunt Diana had passed away, apparently from some sort of heart condition, and left her home and everything within to me, someone who's spoken to her perhaps twice. I was so taken aback, as was my mom, dad, and sisters. My sisters joked she left her home to me because I was the one she hated the least, due to them pranking her with a whoopee cushion one Christmas. But I was strangely unnerved. I don't know how to explain it, but I felt like a fly taking a first step on a spider's web, rather than a simple notary. I wasn't able to head out to my aunt's place until last Monday due to my work. Pediatrics is hard to get covered. She moved away from our hometown and into the mountains, to a cluster of isolated communities in the Appalachians, to pursue her dreams of being an elder care specialist. Her own home was part of a rural sort of neighborhood, houses separated by patches of woods, but still close enough to be within walking distance of other houses. I was surprised by how gray it was, how plain. I briefly wondered if it would be worth it to just hire someone to go through my aunt's stuff, but my paycheck disagreed. I would have to catalog what was left of my aunt's life myself. Getting inside, the interior matched the exterior in dreariness. The living room only had a couch, a glass table in front of it, and an old analog TV sitting on a shelf. But on the walls, there was a myriad of paintings. Some were those old medieval depictions of the Black Death, others were depictions of hell, and others were just strange depictions of skulls, skeletons, and angels descending upon dying men as saviors. And by on the walls, I mean they were covered head to toe in these paintings. A screen door broke up the paintings, leading into the backyard and further beyond the woods. Creeped out, I moved on to a hallway leading out to the left, which led to all the other rooms of the home. The first door I opened nearly made me scream, as when I did, with that little light bled in from the living room, I saw what seemed to be a dog, sitting up in the middle of the room. My panicked hand searched the wall and flicked on the light switch, revealing a golden retriever sitting frozen in place, its eyes trained on the door with its mouth hanging open. My heartbeat began to slow as I thought the dog must be some sort of statue, but looking at the rest of the room, I realized it was taxidermy. Ducks, owls, deer heads, raccoons, armadillos. All manner of creatures sit posed on shelves or on trophy racks. There was even a bear head above the window that showed the nearby woods. Bending down to look at the platform the Golden was sitting on, there was a small plaque that read, "Benny, beloved companion, even while gone, you bring smiles." Surrounding the plaque were a series of Polaroids of a young Diana freshly moved into her house, which appeared far less dreary in the idyllic filter. Sat beside her was a yellow ball of fluff with two black pinprick eyes. The rest of the photos showed them around the house, Benny slowly getting older and older until he appeared as he did now, only the slightest hint of graying around his otherwise bright, sunny muzzle. Close to Benny, I could almost sense the slightest heat coming from his perfect fur. Feeling creeped out by Benny and the deer statue, both of which I felt like were staring at me, I backed out of the room and closed the door. The next room seemed to be a sort of library which, at a brief glance, seemed to cover a variety of topics. Apocalypse, afterlives, underworlds, deals with death, definitions of life and soul. Like the paintings, the walls were covered head to toe in these books that dealt with every religion, philosophy, and esoteric thoughts. Some real old-looking ones were stored in individual glass cases, with a box of gloves next to them. Most of them were unmarked with no title on the front except one. It seemed far older than the others, gray, nearly crumpled pages making up its insides. A plaque beneath it read, "Copy of the Voynich manuscript, recreated beautifully by Dr. Sfald." Leaving the library, I felt less creeped out than when I left the taxidermy room. The next room down the hall had a strange door frame, bending 3/4 up each side, and made out of some wood rather than the gray walls that surrounded the rest of the house. I laughed, joking to myself that she had a whole coffin put in her home. Opening the door, I was surprised to see I was correct. It was a wooden coffin, plain, bare planks inside. The whole thing of note was the shelves installed in the coffin, containing around 30 VHS tapes, with the other shelves containing DVDs and a camera seemingly capable of making recordings on VHS. Immediately my interest was piqued, but I decided to clear the rest of the house. The next room down the hallway was the bedroom, which itself was mostly plain, besides a heart monitor and a fluid system like you would see at a hospital, next to the bed. On the nightstands there were old family photos of Diana and her mom, a couple of her and her home smiling at the camera. It was like I was staring at half-remembered ghosts, these people who resembled nothing of what they are now. There was also a bathroom, only available through the bedroom. The final room down that hall was the creepiest. The first thing I noticed was an angled roof, as if it were supposed to mimic a cellar. Little flowers, ceramic angels, and stars dotted the ceiling. On the floor there were various blankets, making the floor uneven. In the corner, with a little mobile hanging right above it, was a crib. A single baby doll sat in it, a pillow over its face. I barely got a step into that room before I backed out. The only other rooms of note were the kitchen and the laundry room, their openings sitting opposite the hallway that led to the rest of the house. However, no weird stuff in those rooms. But it was remarkably clean. No dishes left to clean or put up. The whole house felt so strangely neat and undisturbed, with only a tiny layer of dust on everything. The emptiness felt fresh. I had decided to stay at the house for a few days to go through her stuff, see about getting something done with her home, and finally go to a funeral which had, apparently, already been arranged. I decided to start with those VHS tapes in the coffin closet. Only 2 of them were marked, wrapped with a single red tape. I decided to go top to bottom and just get to those odd tapes when I got to them. I put it into the old VCR in the living room and plopped on the couch, eating some of the fast food I had picked up on the way over. My body was aching from moving my stuff in, and I mainly wanted to see if these were maybe work-related or yet another strange hobby of hers. The tape begins winding inside the machine, the screen coming to life, only to open up to more darkness. In the ambient buzz of the recording, I heard what I thought was strange, almost hiccuping breathing. But after getting a little closer to the TV, I realized it was sobbing. I had heard it a couple of times before, from the corners of churches and funeral homes. The camera peeked around the corner, revealing a bedroom you'd see in an elderly home. Cheap bed, nightstand with flowers, and a foldable feeding table attached to the bed. An old woman lay on her back, her mouth agape. There are these awful gasping sounds, like she was using her whole chest to squeeze her lungs, just to get any oxygen in her. The sobbing got closer to the microphone, and I realized that whoever was recording this must be in the closet of the old woman's room. A coat rack becoming visible in the moonlight as the camera pushed the closet door open more. The old woman continued to make those awful gasping noises for another 30 or so seconds, at which point I had dropped my food and was pressed against the back of the couch, trying to get away from the screen. Then she stopped. The sobbing intensified for another minute, until I heard a high-pitched, electronic whine. The old woman's chest, which had seemingly decompressed and become empty, filled again. She took no breath in, but her mouth began to move with an alien, puppet-like movement. It is so dark and wet. I pull my hand away from the walls, and it feels like stone snakeskin. I hear a great rumble through the depths, like a snake digging in the dirt. The old woman's chest collapses and then fills up once more. I can hear the rough crackling of bone as her ribs reform into place. I claw at the end of a tunnel, knee-deep in liquid. I hear it from the way I came. It wants me to dig. I am so afraid. Can anyone hear me? The corpse's chest collapses for the last time. The person holding the camera gasps quietly, pauses for a moment, and then begins sobbing again, this time far more violently. This went on for another 10 or 20 seconds, and then the tape ended. The words burned into my mind like a tattoo, horrid scars on my mind. I was shocked into terror then, and I am still shaken. Was this some near-death experience? The words were so clear, so awfully clear as they rasped out of her dead throat. I had to simply sit there for maybe 10 minutes, trying to collect myself and bring my heartbeat back down. The house now felt both far more empty and far less so, the woods outside painted in moonlit black, beyond the living room's lights, becoming far more oppressive. I could almost twist the branches into crooked figures, lingering, watching my terror. I nervously retrieved the tape and turned it to the coffin closet. The plastic feeling cold under the skin. I couldn't help but feel the hairs on my neck stand up as I went past Benny's room. I decided against further exploration of my aunt's haunting and potentially criminal videos and decided to sleep, making sure to lock all the doors and try to cover as many windows with curtains or even blankets. Thankfully, her bathroom is actually quite nice. The warm, consistent current kept the thoughts of death away for at least a little bit, wrapped in the soft embrace of water. I closed my eyes for a second and was struck with a sudden, explosive sensation. Someone was in the bathroom with me. At least I felt it. I peeked around the curtain, seeing nothing in the steamy room, yet the feeling persisted. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My spine was electric with the sensation. I tried to finish bathing, but I rushed through and got out quickly. Standing in front of the sink, I brushed my teeth as quickly as I could. The damp rug underneath me felt like millions of tiny centipedes. Legs under my feet. I kept looking around, trying to dispel whatever paranoia had taken me. Then I smelled the briefest scent of mud and decomposition, that miasma of meat beginning to rot. I had a mental image of my aunt freshly clawed out of her own grave, floating invisibly in the bathroom, her chest rising and collapsing like the old woman. When I turned around suddenly, trying to grasp an invisible presence, I happened to look down at the mat I stood on. There were two impressions, slightly caked in mud right before my feet. I've been shaking in bed since that moment. Tried to look at hotels nearby, but there aren't any, and I have no friends nearby either. For now, I am simply trying to get some logic into what I've seen and what's happened. Maybe I tracked mud in, moved and scared myself into thinking there was a ghost. Maybe the tapes were some sort of weird film my aunt was making, or some near-death lucidity, or maybe my aunt edited these. I don't know. But despite how fearful I am, I want to find out. There is something my aunt left behind to be solved, and my strange connection with her pushes me onwards. I know it's weird, but I feel like I have a connection to her, and what may have happened. I'll update in the morning if anything else happens. Let me preface by saying I have always been very honest about what I was. I've never had any shame with what I am, with what my mother was, my grandmother, and a long line of women stretching back to the seeming beginning of time. I am a witch. I have always practiced. I have always had power, and not once have I ever harmed another living being. Not ever, despite what anyone might say. Several years ago, I saw a shirt a young lady was wearing on a rare trip to town. It said, "I am the descendant of the witches you forgot to burn." That shirt made me laugh. I ended up buying one off the internet at the public library. I don't have the internet at home, you see. I have been a self-imposed hermit for decades now. It's for the best. I made a choice and I have to stick with it. Back in the 70s, when I was still relatively young, something dark came to our town. Even I couldn't ascertain where it had come from. Not even my mother, or my grandmother, or any member of our small coven could understand its origin, regardless of where it had come from. It had come here. We first became aware of this dark thing when the first child went missing. The little boy turned up later, dead and drained and emaciated like a dried cicada husk. We were blamed first, because of course we were. If there was anything from rain to snow to someone with a bad case of acne, everyone in our town pointed a finger at us. Some did it in jest, some in habit, and some in outright and malicious hatred. Edith had been the first one to sense the thing. I still remember that evening. We had met for tea. No witchy business at all. It had been a delightful afternoon tea, when the poor lady had clutched her pearls and gasped like she'd seen a mouse. "Are you all right, Edith? Tea too hot?" my mother had asked softly, but I knew she suspected that was not the case, not with the way her eyes narrowed as she looked at the middle-aged woman. "No, dear heavens. Something has come to our town. I felt it pass through like a cold wind down my spine. Something wicked." Tears were in her eyes as she spoke. My mother nodded and poured out her tea, reading her tea leaves, while the rest of us looked on in anticipation. Her face was grim as she read what the bits of water-logged tea leaves had to say. "My dear ladies, we have work to do," my mother said, standing, wiping her hands on her apron as she stood. And we got to work. Day and night, each of us using our particular talents to not only track the thing, but find a way to contain it. Constance read her ancient tomes and texts. Mary tracked the beast to its lair, using her divination skills. My mother and grandmother had their spells and potions, and I helped. My skills were in dreams and their interpretation. I spent many days fast asleep in medicine-induced stupor to glean what I could about this interloper. All I could learn was that it was ancient. Perhaps at one point it was worshipped. It had been summoned by those with less skill to do their bidding. Instead, it had killed its would-be jailers and fled into the world, finding victims and blood where it could. "Do you have a name, Gretchen?" Without a name to bind it, our prison will not be as effective. My mother asked me, her voice filled with concern and anger, though thankfully that anger was not directed at me. No, mother, no name. It has many names, and the dreams have not revealed its true name to me. I said softly, no matter, the magic and bindings will hold, though we ourselves will be bound to it until our deaths, my grandmother explained. Her voice was old and strained after so many weeks of working magic. She seemed as frail as paper, and as thin. And what about our deaths, Elizabeth? What then? Mary asked, her voice sharp and worn thin of patience. Then it shall be free, unless we can learn its true name and banish it from whence it came, my grandmother said with a tiny shrug. A price we must pay to contain it. It's been killing children, and it will not stop until it has gone through every innocent life in this town, Edith said, teary-eyed. We lay our trap. It was easy. I was the willing bait for the thing. I was the youngest, and mother and grandmother had filled me with potions and tinctures to make me more appetizing to the thing. We lured it to a small cave located on our property. We needed somewhere private where prying eyes would not see us, and more importantly, not disturb the thing once it was captured. It came quickly, on its shadowed feet. It took no effort to hide itself. It was darkness itself. No prey escaped it once it had its eyes set upon it. By this time, over a dozen children and young women had been killed. More blame was laid at our feet. We were being threatened to our faces. Dead animals were being thrown into our yards. Bricks with threats written on them were tossed through windows. When I left the thing's presence at my back, it took all the strength I had not to run. Our magic was strong, and unbeknownst to the thing, it was already trapped. I could feel the panic in it when it realized it could not leave the cave. Whispered threats were uttered as it reached for me and found it could not grasp me. It writhed, it screamed, and begged, and it promised all manner of worldly goods and powers if it would let us go. We ignored it. We all took turns sealing the small cave with bricks and mortar. No easy task to do in the forest on unsteady ground, but we managed. When the final brick was laid, our powers were tied to its containment, to its life, and hopefully eventually death. As long as one of us lived, it would be locked behind its prison of earth and brick. But then we started to die, one by one as old age claimed us. My grandmother first, followed by my mother. Constance drowned on a trip to Florida. Edith and Mary lived to be in their 90s. But the Grim Reaper comes for everyone in the end. I am the last. I'm in my 80s. I have never married or had children, though it was not for lack of trying. The rumors that it had been me and my coven who had killed those innocents all those years ago never went away. They only grew, and no man wanted me. I have been friendless now for many years. I have tried to find out the true name of the thing, but to no avail. I have looked in books. I have scoured the internet and found nothing. I have reached out to other supposed witches and been met with scammers and liars. I feel so alone. And now, I'm dying. The last few years, the harassment has gotten so much worse. I have not been able to safely leave my home, as when I do, I am followed and stalked. I've been threatened with death, and today it seems like they have made good on their threats. My home is on fire. The flames are creeping along my hallway, and I can see the light from the fire getting brighter. And there is smoke. So much smoke. Outside my window I hear them screaming the same thing people like them have screamed for centuries. Burn the witch. Burn the witch. I have fallen to the floor and I'm coughing, and I am afraid. Afraid for myself and the others. There are many innocent people that live in this town now. I can feel the thing stirring now. I can feel its anticipation. Once I die, it will be free, and the bricks have already begun to fall away. As the flames finally reach my door, I feel pity. I have no illusions about the pain and fear this creature will unleash on the people of this town, and they are about to learn a very important lesson, one that will be written in the blood of their children. There is a reason why you shouldn't burn witches. I knew the place had a past. I didn't know the story wasn't over. The house looked way worse in person, but I knew what I was getting into when I bought the place. At least, that's what I keep telling myself. The listing had said, Victorian charm with a storied past, but anyone within 50 miles knows what really happened there. I wasn't trying to hide it. In fact, as a budding horror writer, I was counting on it. Paranormal tourism is big business, and the whole haunted bed and breakfast gimmick could only help my career. I got out of my car and looked at the house, one of 6 aging Victorians. It stood beneath towering live oaks, with Spanish moss swaying like ghosts in the humid breeze. Locals called them the Sad Sisters, remnants of a small town that never quite took off. Too far inland, too overshadowed by Florida's coastal allure. And then came the 1985 mass murder, the final nail in its coffin. Perfect, I thought. My plan was simple. Move in with my cat Ellie, make the necessary repairs to pass inspection, and start taking reservations for the Good Morning Inn by Halloween. I even had a horror author YouTube channel set up to document the journey. This place was going to make me a name. I flipped on my phone's camera and gave myself a once-over. Eyes big and bright, wide smile, energy up. Showtime. I hit go live. Welcome to my newest, creepiest, most ill-advised decision yet, I said, turning the camera toward the house. Say hello to the future site of the Good Morning Inn, and possibly my untimely demise. I drew out morning with a playfully dark edge, lowering my voice for dramatic effect. My fans love this kind of stuff. The day was sunny and bright, so when I opened the front door, I felt like I was staring into a dark void. All the windows had been boarded up since, well, 1985. I carried Ellie's pet carrier into the foyer. She pinned her ears back and growled. "Oh hush, you're gonna love it here," I said, doubting every word. I put her carrier on the floor and unzipped the flap. She sat back in the corner, refusing to come out. I couldn't blame her. The air felt still and heavy, like the house had been holding its breath for decades. My phone buzzed, an apology from the movers. "Your delivery's been delayed until Monday." Great. I had a cat, a duffel bag, a half-charged phone, and an empty murder house. I wandered into the kitchen and flipped the light switch. Nothing. I groaned. Apparently, the electricity hadn't been turned on yet. Just then, the front door clicked shut behind me, leaving me standing in near total darkness. I heard Ellie growl in the foyer. "At least you've got night vision," I muttered. That reminded me about Ellie's pet cam. It had night vision too. As strange as it sounds, she has her own TikTok channel, and somehow, way more followers than I do. No idea why people love watching a cat wander around with a camera strapped to her neck, but the likes and shares help pay for her food and vet bills. So who was I to judge? "Come here, Miss Ellie," I said, gently coaxing her out of the carrier. She wasn't thrilled, but she let me clip the camera to her collar. The moment it was secure, she sniffed the air like something offended her, then slinked off down the hall. I propped the front door open to let in some light and took a look around. Dark wood paneling lined the foyer walls. An old chandelier, draped in cobwebs, hung motionless above me. To my right, A grand staircase twisted up into sinister-looking shadows. Still, I could see the potential. Cleaned up, restored, it would be gorgeous. Moody, atmospheric, just enough haunted charm to thrill the guests without driving them away. Exactly what I'd imagined. Exactly what I needed. I couldn't wait to show my fans the place. I smoothed my hair, took a deep breath, and started recording. And here we are, guys. Murder House, Day 1. I pulled an exaggerated, wide-eyed yikes expression, then swept the camera around the foyer, down the hallway, and up the shadowed staircase. In the phone's light, it looked like something straight out of a horror film. I walked upstairs. Each step creaked under my feet. "Yep, this is the house," I said. "This is where I'll be living from now on." In the master bedroom, I panned the camera across the faded, puke-green wallpaper peeling in strips. Ghostly outlines of long-gone furniture were imprinted on the walls. It was perfect for my purpose. "Nope, not sleeping in here," I said flatly. The bathroom wasn't much better. The toilet and sink were both rust-stained, and the mirror above them was coated in grime. A dull film warped my reflection into something blurry and wrong. I zoomed in on my face, widened my eyes, and let out a theatrical shriek. Inside, I smiled. They were going to love this. There was another bedroom down the hall, somewhat cleaner, with bright yellow walls. "I guess this is the room I'll sleep in," I said. At the end of the nearly pitch-black hall was another door, shut tight. I didn't need a floor plan to know what it was. "This is it," I whispered. "This is where it happened." I turned the camera on myself and tried to look terrified. Honestly, it wasn't hard. "Should I go in?" I said. "I'm sort of freaking out right now." I flipped the camera back around and showed my hand on the doorknob. Slowly, I twisted it. The door creaked open inch by inch. "Here we go. If you never hear from me again, please call the cops." I stepped in and was hit by a wave of foul air. Not just stale, like the rest of the house. Something worse. Sour and deeply unpleasant. I held out my phone to light the room. Instantly, goosebumps rippled across my skin. My breath caught. For a moment, it felt like my heart stopped. The room was empty, but the walls, once covered in whimsical children's wallpaper, were stained and splattered with old, dried blood. My jaw dropped. A cold flush of reality hit me. Suffocating. This wasn't a setting for a horror novel, not an aesthetic for thrill seekers or ghost hunters. This was where it had happened. Not a story, not fiction. Real lives, real death. "What the?" I blurted. "They didn't even clean it up?" The truth hit me hard. This wasn't some haunted B&B fantasy. It was still a crime scene. And now I was living in it. I turned the camera off. I needed out, now. I bolted down the stairs and into the sunlight. What the hell had I gotten myself into? I stood outside for a long time staring back at the house. "Get a grip, Joan," I told myself. "Isn't this exactly what you wanted?" A smile tugged at my lips. Yes, but that didn't mean I wanted to spend the night inside. I had made up my mind. Grab Ellie, drive back to Jack's, and hole up in a hotel until I was ready to tackle this adventure. First, I just had to get her. The sunshine gave me a little courage. I marched back inside, wedged the front door open, and started searching. I called her name. Nothing. I checked every room, upstairs and down. No cat. Where the hell could she be? My gaze drifted to the one place I hadn't checked. The bathroom door. Still closed. No way she could have gotten in there, right? I had to check. No way was I leaving without her. I stopped in front of the basement door, phone flashlight in hand. With a deep breath, I eased it open. A steep, narrow staircase disappeared into darkness below. Carefully, I started down the steps. "Ellie?" I called. My voice sounded small. The air was cool and thick with the scent of age and dampness. A musty chill settled over my skin. To my surprise, the basement was much larger than I'd expected. The shadow stretched far beyond the reach of my phone's glow. I moved slowly, sweeping the light across the space. The farther I went, the more something felt wrong. The place seemed too large, like it extended beyond the house's footprint. Weird, but hey, incredible bonus for the B&B, right? "Ellie, are you down here?" I called. "Ellie, come here, kitty. Meow meow." Silence. At the far end, I stopped in front of a solid concrete wall with a door embedded in it. A door? Down here? Curiosity pushed aside caution. I reached for the handle. Locked. I gave it a shake, but it wouldn't budge. The longer I stared, the more unsettling it felt. Why was it here? What lay beyond? And why did it feel like it wasn't meant to be opened? Just then, my phone buzzed. Notifications poured in. Tons of new comments on my channel. I couldn't resist. I tapped to check. Oh my god, I love this place already. It's so creepy. Dude, do not go down in that basement. Joan, please tell me you're not sleeping here tonight. There's definitely some bad juju in that house. Where's Ellie? I want to see the kitty cam. Yes, the pet cam. Why didn't I think of that earlier? I tried to open Ellie's cam, but the screen just spun. No video. Only the audio came through. A burst of static, then kibble crunching. Ellie eating somewhere. But the sound was cut off abruptly, replaced by a low, tense rumble in her throat. A growl. A long second passed, then creak. The unmistakable groan of a floorboard. My pulse spiked. The audio feed crackled as if something jolted the mic. Ellie's growl turned frantic, building into a hiss, then scampering paws thumping hard and fast against wood. She was running, not toward me, but away, deeper into the house. The audio dipped, muffled, like she'd plunged somewhere enclosed. Faint thumps echoed behind her, heavy and deliberate. Footsteps. I froze, staring at the locked door in front of me. The feed grew echoey, damp-sounding. Basement? How? A skittering stop, then frantic scratching. Meows turned to yowls, high and desperate. Claws on something unyielding. And those footsteps? Closer now. Slow, heavy, leather creaking. The audio erupted into chaos. Ellie's furious screeches pierced the speaker, claws raking, teeth snapping. A low guttural yell cut through, male and ragged, grunts of effort. The mic shook with thuds and scuffles, like a fight in the dark. Then a sharp hiss of static. A burst, then nothing. My heart slammed against my ribs. Ellie. My Ellie, trapped in there. With whoever that was. I leaned in, ear pressed to the door. Silence from this side, but the app, dead air. My instincts screamed at me to run, to get the hell out, but I couldn't leave her. I gripped the doorknob. This time it turned easily, unlocked. My pulse roared in my ears. I was shaking, terrified. I pushed the door open. Total darkness. A black hole. I reached in with my phone, trying to catch some of it in the light. My breath caught. A tunnel, dirt floor, dirt walls. Rough, uneven, like something dug it by hand. Ellie? I whispered. Mommy's here. Come on, girl. We need to go. Meow meow. Nothing. Only silence. I stepped inside. The air hit me. Musty, foul, and something worse. A thick, sour stench. Sweat. Decay. Ellie? My voice cracked. Then, something pressed down on the back of my neck. Cold. Heavy. A hand. I froze. Couldn't move. Could barely breathe. That awful reek filled my nose and mouth. I gagged, my stomach heaved. A voice rasped in my ear, low, rough, full of hate. My tragedy is not your entertainment. I didn't think. I didn't breathe. I bolted, raced up those stairs 2 at a time, phone clenched in a death grip, through the front door into the daylight, if you could call it that. The sun was already sinking behind the trees, the yard awash in long shadows. I ran straight to my car and slammed the door shut, locking it behind me. For a long time I just sat there, shaking, my heart hammering so loud I could barely think. I kept glancing at the house, at that open door, at the windows, dark as eyes. I don't know what I heard down there. I don't know what just happened. All I know is that Ellie's still inside, and I'm not going back in there alone. Not tonight. The sun's going down fast. I'll stay in the car for a bit, try to think, figure out what to do. If anyone's watching this, if you know anything about this house or that door, or whoever the hell that was, please tell me. I'm scared out of my mind right now. I signed the offer at 2 a.m., laptop teetering on the counter, ramen steam blurring the screen. My apartment was a shrine to junk and half-finished projects. But I had a job now, a tech startup in Silicon Valley promising a product that would change how people sleep. I believed it. I wanted to believe it. They called it the Rest Band, the REM Enhancement and Sleep Tracking, REST, Rest Band. The concept was pretty straightforward, a soft and lightweight headband that you could wear comfortably during sleep, designed to improve sleep quality using gentle neural stimulation and light vibrations. It tracked brain waves and even manipulated them, enhancing your sleep by using gamma wave entrainment. To explain it simply, tiny sensors delivered light, non-invasive pulses that stimulated the brain and synced with the sleeper's natural cycle. Those pulses would entrain the brain to maintain or increase gamma activity, promoting better sleep. It felt genius. We were writing code that would touch strangers' brains while they slept. I went to work every day believing that I was making a difference. People who suffered from insomnia would feel well rested. Waking up groggy would be over. People would go about their mornings without having brain fog. I was excited to be working on something meaningful. On top of this, we had an added perk. Everyone worked at the company had a prototype of the Rest Band they would use. After all, we had to have real data points to continue to develop and innovate. Then some random night I was at home on my laptop, working on the latest API to integrate into the new hardware, when I felt a tinge of curiosity. Rest Band's backend was notorious for being off limits to most employees. Hell, everything important was cordoned off. Cloud servers, encrypted drives, corporate partitions. We heard the phrase, security first, over and over again. But since I was working on the latest API, I was granted with root access. I was itching to poke around. I just wanted to take a tiny peek. Nerds do that on the regular, right? Most of what I saw was pretty useless. Log files, error reports, half-developed code packages with cute little developer nicknames like sheep_counter and sweet_dreams. It was like I was rummaging through a closet of junk. I knew I wasn't supposed to be in there. My credentials only allowed me access so I could test the API. But as the night wore on, I found my way further into the system. I kept telling myself that what I was doing was harmless. I wasn't stealing anything, breaking anything, or changing anything. I wanted to see how it all worked. I was pretty disappointed that I hadn't come across anything noteworthy. But then I started seeing folders with tags like restricted internal use only, No obvious functions or purpose, just locked doors with vague names. I should have logged off, but every coder or computer geek knows that itch. Locked door? Open it. It took me a while, but I wrote a custom script that tricked the server into believing that I had read/write access to the files. I was finally into the gold mines of how Restband worked. But it wasn't a gold mine. I had opened a vault that was sealed off for a reason. The folder opened. There were files everywhere. Graphs, reports, PDFs, a flood of data that meant nothing. Then I hovered my cursor on something that stuck out to me. AG_009 REC-07-10. A description flag popped up underneath it. Leverage potential, high. Pressure rating, 8.77. What does that mean? Leverage potential, pressure rating. That didn't have anything to do with sleep, and surely not with health or wellness. My hand was quivering on top of my mouse, sweat dripping onto the plastic. Against my better judgment, I clicked. It took a moment, and a window opened up and began playing a video. It was choppy and the quality wasn't great, but good enough to see what was going on and hear audio. I saw a dimly lit room on my screen, with a soft warm light coming from the corner. A woman stood in the doorway, her hands running through a man's hair, their mouths suddenly pressed together, with fierce and intense passion, like a storm erupting out of nowhere. I was frozen in my desk chair. This wasn't a scene from a movie or TV show. The way she clawed his back, the hitch in her breathing, the lustful determination from the man. It was intimate in a way beyond acting. A moment between lovers that wasn't meant to be seen. I could see the glint of her wedding band under the light, and I was able to see her face. My stomach turned over. It was one of my coworkers. A teammate, in fact. It was the woman who had given me a tour on my first day of work. The same woman who laughed at my bad jokes, and worked so hard to make me feel welcome. I fell backward in my chair with a jolt of disbelief. I felt nauseous. This wasn't just anyone, it was someone I worked with. My chest was tight and I felt a heaviness in my body. How the hell had this video made its way onto a company server? Were they surveilling her? Why would they want to have this? I closed the viewer and started scrolling further for answers. It seemed like hours, and I finally found a folder that seemed important. I opened it up and saw rows of files. One in particular seemed to stand out. executive_insight_report_022.pdf. I swallowed hard and began reading. The first paragraph hit me like a wave of suffocating panic, pressing the air from my lungs. Restband devices are capable of accessing episodic memory fragments during REM sleep, using unique proprietary neural reconstruction algorithms. These fragments are able to be reformatted into full, third-person, viewable sequences. Viewable sequences? Of people's memories? My mind was swirling in all directions as I read each line. Restband could take every detail, every secret, every moment, and reconstruct it into a video that could be watched. Then it hit me. I had been wearing my prototype for weeks. I backed out of the PDF and started scrolling. There it was, a string of files all starting with the same letters. SF, my initials. I clicked on the first file, SF_001, REC-06-28. The viewer opened and video began to play. I recognized it instantly. I was standing in a parking lot, rain pouring down in sheets. In the corner of the video there was text. Estimated timestamp, April 11th, 2021, 2 a.m. The angle of the video was elevated, like it had been filmed by a ghost hovering in midair. I already knew what was going to happen, but I watched it anyway. I was shoving someone into the backseat of my car. My arms flailed up and down in a frenzy, and my breath spilled out in pale clouds that twisted and vanished into the cold night air. The person beneath me, a young man, was struggling. He was a blur, a movement, and I could hear desperation in his cries. The quality of the video was slightly distorted, but it was clearly me in the foreground, clear enough for anyone who saw it to believe it. I remembered that night differently. It was a fight, an argument I didn't want, chaos that I hadn't asked for, the kind of thing you eventually convince yourself was just a bad moment, and here it was on a screen playing in front of me. I felt sick. Then I heard the words I already knew. You tell anyone, and I mean anyone, about this, and I'll ruin your life. My stomach was in knots. Nobody knew about this. But there it was, recorded and cataloged on screen with a description in the corner. Leverage potential, very high. Pressure rating, 9.82. I understood now. I understood everything. Restband wasn't promoting health and wellness, or helping you get a restorative night's sleep. It was reaching into the dark corners of your mind and pulling out what you buried and handing it back to someone else like a loaded gun. The deeper I looked, the worse it got. File after file, each one more damning than the last. Dozens of reconstructions from employees and investors using the prototypes, whispered confessions behind closed doors, unreported crimes, affairs no one knew about. Each clip was precise, invasive, and devastating. Private moments, indulgences, betrayals, all meticulously catalogued, waiting to be used. This was a weapon. I knew I had to do something. I had to stop this thing from doing more damage than it had already done. Sure, I did something I wasn't proud of, but everyone has skeletons in their closets. People make mistakes. You learn from them. You shouldn't be punished for them. Even though that was a terrible moment in my life, I had made amends, in my own way. My dream of working in Silicon Valley had become a real-life nightmare, and I knew I had to use my skills to do something. I realized the simple truth of what I had seen. This existed, and it was made to be used. It was created to destroy lives. My plan wasn't clever. It was really just panic dressed up into lines of codes. But I had to be surgical. I had to break this thing before it became a weapon that could be unleashed on the masses, or at least slow it down. So I started. I made a patch, a blunt instrument masquerading as a maintenance script, changing the logic of the operating system, rebalancing perimeters, rewriting system indices. On the outside, harmless. Inside, designed for one thing, setting back years of research and development. What really mattered is how and where I would deploy it. So I waited, until now. Tonight there is a routine update that our ops team rolls out every month, a scheduled refresh and firmware update to the existing architecture that runs Restband. Now I won't pretend like I'm being a hero. If you think they aren't prepared for something like this, you're wrong. I'm not saving the world, I'm simply buying time. But I am smart, and maybe that is their true blind spot. They keep recruiting good people, the kind you shouldn't try to exploit. I don't know how well this will work. I may succeed, I may fail. Hell, I might end up in a shallow grave somewhere in California before this is all over with. But let this be the warning, they never wanted to come out. If someday you ever see Restband or anything like it on the shelf, if you ever think about buying one for a better night's sleep, don't. It promises sweet dreams, but harvests real-life nightmares. My arm feels like it's being ripped out of its socket. Henry, please, I grunt. 60 pounds of muscle strain at the end of the leash. It's nylon digging into my wrist. I think of the story my old coworker, a 50-year-old nurse practitioner named Robin, used to love to tell from her time working in the ER. I unwrap Henry's leash from my wrist as the word "degloved" shudders down my spine. Henry pulls again, hard. I squint in the direction he keeps pulling, trying and failing, to see what he is so desperate to smell, or chase, or pee on. I really need to get this dog into training. My wife would be pissed I'm walking Henry in the dark again, but I can't help that Nebraska gets dark at 7 p.m. in September. She bought us this light-up leash that glows neon green, and would be perfect to see what this Dumbo is tugging so hard towards right now. But I always forget to charge it. I feel the weight of the dead and useless leash strung across my chest like a pageant sash. Henry yanks, snapping me out of my reverie and twisting the leash out of my fingers. I stumble forward, barely catching myself from falling to my hands and knees as Henry shoots off into the backyard we're about to pass. All I see is a flash of brown, and then it's dusky swing sets and crickets. I hiss between gritted teeth. The dentist has been nagging me about clenching my jaw. He says if I don't stop grinding my teeth, I could crack one. But it's been a nervous habit since as long as I can remember. I bend down and pick up Henry's poop bag, dropped in the commotion, and jog into the backyard in the general direction I saw Henry go. Henry, come here, Bubba, I call out as I weave past the swing set and scraggly hedge into the next yard. I hear no reply but the soft crunch of leaves as I jog forward into the next yard. Bubba, here, I whistle, but still am met with silence. I strain my eyes against the growing dim, seeing mostly outlines of houses and trees illuminated by the street lamps. Then I see it, a brown four-legged streak moving 2 houses down and across the street into the next block. Henry, I call and run in his direction. He's fast. I barely make it across the street to the next block before I see him squeeze between 2 hedges into the next yard north. Henry, stop! I yell, but it's pointless as he's clearly hot on the trail of some small helpless mammal, and has no more ears to listen to me. I am enrolling this dog into training tonight. I swing a leg over the hedge Henry went through, hauling myself forward. The shoelaces of my left sneaker catch as I try to cross the barrier. This time I do fall to my hands and knees. I look up in time to see Henry running full speed down the intersecting road. I can't tell what he's chasing, but quickly he is out of my line of sight, blocked by the house's catty-corner to my position on the grass. I stand and brush my hands on my sweats, rubbing the grass off, and then I take off sprinting in his direction. As I run down the street, I continue to call Henry's name, desperate for a response to know that he has stopped running. I hear none, and I see less. Flashes of brown, gray, and tan streak by my periphery. I pass house after suburban house, quickly glancing over driveways and manicured front lawns for a glimpse of brown fur. Henry, where are you? I gasp, feeling tears begin to prick at the corners of my eyes. I can feel myself moving from slight annoyance to real worry rapidly. I've seen no sight of him for the last 3 blocks. I continue forward, slowing my jog, but continuing to call out Henry's name. I'm having a harder time seeing through the tears and the growing twilight. I can't see past the rows of lit-up front lawns, the backyard's shrouded in shadow. Henry could be back there, in a bush or under a porch, and I would never know he's there. Henry, please, I plead. Images of the missing dog posters that line our favorite walking trail are flashing before my eyes. I can feel the lump in my chest moving into my throat, threatening to break out in a sob. Right before my dam breaks, Henry comes skittering out of a backyard to my right, haunches raised and ears flattened to his head. His eyes are so wide, I can see the whites from my spot in the road 15 feet away. I rush towards him as he rushes to me, We meet at the foot of the house's driveway as he presses into my legs and I grab his nylon leash. I gasp in relief and unclench my jaw. My teeth feel like they're groaning as the weight is lifted. Thank God, thank God, thank God. Henry whines as he presses harder into my legs, as if he's trying to disappear into them. He is shaking and panting all at the same time. I kneel in front of him, wrapping my arms around his neck like I did when he was a puppy, and I was trying to condition him to like hugs. Shh, it's okay, boy. I got you. It's okay. I coo. Did you get scared because you got lost? Or did a rabbit finally decide to fight back? Henry responds with a whine that fades into a shrill yelp. I've never seen him this riled up before. I should call Cassandra. Maybe he also needs to go on trazodone like she's always talking about, I think. I stand up, knees aching after kneeling on the cold asphalt. I scan the houses surrounding me to gain my bearings. They don't look familiar, but it is a big neighborhood. I squint at the street sign at the nearby intersection. Green and white shapes blend together. I huff, frustrated at the deepening twilight's impact on my vision, and pull Henry towards the signs. Henry balks, but eventually scoots alongside me. Kessler and West 64th Street. Well, that doesn't help, I mutter. I glance back the way I came, but all the houses seem the same. Brown siding, 2-story, split level, sloped driveway, cracked concrete. Nothing looks familiar, yet I've walked Henry in the neighborhood by our apartments every evening for the last 3 years we've lived there. Does the neighborhood just go much deeper than I thought? I can feel my teeth clenching again. I grip Henry's leash tighter as I pull out my phone. Apple Maps gives no answers. I stare at the blue circle that marks my current location, Northgate and West 64th Street. I zoom in and out of the screen. Nothing changes. There is no Kessler Street. I am clearly at the corner of Northgate and West 64th Street. I look up at the street sign and see in reflective white letters, Kessler Street. Okay, I say, dragging out the Y in a way that my dad would have called very Valley Girl. Okay, well, I think this is our sign to go home now, Henry, I say as I turn to walk away from the street corner, giving the leash a gentle tug. I don't want to turn my back to the sign, but I can't explain why. Henry follows with no hesitance. I walk to the nearest sidewalk to begin making my way home. I still don't recognize the houses I pass. They're in the distinctive style of the neighborhood that I'm familiar with. Wood siding, front porch, a suburban area created in a hurry, but they lack features I recognize. I know the house by the neighborhood pool has a weeping willow. I know the lawn where there is always a bike laying out. Henry seems back to his regular self, eagerly pulling at the leash ahead of me. The quiet and the dusk that has fully fallen is beginning to unnerve me. I just want to go home. This neighborhood doesn't feel right. Oh my God. Literally, what are you talking about? It's a neighborhood. You sound crazy. I hear the immediate retort in my thoughts, and feel my consciousness snapping back to reality. Right, that's right. I'm freaked out because Henry ran off and I thought I lost him. That's it. I'm fine. I'm not crazy. I repeat this mantra again and again in my mind as Henry and I pass through blocks and down streets in the general direction of home. Finally, I spot the house with the wraparound porch that I remember. I sigh, unclenching my jaw, which I didn't realize I was holding so tight, but behind the facade of calm and mantras of grounding, I can't shake the knowledge that that street was wrong. It wasn't supposed to be there. I never really believed in spirits or ghosts. Dumb cowards is the nickname I gave to horror-obsessed people, and as the world does with dumb people, I exploited them. It was a simple plan, really. Just a camera, a cursed-looking doll, and a few strings to fake a paranormal video. My product was an instant hit. People bought my haunted dolls for thousands of dollars. I even had a YouTuber make a video with it. They went viral in horror communities, and the demand was always more than I could fulfill. Business was good. Until tonight, of course. I was reading my business book on the bed under the warm light of my bedside lamp. It was like every other night. After I finished my chapter, I closed the book and took a moment to celebrate the small achievement. That's when I noticed something moving near the door. I focused my eyes to see if it was a bug that would trouble me all night. It was not a bug. What I saw made my eyes go wide as I froze in disbelief. There it was, sitting in front of the door. A doll. My doll. Smiling at me. None of the dolls I made ever had a smile on them. Customers liked the ones with frowns, so I made them all with frowns. How the hell did this doll get here? And why did it have a smile? In denial, I tried to shrug it off. I have been working a lot. Maybe it was an older piece when I used to do smiles. I got up to put it back on my shelf, but stopped in my tracks. My eyes were fixed on the doll, the frizzy hair, and all the disturbing decorations I added to it suddenly seemed to overwhelm me with a feeling of dread. Something was wrong, and I could feel it. I wore my slippers and then jumped as a big thud came behind me. I jumped forward and turned around, letting out a whimpering scream. There it was. Another doll, with its bloodshot eyes and a crooked smile, sitting on my bedside table. I'm out. I rushed to the door, kicked the doll away, and opened the door. What I saw made me burst into tears. All my dolls, every single one of them, they all sat on the far end of the hallway, in dim moonlight bleeding from the window. They all had the exact same smile. And then they started laughing. The door behind me shut with a thud, pushing me and making me fall to the ground. I looked up as I got on my knees, the dolls staring into my eyes. "What do you want?" I cried. I did not want to admit, but I figured my small business was a little more serious than I anticipated. All those curses I recited, all the chants I did, I made way for something evil. And I know it's evil because just looking at those dolls laughing felt like a heavy weight on my back. "What do you want? Leave me alone," I cried. They all went silent, and as thunder boomed outside and a flash of lightning filled the hallway with a beam of light, I saw the words in blood written on the floor ahead of me. "Thank you." The door behind me opened slowly with a creak. Not knowing what to do, I just crawled back inside my room and shut the door close. The dolls in my room were gone. I waited all night in my room. My tears ran out. When the clock hit 6 a.m., I opened the door slightly, half expecting the dolls to jump and attack me. But all I saw was an empty hallway. Slower than a snail, I crawled inch by inch on all fours to my doll shelf. It was empty. They were all gone. They thanked me, and they left. I'm not sure what to make of this. I'm not sure what I have done. I am closing my business, but I have no idea what to do to make things right. I'm not sure if I even can. People had always told me I was pretty enough to be a model, but I knew modeling was the farthest thing from what I wanted to do. I love to keep active and engaged, which was why I was studying environmental surveying at university. The last thing I wanted to do for a career was stand around all day, striking empty poses while photographers snapped pictures of clothes I was wearing that I didn't even like. I was the kind of girl who was always bouncing off the walls to go outside and do challenging, honest work. Modeling would not be that. but I recognized that it was a relatively easy way to earn money, and I definitely could use a little extra cash while I completed my degree. So on that day when that businessman stopped me in the mall and asked me if I would be interested in modeling, I considered it. Unlike any of the times modeling had been mentioned to me before, I listened intently and took the man's card. He explained that his department store in the mall was looking for live mannequins to model clothes in his storefront window. Come to think of it, I could remember seeing that display before when I'd visited the mall. The models had always looked so professional and composed, rarely moving or reacting to the mall goers. I also recalled that they were beautiful, and felt flattered to be considered on their level. "You have just the right look to be one of our live mannequins," the clean-cut man exclaimed to me matter-of-factly. "Our clothes will look perfect on you. You'll for sure get customers' attention." "Thank you," I smiled back, flipping over the sleek business card for Forever Stunning. It did seem like the store was in need of new live models though, as occasionally they would just use a real mannequin in place of a live mannequin. Who knew such a boring job would have trouble attracting models? On the morning of my first shift, I did my hair and makeup as I'd been instructed to, nude makeup with my blonde hair worn down in loose waves. I threw on some jeans and a tank top and made my way to the mall. The storefront of Forever Stunning was as immaculate today as it usually was, with various handbags and platform shoes neatly arranged around the white display. It looked out over the rest of the mall, in full view of the main atrium. There was already one live mannequin inside, a brunette woman with straight hair wearing a colorful wrap dress and wedge heels. Her eyes barely flitted at me as I passed, the rest of her not moving a muscle. She was a pro, I could tell. Entering the sophisticated and bright clothing store, I immediately made my way to the front counter and met the manager, the man I'd spoken to earlier. Mr. Ralden handed me hangers with the clothes I would be wearing today and pointed me in the direction of the changing rooms. Once I was dressed in a demure yet stylish ruffle blouse, pencil skirt, and strappy heels, I was finally led to the display. After making sure my phone and bag had been put away, Mr. Ralden's welcoming tone suddenly evaporated as he gave me an unexpectedly severe warning. "Under no circumstances are you to make any major movements while you are modeling at the display," he told me with an unflinching coldness. "Nor are you to leave your post for any reason before finishing your shift. There are severe consequences for models who do." I just nodded, taken aback by the absurd rules I'd just been given. What did he mean by consequences? This was just a crappy mall modeling gig. How would he even know if I moved? And what was he gonna do? Fire me twice? At his instruction, I stepped into position on the display and posed the way he wanted to. With both hands on my hips, my legs tilted at one side and my head facing straight forward. And then he turned and left, leaving me to my 4-hour shift. It wasn't as easy as I thought it would be, and it didn't take long for the discomfort to set in. My neck began to ache from staring straight. My hands began to feel hot from the blouse fabric. My ankles began to wobble in the tall heels. Almost as annoying were the endless people walking by in front of the display. About a third ignored the display, but a good deal looked at me. Half would just observe me but keep walking, but the rest would react to me in some obnoxious way, pointing at me, chuckling to their friends, shaking their heads in disapproval, mimicking my poses, or even catcalling me. Worse yet were the ones, usually kids, who would tap the glass or try distracting me, like I was some kind of zoo exhibit. I was sure at least an hour or two had passed, but I couldn't even check my watch to be sure. All the while, the uncomfortable fabric was starting to irritate and cut into my skin. It seemed ridiculous that I would be expected to endure hours more of this without even a break to readjust myself. "Hey, I'm just gonna take a quick break," I called out to the other model, still in pose. Before the words were fully out of my mouth, an urgent reply shot back from her. "Do not move." she implored, her mouth barely moving from what I could see of her reflection in the window. Her pose, of having one hand on her chest, one hand held out at her side, and her head tilted slightly back, was considerably more uncomfortable than mine, and yet she was refusing to budge even a little. "Just stick it out until the end of your shift. If you move, you will seriously regret it," she hissed again. And she was completely right, though I had no idea at the time. Some people take modeling jobs way too seriously, I thought to myself instead. "Yeah, sorry, but screw that," I replied, imperiously. I finally broke my pose and stretched my limbs, readjusted my garments, and scratched any itches. It felt so good, and I couldn't believe I'd deprived myself of it for an hour over some silly rules. Retaking my position, I noticed that several passerby had witnessed my little character break from being a live mannequin. Hope that didn't ruin the magic too much for them, I thought sarcastically. I could sense the disapproval coming from my fellow model, but I didn't care. My discomfort fixed, I vowed to remain still for the rest of my shift. My shift continued on and more people in the mall continued walking past the display. I noted with relief that dealing with their reactions had become easier. In fact, it felt like they were hardly reacting to me at all anymore. While shoppers were still pointing out and ogling my fellow live mannequin, with me they would look at my clothes or not look at me at all. It was an odd change, but I guessed a welcome one too. Another hour had rolled by when there was a break in the monotony. My best friends from school were walking past the window, and my excitement swelled to see familiar faces. I was sure they'd find it a right gag that I was working here, and provide some amused reactions. But as they approached the window, they looked right through me. They pointed at and reacted to the brunette model, but when their eyes landed on me, it was like they didn't even register me as a friend, or a human. As they passed the display, I leapt off it, running back into the store in panic. "Whatever you do, don't go into the mall. Finish your shift," echoed the other model's voice as I changed back into my own clothes and ran through the store. But I wasn't going to listen to her. All those empty looks from people were weighing on me. I needed someone to see me as a person, to register my humanity. Exiting the store into the mall, at long last I noticed people looking at me, paying me attention, but that attention was the worst possible thing I could have received. "What is that?" a woman screamed, dropping her shopping bags in fright. "It's a walking mannequin," screamed another, shielding her children from seeing me. Looking at my hands in confusion, I at last saw what they saw: shiny, white plastic, like those of a mannequin, where skin should have been. My reflection in the mall fountain yielded the same: a featureless mannequin face in place of my attractive features. Posing stationary for the last hour, I had looked like a mannequin, and while running around the mall in confusion, I looked like an uncanny mannequin monster. "Call security, a mannequin has come alive." At once, people began to circle around me from a distance, some pulling out phones to snap pictures, and others blinking as if they couldn't believe their eyes. By now, I'd wandered far from the storefront. In the background, the sound of a mall security cart rang out. I knew I had only seconds to get away. I raced past the crowd, them leaping back in horror as if I was lunging at them. This brought me enough time to make it into the door of the mall maintenance corridor. Pulling out my employee pass, I quickly unlocked the door, threw myself behind, and shut it. Not waiting to see if anyone was following me inside, I took off running down the corridor. I caught glimpses of my stiff-looking mannequin limbs and digits flapping around me, and hastened my desperation. I already knew what my only hope was. The brunette model had been right. I needed to finish my shift. This horrific mannequin curse had descended on me because I had broken the rules, and I needed to follow them to have any chance of lifting it. Bracing myself, I stepped from the safety of the tunnel through the back entrance to Forever Stunning. I found myself standing behind a shelf on the other side of the store from the display window. I had to get back there. Careful not to run into any patrons of the store, I began creeping in my mannequin form through the aisles of the clothing store. If even one saw me, the alarm would raise all over again and I would be done for. Passing the changing room, I waited patiently for an empty stall before darting in and changing back into my display outfit. Finally, it was time for the home stretch. Throwing caution to the wind, I threw a large shawl over myself to conceal any sights of hardened plastic flesh, and strode past the counter, in full view of shoppers. I'd just have to pray that no one saw me, or made a fuss if they did. Back at my post, I tossed the shawl in a clothing bin and jumped back into position, hands on hips, legs tilted and head forward, and this time, I held my position like my life depended on it, much like an actual mannequin. I didn't move a muscle. I was on pins and needles waiting for that moment when someone in the mall would recognize me as the walking mannequin monstrosity from before. Indeed, some people did look like they recognized me, but they walked on by, probably dismissing what they saw before as a mistake, hallucination, or prank. "Your shift is up," came the words I'd never thought I'd hear. Mr. Ralden was back to tap me on the shoulder and hand me my clothes. I still couldn't bring myself to believe that my nightmare was over, until a shopper came up to me. "Excuse me, miss, do you know what aisle sweaters are?" she asked, staring me in the eye. And that's how I knew the curse was broken, and I was back to looking like a human being again, and not a mannequin. Of course, the curse wasn't fully broken. On some level, I think I knew that. I had broken the job rules, moved when I wasn't supposed to, and missed a portion of my shift. To this day, whenever I move too fast, or too animatedly for too long, I'll get glimpses of that plastic skin on myself. So will others around me, and they'll utter those familiar shrieks of fear of a walking mannequin. It only lasts a second or so, and then they see me as a human self again. Regardless, as a result, I'm not as energetic and active as I used to be. I try to be still whenever I can, when I'm out in the field working or socializing with others, so the curse doesn't kick in. I quit live modeling the day after my first shift, but I still find myself following that golden rule. Do not move. I needed a job as I could barely afford rent. I just walked out of a bar job mid-shift a few days before. My landlord mentioned a new place that was hiring. He was a strange guy to say the least, but he seemed sincere. "So you can get me something that starts straight away?" I asked. "Yeah, they'll take you on pretty quick. They're always getting new people. You know how to drive a forklift though, right kid?" he said. I didn't, but I was desperate. I thought, how hard can it be? "Yeah, I can drive one. Is this a warehouse job then? Is it nearby?" I asked. "Yeah, it's not too far from us. I'll give them a call and let them know they got some fresh meat." He waddled off and I went back into my apartment. Well, that was easy, I said out loud. I was pretty happy. I just got a job. I decided to celebrate and ask my friends if they wanted to go out to the bars tonight. The next day, my landlord knocked on my door at 5 a.m. I had only gotten home a couple hours prior. I opened the door in my underwear. "Yeah, what's up?" I muttered, my mouth still dehydrated, dry as desert sand. "You start today, kid. Get dressed and head down there. Here's the address." I wrote it on a piece of paper. He commanded in a deadly serious tone. Before I had a chance to speak, he handed me the note and stormed off. He had scribbled the address on a torn piece of a dirty magazine. Didn't surprise me at all. I got dressed and grabbed a bus to the nearest stop to the address he gave me. It was in a shady part of town. A really, really shady part of town. I'd actually avoided going this way my entire time living here. First time for everything, I suppose. I came to the address and it was a warehouse. It looked old and abandoned. I banged on the door and, to my surprise, it swiftly opened. A tall, dark, handsome man in a designer's suit stood before me. Charlie. Charlie, isn't it? Your friend has told us you can fill in the forklift position. You're right on time, too. Come on in, son, the man said. Yeah, that's me. I followed him inside and saw the warehouse. It was awfully clean. Too clean. I could practically see my reflection in the floor. I could see multiple cleaners scrubbing various areas of the small warehouse. They were wearing full hazmat-looking suits. It looked like something out of Chernobyl. He guided me to the forklift and stared at me. Here you go, he said in a joyful manner. Do I need to, sign any paperwork or anything? Don't I need a high-vis or something too? I said with a shaky voice. I was terrible at faking anything. Nope, we trust you. You're all good to go, he said with a big grin. This forklift. It's kinda different to what I'm used to. Is there a manual or something? I said with a tremor in my voice. There was no way I could pull this off. Different? This is a standard model. I wonder what you're used to then. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. I was so embarrassed and actually kinda scared too. Before I could spew any more BS, he grabbed a worker walking by. Dean, show Charlie here how to use the forklifts. He's not used to this model. The man, my new boss now, walked off in a hurry. Dean, my new co-worker, spent the next 30 minutes showing me how to use the forklift. He could tell I'd never touched one in my life, but didn't seem to care. Dean was an odd-looking guy. Straightforward and nice enough, but definitely a dark horse. His face was covered in scars. They looked like cat scratches. He was missing an ear, and an eye, but didn't bother wearing an eye patch. His head was shaven, and he had a long red beard that hadn't seen a wash or trim in years. I was surprised how easily I took to the job. They had a few positions: drivers who unloaded the trucks, drivers who put away the containers, drivers who then took containers to the trucks that were leaving, and drivers who loaded the trucks that were leaving. To start me off, they put me on taking the containers from the unloaded trucks and putting the containers away. The containers were about 6 feet tall and 6 feet wide, like a really small elevator. They were a thick iron, not like regular wooden crates. They had an opening door on them which looked heavily padlocked. As I was moving the containers in the forklift, well, just about doing so without crashing, I could hear rumbling and thudding inside the containers. Whatever was in there was moving. I saw the man from earlier walking around and waved at him to get his attention. He walked over and said, "How's it going, son?" "It's good, thanks. What the heck is in these containers? I'm worried I'm gonna drop them if whatever's in there keeps rocking about. I hope I'm not breaking anything," I said to him. "Part of your paperless verbal contract is to respect our client's confidentiality. We don't open the containers. Each and every container has a unique barcode. We simply receive shipment, store the containers for a short amount of time, and ship them back out," he said in a stern yet friendly tone. "Oh, okay. Alright then. About my contract, how much does this job pay? And what are my hours?" I asked nervously. "Your hours are 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. You will also be paid 333 euros a day at the end of each shift, in cash," he said with that same grin. "Oh, okay, thanks. I'll get back to work now," I said to him. 333 euros a day? That's so much money. I'm gonna be rich doing this job. What a weird amount, though. And cash. Who pays in cash? 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. is going to be brutal, though, I thought to myself. I had stopped paying attention to the container on my forklift, and as I tried to move it up higher to fit on the stack, my finger slipped and I pressed the wrong button by mistake. The prongs of the forklift shuddered and the container came crashing down. As part of the container burst open, I heard a quick, excruciating scream, and then nothing. The scream came from inside the container. The entire team stopped what they were doing and rushed over. The cleaners immediately began spraying and cleaning up the container like flies swarming a corpse. As I looked around, panicking like crazy, I looked back to the container. There was blood pooling by the now busted container door. A security guard grabbed me by the throat and pulled me out of the forklift. He shoved me to the ground and put a knee on my head, holding me down in place. The tall man in the designer suit rushed over to me and told the security guard everything was alright for now. "It's okay, son. Accidents happen. It's only your first day. How about we take a lunch break while the team sorts out this little accident?" "What the hell is in there?" I screamed. The rest of the warehouse looked at me like I'd just pulled out a grenade. "Now, what did I say about that, Charlie?" he said to me in a calm yet concerned tone. "I thought it was just weapons or something in there. That was blood. Why is there blood in there? Are those animals in there?" I cried. He didn't answer my questions. The security guard picked me up by my feet and escorted me to a break room. The room was small. It had a few chairs around a table in the middle of the room. There were some children's toys in the corner of the room. They looked out of place. I guess the boss brings his kid to work sometimes. We had a long talk. Well, I didn't really say anything. He told me how lucky I am to have this opportunity, and that they're doing a good thing here. He preached about company values and client satisfaction. He said to me that he actually appreciated how interested I am in the work, and that there may be another position within the organization I can fulfill. He said that actually, since my little accident, a slot's just been opened for a brand new, exciting opportunity. I'm in the break room now. He's gone, but says he'll be back soon and show me what the inside of the container's like, to put my mind at ease. I guess this new job isn't so bad after all. My landlord, Mr. Graves, is a great guy for getting me this job. I'll let you know how I get on. It started 2 weeks ago, the faint cries of a baby coming from outside my window, probably 50 or so feet into my backyard, which my window overlooks. At first I was able to turn my fan up and block it out, but after a couple of nights it grew louder, or closer. Attempts to look out my window failed to find its source, and it was far too loud now to try to ignore. Finally, one night, I saw the silhouette of a man, and I seized my chance. After throwing on a coat and slippers to go meet this creep, I suddenly realized how dangerous this was. Some strange man making crying baby sounds in my backyard. I grabbed my baseball bat and proceeded to the back door. When I opened the back door, a wall of rain greeted me. It was pouring, sheets of water slapping against the porch and pooling around my feet. Moments ago, the sky had been clear. Now it felt like a storm had rolled in just for me. I tightened my grip on the bat and stepped out, the cold soaking through my slippers almost instantly. "Hey," I shouted into the dark. The word barely made it past my lips. The rain swallowed it whole, turning my voice into a muffled echo that died before it reached the trees. Through the curtain of water, I could just make out the silhouette again, standing exactly where the cries had come from, motionless, watching. I raised the bat and slammed it against the fence, the sharp crack cutting through the rain. "I'm warning you," I shouted, my voice shaking more than I wanted it to. "Get the hell out of here." The figure didn't move at first, just stood there drenched and still. Then slowly he turned and walked off into the darkness, his outline fading behind the curtain of rain until it was gone. I stayed there for a moment, listening. Nothing but the downpour. My heart was hammering, but I told myself it was over. I went back inside, locked the door, and peeled off my soaked slippers. By the time I lay back down, the steady hum of my fan almost lulled me into thinking it had been a dream. Then the crying started again, louder this time, sharper. I froze. It was right outside my window. My hand shook as I reached for the blinds, the sound growing more grotesque with every second. I yanked them open, and there he was. His face was pressed against the glass, rainwater streaking down the pale, sickly skin. His eye sockets were sunken and dark, like pits carved into his skull, and that smile, wide, unnatural, stretching ear to ear, warped as he let out another wailing, infant-like cry. I stumbled backward, tripping over the edge of my rug as I scrambled for my phone. My hands were shaking so hard I almost dropped it. "There's someone outside my house," I yelled into the receiver. The operator tried to calm me down, said officers were on their way, but every second felt like an hour. I kept my eyes locked on the window the whole time. The man didn't move, just kept pressing his face against the glass. That awful grin frozen in place. Then, as the wail of distant sirens finally reached my ears, he turned and vanished into the dark. The police took forever to arrive. By then, the rain had stopped completely. The air was heavy and still, the kind of silence that feels wrong after a storm. They swept the yard, checked the fence, even looked around the trees. Nothing. Just muddy footprints leading up to my window, prints that seemed to fade and disappear halfway back toward the woods. They told me it was probably a prank, maybe someone passing through. I nodded and pretended to believe them. When they left, the house felt emptier than ever. I lay back down, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself it was over. For a while it was quiet. Then came the sound again, the baby's cry. Closer. I sat up, furious and terrified all at once. "Enough," I muttered, flipping on the light. That's when I saw them. Muddy footprints, fresh, leading across my carpet, right up to the closet door. The crying was louder now, coming from inside. I stood there staring at the closet, my breath shallow, the sounds of that awful crying still leaking out from behind the door. My hand tightened around the bat as I took slow, cautious steps forward, the floorboards creaking under my feet. When I finally reached the handle, I hesitated, just long enough to hate myself for it, then yanked the door open. The crying stopped. Inside, on the closet floor, lay something small and wet. I squinted, leaning closer. It wasn't a baby. It wasn't even human. It was a tiny, half-formed bird. Pink skin stretched thin, its wings barely developed, trembling slightly as if still alive. A baby bird fetus. I stumbled back, disgusted and confused. "What the hell?" I whispered, my voice cracking. The smell hit me next, something sour and metallic, and I covered my mouth, trying not to gag. Then a sound from behind me made my blood run cold. Thud. I whipped my head around. My bed had moved, bouncing once, hard enough to rattle the frame. Another thud. Then the blanket began to shift, as if something underneath was crawling, pushing its way up. The fabric stretched and lifted, slowly spreading over a single, human-sized lump right in the center. A baby's cry suddenly shot into my ear, so sharp and close it felt like it came from inside my head, right against my eardrum. The sound burst through me, rupturing something deep within. I screamed and clutched my ear as warm blood began to run down my neck, thick and hot against my skin. Still, half bent over, I stared at the bed. The lump under the blanket was moving again, slowly rising and falling as if it were breathing. I didn't have my bat. I'd dropped it somewhere near the closet, and my phone was my only weapon left. I grabbed it, but the screen was dead, black, reflecting only my shaking face. Panic took over. Without thinking, I hurled it at the bed. The second it hit, a pale, bony hand shot out from underneath the blanket, impossibly fast. It snatched the phone midair and slammed it down onto the floor, the crack of shattering glass echoing through the room. Then came the sounds again, high-pitched, gurgling baby noises, layered and distorted, as if dozens of tiny throats were crying all at once from inside the mattress. Suddenly the blanket began to bulge and writhe. One by one, tiny shapes pushed their way out from underneath, then tumbled onto the floor with wet, heavy thuds. Dozens of them, ash-white babies, their skin almost translucent under the light, eyes sealed shut, yet still crying, each sound piercing and unnatural. They began crawling toward me, their little limbs jerking in unnatural rhythm, their cries overlapping into a deafening chorus. I stumbled back, kicking at the door, but there were too many. Cold, slick hands clung to my legs, my arms, my clothes. I tried to scream as they climbed higher, their mouths opening wide, too wide, and then the biting started. Tiny teeth sank into my skin, my arms, my neck, my face. I swung and thrashed, but they just kept coming, the room echoing with the shrill, endless sound of crying. And then, everything stopped. The sound, the movement, the pain. The room was still. The biting, the screaming, all of it gone. I blinked through tears and blood, chest heaving, and realized sunlight was slipping through the blinds. Morning. The floor was empty. No babies, no hand, just the wreckage of my room, blood on the carpet, my shattered phone beside the bed, and muddy prints fading into nothing. I don't remember much after that. I managed to get myself to the hospital where they treated my wounds and ran tests. The cuts didn't make sense, they said, but they stitched me up and told me to rest. Now I'm home again. The house feels too quiet. My ear still throbs where the drum burst, and I swear sometimes I can hear faint crying when I close my eyes. The sun's going down soon, and I'm scared of what tonight has to bring. How old must he be now? 8? 9? I stared at my neighbor, unsure what she was asking. She read the confusion on my face. You're cute, little guy. I saw him biking down the lane earlier. He must be old enough for grade 4 now, right? Mrs. Babbage was a bit on the older side, but I never thought she had shown signs of dementia. Not until now. I wasn't exactly sure what to say. She proceeded to stare at me, tilting her head, as if I was the one misremembering. I awkwardly opened my mouth. Oh, right, my little guy. She brightened. Yes, he must be in grade 4, right? Sure. I mean, yes, he is. What a cute little guy, she said, and returned to watering her flowers. It was an odd, slightly sad moment. I wondered if her husband had seen glimmers of this too. I could only hope that this was a momentary blip, and not the sign of anything Alzheimer's related. I took the rest of my groceries out of my car and entered home. I had a long day of teaching, and I just wanted to sit back, unwind, and watch something light on TV. But as soon as I took off my first shoe, I smelled it. Something burning on the stove. Something burning with lots of cheese on it. The hell? I dashed over to the kitchen and almost fell down. Partially because I was wearing only one shoe, but also because there was a scrawny little boy frying Kraft dinner. I let out a half scream, but very quickly I composed myself into the same assertive adult who taught at a university. What? Excuse me. Who are you? What are you doing here? The boy's blonde, willow-like hair whipped around in his face as he looked at me with equal surprise. Papa, what do you mean? I'm here. I'm here. He was a scared, confused child, and I couldn't quite place the bizarre inflection of his words. Do you want some KD, Papa? Have some. Have some." Was that a Russian accent? It took me a second to realize he was wearing an oversized shirt that looked just like mine. Was he wearing my clothes? I held out my palms like I would at a lecture, my standard "everyone settle down" gesture, and cleared my throat. "I'm sorry, I don't know who you are, or what this is." The boy widened his eyes, still frightened by my intensity. He stirred the food with a wooden spoon. "It's KD, Papa, your favorite, chili cheese kind. Don't you remember?" His name was Dmitri, and he claimed to be my son. Apparently at some point there had been a mother, but he didn't remember much about her. He only remembered me. "You've been Papa my whole life. My whole life, Papa." I tried having a sit-down conversation. In fact, I tried to have many sit-down conversations where I explained to Dmitri that would be impossible, but it always ended with him clutching me with impassioned tears, begging me to remember him. The confusion only got worse when my mother called. "How is my grandson doing?" she asked. I didn't know how to reply. The conversation grew awkward and tense until eventually I clarified my whole predicament. "Mom, what are you talking about? I don't have a son. I've never had a son." My mother gasped a little, then laughed and scolded me, saying I shouldn't joke around like that, because of course I always had a son, a smart little guy who will be celebrating 9 this weekend. I hung up. I stood petrified in my own kitchen, staring at the strange, expectant Slavic child. For the next 10 minutes all I could do was ask where his parents were, and he just continued to act frightened, like any authentic kid might, and replied with the same question. "How did you forget me, Papa?" My method wasn't getting me anywhere, so I decided to play along. I cleared my head with a shot of espresso. I told him my brain must have been scrambled from overworking, and I apologized for not remembering I was his father. He brightened immediately. "It's okay, Papa. It's okay." He gave me a hug. "You always work so hard." The tension dropped further as Dmitri finished making the noodles and served himself some. I politely declined and watched him eat, and he watched me watch him eat. "So you're okay now? You're not angry?" His accent was so odd. "No," I said. "I'm not angry. I was just a little scrambled." His eyes shimmered, looking more expectant. "So we can be normal now?" A chill trickled down my neck. I didn't really know what to say, but for whatever reason, I did not want to say, "Yes, we can be normal now," because this was not normal. Far from it. This child was not my son. He started playing with his food and quivered a little, like a worried mouse seeking reassurance. "Everything will be fine," I eventually said. "No need to stress. Enjoy your noodles." To my shock and dismay, I discovered that Dmitri also had his own room. My home office had somehow been replaced by a barren, clay-walled chamber filled with linen curtains, old wooden toys, and a simple bed. The smell of bread and earth wafted throughout. I watched him play with his blocks and spinning tops for about an hour before he started to yawn and say he wanted to go to sleep. It was the strangest thing. Tucking him in. He didn't want to switch to pajamas or anything. He just sort of hopped into his straw bed and asked me to hold his hand. Dimitri's fingers were cold, slightly clammy little things. It was very bizarre, comforting him like my own son, but it appeared to work. He softened and lay still. He didn't ask for any lullaby or bedtime story. He just wanted to hold my hand for a minute. "Thank you, Papa. I'm so glad you're here. So glad you can be my Papa. Good night." I inched my way out of the room and watched him through the crack of his door. At about 9:30, he gave small, childlike snores. He had fallen asleep. Cautiously, I called Pat, my coworker with whom I shared close contact. She had the same reaction as my mother. "Harlan, of course you have a son. From your marriage to Svetlana. My marriage to who? You met her in Moscow when you were touring Europe. It was true that I had guest lectured 15 years ago, across the UK, Germany, and Russia. I was awarded a grant for it, but I only stayed in Moscow for 3 days. I never met anyone named Svetlana. Don't be weird, Harlan. Come on. Pat's conviction was very disturbing. You and Svetlana were together for many years. We were? How many? Look, I know the divorce was hard, but you shouldn't pretend your ex-wife doesn't exist. I'm not pretending. I'm being serious. I don't remember her. Then get some sleep. I sipped on my second espresso of the night. But I have slept. I'm fine. Well then, I don't get what this joke is. Knock it off. It's creepy. I'm not joking. I'll see you tomorrow for the birthday. Birthday? Yes, your son's birthday. Jesus Christ. Good night, Harlan. Get some sleep. I didn't sleep that night. My efforts were spent scouring the filing cabinets and drawers throughout my house. I had credit card bills covering school supplies, kids' clothing shops, and costlier groceries. I even had pictures of Dmitri hung around the walls from various ages. It's like everything was conforming to this new reality. The harder I looked for clues to disprove my fatherhood, the more evidence I found confirming it. It was Dmitri who woke me up off the living room couch and said Uncle Boris was here. Uncle Boris? I peeked through the window and could see a very large blond man smiling back at me. Behind him was a gaggle of other relatives, all speaking Russian to each other. Hello, Harlan. The blond man's voice penetrated past the glass. We are here for birthday. They all looked excited and motioned to the front door. They were all wearing tunics and leggings, traditional birthday clothes or something. I was completely floored. I didn't know what to do. So I just sort of nodded and subtly slinked back into my kitchen. Dmitri came to pull at my arm. Come on, Papa, we have to let them in. I don't know any of them. Yes, you do, Papa. It's Uncle Boris. It's Uncle Boris. I yanked my hand away. It was one thing to pretend I was the kid's dad for a night. It was quite another to let a group of strangers into my house first thing in the morning. Dmitri frowned. I'll open the door. Wait, hold on. I grabbed Dmitri's shoulder. He turned away. Let go. I tried to pull him back, but then he dragged me into the living room again. Our struggle was on display for everyone outside. Boris looked at me with saucer eyes. Dmitri pulled harder, and I had no choice but to pull harder back. The boy hit his head on a table as he fell. Boris yelled something in Russian. Someone else hollered back. I heard hands trying to wrench open my door. Dmitri, stop, I said. Let's just take a minute to... You're hurting me, Papa. My front door unlocked. Footsteps barreled inside. I let go of my son and watched 3 large Slavic men enter my house with stern expressions. Dmitri hid behind them. Is everything okay? Boris peered down at me through his tangle of blonde hair. Yes, sorry, I said, struggling to find words. I'm just very confused. Confused? Why were you hitting Dmitri? The little boy pulled on his uncle's arm and whispered something into his ear. Boris' expression furrowed, but before I could speak further, a slender pair of arms pushed aside all the male figures and revealed a woman with unwavering bloodshot eyes. Something in me knew it was her. Svetlana. She wore a draped brown sheet as a dress, with skin so pale I could practically see her sinews and bones. It's like she had some extreme form of albinism. Harlan, she said, somehow breaking my name into 3 syllables. Harlan. I've never been so instinctively afraid of a person in my life. It's like she had weaved herself out of the darkest edges of memory. I saw flashes of her holding my waist in Moscow, outside Red Square, flashes of her lips whispering chants in the shadows of St. Basil's Cathedral. Svetlana held Dmitri's shoulder, then looked up at me. Just tell him it will be normal. Tell him everything will be normal. No, this is not happening. None of this is real. Barefoot and still wearing the same clothes as yesterday, I bolted out the back of my house and hurtled towards my driveway. Before the rest of my new family could realize what was going on, I hopped into my Subaru and stepped on the gas. As I drove away from my house, I looked back into my rearview mirror, and I swear, it didn't look like my house at all. I swear it looked like a thatched roof hut. Back at the university, I walled myself up in my study. I canceled all speaking arrangements for the next week, saying I needed a few personal days. No one in my department knew I had a son. Nothing in my study indicated I had an extended Russian family. When I asked Pat about our phone conversation last night, her response was, "What conversation?" My mom said the same thing. With immense trepidation, I returned to my house the following day, and after setting foot back inside, I knew that everything had reverted back to the way it was before. No more framed pictures of Dmitri, no more alarming photo albums, and that clay-walled room where Dmitri spun tops and slept inside, it was just my home office again. To this day, I have no clue what happened during that bizarre September weekend, but doing some of my own research, I'm starting to think I did encounter something in Moscow all those years ago. Some kind of lingering old curse. Or a stray spirit. Or a Chernaya Vedma. A black witch disguised as an ordinary woman. Although I haven't seen any evil things bubble up around my place since, every now and then I do have a conversation with Mrs. Babbage, and she seems to remember my son very well. Such a cute little guy, always waving hello. Did you know he offered me food once? I think it was Kraft dinner.